Chapter 1. The Royal Throne at Home. Your Highness, the Emperor has sent word inquiring whether you have any intentions of marriage. Xue Qinghe rubbed his eyes, awakening from slumber. Where am I? He glanced at the respectful maid beside him. Xiao Xue. Marriage? Crown Prince? As he surveyed his surroundings and caught a glimpse of the mirror on the table, he gasped, is this truly me? The face, both familiar and foreign, gradually made Xue Qinghe comprehend his current predicament surely. I have traversed realms. This individual is Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, the foremost heir apparent. In a matter of decades, the vast lands beyond this window will belong to him. However, the condition for inheriting the throne is to avoid being prematurely dispatched by Qianren Xue. I wish to marry you, Xue Qinghe declared. Xiaoxu's face flushed crimson as she bowed and replied, Your Highness, I am but a humble servant. How could I dare to become your consort? It is already a tremendous fortune for me to serve you. Xue Qinghe sighed deeply, lamenting, if I cannot wed you, then I have no desire for marriage at all. Xiao Xue was momentarily taken aback. Since your Highness harbors no intention of marrying, I shall return to inform the palace, she said, her voice shy and hurried, before swiftly exiting. At 14 years of age, Xue Qinghe was regarded as an elder bachelor within the royal family, particularly in this world where one reaches maturity at 12 on the Douluo continent. He began to organize the memories within his sea of consciousness currently. He was at level 23 with the martial soul of a swan. Despite enjoying the endless resources of royalty, his cultivation remained woefully inadequate, indicating the inferiority of his martial soul. Nevertheless, within the annals of the Tiandou royal family, this was still commendable. Is it time to sign in at the Eastern Palace? Xue Qinghe was momentarily bewildered as a virtual panel appeared before him. He was instantly elated the golden finger had arrived. The heavens do not forsake me. Sign in. Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe clicked to sign in. Sign in complete, martial soul upgraded to the three-legged golden crow. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with joy. This was marvelous. The three-legged golden crow, a mythological son, far surpasses the royal white goose by 100-fold. Martial soul, activate. Boom. A blazing golden radiance erupted from behind Xue Qinghe as the ethereal form of the three-legged golden crow enveloped him. He discovered a method to harness his soul power from the depths of his consciousness and began to experiment with its operation. The mere qualitative transformation of the martial soul had already rendered him a different person in terms of strength. Quickly, Xue Qinghe retracted his martial soul. Recalling that Qianren Xue still resided within his palace, it would not be wise to disturb her now. The maid named Xiao Xue was merely a guise donned by Qianren Xue, who had been in disguise for a year, having just turned 10. Xue Qinghe sat quietly for a moment, contemplating his future. Since Qianren Xue was in his palace, she must not be allowed to leave. He would nurture her, and when she matured, he would seize her. As for the throne, he was not the kind of Xue Qinghe who would shy away from contention. The throne must be secured. However, according to the original narrative, the Emperor Xue Yi had another 20 years to live, and he would meet his end at the hands of Qianren Xue's poison. If Qianren Xue were unable to administer poison, then Xue Yi, possessing some soul power, could easily survive another 30 to 40 years. Xue aside, would that mean he must endure the title of Crown Prince until he reaches 50 or 60? This was compelling him to emulate the likes of Liu Erlong. Indeed, the great tyrant is none other than I. Thus, as Emperor, it is perfectly normal to have multiple consorts. After much contemplation regarding the entire plot of the Douluo continent, Xue Qinghe replayed the scenarios in his mind, searching for opportunities, and before long, an hour had passed. He opened the sign-in system, which allowed him to check in once daily different locations yielded varying rewards, with more significant places offering even more generous benefits. Joyful sign-in. An hour later, Your Highness, the steward Tang Ming from the Haotian sect seeks an audience. Xiao Xue entered to report. Let him in, Xue Qinghe instructed. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man entered briskly, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to Your Highness. What brings you here? Xue Qinghe inquired. Your Highness, the Haotian sect has established roots in the Tiandou Empire for many years. With internal matters becoming increasingly complex, the sect master intends to retreat from the world for a time to reorganize the sect and devote more time to cultivation, freeing himself from worldly affairs. With that, Steward Tang Ming waved his hand, and several individuals entered, carrying 3 or 5 boxes, which they placed steadily on the ground. Xue Qinghe frowned slightly. Comprehending the implications if the Haotian sect were to retreat now, it coincided with the birth of Tang San, the sacrifice of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and the recent death of Qian Xuanji. The Haotian sect was here to present him with gifts, which undoubtedly involved some form of negotiation, likely extending to the prominent officials in the court. Xue Qinghe nodded. Indeed, the Haotian sect has worked diligently over the years. The sect master's efforts in reorganizing internal affairs are commendable contributions to the Tiandou Empire. Tang Ming, filled with trepidation, quickly replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. The sect master is merely attending to his duties, incomparable to your Highness' grand vision. The two engaged in mutual flattery. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment. Since the Haotian sect aimed to negotiate, they ought to display some sincerity. I have heard that the sect master has a daughter named Tang Yuehua, who excels in music. Given that my household is currently in need of a musician, perhaps we could seize this opportunity to forge a beneficial alliance. What do you think? Xue Qinghe smiled, recalling that while Tang Yuehua might not rival the likes of Bibi Dong, Gulaina, Xue Qinghe, or Xiao Wu in beauty, he could take his time. Xue Qinghe adopted the demeanor befitting a frivolous crown prince, gazing at Tang Ming with a grin. Tang Ming was taken aback, hastily responding, Your Highness, such a significant matter requires me to consult with the sect master. Xue Qinghe nodded. Very well, be swift in your return. I eagerly await the moonlit evening with Tang Yuehua. Understood. Tang Ming hurriedly exited. Though the Haotian sect remained reclusive, having someone positioned beside the crown prince would be a tremendous opportunity. However, Tang Yuehua's noble status posed a challenge. If she were an ordinary beauty, Tang Ming, as steward, would have readily agreed, even if she were a promising young talent. Bestowing her upon the crown prince would yield significant returns. Xue Qinghe opened the boxes to reveal treasures of gold, silver, and jewels, along with medicinal herbs for cultivation. Xiao Xue, put these valuables away and place the herbs in my cultivation chamber, Xue Qinghe instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Xue called for attendants to transport the boxes, yet the young maid was puzzled. Why was His Highness behaving so differently today? Why would he seek a woman from the Haotian sect? After a while, Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Will you still be going hunting tomorrow? Xiao Xue inquired. As Xue Qinghe sat cross-legged, he recalled that it was during his hunting expedition that Qianren Xue had stealthily eliminated the true Xue Qinghe and taken his place. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly. I shall not be going. Tang Yuehua may arrive tomorrow. Please prepare a room for her. With that, he pulled Xiao Xue into his embrace and said, Xiao Xue, in a few years, you must obediently become my consort. Xiaox's heart raced. Become your consort? You must be dreaming. I would rather forfeit my life. Suddenly, her mind spun as he leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 2. The Transformation of the Martial Soul. She pushed him away with all her might, not wishing to reveal her strength, yet he was immovable. Qianren Xue felt tears welling in her eyes. Her first kiss had been stolen. How infuriating. This crown prince, who seemed so gentle and composed, had gone mad today. Does he not fear for his life? After a moment, Xue Qinghe released her. Secretly pleased serves you right for masquerading as a maid. Of Xiao Xue, this prince will take responsibility for you, Xue Qinghe said with a grin. Xiaoxu's eyes simmered with resentment as she pouted, appearing deeply aggrieved. Though she harbored animosity towards him, she could not reveal her true feelings and instead continued to play the role of a shy maiden. Your Highness, you are truly wicked. Xiao Xue suppressed her overwhelming hatred and managed to utter that one phrase. How infuriating. I had intended to leave you with a whole corpse, yet you dare act thus towards me? Just wait until I dismantle you piece by piece. Xue Qinghe gazed at her with amusement, relishing the fact that she was suffering for her charade. It was perfectly normal for this prince to kiss his own maid, after all. Your Highness, I shall take my leave now, Xiao Xue said, attempting to exit. Just before she stepped out, Xue Qinghe kissed her forehead. Xiao Xue dashed out, nearly tripping over the threshold, regaining her balance, and hastily leaving, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, exclaiming, Ah, the joys of being a crown prince are truly delightful, as long as one does not become too self-conscious, much like an avalanche. Xue Qinghe began to cultivate. The three-legged golden crow martial soul had indeed transformed, and his cultivation speed was now incomparable to before, at least 3 times faster. The martial soul of the Tiandou royal family's white goose could support soul masters up to level 50, but beyond that point, progress became exceedingly difficult, even with an abundance of cultivation resources. Xue Qinghe, after a night of diligent cultivation, emerged transformed, as if reborn, presenting a stark contrast to his former self. The fruits of his training surpassed those of the previous 10 days. It was exhilarating. How Tian sect. The enmity between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall had now entangled the Hao Tian sect, compelling the sect to choose seclusion, evading the sharp gaze of the Spirit Hall. Upon Tang Ming's return, he conveyed Xue Qinghe's words to the sect master. The sect master was Tang Hao's father, and also the father of Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua was present as well. Upon hearing the news, she gently clenched her teeth. Tang's sect master furrowed his brow, well aware of his daughter's stubborn nature. From a pragmatic standpoint, Tang Yuehua's association with the Crown Prince would significantly benefit the reclusive Hao Tian sect. With the Crown Prince shielding them, they could avoid numerous troubles. Yuehua, what is your perspective? Tang's sect master inquired. Tang Yuehua understood that the Crown Prince sought her under the guise of hiring a musician, yet it was, in essence, a means to engage in a conjugal relationship without the formalities of marriage. The advantage was that she could remain near the Crown Prince, becoming his most intimate confidant. This, precisely, was the communication channel the secluded Hao Tian sect desperately needed with the court. Tang Yuehua could not help but marvel at how the Crown Prince had deftly grasped the sentiments of the Hao Tian sect. She had long harbored deep affection for one whom she ought not to love. Her love was destined for futility, and she silently shed tears. Father, I am willing to go. Since love bore no fruit, it was better to conceal it within her heart. Sacrificing herself for the sake of the Hao Tian sect, she willingly chose to become a moth to the flame, heading towards a family devoid of love. Tang's sect master sighed. Deeply, his daughter was already 32, while the Crown Prince was merely 14. Although the age of soul masters stretched long, her chance for a legitimate relationship was bleak. However, becoming a concubine to the Crown Prince, potentially rising to the status of Imperial consort, might be the best fate for the soul power challenge Tang Yuehua. Very well, prepare yourself, Tang's sect master instructed, wishing for his daughter to find companionship soon. It would provide her with a sense of security in the future. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly and exited. The following day, at the Crown Prince's residence. After breakfast, Xue Qinghe stealthily entered her chamber while Xiao Xue was momentarily distracted. Upon opening the door, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, elegant and pleasant. Xue Qinghe pulled up a stool to sit, contemplating that this must be a place of great significance, worth signing in. Sign in. Qianren Xue's chamber. Sign in successful reward. A bone from the right arm of the three-headed red demon hound, Qi Wang. The three-headed red demon hound, Qi Wang, ranks 8th among the 10 great ferocious beasts, boasting a cultivation of 300,000 years, approaching the pinnacle of fire. This soul bone was generated by the system, rather than obtained through hunting. Xue Qinghe gazed at the soul bone in the system, realizing that there were likely few better soul bones available in the Douluo continent. His martial soul, the three-legged golden crow, possessed both flame and light attributes. At the utmost pinnacle, this soul bone would be a fitting match for him. He resolved to absorb it. Your Highness, what brings you here? It's time for breakfast. Xiao Xue entered, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction at Xue Qinghe's intrusion into her room. Xiao Xue was exceptionally cautious, never leaving a trace in her chamber. Even if one were to turn it upside down, they would find no clue of her presence. Xiao Xue, your room is rather cramped. Why not move into mine? It's more spacious, Xue Qinghe suggested with a smile. Little Qianren Xue had already developed a striking appearance. With a delicate face and eyes brimming with vitality, in just a few years, she would undoubtedly become a breathtaking beauty. No, Your Highness, I am quite content here, Xiao Xue replied softly. When I finally move into your room, you'll be nothing but a corpse, she thought to herself. Xue Qinghe nodded and, together with Xiao Xue, went for breakfast. After satisfying their appetites, he retreated to the training chamber. Xiao Xue gazed at his departing figure, her heart filled with resentment. She knew he would mock her, but there would come a day of regret for him. Returning to the training chamber, Xue Qinghe took out the right arm bone of Qi Wang, 300,000 years old, and began preparing to absorb it. The rewards from the system were all usable, and he faced no possibility of being unable to absorb them. He took a deep breath, not daring to let his guard down, as this was his first time absorbing a soul bone. The power of the soul bone gradually merged with his right arm, flowing smoothly without any rejection. The process was remarkably seamless. Half an hour later, Xue Qinghe opened his eyes, exhilaration coursing through him. Absorbing a soul bone had doubled his soul power. He placed his hands on the soul power testing orb, and the light radiated brilliantly. His soul power had reached level 27. A single soul bone had propelled his soul power up by 4 levels, especially at the second and third decade stages. Even an ordinary soul bone could dominate at the same level. Moreover, his soul bone was an astounding 300,000 years old. Knock knock. Your Highness, Tang Yuehua has arrived. Xiao Xue knocked on the door of the training chamber. She was Xue Qinghe's personal maid, the only one permitted close to the chamber. Xue Qinghe rose and said, "Take me to meet her." "Your Highness," Tang Yuehua mentioned she wishes to decorate a bridal chamber. Xiao Xue informed. Chapter 3. Tang Yuehua. "Very well, you may arrange it. Isn't this a woman's most fundamental desire? Of course, it is no trouble. Wait for me. Cough, cough. Wait until I become emperor. Being a groom every day will also not pose a problem." Understood. Xiao Xue felt quite awkward. She did not wish for Xue Qinghe to take a woman, as she would later need to impersonate him. However, she was a woman herself, and if she did not favor Tang Yuehua long term, wouldn't that expose her disguise? If she were to eliminate Tang Yuehua, the Hao Tian sect would not let the matter rest. If it were thoroughly investigated, her identity would likely be revealed. Xiao Xue found herself speechless. This fellow, with his lecherous and fickle nature, had somehow completed a self-consistent logical loop, eliminating the possibility of being swapped from the very source. Xue Qinghe stepped out, already hearing the enchanting sound of the guqin, melodious and soothing. He could not help but pause to savor its beauty. He slowed his pace, quietly appreciating the essence embedded in the music. "Forget it, I can't comprehend it." After a long while, as the final notes faded, Tang Yuehua rose and gracefully curtsied, saying, "Your Highness." Xue Qinghe nodded, although he did not understand the guqin. He was exceptionally adept at appreciating the beauty of women. Tang Yuehua exuded tranquility and grace, akin to warm, flawless jade. In contrast to the youthful and naive Xiao Xue, she possessed a more voluptuous allure, resembling a ripe peach, mature and delectable. "Indeed, as expected of the master of Yuexian meeting you today, your reputation is truly well-deserved," Xue Qinghe praised. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary musician, nothing more," Tang Yuehua spoke softly. "You may all take your leave now." Xue Qinghe dismissed those in the vicinity, and only the two of them remained in the room. "I have always cherished the intimacy of a world shared by two. It is said that Yuehua possesses an exceptional talent for mastering emotions and breath, which piques my curiosity. I wonder, does the closeness of skin ignite a tempest within your heart?" Xue Qinghe, with a gentle smile, remarked as the two found themselves mere inches apart, able to hear each other's faint breaths. Tang Yuehua, momentarily taken aback, felt his lips upon hers as they embraced, leaving her bewildered by the complexities of romantic affection. Overcome by an inexplicable fear, she found herself unable to refuse. After a brief moment, Xue Qinghe released her. Upon seeing her shy nod and the rosy hue that graced her ears, he couldn't help but be overcome with amusement. Xue Qinghe gently placed her hand on Tang Yuehua's heart, the soft sensation coursing through her palm. She felt a surge of anxiety as her heart raced, her gaze darting around in a state of panic. "It seems, even madam, you cannot escape the conventions," Xue Qinghe remarked with a playful smile. Tang Yuehua gasped for breath and replied, "I have always been but an ordinary person. I beg your Highness to forgive my folly." Xue Qinghe smiled faintly as he held Tang Yuehua's hand, sensing the faint presence of her soul power. Indeed, it was quite minimal. "Come, Yuehua, accompany me for a stroll," Xue Qinghe said. The prince's residence boasted a beautiful environment and expansive grounds. Even within the precious confines of Tiandou City, the estate featured a garden of considerable size. Xiao Xue waited at the entrance and, upon their emergence, offered a slight bow in greeting. "Your Highness, the room has been elegantly decorated," Xiao Xue announced. Xue Qinghe nodded, embracing Tang Yuehua's slender waist, mischievously proclaiming, "Yuehua, tonight you shall be the happiest bride in the world." Tang Yuehua felt a flutter of anxiety within her. She believed herself to possess a certain charm, akin to a delectable lamb straying too close to the wolf's den. The two strolled through the garden, engaged in light conversation, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers, despite it being their first encounter. Xiao Xue trailed behind, observing their intimate exchanges, already sensing the precariousness of the situation. The entire household was now aware of the crown prince's favoritism towards Tang Yuehua, leaving her to ponder how she would maintain her pretense as the prince in the future. "Your Highness, it is time for cultivation. One must not neglect their practice," Xiao Xue reminded gently. "Ah," Tang Yuehua gasped, a pang of discomfort coursing through her. Her attire was disheveled, and she bit her lip, guilt gnawing at her conscience. "No more cultivation, Xiao Xue. Your perceptiveness is lacking today. Can't you see I am quite occupied?" Xue Qinghe retorted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively as he reprimanded, "Leave." "Your Highness, I beg your pardon," Xiao Xue stammered in fear, hastily retreating. "Yuehua, let me teach you how to cultivate," Xue Qinghe offered. They settled closely together, and Tang Yuehua gradually grew accustomed to his affectionate gestures. For they were destined to share many years together. Your Highness, I possess only 9th-level soul power and can no longer advance, Tang Yuehua murmured softly, nestled in his embrace. 9th-level soul power, indeed. The plastic Haotian hammer still has room for improvement, he mused. Fear not, the estate is replete with cultivation resources. I shall have them brought to you tomorrow. Xue Qinghe smiled. Tang Yuehua nodded quietly, not taking it to heart, regarding it as mere extravagance from the diligent crown prince. The Haotian sect was not lacking in resources, yet her innate talent was too meager. No amount of elixirs could elevate her. From a distance, Xiao Xue watched their tender interactions. Feeling overwhelmed, her undercover plan had yet to commence, yet it appeared on the verge of collapse. Xue Qinghe and Tang Yuehua spent an entire day playing within the confines of the palace. Those who resided there were well aware that His Highness the Crown Prince had taken Tang Yuehua of the Haotian sect as his consort, and the affection between the two was palpable. As night fell, Tang Yuehua gazed upon the festively adorned bridal chamber, her heart swelling with a sense of contentment. In the vast Crown Prince's residence, only this room was bedecked with celebratory decorations, and she felt no discontent. Her joy was abundant. Dressed in a resplendent red gown, she awaited her beloved's arrival in serene anticipation. In her youth, when her heart first fluttered with the stirrings of love, she had often fantasized about the romantic intimacy of the bridal chamber. As a member of the Haotian sect, she had meticulously studied the ways of the nobility, preparing herself early on for the possibility of marrying a stranger for the sake of an alliance. A young man gently pushed the door open. Tang Yuehua smiled sweetly, feeling as though she had returned to the innocent days of her early teens. Later that night, the flickering candlelight cast shadows that echoed the beauty of a romantic encounter. Xiao Xue was tasked with keeping watch, seated angrily on the steps at the door. The sharp, piercing voice of a woman drifted from within, each utterance striking her heart with its intensity. How infuriating! She yearned to burst in and confront the couple. Yet, Xiao Xue, filled with frustration, resolved to wait a little longer, clinging to the hope of an opportunity. An hour passed, and the clamor inside persisted. Xiao Xue called out, Your Highness, it grows late. Please take care of your health. This was indeed her duty as a night watch. Feeling dejected, Xiao Xue contemplated sending word to the Martial Soul Hall to find someone capable of disguise, not only to impersonate Xue Qinghe, but also to take on Tang Yuehua's appearance. With the myriad of human martial souls, discovering one suited for such transformation was not a daunting task. The real dilemma lay in the fact that if Xue Qinghe favored one woman today, would he not favor another tomorrow? Would they need to disguise themselves again? This was ultimately not a sustainable plan. She resolved that he must be dealt with swiftly. After another hour, Xiao Xue stifled a yawn. Your Highness, please take care of your health. It is already quite late. The next morning, Xue Qinghe arose with vigor, having risen early. He picked up Tang Yuehua's garments from the floor, neatly arranging them beside the pillow. Did he sign in at Tang Yuehua's bridal chamber? Xue Qinghe has clicked to sign in, receiving a reward of level 1 soul power, which has now reached level 28. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. He was rewarded with soul power, which was delightful. Qianren Xue had reached level 20 at the tender age of 6, and now at 10. Xue Qinghe speculated that she must have attained level 30 even before she infiltrated his side last year. Presently, her soul power should be in the 30s. However, given the current rate of growth, he would soon surpass her. Moreover, despite Qianren Xue's substantial soul power, her status as a maid restricted her from honing her combat skills, resulting in an ever-widening gap between her and Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe pondered that he ought to seek a mentor to guide him through practical combat. Ning Fengji served merely as an auxiliary figure, capable only of imparting knowledge. The prowess of Jian Douluo was overwhelmingly formidable, creating an insurmountable gap in their capabilities. He should find someone slightly more powerful than himself, providing both pressure and the opportunity for him to exert his utmost effort. A level around 50 would be ideal, preferably a female. A woman could also enrich his harem and potentially serve as a bodyguard in the future, provided she is of a suitable age to ensure ample room for growth ahead. Xue Qinghe immediately thought of Liu Erlong. In his recollection, Liu Erlong was now the deadly edge of the Golden Iron Triangle, having roamed the continent with the other two for several years. Find someone from the Blue Electric family and summon her back. Your Highness, I am utterly exhausted and cannot accompany you today, Tang Yuehua said in a soft and delicate tone. Xue Qinghe approached and gently kissed her forehead, saying, It's all right, just rest well. Tang Yuehua felt a slight ache in her body and slowly closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Xue Qinghe harbored an immense affection for the mature and voluptuous woman. He stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. Little Xue awaited at the entrance as usual, though today she appeared somewhat weary, her dark circles evident. "Your Highness." "Breakfast is ready," she announced. "Very well, please take some food to Yuehua shortly. Additionally, make arrangements for me to meet with Yu Lumian of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. I wish to see him today, so expedite the arrangements," Xue Qinghe instructed in a low voice. "As you command," Little Xue replied. Yu Lumian is the second head of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, the father of Liu Erlong, and the uncle of Yu Xiaojing. He currently resides in the city of Tiandou, making a meeting with him quite straightforward. Xue Qinghe returned to the secluded chamber for cultivation, intending to thoroughly assimilate the soul power he had just acquired. Now at the 28th level, it would not be long before he could venture into the Tiandou forest to hunt for soul rings. However, he was faced with the presence of Qianren Xue, whom he could not bring himself to eliminate. This little fool was to be preserved for the future as a potential wife. She was acutely aware of every move he made, compelling him to devise a clever plan to manage her. Although Xue Qinghe could not bestow the throne upon her, he could father a son, thereby passing the crown to his offspring and allowing her to govern from behind the curtain while he indulged in a life of leisure. This arrangement was quite acceptable to him. In time, the Spirit Hall and the Heavendou Empire would unite, combining their strengths to conquer the Star Luo Empire, which would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, Xue Qinghe had yet to ascend to the throne himself. Perhaps he was indeed contemplating matters too distant, and it was wise to focus on the immediate situation at hand. Xue Qinghe rested her chin on her hand, channeling her soul power while contemplating a strategy. She decided to share her thoughts with the little girl and observe her reaction. After a morning of diligent training, Xue Qinghe emerged for lunch. "Your Highness has already gone to inform Yu Lumian. He said he would come in the afternoon." Little Xue lowered her head, her cheeks flushing upon seeing Xue Qinghe. Although this young girl had cultivated a remarkably resilient disposition, she remained merely a 10-year-old, untouched by the world. "Little Xue, do you aspire to be the empress? This way our son could ascend to the throne," Xue Qinghe inquired. Little Xue was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "I dare not, my lady." Xue Qinghe shrugged, expressing disappointment. "You have been given an opportunity, yet you fail to cherish it. What a pity. Very well, if you are unwilling to assume the role of queen, I shall seek another to take your place. Do not lament your decision when the time comes." Xue Qinghe chuckled and remarked, "Little girl, there will come a day when you will regret this." Xiao Xue lowered her head, trembling slightly, and showcased her acting skills to perfection, embodying the image of a startled young girl. "Then go and summon Yuehua for dinner," Xue Qinghe instructed. "Yes," Xiao Xue replied promptly, swiftly making her way out. After a few moments, Xiao Xue returned, supporting Tang Yuehua as she walked in. Tang Yuehua, inexperienced in social matters and in the presence of the fiercely formidable Soul Master, found herself somewhat overwhelmed. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my lack of decorum," she said as Xiao Xue helped her take a seat. Xiao Xue, feeling a bit awkward and with a faint blush on her ears, moved with slight unease. "There is no need to feel constrained, Xiao Xue. Do join us at the table for dinner." Xue Qinghe, with a benevolent demeanor, spoke boldly. "Your Highness." Little Snow was about to decline when Xue Qinghe abruptly pulled her over to sit on his lap, his large hands encircling her delicate waist. A shiver coursed through her, sending an inexplicable thrill along her spine. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and tears of frustration welled in her eyes. How infuriating it was to be subjected to the advances of this rogue prince. She wished she could slay him on the spot. "Your Highness, please stop this nonsense and let us eat." Little Snow struggled to free herself, her irritation evident in her tone. Xue Qinghe smiled gently and turned to say, "Come, Yuehua, eat more and nourish your body well." Tang Yuehua, who had not even had breakfast and was nearly famished, did not hesitate and began to consume heartily, eager to regain her strength in case that little tiger needed her again in the evening. "Xiao Xue, this afternoon, prepare a gift for the Haotian sect. As a token of my greetings to the sect master," Xue Qinghe instructed. "Your Highness, there is no need to trouble yourself," Tang Yuehua quickly replied. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "How could I not express my gratitude to Master Tang for sending me such an exceptional woman? Xiao Xue, you must go." He coughed lightly and added, "To be careful not to mix up the gifts." The term mix-up referred to returning the gifts delivered by Steward Tang. The prince's residents received gifts daily, and occasionally there would be reciprocation, which entailed exchanging gifts in return. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall handle it. However, the journey to Haotian sect is rather distant. If I depart this afternoon, I might not return until tomorrow, Xue Qinghe replied. That is of no consequence. There is no need to rush. You may enjoy your time there for a few extra days, the prince encouraged. Your Highness, Xue Qinghe is not one to indulge in frivolities. I shall return promptly, Xue Qinghe sweetly asserted, feeling somewhat relieved at the thought of distancing herself from that scoundrel. Yet, a moment's reflection reminded her that her intention was to approach him and gain understanding. What joy was there in fleeing from him? Chapter 5. Liu Erlong after dining. Xue Qinghe set out to prepare the betrothal gifts. Upon her return, she intended to bid farewell to His Highness. Just as she reached the door, she heard the sharp cry of Tang Yuehua from within. With no choice, Xue Qinghe knocked on the door and announced, Your Highness, I am heading to Houtian sect. There was no response from inside, and Xue Qinghe decided to leave, reasoning that perhaps Tang Yuehua's voice had drowned hers out. That insufferable prince was far too engrossed. How infuriating. Here I am, a dignified princess of the martial soul hall, reduced to running errands for this good-for-nothing. It is no longer sufficient to simply kill him in my rage. He must be subjected to 1,000 tortures. After her departure, the commotion within the room continued for some time before it finally subsided. After preparing a meal together, Xue Qinghe and Tang Yuehua engaged in a leisurely postprandial activity to aid their digestion, and then they took a shared afternoon nap. Xue Qinghe awakened, dressed himself, and gently closed the door behind him as he stepped outside. Tang Yuehua also stirred from her slumber, her eyelids fluttering open with great effort, only to slowly succumb to the weight of sleep once more, utterly devoid of strength to rise. In the courtyard, Xue Qinghe practiced for a while until a notification arrived, announcing the presence of Liu from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. He promptly went to receive the guest. Your Highness, I pay my respects, Liu said, cupping his hands in greeting. Xue Qinghe spoke courteously, a smile gracing his lips. The second master is overly polite. I summoned you here because there is a matter for which I seek your assistance. Liu replied. Your Highness, if you have a task at hand, please instruct me directly. There is no need to speak of assistance. I am truly humbled, esteemed elder. The servants of the residence presented him with exquisite tea. Xue Qinghe remarked, recently, I have been diligently practicing in solitude, lacking a worthy opponent for sparring. I have heard that the daughter of the second family head, Liu Erlong, is renowned as the killing edge of the Golden Iron Triangle, undoubtedly possessing abundant battle experience. If master you would graciously permit, I would like to invite Liu Erlong to be my mentor. Liu, taken aback, hastily rose and clasped his hands in refusal, stating, I am unworthy, Your Highness. My daughter, Liu Erlong, is a child born out of wedlock, of lowly status. How could she possibly serve as your teacher? Xue Qinghe blinked, realizing that his current mentor was Ning Fengji, the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a position befitting that of the Crown Prince's teacher. He was taken aback by the weight placed upon one's lineage in the ruthless world of Douluo continent. If His Highness truly values my son, Liu Erlong, he may allow her to serve as a sparring partner or a personal bodyguard, but she must never become His Highness's teacher, Liu said, bowing respectfully. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly and said, All right, I have no one by my side to ensure my safety, so let her come over. She can assist me in my training. Thank you, Your Highness. This is truly a fortunate opportunity for Erlong, replied Liu respectfully. Filled with excitement, Liu continued. I received news yesterday that Erlong has just arrived at the city of Qihua, 200 miles east of Tiandou. I will send someone to find her, and she will be delivered to your residence by tomorrow morning. Watching him depart, Xue Qinghe smiled faintly. The princess' identity was indeed quite advantageous. He then commenced his training. His three-legged golden crow martial spirit was advancing remarkably, yielding significant results with minimal effort. That evening, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, not only had Liu Erlong returned, but the other two members of the Golden Iron Triangle, Xue Qinghe and Flander, also arrived. Father, what do you need me for? Liu Erlong inquired. Flander and Xue Qinghe had gone to the inn, unaware of Liu Erlong's connection to Liu, leaving only the father and daughter in the room. Erlong, how many levels have you attained now? Liu asked. I have just acquired my 5th spirit ring. Reaching level 51, Liu Erlong replied. Liu nodded. At 28 years of age, achieving the rank of Spirit King was quite commendable, though not the most gifted. Her talent was still exceptional. Erlong, you are not young anymore. It is time to consider matters of the heart, Liu remarked. Liu Erlong was taken aback. Her father had never broached such topics, as she was a daughter born out of wedlock, relying on her own efforts. Her father had only discreetly assisted her and her mother. "Father, I wish to experience more of the world," Liu Erlong responded. Yu Luomian smiled subtly and said, "The prince is already 14, possessing a spirit power level of around 21 or 22. He lacks a partner for training, and he specifically requested you." Liu Erlong blinked in confusion. "Just now, you mentioned marriage, and now you speak of work. Are you implying something? Since His Highness has requested it, I shall go. Additionally, I have 2 close friends who are quite knowledgeable and could assist him," Liu Erlong replied, a hint of joy bubbling within her. The prince sought her out, indicating that their trio's reputation, the Golden Iron Triangle, was quite renowned across the continent. "Erlong, the prince is still young and naive. This is the best opportunity to win his favor. Do you understand your father's intentions?" Yu Luomian insisted, frustrated that she did not grasp the implications. Liu Erlong's lips twitched in irritation. "What do you mean? You wish for me to take advantage of the prince's naivety regarding love? I'm not that kind of person. I seek true love." "Very well, father, I shall retire for the night," Liu Erlong said dismissively. Yu Luomian frowned, saying, "Erlong, you must realize this is a rare and golden opportunity. Moreover, the Haoyan clan has already sent women to the prince, and Ning Fingji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is his teacher. It is crucial for our Blue Lightning clan to establish a connection with His Highness. I'm leaving." Liu Erlong replied impatiently, exiting Yu Luomian's residence and returning to the inn where Yu Xiaojing and Flander were staying. Neither of them had yet fallen asleep. Upon seeing her return, Yu Xiaojing immediately asked, "Erlong, why did Yu Luomian seek you out?" Neither was aware of the other's identity. Yu Xiaojing was a variant martial spirit, and Liu Erlong did not share the Yu surname, leading them both to assume the other was not affiliated with the Blue Lightning clan. "He is actually my father, and he wants me to accompany the prince for training," Liu Erlong explained. Her words struck Yu Xiaojing like a thunderclap, leaving him pale. "Xiaojing, what is wrong?" Flander noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired. Yu Xiaojing instinctively took a step back, fearfully stating, "It's nothing. I think I'll rest now." Chapter 6. The Golden Iron Triangle. Flander seemed to understand, quickly pursuing after him. Liu Erlong felt puzzled. She had a fiery temper and could not tolerate such evasiveness. "Xiaojing, what is going on with you today?" Liu Erlong exclaimed angrily. Yu Xiaojing kept his head down, his voice stammering, "It's nothing. I'm just going to rest." Before he could finish, Liu Erlong seized his collar, demanding, "Speak quickly." "Erlong," Flander interjected, stepping in to prevent further confrontation. "Do not make things difficult for him. He is actually Yu Yuanjin's son, making him your cousin." Liu Erlong paused in surprise. This was indeed good news. Not only were they comrades in arms, but they were also cousins, strengthening their bond. He might just be feeling some resentment towards the family. "Rest assured, I will have a word with him." With that, Flander took Yu Xiaojing away. Liu Erlong assumed Yu Xiaojing's aversion to the family stemmed from the ridicule he faced due to his variant martial spirit. "Oh, men can be so sensitive," she thought. The following day, Liu Erlong noticed Yu Xiaojing appeared much improved. She approached him with a smile, saying, "Cousin, let us head to the prince's residence. Do not dwell too much on family matters. We are already quite strong." The use of the term cousin pierced Yu Xiaojing's heart like a knife, and he replied softly, "All right, let us go." To the prince's residence they went. Xue Qinghe was practicing in the courtyard at dawn. Tang Yuehua sat nearby, quietly observing her man. A few days of affectionate companionship had significantly altered her perception of him. "Your Highness, the Golden Triangle has arrived," announced a servant from the manor. Xue Qinghe said, "All right, let them come." "Your Highness, I shall take my leave as well." Tang Yuehua spoke softly. She then supported herself against the table, slowly rising to her feet. With a gentle bite of her teeth, she feigned calmness and swiftly departed. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived. "Your Highness," Liu Erlong stood at the forefront, and the trio bowed in unison. "These 2 are my companions, Flander and Yu Xiaojing," Liu Erlong introduced. Xue Qinghe nodded, casting a glance at Liu Erlong. She was clad in a sleek white outfit that exuded elegance, her figure alluring and not inferior to Tang Yuehua's. This woman embodied a style that was starkly contrasting to Tang Yuehua's. One was serene, while the other was dynamic. It was evident that she could be more proactive than Tang Yuehua. If the 3 were to share a chamber, it would be an exquisite delight. At this moment, Xue Qinghe activated the system, and a virtual panel materialized before him. He clicked to select the location for check-in. A beam of virtual light traversed the surroundings, ultimately settling upon the crevice of Liu Erlong's upper valley. Xue Qinghe clicked to confirm. Would he check in at the crevice of Liu Erlong's upper valley? Xue Qinghe clicked confirm once more. Check-in successful, rewarded with secondary soul power. The soul power of Xue Qinghe surged instantaneously by 2 levels, precisely reaching the standard of level 30. Xue Qinghe stood in astonishment. Such an unprecedented surge in power by 2 levels was astonishing. If Xu Zhiqing and Zhu Zhuyun, with their even grander scale, were to join in, would they not experience an elevation of 4 or 5 levels? Indeed, it is imperative that I recruit Liu Erlong, ensuring her presence every day for practice. Well then, since the 3 of you have gathered, let us commence. Your companionship in this sparring session will suffice, Xue Qinghe declared. Flinder adjusted his glasses, speculating that the Crown Prince had summoned them due to the renowned reputation of their golden iron triangle. Bang! The cat eagle manifested. The fire dragon emerged. Both activated their martial spirits simultaneously, boasting the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojang took a step back, positioning himself at a distance. My martial spirit has just undergone a mutation with your vast experience. It would be most beneficial for you to observe, Xue Qinghe stated calmly. Upon mentioning the mutation of martial spirits, Liu Erlong and Flinder instinctively turned their gaze towards Yu Xiaojang, who possessed a wealth of experience in this area. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojang stepped forward. Aware from his research that most instances of martial spirit mutations tend to veer towards deterioration, he understood that the royal family of Tiandou possessed a swan martial spirit. Not particularly formidable, should it mutate further, what might it become? An ugly duckling? Could it rival his own third canon? I have studied over 100 cases of martial spirit mutations and have gleaned some insights, Yu Xiaojang stated gravely as he advanced. Bang! As Xue Qinghe awakened his martial soul, a blazing manifestation erupted from his back, causing the surrounding temperature to rise abruptly, embodying the illustrious 3-legged golden crow. Liu Erlong, taken aback, retreated a few steps, for she too possessed a fire attribute beast martial soul, enabling her to perceive the extraordinary nature of his martial soul most acutely. The 3 of them were profoundly astonished. Be it the cat eagle or the fire dragon, they were rendered insignificant in the presence of the golden crow. Yu Xiaojang stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. He had not studied such an anomaly, being more versed in the ways martial souls could devolve rather than evolve. This positive transformation was beyond his comprehension. Your Highness, your martial soul, Liu Erlong exclaimed, sensing that the quality of the 3-legged golden crow likely surpassed that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Her own fire dragon martial soul represented a parallel variant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, diminishing the lightning attribute while enhancing the fire attribute, allowing for swifter cultivation, albeit with a slightly reduced ceiling. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, Liu Erlong, come on, let us spar. Beneath the snowy banks of the river, 2 golden soul rings, each a century old, ascended, shimmering like gold under the illumination of the 3-legged golden crow. Liu Erlong remained in a state of astonishment. While she possessed the fire dragon martial soul, she could also elevate herself to the radiant holy dragon through martial soul fusion techniques. She deeply understood the significance of wielding a supreme martial soul with an ultimate light attribute. Yet, she believed that even the radiant holy dragon would concede before the might of the 3-legged golden crow. Your Highness, I have arrived, Liu Erlong declared, with a thunderous roar. The 1st and 2nd golden soul rings beneath Liu Erlong ignited in brilliance. Her mastery over her soul skills was as natural as extending her hand. She was not bound by mere technique, but rather invoked them effortlessly. The soul skills surged forth in tandem with her explosive assault, transforming her into a tempestuous blaze as she surged towards Xue Qinghe. The flames engulfing Xue Qinghe were a source of profound frustration. The effects of his 2 soul rings were far too limited, severely constraining his potential. A 300,000-year soul bone, let us put it to use, he declared, invoking the hellfire. The 3-legged golden crow took to the skies as Xue Qinghe soared at low altitude, unleashing a powerful punch infused with the ultimate flames of the golden crow, aimed directly at Liu Erlong. Startled, Liu Erlong felt as if heavenly fire had descended upon her, a formidable threat looming before her. At that moment, her martial spirit seemed to be suppressed by the 3-legged golden crow, rendering her entire cultivation trapped within her, unable to manifest. Her 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul skills activated simultaneously, channeling her soul power to counter the impending assault. With a thunderous roar, the 2 flames collided, sending a scorching shockwave rippling through the surroundings. Yu Xiaojang and Flinder were compelled to retreat, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the heat. Chapter 7. Liu Erlong's academy. The surrounding vegetation had withered to a golden hue, as the intense heat had ravaged much of the garden's beauty. leaving many precious flowers and plants desiccated. After a brief moment, Liu Erlong stood still, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. She felt an overwhelming sense of dread. A profound fear. Dragons were the sovereigns of the Douluo continent. She had thought that it would take a mightier dragon to instill fear in the fire dragon. Yet it was instead an unknown mutated martial spirit that had evoked such terror. We should cease this. This is not the place for practice, Xue Qinghe remarked. Emerging from the haze of smoke, scratching his head at the devastation wrought upon such a splendid garden. How could he ever enjoy the moonlit nights with a beauty now? Erlong, are you all right? Flinder hurriedly inquired, rushing to her side. I'm fine, Liu Erlong replied, casting a profound gaze at Xue Qinghe. She understood that the emergence of someone like him within the Tiandou royal family was indeed a fortuitous blessing for the entire Tiandou Empire. Your Highness, I believe the pressing matter at hand is to promptly report to His Majesty, Yu Xiaojing suggested. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. For him, any option was acceptable. He simply required a bountiful and tranquil place to sign in, preferably accompanied by 2 enchanting beauties. Then you two should seek an audience with His Majesty, he declared. I have just reached level 30 and intend to venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt for a soul ring. Liu Erlong, you shall accompany me. Xue Qinghe continued. A soft cough escaped Liu Erlong, causing her bosom to sway gently, after which she replied, as you command. Their seemingly casual conversation struck a painful chord in Yu Xiaojing, particularly the mention of reaching level 30, which resonated harshly in his ears. Yu Xiaojing stepped forward and said, Your Highness, according to my research, it is most advantageous for the 3rd soul ring to be approximately 1,700 years old. It would be most fitting for Your Highness to hunt a 1,000-year fire attribute soul beast. Xue Qinghe smiled and agreed. Although Yu Xiaojing had limited samples and extremely rudimentary conditions, any soul master possessing a soul bone would not be subject to his theory concerning the age of soul rings. Soul bones of the same age significantly enhance abilities compared to soul rings. Thus, the next soul ring must inevitably be of a higher age. Otherwise, the enhancement from the soul bone would be squandered. You two may leave. Erlong, let us be on our way, Xue Qinghe stated. Wishing to avoid the 2 men and desiring solitude with Liu Erlong, following closely behind Xue Qinghe, Liu Erlong made a brief arrangement at her residence before they set off directly. Once they departed from the prince's residence, they headed straight for the outskirts of Tiandou City. The Sunset Forest was not far from there. They could arrive by afternoon and, at most, spend 1 night there. Within 2 days, hunting for the 3rd soul ring would pose no challenge. While traveling, Liu Erlong suddenly recalled her father's words. She cast a sidelong glance at the prince, youthful and vibrant, which made her feel somewhat self-conscious. The Sunset Forest, though not as abundant in high-level soul beasts as the Tiandou Forest, would suffice for Xue Qinghe's needs. He required merely an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Erlong, I have heard that you are the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian, Xue Qinghe remarked. Liu Erlong nodded silently, feeling a wave of discontent. Was the prince's emotional intelligence truly so lacking that he would speak so bluntly? However, upon reflection, a straightforward and candid prince was preferable to a taciturn one. Otherwise, one might not even know how one met their demise. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly and said, I intend to establish a school for soul masters, specifically catering to commoner soul masters, with tuition fees kept at a minimum. Would you be willing to serve as the principal of this academy? In the future, students graduating from this institution may become generals or enter the court as officials, while those of striking beauty may even enter the palace as consorts. Liu Erlong felt a tremor in his heart, realizing that the one who understood him so well was none other than His Highness the Crown Prince. Such words, spoken from the lips of the prince, carried immense weight. If he promised that one could become a general, it would surely come to pass. If he pledged that one could become an official, it would undoubtedly be so. If he stated that one could become a consort, it would certainly be the case. Liu Erlong hurriedly replied, Your Highness, I am merely a 5-ring soul king, and I fear I may not be capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, You are currently the soul king, but that does not mean you will be forever. You are still young, and there is ample room for your soul power to grow. The words of Xue Qinghe struck deep within Liu Erlong's heart. Although Liu Erlong hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, her status as an illegitimate daughter afforded her a perspective distinctly different from that of other nobles. She possessed a profound understanding of the hardships faced by commoners. For the populace, awakening one's soul power was already a significant challenge. Yet the exorbitant tuition fees barred them from the hallowed halls of the Soul Master Academy. Liu Erlong could not help but regard Xue Qinghe with newfound admiration, her heart swelling with the fervor of one willing to die for a kindred spirit. Your Highness, on behalf of the commoners of Tiandou, I sincerely thank you for your benevolence, Liu Erlong expressed earnestly. She found no fault in Xue Qinghe's assertion that only the most beautiful should enter the palace. After all, he was the crown prince, destined to become an emperor. Could one expect him to favor only a single individual? In her eyes, this young prince suddenly radiated an extraordinary charisma, and this very compassion for the people was enough to set him apart among the princes. The throne rightfully belonged to him. Now, let us swiftly seek out a soul beast. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, reflecting on the remarkable woman, Liu Erlong, whose poetry captivated the heart. Although her temperament was somewhat fiery, her kindness shone through. How could such a woman ever be forsaken? Determined, Xue Qinghe resolved to take exceptional care of her. After a long afternoon of searching, they encountered several soul beasts that had just surpassed a millennium in age. Liu Erlong wished to hunt them, but Xue Qinghe adamantly refused. Your Highness, that millennium-old clear water goose would be quite suitable, Liu Erlong remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xue Qinghe chuckled mysteriously and said, it is getting late. Let us continue our search tomorrow. We should find a place to set up camp. Liu Erlong curled her lips in disdain, remarking, this prince is truly peculiar. Once the tent was erected, it was quite spacious inside. Liu Erlong, ever meticulous, placed a small table and lit a candle. Your Highness, I have scattered the necessary items outside. Ordinary soul beasts will not dare to approach, Liu Erlong stated. Ah, then let the formidable ones come. That would be perfect for obtaining a soul ring, Liu Erlong mused, sitting at the table with utmost concentration. She contemplated that the prince would require a fire attribute soul, which should be relatively easy to find, so she resolved to seek one according to her own standards. While keeping watch at night, she quietly envisioned the future of her school. A Soul Master Academy, even if it were for commoners, must exude grandeur. Nothing could be lacking, including a simulated training ground. She also intended to invite distinguished teachers, at least those of Soul Sect rank or higher. Anything less would be unacceptable. As for the name of the school, Liu Erlong initially planned to procure funding from her family, naming it the Blue Lightning Academy. However, with the prince now at the helm, she decided it would be fitting for him to choose the name. The night passed peacefully, leaving Xue Qinghe in a state of incredulous tranquility. Indeed, he felt like the king of luck. Early the next morning, Xue Qinghe pondered, little Xue must have returned by now. Chapter 8. The Ice and Fire Duality Eye. At dawn, the two continued their search for soul beasts in the sunset forest. The grasshoppers had only just risen to feast on the dew, and the forest's excessive humidity left their clothes damp. Xue Qinghe gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. Before striding purposefully forward, Liu Erlong promptly followed, ever diligent in her duty to protect the crown prince. The cave was a sanctuary, with few soul beasts nearby. Even the grasshoppers dared not venture close. Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of surprise. The cave bore an uncanny resemblance to something familiar. Perhaps it was simply due to the fact that caves tend to share a similar appearance. Xue Qinghe activated the system, selected the designated location, and commenced the check-in. At the entrance of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, he completed the check-in and was rewarded with the Encyclopedia of Toxicology. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. The phrase "the dark will give way to a brighter path" resonated with him as he realized he had stumbled upon the Eye of Ice and Fire. Truly, he felt as though he was favored by fortune. Given this discovery, it was likely that the entrance harbored some form of poison. Otherwise, the soul beast would not have been deterred. The master of this domain was Douluo, and with that old fellow absent, it presented a perfect opportunity for him to slip inside. In this vast world, was there truly any land that did not belong to the sovereign? Xue Qinghe felt no pangs of guilt. Erlong, please assist me in procuring these particular herbs. I shall await your return here, Xue Qinghe instructed. He then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, inscribing several lines before handing it to her. The Sunset Forest, abundant not only in soul beasts but also in countless precious herbs, offered a wealth of resources, and what he requested was hardly rare. Your Highness, let us venture together. I must ensure your safety, Liu Erlong declared earnestly. Xue Qinghe chuckled and said, no need. This area is rife with poison. Even the spirit beasts dare not approach. I shall observe here for a while. You may go ahead. Liu Erlong, still somewhat concerned, nodded quietly and departed hastily, though she did not venture far, remaining close by. Xue Qinghe sat patiently, opening the system interface to peruse the Encyclopedia of Toxicology. A vast expanse of knowledge surged into the ocean of his mind. In an instant, He transformed from a mere novice into an expert in the field. His keen eyesight allowed him to gaze distantly at the cave, analyzing the toxic components within. That scoundrel. Douluo relied on his title as the poison attribute Douluo, yet his understanding of toxicology was rather superficial, primarily employing a singular type of poison. Xue Qinghe consumed a small portion of provisions, and after a while, Liu Erlong returned from foraging for medicinal herbs. He utilized the flames of the three-legged golden crow to prepare a concoction, and then Liu Erlong ventured out to gather herbs 3 more times. Once the medicinal powder was crafted, Xue Qinghe sprinkled it near the cave entrance, neutralizing any potential threats, ensuring their safety. The duo proceeded into the cavern, first consuming a pill that warded off toxins. The cave was spacious, narrowing as they delved deeper, until they arrived at a realm wholly distinct from the rest. It was a sudden revelation. Before Xue Qinghe and his companion lay the pinnacle of the 3 great treasure troves of the Douluo continent. The ice and fire yin-yang eye. Liu Erlong was taken aback. Though she lacked an understanding of pharmacology, the soul power emanating from these rare herbs was sufficient for her to discern their immense value. Let us reside here for a few days, Xue Qinghe suggested with a smile. Oh, could you assist me in locating these herbs? Xue Qinghe inquired, handing Liu Erlong a piece of paper. Without hesitation, she set off to search, astonished by the richness of the local resources. It was likely that none of the upper 3 sects possessed such a bountiful collection. Xue Qinghe sat down and began his cultivation. This place was rich in soul power, far more suitable for training than many simulated cultivation realms. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Liu Erlong returned with herbs, and Xue Qinghe proceeded to refine them into powder. Sprinkling the powder in a circle around the Eye of Ice and Fire, he remarked, even if Duality returns, he won't be able to enter. Liu Erlong, somewhat skeptical, acknowledged that Duality was indeed a title Douluo, yet she dismissed her doubts, reasoning that even if he did come in, he would not pose a threat to Xue Qinghe. With the white powder encircling the area, Xue Qinghe felt at ease, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. He mused about how little Xue must be at home, anxiously pacing, and chuckled at the thought of the young girl's vexed expression. Silly little Qianren Xue. After completing the circle, Liu Erlong began to return, when suddenly a flash of a green figure darted toward her heart. Whoosh! Liu Erlong quickly retreated, blood splattering as she clutched her chest, glaring into the distance. Her fire dragon martial soul manifesting behind her. The figure had vanished into the forest, and she could not ascertain its martial soul, but its stealth capabilities were undoubtedly remarkable. Given her temperament, even when injured, she felt no inclination to retreat. Letting out a roar, she prepared to charge forward. Stop! Come back! Xue Qinghe's voice called from behind. Come back! Quickly! He commanded, his tone urgent. Despite Liu Erlong's fury, she dared not disobey Xue Qinghe's orders. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she steadied herself, remaining vigilant while retreating. The two retreated into the cave, returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Your Highness, Liu Erlong suddenly collapsed, and Xue Qinghe hurried to support her. The fact that someone could ambush Liu Erlong and inflict such severe injury indicated their extraordinary prowess. Retreating was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Do not worry. With the powder outside, he cannot enter, Xue Qinghe assured her. He then laid Liu Erlong down on the soft grass to allow her to recuperate. Wait here. I will fetch some medicine for you, he said. Liu Erlong gritted her teeth, carefully recalling the fleeting figure from moments ago. It was greenish but left no other impression. The soul power was likely at the Soul Emperor level. A Soul Emperor stooping to such cowardice is truly disgraceful, she thought, clenching her fists as her chest gradually darkened. That attack must have been poisoned. She held her breath and concentrated, using her soul power to protect her heart from the toxins, knowing that otherwise it would be the end. Although Xue Qinghe has only just mastered the comprehensive encyclopedia of toxicology, he has quickly assimilated the knowledge, and is already quite adept at it. He soon prepared the medicine for external injuries. When he approached, he noticed that Liu Erlong's expression was grave, his lips darkened, and his chest bore a patch of blackness. Xue Qinghe ultimately lacked sufficient experience and failed to immediately discern the nature of the poison she had been afflicted with. He swiftly composed himself, suppressing any panic, for even a titled Douluo like Duality on the Douluo continent employed only singular toxins. Most poisons utilized on the Douluo continent originated from martial souls, rendering them far less formidable than imagined. Erlong, lie down first. I shall expel the venom for you, Xue Qinghe declared with solemn gravity. Liu Erlong offered no protest. Holding profound respect for Xue Qinghe, whom she regarded as a kindred spirit, compliance came naturally. Meanwhile, Beyond the ice and fire yin yang well, the soul master who had grievously wounded Liu Erlong earlier found himself in frantic distress. His martial soul. The chameleon, though bearing the character for dragon in its name, resembled more a frog, capable of altering its hue to match the surroundings. Chapter 9. The 10,000-year soul ring damnation. If these two refuse to emerge, how am I to complete my mission? The chameleon soul emperor snarled in frustration, seizing a century-old wild boar from nearby. He hurled it into the cavern, only for the creature to disintegrate into dust upon contact with the powdered toxin. The soul emperor inhaled sharply. The powder, mingling with the damp cavern air, posed lethal peril. A single accidental breath carrying it into vital organs would prove instantly fatal. Within the ice and fire yin-yang well, Liu Erlong shed her upper garments, teeth clenched as she channeled soul power to shield her heart meridian. Xue Qinghe could not help but exclaim, this fire dragon girl possessed a beauty surpassing that of Tang San, an exquisite harmony of grace and fullness. A seamless embodiment of perfection. Between the pure white peaks, a vivid scarlet streak of blood evokes profound sorrow. He assisted Liu Erlong in cleansing her wound, applying ointment, and binding it with care. Thank you, Your Highness, Liu Erlong remarked, her complexion ashen as she donned her garment and reclined beneath a tree to recuperate. Do not worry. Rest well. Here, the treasures of heaven and earth are inexhaustible. Even if we cannot leave, we can endure for quite some time, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. A soul emperor rendered the two of them powerless. Since they were unable to fight back, they might as well lie down and accept their fate. After all, he could not enter. Xue Qinghe speculated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was indeed dispatched by the Qianren Xue sect. What a show of respect it was for me. A mere great spirit master, to receive a spirit emperor. Whenever Douluo returns, he will eliminate him, allowing both Xue Qinghe and his companion to depart. The ice and fire duality eye is abundant with rare and precious treasures. After wandering for a while, Xue Qinghe decided to utilize a few of these heavenly materials for his own benefit. Possessing an extraordinary fire attribute, he found that using a fiery herb would yield minimal enhancement, serving merely as a decorative embellishment. It would be far more advantageous to bestow it upon Liu Erlong, who possesses a fire attribute martial soul, making her the ideal recipient. As he continued his search, Xue Qinghe discovered a 9th-grade purple ginseng, a truly remarkable item. In the original narrative, Yu Xiaojiang had consumed this very herb to break through the 29th level bottleneck. Both Yu Xiaojiang, with his martial soul of three-headed dragon, and Liu Erlong, the fire dragon, share a lineage derived from the blue lightning Tyrant dragon, making it suitable for her as well. However, upon further reflection, he considered that if it were given to Tang Yuehua, it might also aid her in surpassing the 9th level threshold. Tang Yuehua, wielding her somewhat lackluster Haotian hammer, had already exhausted her potential at level 9. As she had shared an intimate night with Xue Qinghe, he resolved to reserve this extraordinary 9th-grade purple ginseng for her. Having settled these thoughts, Xue Qinghe sat quietly beside Liu Erlong, dedicating himself to his cultivation. He had no intention of venturing out, for this place offered rapid training, sustenance, and the delightful company of a beautiful companion. Xue Qinghe murmured to himself, perhaps I should wait until I become a titled Douluo before venturing out. Meanwhile, in the prince's residence, Qianren Xue returned, feeling quite perplexed. Xue Qinghe, having only recently attained the 22nd rank and with less than half a year of experience in hunting soul rings, why would he venture out to hunt again? Moreover, what is the significance of the three-legged golden crow martial spirit? While others may be oblivious, she knows Xue Qinghe intimately. This foolish prince currently has no need for a soul ring at all. Before long, Qianren Xue received a secret message indicating that her dispatched agents had not eliminated Xue Qinghe. She crushed the note with her soul power, frustration boiling within her. That simpleton is hiding away in a cave. Perhaps he will starve himself to death in there. The thought of him having taken advantage of her a few days prior even prompted Qianren Xue to consider visiting him personally. At present, she remains a maidservant in the prince's residence. Yet with Xue Qinghe's absence, she finds herself quite idle with little to occupy her time. When will His Highness return? Turning around, Qianren Xue transformed into the submissive maid Xiao Xue, inquiring of those within the estate. I do not know. I have heard that the palace has sent someone to the Sunset Forest in search of His Highness. He should return in the coming days, replied the estate staff. The Eye of Ice and Fire. The following day. Is it possible to sign in at the Eye of Ice and Fire? Xue Qinghe clicked to sign in. The sign-in was completed, and he received a reward, an exquisite eternal flame soul ring. Originally, he intended to acquire a soul ring by hunting soul beasts, but instead, He was granted a reward directly, prompting him to claim it immediately. The Eye of Ice and Fire is indeed a place of great significance, offering remarkably generous rewards. Xue Qinghe, you should remain as a maid in the prince's residence, and upon my return, I shall see to your punishment. The eternal, exquisite soul ring of the extreme fire harmonizes perfectly with Xue Qinghe. Any more would be excessive. Although he has evolved into a divine-level martial soul, he still possesses certain limitations. The previous Xue Qinghe had soul rings of inferior quality, one being 400 years and the other 700 years, yet this was still the optimal ratio. Given Xue Qinghe's original martial soul resembling a large white goose, it is evident that the royal family invested considerable effort, ensuring he consumed a plethora of rare materials. The black, 10,000-year soul ring gradually merged into Xue Qinghe's being, its immense power integrating seamlessly, as if it were custom-crafted for him. At this moment, Liu Erlong had regained about 60 to 70% of her strength and was able to move normally. Sensing the fluctuations in soul power nearby, she hastily approached. Where did the soul ring come from, Your Highness? No matter, let me provide protection first. The absorption process proceeded smoothly, and after half an hour, Xue Qinghe had gently exhaled, causing 2 yellow and 1 black soul rings to rise beneath him. Black? 10,000 years? Liu Erlong was taken aback, stumbling back 2 steps. According to the theories of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the insights of Yu Xiaojiang, the 3rd soul ring should be 1,000 years. How did His Highness suddenly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, and from where did it originate? Xue Qinghe rose to his feet. Noticing her astonishment, he chuckled softly and remarked, The celestial wonders of this realm have bestowed this soul ring upon me, courtesy of the sun, moon, and mountains. The notion of such a tribute from the sun, moon, and mountains bewildered Liu Erlong. Why would the mountains not offer their gifts to her? However, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat reasonable given that Xue Qinghe belonged to royalty and possessed the divine bird, the 3-legged golden crow, as his martial soul. Nature's submission to him appeared to be justified. Liu Erlong found herself perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Your Highness, since you have acquired the soul ring and significantly enhanced your strength, let us rest for another day. Once I regain some of my strength, I shall escort you to safety, Liu Erlong declared resolutely. She had made up her mind, even if it led to her demise. Ensuring the prince's escape would be a noble fate. Dying for one who understands you is a fortune beyond measure. Who says I intend to leave? I could linger here for 1.5 years, if need be, Xue Qinghe replied dismissively, settling back down as if intending to remain indefinitely. This left Liu Erlong in a state of confusion. Was the throne disregarded at home? Chapter 10. The Sign-In at the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Fear not. This fiery apricot blossom is yours. I have no use for it. Xue Qinghe pointed to a mystical herb over there. Liu Erlong, unable to comprehend his words, had never encountered such a thing before, so she walked in the direction he indicated. When she beheld the blazing fire apricot, she was momentarily stunned. This herb resonated with her so profoundly that when it was presented to her, she did not even utter a polite refusal. Thank you, Your Highness, Liu Erlong said. She settled beside the enchanting herb, pondering how she might consume it. Would ingesting it directly reduce her to ashes? For the feeble, indeed, it would. Liu Erlong, not particularly strong at the moment, decided to familiarize herself with the herb for a few days before contemplating the matter of consumption. Xue Qinghe has just absorbed his 3rd soul ring, a 10,000-year-old soul ring that has only elevated his soul power by a single level. Perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of his martial spirit, the concentration of his soul power is remarkably high. In the Tiandou Empire, within the royal palace, Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder have arrived to report to Emperor Xue Yu regarding Xue Qinghe's martial spirit, the 3-legged golden crow. On a snowy night, the emperor furrowed his brow. Based on their descriptions, he promptly summoned an artist to illustrate the outline of Xue Qinghe's martial soul. Although the Snow Knight Emperor's cultivation is not profound, he is acutely aware of the significance of this martial soul. Soul masters possessing a super martial soul are exceedingly rare across the entire continent. If what the 2 of them suggested were true, could it not imply a potential strength surpassing that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? Qinghe has only recently hunted his 2nd soul ring, having not yet reached 6 months. How could he possibly require a 3rd soul ring? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired. Friend, bowing respectfully, replied, This remains a mystery to us. Yet it is indeed true that he has ventured into the Sunset Forest with the 2 dragons. At this moment, Emperor Xue found his thoughts in disarray, contemplating a multitude of matters. In any household, every father harbors hopes that his son will excel remarkably. It is a natural inclination for a father to wish for his son to surpass him and ascend to loftier heights. However, this sentiment takes on a different dimension when the father is an emperor. Logically, the ascension of the crown prince's martial soul should be a momentous occasion, a fortuitous event for the entire Tiandou Empire. Yet, Emperor Xue Qinghe found himself ensnared in a dilemma, clenching his fists, uncertain of how to proceed. Very well. Send someone to escort Qinghe. Once he has hunted the third soul ring, he shall come to the palace. I wish to witness his martial soul, proclaimed Emperor Xue. A day later, beside the fire apricot tree, he signed in, earning a reward of a 10,000-year-old fire apricot. Xue Qinghe's lips quivered slightly, his eyes wide with astonishment as he swallowed hard, silently stowing away his thoughts. 100,000 years, an entire century of millennia. If one were to consume a fiery apricot blossom that had existed for 100,000 years, it would surely be more beneficial than ingesting a mere 100,000-year-old little dance. After all, the fiery apricot blossom possesses the essence of supreme flames, while Little Dance is simply an ordinary little rabbit. Xue Qinghe had carefully stored this precious plant in his system backpack before resuming his cultivation. A day later, upon signing in next to the octagonal xianbing grass, he was rewarded with another octagonal xianbing grass that had existed for a remarkable 100,000 years. Xue Qinghe had long been mentally prepared and was no longer surprised. However, he found the 10,000 years of octagonal profound ice grass unnecessary for the time being, so he decided to keep it, as it might prove useful in the future. The following day, he wondered whether signing in at the Yin and Yang springs of ice and fire would grant him a reward of an additional 500 years to his first spirit ring. The first spirit ring of Xue Qinghe is 350 years old. After an increase of 500 years, it becomes 850 years, which is categorized as yellow. This perception is rather weak. The enhancement of spirit rings is typically most pronounced when surpassing each threshold of 100 or 1,000 years. Xue Qinghe rested his chin on his hand, letting out a sigh as he continued with his sign-in. 7 days later, Xue Qinghe has been diligently signing in beside this spring, gradually enhancing his soul rings day by day. Now, the first soul ring has reached an age of 2,000 years, while the second soul ring has attained 2,100 years. Both transformed into a deep purple hue. Martial spirit, activate. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings rise up from beneath his feet. His first 2 soul rings have undergone a qualitative transformation, evolving from century-old rings to millennium-old ones, surpassing the optimal configuration. Xue Qinghe pondered that if he could remain here for a few more days, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Qianren Xue. Silly Xue was indeed an immensely vexing girl. Liu Erlong approached him and inquired, "Your Highness, we have been here for over 10 days now, and I have fully recovered. When shall we venture out?" Xue Qinghe spoke with a hint of resignation. "Isn't it pleasant to remain here? It is both safe and conducive to cultivation." Liu Erlong found himself without options. "Very well, since I have chosen to follow His Highness the Crown Prince, I shall remain steadfast in my decision. Within this ice and fire duality eye, there is sustenance. We shall not succumb to starvation. Thus, we shall continue to linger here." However, he noted that the Soul Emperor outside had not made a sound for several days. "But Your Highness, if we do not return, the palace will surely send someone to search for us," Liu Erlong remarked. "Let us revisit this matter in a month," Xue Qinghe replied. "Very well," Liu Erlong conceded, feeling a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, outside the ice and fire duality eye, Liu Erlong would emerge every 7 days to sprinkle medicinal powder. The Soul Emperor was on the verge of surrendering, realizing that this task was insurmountable. The Tiandou royal family had dispatched numerous formidable warriors to the Sunset Forest in search of Xue Qinghe. They had scoured every location, leaving only this enigmatic cave to explore. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that this was the lair of the poisoned Douluo. After Liu Erlong finished scattering the medicinal powder, he returned. The Tiandou royal family sought the poisoned Douluo, requesting his assistance in dispelling the toxic fog surrounding the area. Ningfengji, the esteemed teacher of Xue Qinghe, is also present here at the prince's mansion. Qianren Xue furrows her brow in distress, lamenting the cowardice of the dog prince, who has chosen to hide away. The Soul Emperor, despite his might, is utterly incapable of breaking the poison. What a useless wretch. What purpose do you serve if I keep you around? Moreover, she has become aware of the evolution of Xue Qinghe's martial soul. Qianren Xue finds herself increasingly troubled. The infiltration plan has yet to commence and is already on the verge of failure. I must personally eliminate the Xue Qinghe. Little Xue, come and savor the pastries," said Tang Yuewan with a cheerful smile. During this period, Xue Qinghe was absent, and Qianren Xue had been serving as a maid to Tang Yuehua countless times. She contemplated ending Tang Yuehua's life, yet what would follow? Could she truly usurp Tang Yuehua's position? Such a notion was impossible. "Thank you, my lady," Xiao Xue said respectfully. Tang Yuehua cherished this obedient girl, taking her out to play each day. However, with Xue Qinghe missing for so long, concern inevitably gnawed at her. Moreover, Xue Qinghe was in the Sunset Forest, and what if something were to happen? She could not have just married and be left in a state of mourning. "My lady need not worry. The prince is blessed by fate and shall be unharmed," Xiao Xue replied with a smile, resembling a harmless little angel. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly, feeling reassured by her words, hoping that all would be well. Chapter 11. Where is the soul ring? It has turned completely black. This poison, I cannot decipher it. Dugabo frowned. Gazing at the ominous toxic mist at the cave entrance, he felt trepidation. Even a slight contact could prove fatal. Ning Fengji's expression was grave. A poison formidable enough to trouble the poison Douluo was indeed alarming. "Your Highness, what could you possibly be doing inside? How did you come across such poison?" he inquired. "Swordmaster, can you dispel this toxic mist?" Ning Fengji asked. The sword Douluo shook his head and replied, "If we force our way through, it would not only destroy this precious cave, but could also endanger the prince should a collapse occur." He refrained from mentioning another concern, that the spreading toxic mist might also endanger many soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. "Are we to simply wait here?" Ning Fengji questioned. With both titled Douluos at a loss, it seemed they had no choice but to remain. They could only await the prince's emergence, should he not return. "Poison Douluo, surely you have provisions within your cave?" Ning Fengji asked. The poison Douluo replied, "Very little, primarily herbs. I have long since cleared out the wild rabbits and boars, fearing they would consume my herbs." Ning Fengji's countenance darkened. The prince couldn't possibly starve within. An utterly absurd thought. After several days of waiting outside, they decided to station someone here, for remaining indefinitely was untenable. The next day, they would return. The ice and fire Yin Eye. Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong lived here with remarkable ease, free from concerns about sustenance. The system provided solutions. And prior to their arrival, they had brought ample provisions, making a year-long stay entirely feasible. The outside world was in constant flux, with people coming and going in waves. However, those within remained unchanged. Liu Erlong, initially anxious to venture out, found her desire dissipated after a month. She resolved to remain here. Upon signing in at the Eye of Ice and Fire, the duration of the first soul ring was extended by 300 years. Upon signing in again, the duration of the second soul ring was similarly extended by 300 years. Once more, upon signing in, the duration of the first soul ring was extended by an additional 500 years. Xue Qinghe remained here, diligently signing in every day, his soul power surging upward akin to an ascending aircraft. Liu Erlong had been closely following him these days. Liu Erlong discovered that her fire dragon martial soul, in proximity to the three-legged golden crow, allowed for their dual cultivation, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort and a swift enhancement of their abilities. After a day of cultivation, as twilight descended and darkness enveloped the sky, Liu Erlong spoke, "Your Highness, may I borrow that soul power testing orb? I feel that my soul power has been advancing rapidly this past month." Xue Qinghe tossed the ball to her. Liu Erlong raised her hands. Having spent over a month in this realm of ice and fire, her soul power had elevated to the 59th level. "If I were to consume that fiery apricot blossom now, I could surely transcend to the 60th level," Liu Erlong remarked. However, she was not in haste to ascend. For even if she were to break through, there would be no means to capture a soul ring. The sixth soul ring typically resided around 20,000 years, and she might not stand a chance alone. Xue Qinghe was merely a three-ring soul master and certainly could not contend with a 20,000-year soul beast. Contemplating this, she resolved to continue her cultivation. Liu Erlong instinctively glanced at Xue Qinghe and noticed that while his martial spirit was manifested, his soul rings appeared to be absent. Rubbing her eyes, she thought, "Wait, they're not gone. It's just too dark to see clearly." Upon closer inspection, she realized they had transformed into a shade of black. All three soul rings now shrouded in darkness. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Liu Erlong inquired in astonishment. Xue Qinghe rose to his feet and spoke. "It is nothing. The soul ring has merely turned black." Liu Erlong swallowed hard, for a blackened soul ring signified that it had reached the age of 10,000 years. Liu Erlong was acutely aware of the formidable nature of a 10,000-year soul ring, as her own fifth soul ring was also of that age. She could discern that all three of Xue Qinghe's soul rings were indeed genuine 10,000-year rings. Erlong, come spar with me, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Just moments ago, Liu Erlong had instinctively believed that Xue Qinghe, with only 3 rings, could not possibly surpass her in strength. However, now she felt a sense of trepidation. Here stood a soul master possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings, along with an exceptional mutated martial soul. How could she contend with that? Your Highness, perhaps you should first test your soul power, Liu Erlong suggested. Xue Qinghe nodded, taking the soul power testing sphere, and soon the results emerged. Over the course of this month, there had been little enhancement in soul power, with only a mere increase of 4 levels. Liu Erlong's expression was peculiar. An elevation of 4 levels in a month was a pace of improvement that could likely be inscribed in the annals of the entire Tiandou Empire. For a prodigy endowed with an innate full soul power, it is customary to gain 2 levels in a year and 5 levels over 2 years before the age of 30. Such a rate of cultivation is sufficient to command respect across the continent. However, with Xue Qinghe's 4-level advancement in just 1 month, Liu Erlong felt that everything she had previously learned had been utterly overturned. Your Highness, let us engage in a few simple exchanges. Do not ruin the precious resources of this place, Liu Erlong remarked. Xue Qinghe nodded, for he too wished not to disturb this auspicious land. The two then unleashed their martial spirits. As the 3-legged golden crow of Xue Qinghe unfurled, Liu Erlong was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Her martial soul, a variant of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, typically afforded her a semblance of certainty regarding her bloodline's dominance. Yet today, she found herself unexpectedly constrained. Clenching her fists, Liu Erlong felt an unsettling dissonance. Aware that the suppression had diminished her power by at least 30%. Bang! The intense clash between Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong mirrored each other remarkably. As both warriors exhibited an audacious and straightforward style of combat, the air was saturated with fierce fluctuations of soul power, disturbing every blade of grass in the vicinity. After 10 minutes, Liu Erlong was gasping for breath, engaged in the sparring session with Xue Qinghe. The heat was overwhelming, causing his body to radiate an exceptionally high temperature. Liu Erlong not only had to withstand the opponent's formidable attacks but also the extreme heat, which began to take a toll on his stamina. With a resounding thud, Liu Erlong staggered back and declared, Your Highness, I concede. Xue Qinghe withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. How could one be so easily defeated? After all, you are at least a half-step Soul Emperor. What Xue Qinghe currently lacks most is combat experience. The previous Xue Qinghe had scarcely any practical experience, let alone the one who has traversed here. Erlong, are you feeling hot? Xue Qinghe inquired. Liu Erlong distanced herself slightly, taking a seat to cool off for a moment. Indeed, Your Highness's intense flames are overwhelmingly powerful, Liu Erlong replied helplessly, her breaths coming in deep gasps, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically. Xue Qinghe smiled and remarked, Fortunately, there are 2 springs here. We've been here for over a month without descending yet. Let us explore today. You should join me. Liu Erlong was taken aback. Chapter 12. Liu Erlong. In there? Your Highness, you cannot be jesting, Liu Erlong exclaimed in astonishment. The Eye of Ice and Fire is a realm of extreme cold and heat. It is already remarkable that we have provisions here. You wish to venture inside? Even a titled Douluo would struggle to survive within. Xue Qinghe chuckled and said, Of course, I am not jesting. Did I not provide you with a fire apricot blossom? Just consume it. Liu Erlong cast a glance at the 2 distant celestial herbs, having contemplated devouring them countless times over the past few days. Yet, while these celestial herbs possessed extraordinary attributes, they were also laced with potent toxins. To consume them unprepared could very well lead to dire consequences. Ahem. Allow me to demonstrate how to consume it, and then you may proceed, Xue Qinghe stated. With a swift motion, a 10,000-year-old fire apricot blossom appeared in his hand, not produced by the Eye of Ice and Fire, but rather bestowed by the system. Liu Erlong gazed at him in astonishment. Where did this come from? It is exceedingly rare to possess even one exquisite celestial herb. Such treasures are seldom encountered. How could His Highness possess such a rarity? Pay attention, Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. It was undoubtedly genuine, impossible to be a counterfeit. It was even more potent than the one from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Xue Qinghe took a mouthful of the substance, chewed for a moment, and then swallowed it down. Neither Tang San nor Douluo possessed the fire attribute, yet the fiery and rare flamboyant apricot blossom, aged 100,000 years, was perfectly suited to Xue Qinghe. For him, absorbing this essence bore no risk whatsoever, and his absorption rate surpassed that of Tang San. It was truly a waste for Tang San to consume this, His dual martial souls could not fully harness the capabilities of this celestial herb. The only benefits he could derive were the superficial effects of the fire immunity and water immunity. For Xue Qinghe, the challenge of absorbing this essence was akin to that of assimilating a 100,000-year soul ring. Liu Erlong quickly distanced herself, for although she too possessed the fire attribute, she could not compare to Xue Qinghe. Even from afar, she felt the powerful radiance of soul power emanating, prompting her to retreat even further. The absorption process of Xue Qinghe was remarkably smooth, as if the fiery apricot blossom had found its rightful master, swiftly merging into Xue Qinghe's very essence. Half an hour later, Xue Qinghe exhaled a breath of warm air, slowly opening his eyes, having fully absorbed the essence. However, his innate power as a three-legged golden crow was already formidable, seemingly reaching the point of diminishing returns. This single fiery apricot blossom proved insufficient to induce a qualitative transformation, serving merely as an embellishment. Xue Qinghe clenched his fist and remarked, "This divine herb should elevate me to level 40. Your Highness, you have succeeded," exclaimed Liu Erlong in astonishment. She had been utterly powerless against the fiery poison of the divine herb, yet Xue Qinghe had effortlessly absorbed an even more potent one. Could it be that the heavens were indeed favoring our Tiandou Empire? Liu Erlong gazed at him with profound significance. If anyone could reshape the fate of the Tiandou Empire or the realm of soul masters, it could only be the prince before her, provided he could firmly secure the throne. Come closer, I shall provide you protection. If you find it difficult to absorb, then channel it into my body, Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong nodded silently, fully aware that forcibly absorbing a divine herb was fraught with peril. However, Xue Qinghe's presence bestowed upon her an unparalleled sense of security. She was willing to entrust her life to this prince. Very well, Your Highness. Liu Erlong approached the blazing fire apricot blossom. Feeling the corrosive heat of the fiery poison and holding her breath, the fire apricot blossom emanated a protective spiritual force, sufficient to deter all but the most formidable soul emperors from approaching. Crash! Xue Qinghe promptly unleashed the three-legged golden crow, suppressing it with an extraordinary flame, thus granting Liu Erlong the opportunity to harvest it. Liu Erlong felt a deep sense of embarrassment, realizing that without assistance, she would have been utterly incapable of achieving this feat. She settled herself in a cross-legged position, emulating Xue Qinghe's earlier actions. Upon awakening her martial spirit, she consumed the celestial herb in one swift motion. Almost instantly, as it entered her stomach, the herb's potent energy erupted within her, saturating her limbs and even seeping through her skin. Boom! The heat radiating from her skin incinerated Liu Erlong's garments, causing them to evaporate into thin air. Her fair and delicate skin was laid bare before Xue Qinghe, turning a vibrant shade of crimson at an alarming pace, deepening into a purplish hue with blood beginning to trickle forth. Liu Erlong let out a pained groan. With her current strength, absorbing the fiery essence of the herb proved exceedingly arduous. Just as her mental fortitude teetered on the brink of collapse, a pair of gentle hands rested upon her back. While aiding her in channeling the chaotic external energies, these hands also helped to draw out the excessively volatile spiritual energy of the herb. Liu Erlong gasped for breath, her body beginning to relax somewhat, yet the fiery toxicity had encroached upon her heart, amplifying her agitation. "Do not panic. Maintain your composure," Xue Qinghe exclaimed in anger, just as he was on the verge of untangling Liu Erlong's heart. From within her heart, a fervent force began to extend toward her limbs. This warmth, while not significantly harmful, possessed an exceedingly corrosive nature. Xue Qinghe withdrew his hand, realizing that this venom was exceptionally tenacious. Suddenly, Liu Erlong turned around. The fair-skinned beauty sat before him, her complexion radiant. "Your Highness, I feel a bit warm." Her body had already begun to recover. With Xue Qinghe's valiant efforts, the fierce poison had been relatively harmoniously integrated within her. Only the final remnant of the venom remained, wreaking havoc within her body with impunity. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback when Liu Erlong suddenly lunged forward. A warm and delicate body surged towards him, and despite his attempts to push her away, he found himself unable to do so. "Hey, Liu Erlong, what are you doing? Release me. Let me go," Xue Qinghe exclaimed. Yet the irascible mother dragon paid no heed to his words. Her inherently decisive and straightforward nature was exacerbated by the venomous fire raging within her, rendering her unable to restrain her emotions. Faced with the chaotic actions of a soul king, Xue Qinghe, a mere soul venerable, found himself utterly powerless to resist. Soon, after a flurry of aggressive advances from Liu Erlong, Xue Qinghe swiftly turned the tables. Unlike Liu Erlong, whose fury surged in an instant, she gradually regained her consciousness, realizing that no matter how tempestuous she became, she could no longer dictate the circumstances. The duality of ice and fire resonated in the atmosphere, accompanied by a constant stream of enchanting melodies. Chapter 13. Erlong, you must take responsibility for me. After a considerable time had passed, the two lay quietly beside the hot springs of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Her mind had cleared, and the fire poison had been extinguished by Xue Qinghe. Liu Erlong burrowed into his embrace, as if seeking refuge. Perhaps this was merely a dream. Dreams always come to an end. Yet the pain in her lower abdomen starkly reminded her of the reality. In her dazed state, Liu Erlong found herself enveloping his ardent spirit between her thighs. Surrendering to slumber, time drifted away. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, the distinction between day and night blurred, the only source of light emanating from the spring's glow. Above, the sky was obscured, preventing any light from penetrating. Suddenly, Liu Erlong awoke, her eyes snapping open as she instinctively swallowed hard. Gritting her teeth, she pushed Xue Qinghe away. Your Highness, do not look. Turn away. Erlong, rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. You need not concern yourself with Tang Yuehua. Let us pretend that yesterday never occurred. I shall return to my training, she declared resolutely, striding forward. Yet, before she could venture far, Xue Qinghe enveloped her from behind. Erlong, why not accept your fate? Would it not be delightful to be my woman? I shall bestow upon you the title of noble consort, he suggested. Your Highness, please maintain your dignity. You are merely a prince. Should the Emperor learn of your self-appointment, you may well lose your princely status, Liu Erlong cautioned without turning back. With a sudden effort, she attempted to break free from his embrace. The throne shall be mine in due time. What? Do you not desire the title of noble consort? If not, then perhaps you would prefer to be a maid, Xue Qinghe retorted without reservation, pulling her closer. Erlong, did we not agree to enter the spring together yesterday? Come now, he urged. Liu Erlong sat cross-legged, her soul power fully restored and even elevated beyond her previous state. She estimated her soul power had reached level 60 and suspected that with one more soul ring, she could attain level 70. In that moment, she dared not underestimate the prince, who was 20 levels beneath her. Xue Qinghe's true capabilities might not be inferior to hers. Your Highness, I wish to recover first, Liu Erlong said, casting a glance at him before quickly averting her gaze and closing her eyes. Do not look at me. Do not look at me, she internally resisted. However, when Xue Qinghe approached and wrapped his legs around her, she found herself offering no resistance. Your Highness, we cannot continue this way. Please let me go, Liu Erlong pleaded, as Xue Qinghe's embrace around her slender waist and his head resting against her back drew them into a tender yet ambiguous closeness. Do you not wish to take responsibility for me, you heartless woman? Beyond the Eye of Ice and Fire, the Tiandou royal family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had dispatched personnel to guard the cave entrance, awaiting the dissipation of the toxins. All toxins have a lifespan, especially those that permeate the air. The poison Douluo remarked that within a week, the toxins would significantly diminish, allowing titled Douluo level experts to enter safely and retrieve the prince. Needless to say, this task fell to him. Many were already aware of the prince's predicament within, and through Qianren Xue, the news had reached the Pope's palace. Pope Bibi Dong, upon reviewing the report sent by Qianren Xue, scoffed. Little Xue, what a useless creature. You failed even as an undercover agent. A mere poison has incapacitated you. Truly laughable. Beside Bibi Dong stood a 6- or 7-year-old girl who had just awakened her martial soul, with golden short hair, obediently standing nearby. Chapter 14. 1 month of sign-in. This little girl was Holiness, who had awakened with innate full soul power. And Bibi Dong raised her as if she were her daughter. She proved to be quite promising, cultivating rapidly, though still not quite matching Bibi Dong's prowess in her youth. Nonetheless, she ranked among the top in the history of the Spirit Hall. At the Eye of Ice and Fire, those waiting outside had longed for 10 days. The toxicity at the cave entrance had diminished somewhat. For titled Douluo level experts, the risk of amputation was now feasible to brave the entrance. Poison Douluo took a deep breath, steeling himself, and with a determined stomp, he charged forward. Just then, Liu Erlong approached the cave entrance with a bucket, taking out a ladle and beginning to sprinkle poison powder. She had already consumed the antidote in advance and was unharmed. Liu Erlong, halt. Is His Highness truly inside? Douluo demanded angrily. My precious resources. Your Highness, have mercy and leave me at least a shred. Ignoring his protests, Liu Erlong continued to sprinkle the poison powder. Duality furrowed his brow, and the dozen or so soul masters behind him grew anxious. Big sister, please stop. Cease this at once. Poison Douluo. If you leave a strand of hair, His Highness can help you test for toxins and return in 10 days for the antidote, Liu Erlong said coolly. Duality was momentarily taken aback. Could the prince truly neutralize the poison? He was a renowned poison Douluo. Perhaps one of the foremost experts in the field across the Douluo continent. Yet even he had been powerless against his own toxins. If he could remedy them, he would not have suffered for so many years. Having said this, Liu Erlong shot him a glance. If you won't provide any hair, then I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Duality hurriedly declared, preferring to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. He swiftly severed a lock of hair, infused with his soul power, and cast it toward Liu Erlong. She received it, having exhausted her supply of poison powder, and turned to depart. Duality watched as Liu Erlong vanished deep into the cave, his brow furrowed with suspicion towards Xue Qinghe. He had never heard of Xue Qinghe possessing the ability to detoxify, and the Tiandou royal family was not known for their proficiency in poison. Dualiti's expectations of Xue Qinghe fluctuated dramatically. On one hand, if the poison in the vicinity of this cave truly originated from him, then Xue Qinghe's mastery over toxins would be nothing short of remarkable. Conversely, it would be quite normal, as the Tiandou royal family had never produced a practitioner of poison throughout its long history. It was a state of ambivalence. Upon reaching the cave's depths, Liu Erlong gently clenched her teeth, reaching out to steady herself against the wall. The pain in her abdomen persisted, and the relentless battles of the past few nights had gradually depleted her strength. Soon, she returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire, setting down the medicinal barrel. Your Highness, I have returned, Liu Erlong announced. Xue Qinghe received a set of bedding from the system, which truly alleviated his urgent need. He wrapped himself snugly in the quilt and exclaimed, Erlong, come quickly, I have missed you dearly. Liu Erlong pouted. She bore numerous large and small strawberries on her body, a mischief wrought by the mischievous prince, and desired a moment of respite. Your Highness, I must cultivate now. Liu Erlong replied, choosing to distance herself rather than approaching. Xue Qinghe let out a cold snort. Dare you defy me? Now you cast me aside, but in the future, we shall see if you will seek my favor. The pretense of aloofness is misguided. Liu Erlong sat cross-legged, responding with a disdainful huff. I still have my cultivation to attend to. Men are merely stumbling blocks in my path. She resembled a dedicated scholar, absorbed in her practice. As her soul power began to circulate, her feelings for Xue Qinghe were complex, despite her earlier insistence on not being together. She found herself unable to resist him time and again. Over the past 10 days, she had engaged in such intimate actions in a half-hearted manner. After consuming the fire apricot essence, her cultivation speed had accelerated several-fold, yet she found herself stuck at the 60th level bottleneck. If she were to return now and perform the martial soul fusion technique with Flinder and the others, it would likely be enough to contend with soul saints above the 70th level, with ample soul power accumulated. The lack of soul rings was becoming a source of internal strain. Although Yu Xiaojiang's theory suggested that soul power could still accumulate after reaching a bottleneck without hunting for soul rings, in practice, this method of stagnation was exceedingly foolish. For instance, Liu Erlong, currently at level 60 with only 5 soul rings, maintained a cultivation speed equivalent to that of a soul king. However, upon acquiring a soul ring, she would immediately elevate to at least the level of a soul emperor, thereby enhancing her cultivation speed to that of a soul emperor. It is an undeniable fact that soul emperors cultivate faster than soul kings. Remaining stuck at a bottleneck without acquiring soul rings primarily results in wasted time and a deficit in soul power cultivation. This is particularly crucial for young soul masters, for time is of the essence. The sooner one breaks through, the more advantageous it becomes. Additionally, the factor of self-preservation cannot be overlooked. The stronger one's power, the greater their survival capability within the soul master realm. The absence of a 6th soul ring makes a significant difference. Moreover, having recently consumed the fire apricot essence, with the aid of the divine herb, she should be able to surpass the 33rd level with ease. Xue Qinghe has now reached the 40th level, and he deeply comprehends this truth. A mere low-level existence holds no future. He emerged from his cocoon of warmth, donned his attire, and prepared to venture forth. Both he and his companion required the acquisition of soul rings. Ere long, let us embark on the hunt for soul rings, Xue Qinghe proclaimed. Liu Erlong rose to her feet, responding, very well, Your Highness. She no longer dared to underestimate Xue Qinghe, despite his recent attainment of the 40th level. His prowess might well rival her own. Upon our return, we shall immerse ourselves in the ice and fire springs, Xue Qinghe added with a smile. Xue Qinghe had long desired to descend for cultivation, yet he found himself captivated by the exquisite form of Liu Erlong. Indeed, women proved to be formidable obstacles on his path to enlightenment. Your Highness, are you truly intent on descending? It is perilous, Liu Erlong cautioned. Despite Xue Qinghe's formidable strength, should he venture forth and meet his demise, she would be left in a state of perpetual widowhood, which was utterly unacceptable. Rest assured, it will be fine. Come, let us depart. After being confined within the ice and fire yin-yang for over a month, the two finally emerged. The crowd awaiting them had dwindled significantly. Douluo had already departed. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe's return, 6 or 7 soul masters hastened towards him. Your Highness, you have finally emerged. Please, return with us. They implored eagerly. Liu Erlong positioned herself before him, exuding the potent aura of a soul king, which effectively repelled the approaching individuals. His Highness intends to hunt for soul rings. Do not follow, as you will only hinder him, she stated with unwavering certainty. Truly, she was a tempestuous little dragon. Chapter 15. The collapse of Yu Xiaojiang. The warriors from the Heaven Do Empire exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss. This fiery woman offered them no chance to speak. Her piercing gaze fixed upon them like a lit powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. Your Highness, Erlong, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder rushed over. They had waited here for many days, occasionally wandering about before returning to keep vigil, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. Upon their arrival, they promptly bowed to Xue Qinghe. No need for formalities. Fortuitously, you two have come to assist me in hunting for soul rings, Xue Qinghe declared. Rest assured, I, Flinder, shall procure a superior soul ring for you, Flinder proclaimed confidently. Yu Xiaojiang cast a furtive glance at Liu Erlong, his heart a tumult of emotions, grappling with a multitude of unsaid thoughts. Flinder, cousin, it is good to see you both, Liu Erlong greeted with a smile. The word cousin struck Yu Xiaojiang like a dagger to the heart. Why must she refer to him as cousin? The woman he adored was, in fact, his own cousin. Noticing Yu Xiaojiang's troubled expression, Liu Erlong inquired, What troubles you? Yu Xiaojiang hastily replied, It's nothing, nothing at all. Let us hurry and assist His Highness in hunting for soul rings. The warriors stationed at the cave's entrance dared not approach, yet they did not leave, perhaps hoping that His Highness would return. Thus, they continued their watch. Simultaneously, they dispatched someone to report back. Xue Qinghe and the Golden Triangle ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of suitable soul beasts. According to his attributes, Xue Qinghe can only possess a fire attribute, or perhaps strength and speed. Other attributes are not only unsuitable for him, but he may struggle to absorb them at all. Your Highness, although you have not acquired a soul ring for over a month, it is of no consequence. Even in the absence of a soul ring, the accumulation of soul power does not cease, and once the soul ring is obtained, it will manifest. The upper limit for the third soul ring is 1,700 years, which is well within Flandra's capabilities. Yu Xiaojiang expounded on his theories, while Flandra was also prepared to achieve great merit, and perhaps upon returning, he could even be rewarded with some monetary compensation. Xue Qinghe has stated, No, what I require is the fourth soul ring. As soon as he finished speaking, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder exchanged glances, bewildered by the situation. Over a month ago, Xue Qinghe had left his residence to venture into the Sunset Forest for the purpose of obtaining his third soul ring. They had assumed that during this past month, he had yet to acquire it. Liu Erlong, standing nearby, remarked, His Highness possesses an unpredictable fortune. He has already obtained the third soul ring, and it is a 10,000-year-old one. A 10,000-year third soul ring? The two were momentarily stunned, particularly Yu Xiaojiang. Renowned as a staunch advocate of the theory regarding the age limits of soul rings, he could have accepted a slight deviation from his theoretical framework. But this was an entirely different magnitude. Yu Xiaojiang, in a state of turmoil, inquired, Your Highness, may I have the privilege of observing your soul ring? As soon as he uttered these words, he realized the impropriety of his request, and hastily added, Your Highness, I was merely caught up in the moment. I beg your forgiveness. While Yu Xiaojiang was famed for his theoretical prowess, his previous statement had crossed a boundary that even a child would recognize. In the soul beast forest, recklessly revealing one's martial soul is exceedingly perilous. To manifest a martial soul signifies a readiness for combat, which is perceived as a provocation by the soul beasts. Weaker beings would naturally retreat, yet those of slightly greater strength would certainly engage. Consequently, this could lead to a potential encirclement. Xue Qinghe cast a glance at him, then walked ahead with Liu Erlong, heading deeper into the sunset forest. The air in this forest was remarkably fresh, and Xue Qinghe took a deep breath. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor of excrement invaded his nostrils. Xue Qinghe's expression suddenly froze. This scent was too overpowering. He feigned composure, recognizing the treacherous nature of this forest. Yu Xiaojiang, following behind, felt utterly superfluous. He initially wished to inform Xue Qinghe that a soul master could absorb a spirit ring within a 5,000-year limit. But recalling that Xue's third spirit ring was 10,000 years, he quickly dismissed the thought. Yu Xiaojiang's mind was in turmoil. His theoretical knowledge required an update, lest he find himself unable to even deceive a single disciple in the future. Under what circumstances could a soul master absorb spirit rings beyond their level? As he pondered while walking, he became somewhat absent-minded. Had it not been for the person beside him, he would have long been devoured by a soul beast. Liu Erlong said, "Brother Flender, I have now reached level 60 and also require a 10,000-year spirit ring. At that time, the three of us can employ our martial soul fusion techniques." The combined power of their bright sacred dragon was sufficient to rival that of a soul saint, making them more than capable of dealing with soul beasts of 20,000 years. Both Yu Xiaojiang and Flender were taken aback. What was happening? Liu Erlong had already reached level 60? Erlong, how did you achieve level 60? Flender inquired, astonished. In just over a month. Her soul power had surged by 2 or 3 levels. This was surely unprecedented. Yu Xiaojiang was left dumbfounded, feeling as though his theoretical knowledge had been ruthlessly kneaded within a single day. Liu Erlong glanced at Xue Qinghe and smiled mysteriously. His Highness the Prince bestowed upon me a celestial herb, and after consuming it, I attained my current cultivation, she replied calmly. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, his head buzzing. As evening descended, they set up camp in the sunset forest. After a day of searching, they had yet to find a suitable soul beast. Fire-type soul beasts were not difficult to find, but those over 10,000 years were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the spirit rings required by Liu Erlong and Xue Qinghe should be of a similar age, around 20,000 years. The soul beast's strength in the sunset forest paled in comparison to that of the Tiandou forest. However, spending a few more days would surely yield results. They erected 2 tents, one of which was more spacious and comfortable, designated for Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, please rest assured. Tonight, the 3 of us will keep watch. Flender assured him. Xue Qinghe was rather blunt, remarking on the fact that he was, after all, a prince. Was it expected for a prince to keep vigil while the 3 of them slept? That night, they caught a few fish nearby and, feeling satiated, prepared to rest. I'll take the first watch, Sister Erlong. You can relieve me later, Flender said with a cheerful grin. Liu Erlong did not refuse and followed Xue Qinghe back to the tent, leaving Flender and Yu Xiaojiang alone outside. Flender seemed to have something to say but hesitated, sensing something amiss. They had been through thick and thin together for quite some time. Although there was a distinction between the genders, it was entirely normal for Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, being cousins, to share a tent. Yet, she had entered Xue Qinghe's tent instead. Flender and Yu Xiaojiang exchanged glances, a mutual understanding dawning upon them. Could it be that they were together? Chapter 16. Qianren Xue's Devious Mind. Yu Xiaojiang and Flender were taken aback. If the knowledge of his kinship with Liu Erlong had already pierced his heart like a dagger, this revelation shattered it completely. Sister Erlong, Flender managed to utter. Liu Erlong turned back, speaking rapidly. Flender will take the first half of the night. I will take the latter. I'm off to rest now. With that, she entered the tent. Yu Xiaojiang and Flender sat on the ground, enveloped in silence. Xiaojiang, you should head back to the tent. I'll keep watch out here, Flender suggested. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, trudging back with a heavy heart, unable to voice the turmoil within. Feeling profoundly pained. Perhaps it was time to let go. She was my cousin, and I should wish her well. No, she is the girl I like. I ought to try again. How could I? Are you not afraid of being beaten by your uncle? Would your family accept this? Ridiculous. Who says cousins cannot be together? What? Do you think you can outfight the prince? They are together now. What chance do you have? Do you even know if she likes you back? Yu Xiaojiang lay quietly, feeling despondent, as if his heart had turned to ash. Perhaps it would be better to simply fade away, to abandon hope and find a quiet place to live alone. Why fight and struggle? It was exhausting. He thought to himself, but there was nothing he could do. This was beyond his control. Time to sleep. Meanwhile, Flender outside extinguished the fire and took out a small bottle of liquor, contemplating a drink. But no. The scent might attract wandering soul beasts, and that would spell disaster. Both tents extinguished their candle flames. In the dead of night, Liu Erlong emerged from the tent. Flander, I'm here to take over. You can rest now. All right, Sister Erlong, be careful, Flander replied, retreating into the tent. Xue Qinghe tightly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Unable to find peace. Outside, the night breeze was cool, and Liu Erlong remained alert, fully attentive to her surroundings, not daring to let her thoughts wander. The following morning dawned bright and early. Xue Qinghe rose with exuberance, ready to embrace another vibrant day. Is there a need to sign in within the tent? Xue Qinghe activated the system. The first task upon awakening was to sign in, nothing more. Although this tent was not a place of profound significance. Xue Qinghe steadfastly believed in a guiding principle. The earlier one signs in, the better. All cultivation resources ought to be swiftly transformed into actual prowess. For that is the only tangible existence. Otherwise, it is mere illusion. Within the tent, the sign-in reward was the Yin-Yang Master's Corpse God Curse. This skill, renowned in the realm of Qin's moon, gained notoriety when, at the conclusion of the 4th season, the Yin-Yang Master's star soul utilized it to render the members of the Mo family utterly ineffectual. The Corpse God Curse, once inflicted, would cause the victim to lose all internal energy, resulting in paralysis and diminished strength for a duration of 12 hours. After this period, the individual would naturally recover. Xue Qinghe swiftly mastered this skill, adapting it to the context of Douluo continent. This ability allows one to render a soul master's soul power ineffective. This skill is exceedingly valuable and, as it stands, seems devoid of any limitations on strength. In other words, even a formidable figure like Tiandou could potentially fall victim to its effects. Xue Qinghe was elated. With this, he had acquired yet another life-saving trump card, and one capable of turning the tide in his favor. He stepped out of the tent, where Liu Erlong had prepared a roasted fish for him. Your Highness, shall we venture deeper today? The ancient soul beasts of the Sunset Forest are quite few. We have yet to reach the core of the forest. Only further in will we find the habitat of the 1,000-year soul beasts, Liu Erlong remarked. Xue Qinghe nodded and said, let it be this way. In truth, Flander felt quite confident. After all, the three of them united possessed the capability to face soul beasts below 50,000 years in age without the risk of demise, ensuring their safe retreat. Moreover, Liu Erlong's soul power had now reached the impressive level of 60. After a hearty breakfast, the four of them departed swiftly. Xue Qinghe trailed behind, remaining silent. His pace was the slowest, somewhat hindering their progress. The other three continued to venture deeper into the forest, where the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. In the depths of the woods, the cheerful chirping of birds had nearly ceased, as the ordinary avian creatures could not withstand the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the soul beasts present. Even a mere sneeze could spell their doom. Those who resided in the heart of the forest were certainly no ordinary beings. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. As they walked, Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow. The ground trembled violently, as if a multitude of beasts were stampeding. Trees along the path they had just traversed toppled over, and ferocious beasts charged toward them. What is happening? Could they be heading in our direction? Xue Qinghe said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, expressing his helplessness. The roar of countless beasts grew increasingly intense, and Xue Qinghe sensed a dire situation. It seemed they had no avenue for retreat. Should these soul beasts surge forward, the four of them would undoubtedly be trampled to death. Snow-clearing river. Should we delve deeper into the core circle and incite a clash between the surging soul beasts and the formidable beings within? Perhaps we could seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. The golden iron triangle exchanged glances, and in that moment, resolved to proceed with this plan. Employing poison to counter poison, believing it might provide a glimmer of hope. Yet, what could have driven these soul beasts into such a frenzy? With a thunderous roar, the four of them simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. The three-legged golden crow of Xue Qinghe possesses wings, enabling it to soar through the skies. It embraced Liu Erlong and ascended into the air. Similarly, the cat-eagle martial soul, Flander, unfurled its wings and took off with Xue Qinghe. The territorial instinct of soul beasts is particularly potent, although Xue Qinghe and his companions faced numerous soul beasts. The presence of a single 30,000-year-old soul beast would suffice to subdue the majority of them. Xue Qinghe was utterly bewildered, pondering the situation at hand. How could a mere soul ring hunt provoke such widespread ire? Swiftly, the four of them soared towards the heart of the circle. The myriad beasts continued their relentless pursuit. Yet there was a palpable hesitation among them. Although a millennium-old soul beast may not possess great intelligence, it was acutely aware of whom it should not provoke. Beyond this point lay the domain of the formidable. At that moment, Qianren Xue stood at the entrance of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, flanked by three formidable soul masters. Is there truly no way to neutralize this poison? Qianren Xue inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. The elder replied, "It is indeed exceedingly complex. I have dispatched samples back to the Spirit Hall, and they have indicated that there is hope for a resolution within a year." With a disdainful snort, Qianren Xue retorted. "Why not say a decade later? Elder, the Qingyo clan has been incensed. They are launching a fierce assault on Xue Qinghe, and other races have been stirred as well. Currently, Xue Qinghe and his companions are being driven towards the core circle," a subordinate reported hastily. Chapter 17. I am the Luck King in the Sunset Forest. A piercing arrow soared through the clouds, heralding the approach of 1,000 troops. Just as Xue Qinghe was soaring through the skies with Liu Erlong, a comet-like arrow swiftly hurtled toward them. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Xue Qinghe found himself abruptly pushed aside by Liu Erlong. The two were thus separated. With a swift descent from the heavens, Liu Erlong realized that to evade the impending beast tide, her only means of survival lay in plunging into the water. Upon her descent, she plunged directly into a vast expanse of lake. The aquatic soul beasts were indeed scarce, not due to their inability to hold their breath, but rather because the waters teemed with an overwhelming number of soul beasts. Once submerged, she faced yet another dead end. As Liu Erlong immersed herself, she activated her martial spirit, confronting the ferocious water soul beasts that approached from all directions. Xue Qinghe found himself on the flank of the beast tide, holding his breath and narrowly escaping peril. Upon witnessing Liu Erlong entering the water, he resolved to rescue her. Prior to emerging from the cave, he had meticulously devised a comprehensive plan. To confront the water spirit beast, Xue Qinghe had already formulated a strategy, fishing with explosives. Bang! Xue Qinghe hurled a sizable crimson bomb directly into the water, and yet, this was not sufficient. He called for another. The bomb, upon entering the water, detonated with a resounding explosion. The lake, already modest in size, reverberated with the thunderous blast, immediately capturing the attention of the water spirit beast, thus granting Liu Erlong the opportunity to make his escape. Xue Qinghe relentlessly cast bomb after bomb into the water, claiming the lives of countless fish. If not for the pressing time, he would have certainly taken some back with him. These explosives were not physical entities, but rather skill rewards granted to him in recent days, coalesced through his spiritual power. Bang! The sound of explosions intensified, drawing the fierce attention of the aquatic soul beasts. "Human, come down. Are you afraid to face us?" Bang! A column of water erupted from the lake's depths, surging toward Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe, quick-witted and agile, swiftly evaded the impending danger. Undeterred, he conjured an array of explosives, hurling them into the water. Let them explode, he thought. A violent eruption of water surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous blasts, unsettling the aquatic spirits within. The denizens of the depths, particularly the ancient soul beasts, were incensed by this affront. Among them, a millennia-old soul beast, its primal instincts ignited, fixated on Xue Qinghe, intent on emerging to eliminate him. However, Xue Qinghe deftly fled, demonstrating that discretion is the better part of valor. Xue Qinghe sprinted frantically towards the direction where Liu Erlong had fallen into the water. "Your Highness, congratulations on surviving this calamity." At that moment, a gentle voice, tinged with a chilling aura, emanated from behind him, prompting him to turn around immediately. He soon realized that it was all a scheme orchestrated by Qianren Xue. She certainly had been keeping a close watch on him. Had he known, he would have refrained from emerging from his lair. The woman before him radiated golden light, her back adorned with 6 resplendent golden wings, a truly dazzling sight. Regrettably, she wore a half-masked visage, revealing only her rosy lips, thus preventing him from beholding her full beauty, a lamentable circumstance indeed. However, from her lips, one could perceive the vitality of youth. Aside from her slightly malicious disposition, she was undeniably a great beauty. Beneath her feet, for soul rings illuminated, yellow and purple, indicative of her formidable prowess at the tender age of 11, having already attained the rank of soul sect. It was a truly formidable feat. At this moment, in addition to Qianren Xue, dozens of powerful soul Douluo-level individuals had surrounded the area, demonstrating the immense effort Qianren Xue had expended in her pursuit to eliminate Xue Qinghe. Beneath the feet of Xue Qinghe, 3 black soul rings shimmered incessantly, leaving the members of the Spirit Hall in a state of utter disbelief. Particularly, Qianren Xue gazed at him as one might at a monster. This is impossible. Not only has his martial soul mutated, but even the soul rings exhibit such peculiarities. Meet your demise. Qianren Xue uttered little, for this man's series of audacious maneuvers nearly thwarted her undercover plan, and she had become the subject of ridicule by Bibi Dong. After all, Qianren Xue was merely an 11-year-old girl, fervently yearning to prove her strength to her mother. Yet, the person before her bore no resemblance to Xue Qinghe, not even in the slightest. With the angelic holy sword in hand, she charged forward. Xue Qinghe hastily produced 3 small vials, releasing the highly toxic powder into the surrounding area. Let us perish together. No, you shall meet your demise while I have already consumed the antidote. At that moment, the 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings, dispersing the powder toward Qianren Xue. In an instant, the atmosphere was enveloped in poison. Elder, retreat quickly, exclaimed the members of the Wuhuan Palace in alarm. Qianren Xue furrowed her brow, fully aware of the dreadfulness of this toxin. In the face of such poison, even a titled Douluo is no different from an ordinary citizen. She sheathed her sword, realizing that her only option was to unleash long-range skills to bombard Xue Qinghe. Any attempt to approach would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Until we meet again, Xue Qinghe strode confidently away, determined that no one could bring about his demise as long as he was adequately prepared. In the setting sun's forest, a toxic mist enveloped the surroundings. Qianren Xue soared at a low altitude, observing Xue Qinghe vanish into the woods, her fury ignited by his retreat. The potency of his venom was overwhelming, leaving her no alternative. Thus, Qianren Xue led her companions in a strategic withdrawal. Xue Qinghe fled to a distant place, where he retrieved Liu Erlong from the water. The two of them glided away smoothly, leaving Qianren Xue behind, filled with confusion. Xue Qinghe, bearing the injured Liu Erlong upon his back, unfurled his wings and swiftly took flight. As for the matter of soul rings, they can wait. It would be wise to remain concealed until the system bestows such rewards once more. Xue Qinghe soared towards the cave, incessantly releasing toxins to deter Qianren Xue and others from pursuing him. Liu Erlong lay upon his back, a significant wound adorning her shoulder. Had it not been for the thunderous explosions, she might have already become a meal for the sea soul beast. Your Highness, Liu Erlong murmured, and scarcely had her words escaped her lips when she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xue Qinghe had gently set her down. The spirit beasts within the forest remained restless, unable to pause for even a moment. However, he was compelled to tend to Liu Erlong's wounds without delay. The scent of blood emanating from her injuries would only serve to incite the already frenzied spirit beasts, transforming them into a veritable buffet roaming the woods. Xue Qinghe forcefully suppressed her wound with his soul power, then tore a piece from his clothing to bandage her up in a rather rudimentary manner, with the sole intention of preventing the wound from emitting any scent. Otherwise, the soul beasts were far from rational. Even if he possessed poison in his hands, they would charge forward indiscriminately. The beast tide swiftly came to an end, as the 30,000-year-old soul beasts in the core circle demonstrated to them the harsh realities of societal aggression, causing them to cower and retreat. The only true loser in this scenario was Qianren Xue. To avert the risk of poisoning, she had no choice but to abort her plans. Chapter 18. I aspire to become emperor. Xue Qinghe successfully returned with Liu Erlong. As for Yu Shaojiang and Flander, well, they should be able to extricate themselves. After all, no one is troubling them. They are safe now. Xue Qinghe resolved to remain indoors, refusing to venture out regardless of who might come. He chose to hide until the time was right, until he had the strength to confront the Soul King. He tended to Liu Erlong's wounds and cleansed a batch of toxins from the water spirit beasts. Liu Erlong remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet her life was not in peril. She should awaken in a few days. As he continued to conceal himself, he completed a series of sign-ins at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. The durations of the soul rings increased by 500 years. He was rewarded with a 2,000-year 8 Spider Lance soul bone, a 20% increase in Liu Erlong's favorability, a 10,000-year flame left arm soul bone, a set of Bibi Dong's intimate apparel, a 10,000-year flame left leg bone, and a 20,000-year soul ring. After a week of sign-ins, Xue Qinghe ultimately acquired what he desired, a set of authentic intimate garments. But more importantly, he secured a 20,000-year soul ring, which effectively addressed his urgent needs. Although the enhancement from the 2 10,000-year soul bones would undoubtedly surpass that of the 20,000-year soul ring, Xue Qinghe found himself in greater need of the soul ring rather than the soul bones. As for the soul bones, their methods for increasing duration were rather limited. He would prefer to bestow any higher duration ones upon Liu Erlong. Having learned a lesson from his previous encounter with Qianren Xue, Xue Qinghe resolved that unless his strength reached an extraordinary level, he would not dare to venture outside. After all, he was being watched by one of the most formidable forces in the Douluo continent. A careless misstep could lead to his demise. As for the 8 Spider Lance, he had no use for it at present, so he decided to keep it for now. The favorability between himself and Liu Erlong had reached an impressive 80%. A commendable achievement indeed. Xue Qinghe and Tang San are still at a mere 20%. It is hardly surprising. For their relationship lacks genuine affection and is merely anchored in a few indiscreet encounters. Xue Qinghe sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring. A 20,000-year soul ring posed no challenge for him at this stage. Liu Erlong had been recuperating over the past few days, and her injuries had nearly healed. Observing Xue Qinghe, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in confusion. Why was His Highness absorbing another soul ring? Where had he procured it? Surely, he wouldn't claim it was a gift from the mountains and rivers of the sun and moon again. Liu Erlong was utterly perplexed by the events surrounding Xue Qinghe. They defied all rational explanation. She merely sat silently beside him, watching. Xue Qinghe calmly absorbed the soul rings, the process unfolding smoothly. An hour later, four black soul rings rose beneath his feet. He stood up and glanced at the bewildered Liu Erlong, offering only a faint smile. "Your Highness, what on earth is happening?" Liu Erlong inquired. Xue Qinghe spread his hands, acknowledging that it was indeed the mountains and rivers that the sun and moon had bestowed upon him. Liu Erlong found himself at a loss for words. While it was true that he had spoken thus, upon further reflection, there was a modicum of truth to it. After all, he was the crown prince, a member of the royal family. Perhaps, in the grand tapestry of fate, there was indeed some unseen force protecting him. "Your Highness, do you know the origins of those individuals?" Liu Erlong inquired. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Who else could it be but the Spirit Hall?" Liu Erlong nodded in agreement. She had long suspected this, but had remained uncertain. Indeed, it was likely only the Spirit Hall that possessed such formidable strength. Capable of effortlessly mobilizing over a dozen soul saints and formidable soul Douluo level experts. "Your Highness, what should we do moving forward?" she inquired. Xue Qinghe retrieved the soul power testing orb and placed both hands upon it. With a soul ring of 20,000 years, combined with the previously consumed 100,000-year fire apricot, his soul power surged instantaneously to level 46. Liu Erlong marveled, "Your Highness, this is astonishingly swift." Xue Qinghe inhaled deeply, contemplating his desire to ascend to the throne. Unlike Li Shimin, he certainly would not resort to the fratricidal acts of his predecessor. However, the only viable path lay in persuading the Night Emperor to abdicate. Thus, he resolved to devote himself to rigorous training until he attained the esteemed title of Douluo. The throne would rightfully belong to him. Should he fail to seize the imperial crown, the tenacious Qianren Xue would undoubtedly devise means to eliminate him. Moreover, a far graver thought crossed his mind. In the original narrative, Qianren Xue's infiltration of the Heavendou Empire had stalled her cultivation, leaving her with only the spirit power of a spirit saint during the coup. Yet now, her undercover plan had faltered before it even commenced. Had she not been delayed in her training, upon her return to the Spirit Hall, she would undoubtedly have access to the finest resources, leading her spirit power to ascend without restraint. How terrifying that prospect was. Qianren Xue was the heir of the Elder Hall, while Holiness was the chosen successor of Bibi Dong, each representing distinct paths. The latter resembled a professional manager, whereas the former was akin to a shareholder. The mere thought of this caused Xue Qinghe a headache. Qianren Xue was indeed cunning. "Let us remain here for the time being, as long as we can survive." "That is sufficient," Xue Qinghe remarked. Liu Erlong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the perilous nature of the outside world and suggesting they remain concealed. Xue Qinghe intends to wait until he achieves the title of Douluo before venturing forth to seek the throne from the Night Emperor, Xue. He plans to restore order in the Tiandou Empire and commence the unification of the continent. Tang San has now been born. He is a citizen of the Tiandou Empire. And one might even say that Xue Qinghe is now his uncle. In the future, he shall have this young man serve him, undertaking all the perilous tasks and dealing with those who might be offended, while Xue Qinghe, as emperor, reaps the rewards of their victories. Qianren Xue, Bibi Dong, and Holiness shall not escape unscathed. Xue Qinghe had meticulously devised his plans. Even if he were to languidly exist in a state of lethargy, he anticipated ascending to the throne in a few years. Once the divine battle concluded, he intended to bring back both Qianren Xue and Holiness as his brides. However, he possessed a system. This scenario represented the least favorable outcome, the most auspicious one, would unfold after his coronation when he would forge a marriage alliance with Bibi Dong, followed by another with the Star Luo Empire, and yet another with the Star Dou Forest. Furthermore, Tang San would be at his service. Unifying the continent was merely a matter of time. He would also extend his compassion to the wild rabbits and establish a grand harem. Xue Qinghe was lost in thought, feeling as though he would emerge victorious in life, as long as he was not killed by Qianren Xue. Your Highness, what are you pondering? Liu Erlong inquired, perplexed by his apparent distraction. Shall we signal for help to collaborate and break free? Liu Erlong suggested. There's no need, Xue Qinghe replied. Qianren Xue gazed upon the entirety of the sunset forest. Exhaling deeply, she resolved to abandon this place and return to the Spirit Hall, relinquishing her role as an undercover agent, which she deemed a path devoid of promise. She would return to her training, and when she ascended to divinity, she would effortlessly conquer the two great empires. Yet, deep within, she harbored a lingering resentment towards Xue Qinghe, the man who had stolen her first kiss and continually provoked her. When I return, you shall be the first to perish, she vowed. 20 days later, Douluo arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, eagerly awaiting the antidote from Xue Qinghe. Liu Erlong emerged, tossing him a vial of potion while calmly stating, "This vial of potion in exchange for the Eye of Ice and Fire." With that, she turned and departed. Holding the vial, Douluo smirked, filled with skepticism, before swallowing its contents in one gulp. As it entered his system, he was taken aback. The poison had already infiltrated his very organs. Even as a titled Douluo, he would not dare risk damaging his internal organs by attempting to expel the poison. However, at that moment, the toxins seemed to evaporate, enveloped by a gentle force, and quietly detached from his insides. Douluo was astonished and immediately began to neutralize the toxins, flowing with the momentum to expel them from his body. Half an hour later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered against a tree, corroding it instantly, a testament to the poison's ferocity. Shortly thereafter, he violently expelled 3 more mouthfuls of blood. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling weak, yet his gaze burning with vitality. Bang! Douluo knelt, expressing his profound gratitude to the crown prince. Rising, he made his exit. A year later, a man and a woman emerged from the sunset forest. It was Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong. If we had not come out soon, others would have forgotten me. Xue Qinghe jested, for he was a prince destined to inherit the throne. With the imperial seat at stake, he had to emerge to claim his birthright. 1 year prior, after the beast tied in the sunset forest, Yu Xiaojing and Flinder managed to escape, subsequently parting ways. Yu Xiaojing sought a secluded refuge, while Flinder vanished in Tiandou city, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong returned to the prince's residence. Upon their return, they received the disheartening news that Xiao Xue had vanished a year ago. She had claimed to be journeying to the sunset forest in search of his highness, but thereafter, she never returned. The people of the residence presumed she had fallen victim to a soul beast in the sunset forest, and thus, they erected a monument in her honor. For she had once been the most cherished maid of his highness, and she truly deserved it. Upon witnessing the scene, Xue Qinghe found himself in a state of bewildered amusement. "Qianren Xue, should you lay your eyes upon this, it would surely infuriate you," he remarked. In the prince's residence, Prince Tang San bowed respectfully, having remained at the palace throughout the year, primarily engaged in instructing at the Moon Pavilion. The affiliation with the prince's estate had further solidified her noble standing, making her teaching endeavors at the Moon Pavilion exceedingly favorable. "Yue, I have missed you dearly," Xue Qinghe exclaimed, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Initially taken aback, Tang Yuehua's complexion paled at the suddenness of his gesture, deeming it rather uncouth. However, regaining her composure, she reciprocated his embrace with equal fervor. The prince had spent a year as a wild man in the Soul Beast Forest, a formidable feat in itself. "Yue, throughout this year, your melodious piano performance has been my greatest longing. This evening, let us indulge in a profound exchange of artistry," Xue Qinghe proclaimed earnestly. Liu Erlong stifled a chuckle, well aware of Xue Qinghe's true inclinations, recognizing that his knowledge of music was rather superficial, driven more by carnal desires. Yet, being the prince, surrounded by myriad courtiers, his proclivities were hardly a concern. The real issue lay in a lack of capability. "At your command, your highness," Tang Yuehua replied softly. Currently, the Snow Knight Emperor faced no significant challenges in governance, regarded as a ruler who maintained stability. However, the Tiandou Empire grappled with both internal strife and external threats, circumstances that a mere guardian ruler could not navigate. The empire's control over the 4 vassal states was insufficient, riddled with numerous issues that necessitated a strong-handed emperor to remedy the prevailing predicaments, and this merely pertained to domestic affairs. Externally, the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire loomed ominously over Tiandou, their predatory gazes ever watchful, with vulnerabilities that could lead to catastrophic consequences at any moment. This city stood on the precipice of peril. Your Highness, what has compelled you to remain in the setting sun forest for the entire year? Tang Yuehua inquired with a hint of curiosity. With a light chuckle, Xue Qinghe reflected on the past year. Not only had he enhanced his cultivation, but he had also refined his combat awareness, akin to Tarzan, who wrestles with wolves in the forest, living off the land. It could be said that he now possessed all the qualities befitting an emperor. I wish to enter the palace to see my father, Xue Qinghe declared. Please arrange a residence for Erlong. Tang Yuehua nodded in compliance. Xue Qinghe swiftly departed from the prince's residence, making his way directly to the Imperial palace. Xue Qinghe is the eldest son of the emperor and holds the title of crown prince. However, his position remains exceedingly precarious. Xue Qinghe has a younger brother, 2 years his junior, who was once regarded by the Snow Knight Emperor as the hope of the Heavenly Dou Empire. In the original text, after Qianren Xue assumed the identity of Xue Qinghe, her first act was to poison her younger brother, thereby eliminating this threat entirely. Although Xue Qinghe does not mind emulating Li Shimin, the second prince and the third prince no longer pose a threat to him. Soon, Xue Qinghe arrived at the Imperial palace. After the attendants announced his presence, he entered and encountered the great Emperor Xueyu. In the snowy night, the Grand Emperor's cultivation has only reached the Soul King level, and he now displays signs of aging. It is said that the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire possesses soul power nearing that of a titled Douluo, and despite being over a century old, he remains spirited and vibrant. This stark contrast highlights the disparity between the two families. Father, I wish to venture into the royal secret realm, Xue Qinghe stated, directly addressing the matter at hand. On a snowy night, the emperor furrowed his brow, casting a gaze laden with complexity upon Xue Qinghe. The royal secret realm serves as the ancestral ground of the Tiandou Empire. Several millennia ago, the Tiandou Empire established itself amidst the tumultuous Douluo continent, commanding authority over a vast territory and rallying numerous allied nations. Eventually, these alliances merged, giving rise to the present 4 vassal states. The inaugural sovereign of the Tiandou Empire, also a titled Douluo, was undoubtedly no fool. Such an individual could not have ascended to kingship in such chaotic times without considerable acumen. Consequently, the founding emperor devised the secret realm, stipulating that any royal descendant capable of overcoming its trials would inherit the throne. Survival within the realm sufficed as proof of worthiness. However, as time went on, the ancestors could scarcely have anticipated the inadequacy of their descendants. Within only a few generations, the swan martial spirit had diminished significantly, rendering royal heirs incapable of passing the trials. Thus, the succession system had to be revised to favor primogeniture. Chapter 20. The Ancestral Grounds of the Royal Family. The Snow Knight Emperor harbored a complex affection for Xue Qinghe, a blend of love and resentment. His love stemmed from the earnest hope of a father wishing for his son to achieve greatness. Yet his resentment arose from the disdain an emperor feels towards a rising prince. Have you made up your mind? The Snow Knight Emperor spoke in a grave tone. The Emperor of the Snowy Night felt a twinge of anxiety. Should Xue Qinghe indeed breach the royal secret realm, it would signify the irrevocable loss of his prerogative to select a crown prince. A prince who successfully navigates the royal secret realm is destined to inherit the throne. This is a certainty, particularly in an era when the Tiandou royal family is waning, rendering such a prospect all the more precious. I have made up my mind. I beseech Father to grant his permission, Xue Qinghe declared resolutely. The Emperor of the Snowy Night fell into silence for a moment before slowly inquiring, what is the current cultivation level of Qinghe? Xue Qinghe promptly unleashed his martial soul, as 5 black soul rings illuminated beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the blazing 3-legged golden crow martial soul manifested behind him. In the midst of a snowy night, the Emperor felt an unsettling fear within. However, being a cunning and astute individual, he maintained an outward facade of calmness. An emperor, regardless of the circumstances, must uphold the dignity of his position. Indeed, his martial soul had undergone a mutation, and it had transformed in a decidedly advantageous direction. In the snowy night, the emperor finally spoke. Very well, you may leave. The child replied, I take my leave, and then he exited the grand hall, making his way towards the ancestral grounds of the royal family. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed at his own silhouette, a medley of emotions swirling within him. This situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. Although he sensed a threat to his imperial throne, the overall implications for the Tiandou Empire were more beneficial than detrimental. Nonetheless, the Snow Knight Emperor was not the type to relinquish his throne with ease, for a personal conflict lingered in his heart. Subsequently, He made his way to the ancestral grounds of the royal family. The royal ancestral grounds, located to the north of Tiandou City, were seldom frequented by visitors and were known as the Shanglin Garden. This area served as the emperor's hunting ground, typically guarded by the Imperial forbidden troops. This dual function concealed its true identity as a sacred realm of the royal lineage. Xue Qinghe presented his credentials and entered without hindrance. Accompanied by guards who followed him persistently, he proceeded directly into the mountains until the soldiers finally withdrew. The terrain ahead unfolded with remarkable vastness, spanning nearly half the breadth of Heavendou City itself. Towering peaks and undulating ridges dominated the landscape, where numerous soul beasts once thrived, most of them the carnivorous variety. However, as Emperor Xue lacked martial inclinations and emerged from each hunting expedition with diminished dignity, the population of these soul creatures had multiplied unchecked over time. Xue Qinghe's hand grazed the ground, and suddenly, a fissure appeared in the mountains. He leaped into it. Naturally, only members of the royal lineage were permitted entry, as it served to validate their bloodline. Upon his entrance, the atmosphere was initially shrouded in darkness, but it soon illuminated. The surrounding walls were adorned with luminous gemstones. Ancient text recorded that these were once the eyes of a certain soul beast, which glowed at night and were repurposed as luminous pearls. He ventured further, and in the distance, he beheld 24 copper figures, each uniquely posed and standing in place. As Xue Qinghe fixed his gaze upon them, the bronze figures, upon hearing the sound, immediately charged towards him. Xue Qinghe was perplexed. How could these bronze figures move? In the world of Douluo continent, there were no mechanisms or puppets. So how could these bronze figures, with a history spanning over 1,000 years, come to life? They surely could not be human-shaped soul-guiding devices. Such things did not exist in the past, nor do they in the present. Xue Qinghe swiftly evaded as the 24 bronze figures unveiled their martial spirits, resembling a scene from an inadvertent venture into a zoo, each displaying a beast martial spirit. Beast martial spirits possess an inherent advantage over weapon martial spirits, particularly in the rigorous cultivation of the body. Thus, in the era of ancient formidable warriors, those wielding beast martial spirits were predominant. This aligns with the historical accounts of the 24 great generals who accompanied the founding emperor in his quest to establish the nation. Xue Qinghe remarked that these individuals were once at the soul sage and soul emperor levels, yet their current prowess is rather mediocre. Three-legged golden crow, arise. Behind Xue Qinghe, a blazing radiance emanates, for he has now ascended to the rank of Spirit King, level 54, adorned with 5 10,000-year spirit rings. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. Who shall prevail? Suddenly, 24 bronze figures surged forward in a chaotic rush. With a resounding thud, a powerful bear spirit master unleashed a ferocious punch directly towards Xue Qinghe. With the assistance of Xue Qinghe, he took a step back, his hand enveloped in an extraordinary flame, displaying no sign of fear. He discerned that the strength of these bronze figures was not as formidable as he had envisioned, merely at the level of Soul Sect and Soul King. For their soul power had long diminished from its former glory. Xue Qinghe cast him out with a single sweep. Xue Qinghe's gaze swept around, and it appeared to be a splendid location for a sign-in. Was it possible to sign in at the ancestral grounds of the Tiandou Imperial family? Xue Qinghe clicked to confirm and then proceeded to sign in directly. Upon completing the sign-in, he was rewarded with the skill of insightful observation. This ability, originating from the world of Qin Shi Mingyu, is attributed to Tian Yin, whose keen eyes can detect the flow of an opponent's internal energy. In the context of Douluo, this translates to the capacity to perceive the direction of soul power. This skill proved to be exceedingly beneficial for Xue Qinghe in his current predicament. Faced with the onslaught of 24 adversaries, he swiftly activated his insightful observation. These 24 bronze figures drew their soul power from underground, emerging through a small aperture, akin to a web of threads that provided them with a seemingly endless supply of soul energy. However, the intensity of their soul power was at the level of high-ranking soul masters or low-ranking soul kings. The explosive flames of Xue Qinghe surged to an unparalleled intensity, forcing all who drew near to retreat. Whoosh! No one dared approach as Xue Qinghe swiftly dashed forward, positioning himself behind them and firmly planting his foot upon a small opening. In that instant, their soul power was severed, stripped of the support of their soul energy. All 24 of them ceased their movements completely. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, finding the task remarkably simple. He once again positioned his foot, allowing his soul power to flow forth, causing the copper figures to stir. However, as they took a single step, Xue Qinghe pressed down once more, rendering them immobile. After several repetitions and tests, he tore a piece of fabric from his attire and stuffed it into the small aperture. The copper figures remained still, while he could easily overpower them in direct combat. Being a sole master of unparalleled attributes renders him invincible among his peers, especially considering his exceptional capabilities. Nevertheless, these copper figures, akin to the terracotta warriors, had resided here for millennia, and damaging them would be ill-advised. He continued his journey forward, relieved that he had encountered no peril. It seemed fortune favored him. However, had he chosen a confrontational approach, facing over 20 Soul Kings simultaneously would indeed prove arduous, even for one endowed with the talents of the Tiandou royal family. His eyes gleamed with a golden light as he reflected on Tian Yan's remarkable ability to read the room, a skill that greatly aided in anticipating his opponent's attacks. He had brought provisions with him and munched on them as he walked, realizing he was somewhat famished. Had he known, he would have filled his stomach before entering. Chapter 21. The challenge completed. Xue Qinghe grasped his provisions and ventured deeper into the area. The abundant spiritual energy here promised to yield training results comparable to those achieved in specialized cultivation grounds. However, the encroaching darkness rendered this place unsuitable for extended stays. Xue Qinghe's eyes shimmered with a golden radiance. Tian Yan's ability, if placed in the Douluo continent, would likely be considered a 9th-level skill that truly unleashes its potential when utilized effectively. All spirit masters on the Douluo continent require the circulation of spirit power to activate their spirit abilities. With the power of perception, one could foresee the opponent's spirit techniques in advance, essentially gaining a step ahead of the adversary. Bang! As he traversed further, every mechanism within this Imperial ancestral ground was powered by stored spirit energy. Yet Xue Qinghe's piercing gaze allowed him to anticipate them prematurely. With effortless grace, he evaded numerous traps and obstacles, proceeding unhindered until the very end. The snow-white swan stands out singularly within the dimly lit realm of mystery. Xue Qinghe fixed his gaze upon the swan, which was none other than the martial spirit of the heavenly Dou royal family, a magnificent white goose, albeit one that appeared considerably more formidable. With a thunderous roar, the swan unleashed a palpable aura of menace, immediately charging towards Xue Qinghe with ferocity. Xue Qinghe meticulously scrutinized the swan, discerning that its source of soul power emanated from beneath, where it seemed there existed a reservoir of soul energy. Immediately, Xue Qinghe unleashed his martial spirit, summoning a resplendent golden 3-legged crow that materialized behind him. The radiant golden light blazed intensely, illuminating the entirety of the secret realm. This golden aura enveloped the menacing swan, instilling a profound terror within it, causing it to cease its assault. Xue Qinghe blinked in astonishment, pondering the strange occurrence before him. Just as he was about to unleash his soul technique, the formidable white swan stood motionless. The once ferocious creature, its soul power abruptly ceased, became paralyzed with an overwhelming fear, akin to a serpent encountering a dragon. The weight of lineage suppressed it, compelling the swan to abandon its struggle. It reverted to an inanimate state, remaining utterly still. Is this truly the end? Xue Qinghe paused for a moment, then circled around the swan. Behind it lay the exit of the secret realm. Was it really this simple? How utterly inept must the former royal descendants have been to fail at this? After voicing his thoughts, Xue Qinghe stepped out of the secret realm from behind. Light flooded in as he emerged from the exit. "We welcome your highness, the crown prince." The soldiers stationed outside immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Xue Qinghe emerge, fully aware of the significance of his exit. It signified that this crown prince would undoubtedly become the future emperor. As long as he survived, his ascension to the throne was inevitable, regardless of the current emperor's opposition. This was a decision made by their ancestors. Unless another prince could navigate the royal secret realm, there was no contest. "No need for formalities. Please escort me back," Xue Qinghe stated with a calm demeanor. Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, feeling a twinge of boredom. The royal guards behind him stood in utmost reverence. Having served here for many years, they were intimately familiar with the traditions that permeated the royal court, learned from the very first day of their service. Yet, throughout all these years, no one had ever emerged from the forbidden grounds. Not only had they never witnessed it, but even the records bore no mention of such an event. This prince before them must have filled that void. He was a living legend. By this singular fact alone, he was destined to be a renowned emperor in the annals of history. "Your Highness, we shall report this matter to His Majesty immediately," remarked the leader of the guards beside him. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly and waved his hand, urging him to go and inform the emperor. Xue Qinghe harbors a keen interest in the throne. Although he is a traveler from another realm, he does not possess the tranquil disposition commonly associated with such beings. In his previous life, he merely reigned as an emperor in dreams. In this life, he is on the brink of experiencing the opulent lifestyle of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Moreover, he is accompanied by a free, extraordinary aide, Tang San. How delightful it is! Your Highness, do you wish to return to the palace? Inquired a nearby guard. Not at all. I shall return to my residence. You may withdraw. There is no need to attend to me further, replied Xue Qinghe. The guards had already escorted him out of the royal ancestral grounds, initially intending to accompany him all the way, but upon his dismissal, they dared not follow closely and could only watch from a distance. After emerging, Xue Qinghe returned to the crown prince's residence, intending to continue his cultivation. Merely being a 5-ring soul king was still insufficient. He had anticipated that upon arriving home, 2 exquisite beauties would be dutifully awaiting him. Yet in reality, neither was present. Liu Erlong had already departed for her own training. Though her affections were genuine, she lacked delicacy and refinement. Such subtle surprises were beyond her consideration. As for Tang Yuehua, despite her meticulous nature, she harbored little sentiment toward Xue Qinghe. Moreover, she had left for the Moon Pavilion to instruct students in the art of the harp. Xue Qinghe and Tang Yuehua represent merely the most rudimentary union. Xue Qinghe let out a long sigh. He found himself deeply missing Xiao Shui, that delightful little girl. If fate were to grant him a chance to start anew, knowing full well that she would eventually leave, he would take the opportunity to cherish her with playful teasing. This day was destined to be anything but tranquil. On the snowy night, the Emperor of the Snowy Night was immediately informed of Xue Qinghe's transgression into forbidden territory. Seated upon his throne, he felt a profound unease. As if he were perched upon a bed of needles, each moment an agonizing reminder of impending loss. It was as though his reign was on the verge of being usurped. Meanwhile, at the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fingxi, upon hearing the news, was filled with immense joy, proudly reflecting on the accomplishments of his student. The rise of the heavenly was indeed a promising prospect. The news of Xue Qinghe's venture into the forbidden territory was not deliberately concealed and quickly reached the ears of the influential powers. In the Haotian sect, the sect master Tang could hardly contain his delight, as placing Tang Yuehua by Xue Qinghe's side was indeed a stroke of genius. This prince is a living legend, destined to surpass any emperor of the past. It is an undeniable and certain truth. I shall be the national support henceforth, remarked sect master Tang with a beaming smile. However, to call himself the national support is somewhat misleading, for it is uncertain whether Tang Yuehua will ascend to the position of empress. Moreover, when she was sent to the princess residence, there was no expectation for her to gain any official title. Nevertheless, with her lineage from the Haotian sect, she will not be easily bullied even within the imperial harem. As for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the concern regarding Yu Shaojiang's disappearance was minimal. However, upon hearing of the prince's daring escapade, many family members flocked to congratulate Yu Lumian, for his illegitimate daughter was now associated with Xue Qinghe, destined for greatness. Yu Lumian was elated, proclaiming, "Erlong, you have not disappointed your father after all." The top 3 sects of the Tiandou Empire were, to varying extents, connected to Xue Qinghe, and the upper echelons of the empire had become remarkably solidified. Now, they awaited the inevitable decline of Emperor Xue Yi or for him to voluntarily abdicate. The aristocracy of Tiandou kept a watchful eye on Emperor Xue Yi, who himself felt a sense of foreboding. His throne was unstable, and his reign was precarious. Chapter 22. Tianxue Academy. Will there truly be an emperor willing to abdicate willingly? Historically, few have ever become retired emperors without discomfort. Take Li Yuan, for instance, who was coerced by Li Shimin. Li Longji faced the turmoil of the Ungshi rebellion. Upon the war's conclusion, he was welcomed back to court but lost his throne, left to reminisce about Yang Guifei and his lost power. Xu Qinghe, having suffered defeat, returned only to find his throne usurped, consumed by thoughts of restoration. Only Emperor Qianlong, who revered his grandfather, willingly relinquished the throne to his son to avoid surpassing his grandfather's reign. Thus, it seems that apart from Qianlong, those who have ascended to the status of retired emperor have seldom found solace. In the snowy night, the emperor found himself in a predicament, burdened with unease. Each time he ascended to court, the discussions among his ministers regarding Xue Qinghe weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he felt powerless to act against the edicts of his ancestors. It had been decreed that anyone who could traverse the royal secret realm would be entitled to ascend the throne, and no one could dispute this unassailable truth. With every court session, A sense of instability regarding his reign enveloped him, leaving him in a perpetual state of anxiety. How could he endure such a life? Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe, residing in the prince's residence, was devoid of any concerns, living a life filled with joy. Each day was accompanied by 2 companions, a true blessing indeed. Erlong, I have already informed Father Emperor about acquiring a piece of land in Tiandou city to establish a school. Soon, you shall be the head of the academy. Xue Qinghe declared with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liu Erlong expressed heartfelt gratitude, for this had been her long-cherished aspiration. Xue Qinghe brought Liu Erlong into the city of Tiandou. In this land where every inch is precious, Xue Qinghe had directly purchased a vast expanse of land. Although its scale was slightly smaller than that of the Tiandou Royal Academy, it was nonetheless considerable. As Liu Erlong gazed at the construction site bustling with activity, she felt a surge of emotion. She was willing to remain by the prince's side, to protect him, and to serve him faithfully. Erlong, let us come up with a name for our institution, and then we can begin recruiting teachers, Xue Qinghe suggested. Liu Erlong initially intended to seek her family's support, envisioning the name Lamba Academy. However, given that it was now funded by Prince Xue Qinghe, it would be inappropriate to retain that name. She needed to contemplate a fitting alternative. When it came to potential teachers, the first name that sprang to Liu Erlong's mind was Yu Xiaojing. Despite his somewhat lower soul power, his theoretical knowledge was remarkable, and having him as an instructor would be quite advantageous. Your Highness, shall we consider Yu Xiaojing? Liu Erlong proposed. Are you certain you have not erred? We are not establishing a junior soul master academy. The students here will be at least in their 20s, with many even reaching the 30th level. How can we expect them to respect a teacher who is only at the 29th level? If a mischievous student were to challenge him, how could he maintain order? In Soul Master academies, it is quite common for students to challenge their instructors. Xue Qinghe spoke in a rapid-fire manner, each remark striking at the heart of the matter, leaving Liu Erlong utterly speechless. Yu Xiaojing, at the 29th rank, would certainly be capable of instructing the 6- or 7-year-old children at the junior academy, yet teaching these 13- or 14-year-olds, who possessed similar levels of soul power, was quite a challenge. Liu Erlong found herself at a loss. She indeed chose to remain silent. Flanders was a viable candidate, being a soul king, but alas, he was nowhere to be found at such a critical juncture. Yue, would it be possible for your father to send a few individuals to teach? Xue Qinghe inquired. The Haotian sect had sequestered itself from the world, severing most forms of communication with the outside, yet dispatching someone to educate students should not pose a significant challenge. Should it? Tang Yue shook her head in resignation, replying, My father is reluctant to stir up trouble. It seems he is powerless to assist. Well then, it appears we are left with no alternatives. After pondering for a moment, Xue Qinghe contemplated the name for the institution. Let us call it Heavenly Snow Academy, he declared with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing this name, Liu Erlong responded with a bow. In truth, she believed any name would suffice. A title conferred by the crown prince would undoubtedly be a commendable one. It is settled then, Xue Qinghe affirmed. The construction of Heavenly Snow Academy spanned a total of 6 months, after which faculty were recruited. A year later, the first batch of students arrived. Liu Erlong, serving as the dean, firmly remembered Xue Qinghe's words. The students nurtured by Heavenly Snow Academy would have the opportunity to serve in the court as officials, become generals, or even enter the palace as consorts. The prospects for employment after graduation were exceptionally promising. However, as Xue Qinghe had yet to ascend to the throne, the pathway to becoming a consort was temporarily closed, thus limiting one avenue for their future. After all, the emperor was quite elderly and needed to prioritize his health. In the following year, Heavenly Snow Academy welcomed its inaugural cohort of students amidst a cacophony of drums and a throng of people. Many high-ranking officials from the court, including representatives from the 3 great sects, Ningfengxi, Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, and Tang Yue, graced the occasion. The students were deeply inspired, their futures appearing exceedingly bright. For a time, Heavenly Snow Academy overshadowed even the Royal Academy in terms of its first enrollment. Moreover, it was the first noble school to openly recruit commoners. Nonetheless, the academy could not entirely shake off the aura of aristocracy, as it was established by the crown prince himself. Who would dare claim it was a mere commoner school? During the opening ceremony, Xue Qinghe took to the stage to address the audience. Dear students, welcome to the first cohort of Heavenly Snow Academy. You are the future pillars of the Heavenly Dou Empire. Have no doubt, you are the talents that the Empire prioritizes for cultivation. Your futures are indeed bright. Although the crown princess words were somewhat ordinary, they resonated powerfully. When he proclaimed that their prospects were promising, it became a certainty. Even those deemed inept could find a bright future. The first batch of new students enrolled with great enthusiasm. Liu Erlong was delighted, eager to make significant strides in providing education for commoner soul masters. Upon hearing this news, Qianren Xue from the Spirit Hall interpreted the name Heavenly Snow in an entirely different light, associating it not with Xue Qinghe of the Heavenly Dou Empire, but rather with the angelic Qianren Xue. A year later, Heavenly Snow Academy welcomed its second cohort of students. This year's reception was not as fervent as the last. Though the enrollment remained commendable, many young individuals from mid-tier sects chose to attend Heavenly Snow Academy, while students from the three great sects continued to enroll at the Royal Academy. Xue Qinghe plans to bring his younger sister to school in a few years. By the third year, the enrollment at Tianxue Academy has stabilized, though not exceptionally well, yet it has garnered considerable attention from the common folk. Chapter 23. When the Emperor. 6 years later. 6 years have elapsed since Xue Qinghe traversed this path. Throughout this span of time, he has diligently checked in each day without a single omission. Such remarkable perseverance is akin to the fervent love for mobile phones from a previous life. Now, after 6 years, he stands at the age of 19. And his soul power has ascended to the impressive level of 91. Xue Qinghe sat in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, contemplating the essence of life. What is the purpose of life, after all? His current prowess was already astonishingly formidable, with just one more year of perseverance. Achieving the rank of Super Douluo would be merely a formality. If he were to endure for another 3 to 5 years, he would almost certainly reach the unparalleled level of a peerless Douluo. Then, he could ascend to the divine realm and continue his journey of signing in. However, he found himself disinclined to pursue such a life, one that seemed so predictable and devoid of mystery. Xue Qinghe stood up, contemplating the emptiness that life sometimes brings. Xue Qinghe smiled wryly as he glanced down at the 9 soul rings beneath his feet. The first 8 were black, while the last one shimmered in red. With a soul ring of 100,000 years, even without daily sign-ins, consistent cultivation would surely stabilize him at level 95. At present, Xue Qinghe is eager to prove himself, desperately seeking an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Otherwise, if he were to arrive in the divine realm without having accomplished anything, would it not be exceedingly dull? I wonder what level Xiao Xue is currently at. Xue Qinghe murmured to herself, recalling that when she departed from the Heaven Dou Empire, she was merely a soul master of the 4th ring. Now, 6 years have elapsed, and with her extraordinary cultivation speed that surpasses that of ordinary mortals, it is conceivable that she could have ascended to the rank of a high-level soul king, or perhaps even a soul emperor. Foolish Qianren Xue. Had you chosen to confront me with all your might back then, you would have had a chance. Alas, that opportunity has now slipped away. I, the Crown Prince, have already attained the title of Douluo. Xue Qinghe sighed in resignation, reflecting on the fact that possessing immense strength could sometimes be rather tedious. Although she has not yet reached the pinnacle of invincibility, it is only a matter of time before she does. Ere long, prepare the estate. I wish to visit the royal palace, Xue Qinghe stated. Liu Erlong gazed at the 9 soul rings beneath her feet, utterly astounded. It was simply beyond comprehension. A 19-year-old titled Douluo, such a narrative would be deemed too fantastical, even for a storybook. Your Highness, may I ask, what brings you to the royal palace? Liu Erlong inquired cautiously. Xue Qinghe remarked, what else is there to do? Liu Erlong promptly fell silent, indicating that there was but one course of action. It was indeed time for her to pack her belongings and encourage Tang San to do the same. For their stay in the Crown Prince's residence would soon come to an end. Xue Qinghe finds himself in a predicament, unbeknownst to him. He has established his own standing among the strong. Although he has exerted considerable effort, there remains a lingering sense that his achievements have come too effortlessly. Xue Qinghe let out a long sigh, reflecting on the wonders of the Douluo continent. This land has been exceedingly kind to me. I must repay its generosity. Thus far, Xue Qinghe felt he had achieved little of significance. The only meaningful endeavor he had undertaken was assisting Liu Erlong in establishing the Heavenly Snow Academy, a place where commoners could pursue their aspirations as soul masters, providing them with an opportunity for education. Xue Qinghe finally comprehended the profound solitude that accompanies a heart full of vengeance yet achieves nothing. In life, one must endeavor to accomplish great deeds. However, such greatness is often accompanied by controversy. Yet, amidst the tumultuous tides, the true essence of a hero is revealed, regardless of the gales and waves. One strides forth with the ease of a leisurely stroll in a garden. What does it matter whether there is controversy or not? Such considerations are trivial. Xue Qinghe has stepped into the Imperial Palace, ascending the steps with deliberate poise. Within the palace, a position awaited him, yet no one dared to follow in his wake. Liu Erlong had already surmised his intentions. Her heart resonated with Xue Qinghe's, yet out of respect for the reigning monarch, she chose to remain at a distance. Tang Yuehua felt an unsettling anxiety. Accustomed to upholding the refined standards of nobility, she found herself at a loss. This matter transcended her understanding. Nobility often revels in the superficial allure of opulence, showing little interest in the machinations of power. They prefer to bask in the pleasures of the present. Thus, for Tang Yuehua, this issue represented a significant blind spot in her worldview. She stood helplessly beside Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe ascended step by step towards the highest hall, where the court had long since dispersed. Only 2 Imperial guards remained stationed there, hesitant to obstruct his passage. "Your Highness, do you wish to see His Majesty?" "I shall announce your arrival," one of the guards inquired. "Yes, do so," Xue Qinghe replied calmly. At that moment, his heart was as tranquil as still water, patiently awaiting the arrival of the snowy night emperor. On a snowy night, the emperor was diligently reviewing official documents when he summoned him into the study. Xue Qinghe stepped inside. The room was spacious, occupied solely by the 2 of them. "Qinghe, what is it?" inquired the emperor of Snowy Night, his heart racing as if tethered by a taut string, an ominous sense of impending events looming over him. Bang! Xue Qinghe was at a loss for where to begin, so he simply revealed the soul rings beneath his feet, 8 black and 1 red. On the Snowy Night, the emperor was suddenly taken aback, causing the pen in his hand to fall. The visage of Xue Qinghe was illuminated by the crimson radiance of the 10,000-year soul ring, emanating an aura of pressure that instilled an undeniable sense of trepidation. "Qinghe," the Snowy Night Emperor stammered, momentarily rendered speechless. The day had arrived with astonishing swiftness, a reality he could scarcely fathom. 6 years prior, Xue Qinghe had merely been a great soul master, and now he stood as a titled Douluo. "Father, what do you think of my martial prowess?" Xue Qinghe inquired calmly, resembling an emotionless automaton as he gazed at the Snowy Night Emperor. "Well done, my son, splendid indeed." The Emperor of the Snowy Night found himself at a loss for words. The first thought that crossed his mind was the authenticity of the soul ring. However, such nonsensical speculation could not alleviate the fear that resided within him. Xue Qinghe, the foremost heir apparent of the Tiandou Empire. On that fateful afternoon, on a snowy night, the Emperor unexpectedly issued a decree to abdicate the throne, bequeathing it to Xue Qinghe. The news swiftly spread throughout the entire Tiandou Empire. A change had come to Tiandou. Although the announcement was somewhat abrupt, it did not provoke any significant upheaval. It was perceived as entirely normal, even by the 4 subordinate nations. The Emperor of Snowy Night, having grown old and weary, gracefully abdicated his throne in favor of the Crown Prince, a decision that was entirely to be expected. The Kingdom of Heaven had recognized the Crown Prince's legitimacy for a decade, establishing a profound foundation of trust in the hearts of the people. Thus, the abdication was met with no surprise. Everything unfolded in a perfectly ordinary manner. The Crown Prince's residence buzzed with activity. Its inhabitants busily prepared to pack their belongings, eagerly anticipating the move. For surely the palace would offer more spacious accommodations than their current abode. 3 days later, the ascension ceremony of Xue Qinghe was met with nationwide jubilation. Within the imperial court, all the prominent officials were present, for who would dare to absent themselves at the coronation of the new emperor? Even the Xingluo Empire and the Martial Soul Palace dispatched envoys bearing congratulatory gifts, as maintaining this facade of camaraderie was essential. After all, perpetual conflict was not a feasible course of action. Chapter 24. The Ascension of the Great Tyrant. The new emperor has taken the throne. Xue Qinghe has finally ascended to the imperial throne. The Snow Night Emperor quietly retreated to his twilight years, intending to construct his own mausoleum to ensure a dignified repose when the century passes. Just the day prior, the entire empire still revolved around him, yet upon retirement, he found himself abruptly severed from the splendor and bustle of court life. Seated upon the imperial throne for the very first time, Xue Qinghe gazed upon the assembly of ministers and military officials, pondering the vastness of his dominion. This realm now belonged to him. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne. It would be prudent to issue a general amnesty to demonstrate your benevolence, one of the courtiers proposed with utmost reverence. A general amnesty? This has been a time-honored tradition since ancient times. Xue Qinghe, desiring not to deviate from established customs, acquiesced to the suggestion. On the inaugural day of his reign, there were scarcely any pressing matters. All affairs paled in significance compared to the ascendance of the new emperor and were thus postponed. Very well. I shall contemplate how to bestow this general amnesty, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Our sovereign is most enlightened. All present proclaimed with deep respect. The court session concluded. Xue Qinghe returned to his study, marking the first task he undertook after assuming office. As for the union with Bibi Dong, that matter would be addressed at a later time. Xue Qinghe has proposed a list for a grand amnesty. Firstly, individuals who are 75 years of age or older, severely disabled, and unable to care for themselves. Secondly, those who have made significant contributions in the past and are sentenced to 3 years or less. Thirdly, the amnesty decree issued by Xue Qinghe primarily targets ordinary individuals. Upon receiving it, the ministers of the Ministry of Justice were taken aback. The conditions were excessively stringent and notably excluded soul masters. The ministry promptly commenced a thorough examination and ultimately discovered that only 3 individuals nationwide met the criteria set forth by Xue Qinghe's decree. For soul masters, living to the age of 100 or 200 is hardly an issue, yet for ordinary individuals, the adage holds true that few surpass the age of 70. Especially with Xue Qinghe stipulating a threshold of 75 years. The term ordinary person refers to those with soul power below the first level, regardless of their martial soul. They are classified as such. According to this standard, although Tang Yue possesses only a 9th level soul power, which may seem unimpressive, she is nonetheless categorized as a soul master. Ordinary individuals inherently possess frail physiques, and in a world replete with soul masters, those who have rendered significant contributions are exceedingly rare. Even if such individuals exist, they would be exceptional among ordinary people. Typically, these individuals exhibit noble character and are highly unlikely to find themselves incarcerated. The minister of the Ministry of Justice, resigned, remarked, Your Majesty, this does not appear to be a genuine effort at amnesty. Just as they completed their review, the palace dispatched a new decree specifically targeting soul masters, which was even more stringent. Firstly, it stipulated that only those who had rendered significant contributions and were sentenced to less than a year would qualify. None were found. The Minister of Justice, with a grim expression, continued his search, and this time it was easier. All records indicated that only 1 individual met the criteria. If the provisions outlined by Your Majesty were to be implemented, ultimately, upon the accession of the new emperor, only 4 individuals would be eligible for pardon. I shall proceed to meet with His Majesty, the Minister of Justice stated solemnly. He then made his way to the royal palace to report the situation. Xue Qinghe acknowledged with a nod, calmly stating, Proceed as planned. Implement this immediately. The Minister of Justice trembled, his hands shaking as he cautioned, Your Majesty. When the late emperor ascended the throne, he once granted clemency to over 1,000 individuals. Might you reconsider? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, emanating an aura befitting the title of Douluo. His mere presence struck fear into the heart of the Minister of Justice, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Is this how you choose to defy my authority? Xue Qinghe demanded with wrath. I would not dare. The Minister of Justice trembled as he fell to his knees, hastily responding. He then rose and swiftly exited the chamber. As Xue Qinghe observed his departure, she let out a light chuckle and stretched her limbs. The issue of nobility had long posed a significant challenge for the Tiandou Empire. The power of the aristocracy was excessively formidable, leaving the common folk with scant opportunities for advancement. Although there existed soul master academies, the majority of the prestigious institutions did not accept commoners. Xue Qinghe is poised to embark on a transformative journey, commencing with the issues surrounding education, aiming to fundamentally alter the entire empire. Across the nation, no school shall be permitted to deny admission to either commoners or nobles. Education shall be inclusive, treating all individuals with equal regard. Xue Qinghe was on the verge of drafting a royal decree, preparing to issue it forthwith. Presently, within the city of Tiandou, only Tianxue Academy admitted commoner students. In the entire Tiandou region, there existed another institution, Tianxue Academy, that also accepted commoners. Apart from these, no reputable schools were willing to enroll them. This situation was untenable. Your Majesty, would you care for a moment of rest? Tang Yue approached softly, her demeanor exuding an air of nobility since her entrance into the imperial harem. No need, replied the emperor. Being sovereign could be a matter of ease, yet it could also demand a great toll. Much like Emperors Wanli and Jiajing, who, for decades, refrained from attending court while still wielding substantial power, maintaining the state in an orderly fashion. Xue Qinghe aspired to be such an emperor. If there were a secret to this ambition, it would undoubtedly lie in the cabinet system. However, as Xue Qinghe had only recently assumed his position, it was neither the time for radical reforms nor sweeping changes. He decided to first seek a diligent worker for future endeavors. Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was precisely 6 years old, the ideal age for his martial soul awakening this year. Finding him would be fortuitous. He could be cultivated as a paragon of loyalty. In the original narrative, Tang San perfectly embodied this role, having rescued the crisis of the Heavendou Empire. Yue, I have heard that your brother Tang Hao has a child, Xue Qinghe remarked. Tang Yue was taken aback. Throughout the years, she had often thought of Tang Hao. And upon hearing Xue Qinghe speak, a wave of longing surged within her. Indeed, my second brother has been missing for many years, Tang Yue responded. Xue Qinghe smiled gently, saying, in this realm, there exists no individual whom I cannot locate. I wish to bring your little nephew here to nurture him, for he shall one day become a pillar of our heavenly. Tang Yue was taken aback and promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty, for your profound kindness. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, deeming it a trivial matter. Yue, you have accompanied me for 6 years. I shall bestow upon you the title of Gui Fei. Yet you shall still be known as UFA. Thank you, your majesty, Tang Yue replied softly. What shall we call Liu Erlong? Xue Qinghe mused. The title of Long Fei will not suffice, and Fei seems rather peculiar. Let us simply call her Liu Fei. As Gui Fei, her status would only be second to that of the empress. Currently, as there was no empress in place, Tang Yue held the highest rank within the imperial harem. After Xue Qinghe meticulously composed the imperial decree, he did not hasten to dispatch it. Instead, he resolved to bide his time. With the new emperor ascending the throne and the foundation still unsteady, it was imperative to stabilize the court before introducing any new policies. Otherwise, taking too large a step could easily lead to missteps. Among the 3,000 beauties of the harem, Xue Qinghe found himself overwhelmed and unable to fully enjoy the blessings bestowed upon him. A solution was necessary. He must establish a cabinet, allowing him to steer the direction while delegating the minutiae to others. To manage every detail personally would be excessively burdensome. He certainly could not toil as relentlessly as Zhu Yuanzhang did. Xue Qinghe calculated the journey from Tiandou to Shahan village. At the pace of Tang Yue, she could return within 6 months. By that time, Tang San would have been convinced by Yu Shaojiang to depart. Chapter 25. Bringing Tang San away. While the establishment of a cabinet is of paramount importance, it should not be the foremost step following the ascension to the throne. You and Liu Erlong shall proceed to Shahan village to fetch Tang San. If he is not found there, then search at Nodding Academy, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you command. Your Majesty, Tang Yue responded promptly, her heart filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with her long-lost brother, a happiness beyond measure. Liu Erlong, having little to occupy her time of late, found that after 5 or 6 years, Tianxue Academy had entered a period of stability, allowing her to momentarily set aside her duties. She accepted the task with enthusiasm. Xue Qinghe bid farewell to the 2 women without personally escorting them, primarily due to his recent ascension to the throne, which left him with an overwhelming number of affairs to attend to. As the emperor, he found himself burdened with numerous responsibilities and commenced the selection of members for his cabinet. Historically, only the Ming dynasty boasted a cabinet, with most of its members hailing from humble origins and very few possessing remarkable nobility. In this light, the notion of selecting commoners appears to hold some merit. Xue Qinghe sat upon the throne, contemplating the recent graduates from the esteemed Soul Master Academy over the past 2 years, his brow furrowed slightly. As the saying goes, one may conquer the world swiftly, yet governing it is a far more arduous task, employing a cadre of soul masters who were solely fixated on cultivation. To administer the realm is far from an astute strategy. However, amidst the turmoil both internal and external, the selection of relatively wise soul masters remains the only recourse. Common folk, no matter how brilliant their strategies, are best suited for behind-the-scenes roles in the soul master-dominated Douluo continent, rather than taking center stage. Those who ascend to prominence must possess formidable soul power, for only then can they command respect. Otherwise, a disjointed hierarchy will falter, rendering their authority meaningless. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, setting aside matters of the court. His thoughts wandered to other matters. Tang San was now 6 years old. The enchanting Qianren Xue must be around 16 or 17, while Xue Qinghe was 13, both ripe for pursuit. Xue Qinghe, despite her tender age, had already blossomed, standing out among her peers with her striking beauty. Her sister, Xue Qinghe, was undoubtedly captivating as well. A plan began to form in Xue Qinghe's mind to capture Xue Qinghe. He mused, as for the other beauties, Liina was probably around 11, still quite young. While Huowu was 10, Xue Bing are merely 7, and both Xu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong were 6, all still quite innocent. As the sovereign of a nation, if I were to have too few concubines, it would be a disgrace to the entire empire. Lost in these thoughts, the day faded away as if he were idly passing time at work. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong and Tang Yue departed from the city of Tiandou, with Liu Erlong's assistance. Their pace quickened considerably. Liu Erlong, now a formidable soul sage at level 74, possessed immense strength and 2 soul bones, giving her a significant edge over soul masters below level 80. Even when facing a novice soul Douluo, she could easily ensure both her and Tang Yuehua's safety. Erlong, let us hasten our journey. I am perfectly fine, Tang Yuehua urged, eager to reunite with her brother. Liu Erlong, feeling a bit exasperated, replied, Yuehua, if you're not tired, I certainly am. The speed of a soul sage was indeed remarkable, yet Liu Erlong had already carried Tang Yuehua for quite some time. Leaving her with only half of her soul power for self-preservation, she could not expend it all just to hasten their journey. Slightly embarrassed, Tang Yuehua paused and quickly said, Erlong, my apologies. Usually well-versed in noble etiquette, she had momentarily lost her composure, unable to maintain perfect control over her emotions. After a brief rest, the pair continued on their way. The following day, they arrived at Shanghan village. The sisters finally reached this village, located near the national border, where the fruits and vegetables could fetch good prices in both Xingluo and Tiandou. Tang Yuehua inquired around the village and then headed straight to a seemingly abandoned blacksmith shop. Is anyone here? She called out at the entrance before pushing the door open. A small boy emerged. Hello, are you here to forge? The young Tang San asked calmly, quickly discerning that the 2 women did not belong to the village. The villagers were farmers, dressed plainly, while Tang Yuehua wore elegant attire, and Liu Erlong was dressed in a striking outfit that exuded vigor. Is this where Tang Hao resides? Tang Yuehua asked, striving to suppress her excitement. Yes. My father is forging right now, Tang San replied. Without hesitation, Tang Yuehua rushed inside. Big brother, she exclaimed. Bang, bang. Tang Hao, half awake and appearing like a zombie, hammered away at a piece of iron. Upon hearing the female voice from outside, he suddenly focused intently. As Tang Yuehua burst in, she immediately recognized the disheveled Tang Hao and rushed to embrace him. Yuehua, what are you doing here? Tang Hao asked, bewildered. Big brother, I thought I would never find you again, Tang Yuehua sobbed, her feelings of longing pouring forth in this secluded place. Yuehua, Tang Hao said helplessly. Tang San, standing at the door, felt his vigilance dissipate and went to fetch some hot water. Auntie, please have some water, he said, bringing a cup to Liu Erlong, as they had only hot water at home, not tea. Oh, thank you, Tang San. Liu Erlong smiled. Tang San chuckled, sensing their familiarity with his family, and offered Liu Erlong a seat. Come, Tang San, this is your aunt. Call her Auntie, Tang Hao instructed solemnly. Auntie, the polite Tang San immediately complied, realizing why they were so acquainted with his father. Little San, Tang Yuehua gently said, ruffling his hair. Big brother, I come here to take you and little San away, Tang Yuehua declared. Tang Hao frowned slightly, picking up his hammer and continuing to strike the iron. Why? He inquired. Tang Yuehua pondered for a moment before responding. The emperor has just ascended the throne, and I have become a noble consort. Let little San come to Tiandou city, and I will take good care of him. Tang Hao was taken aback, turning to look at Tang Yuehua. His sister had become a noble consort? He had never heard of this. Even after Tang Yuehua had followed Xue Qinghe for 6 years. Initially, this news had not spread widely. Only a select few among the highest echelons of Tiandou's nobility were aware, and in this secluded village, the information could scarcely reach them. Big brother, let him come with me, Tang Yuehua urged. She sensed Tang Hao's despondency after a Yin's death and, as his aunt, wished for Tang San to become an outstanding man. Chapter 26. The lonely Xiao Tang San found it improbable. His father did not want him to become a soul master, let alone leave with his aunt. However, he never imagined he had an aunt who was a noble consort. In that case, their family could still be considered a prominent clan. Little San, what is your martial spirit? Tang Yuehua inquired, noticing Tang Hao's silence. Tang San glanced at Tang Hao and then extended his left hand, revealing the blue silver grass. My martial spirit is blue silver grass, with innate full soul power. Full soul power? Both Tang Yuehua and Liu Erlong were astonished. Liu Erlong had taught at Tianxue Academy for many years and had encountered numerous children. She understood the significance of innate full soul power all too well. The level of innate soul power directly determined the potential one could achieve in the future, even if the martial spirit were blue silver grass. As long as the soul power was sufficiently high, one could still be invincible. Tang Yuehua inhaled deeply, repeating, innate full soul power. The more soul masters she encountered, the more she recognized the strength inherent in such a gift. Big brother, is Little San's martial spirit inherited from you? Tang Yuehua softly asked. Tang Hao nodded and replied solemnly, take him with you. Tang Yuehua was overjoyed. Really, big brother? Yes. Tang Hao understood that the Spirit Hall had never given up on tracking him, so the farther Little San was from him, the safer he would be. Father, I will first learn blacksmithing from you, Tang San declared resolutely. Tang Hao chuckled lightly, saying, haha, I have taught you everything I can. Go with your aunt now. And be obedient. With that, he returned to his room, locked the door, and continued his nap, remaining the same despondent middle-aged man. Tang Yuehua wished to converse with Tang Hao a little longer, but he had already rejected her with his actions. He did not wish to change the status quo, especially since Little San had yet to mature and had too many concerns. Liu Erlong glanced at Tang San. She did not share Tang Yuehua's familial affection for the child. To her, he was merely a potential genius who could serve Xue Qinghe in the future. Little San, I will take you to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Tiandou City. Liu Erlong remarked that her Heavenly Snow Academy is a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters, which does not admit children as young as 6. It would be more beneficial for Tang San to train alongside his peers. Thank you, teacher, Tang San replied politely. Liu Erlong nodded, fully aware of Xue Qinghe's ambitions. The unification of the continent was inevitable. This child, with proper cultivation, could very well become a vanguard general for His Majesty. In the future, it will be you who charges into battle for His Majesty, Tang San. Liu Erlong expressed her satisfaction, preparing to instill in him the principles of loyalty and patriotism. When he matures, he will be a staunch loyalist. Xiao San, pack your things. We must depart soon, Tang Yuehua said. Tang San nodded and promptly began to gather his belongings. In truth, he had little to pack, only a few articles of clothing, which he neatly stowed in his backpack. Andy, teacher, I am ready, Tang San announced. Tang Yuehua nodded, wishing to exchange a few words with Tang Hao. Yet the door remained locked. She understood that Tang Hao wished for her to leave swiftly. Let us go, Tang Yuehua said. Taking Tang San's hand as the three of them made their way to bid farewell to Village Chief Jack before exiting Holy Soul Village. Tang Yuehua possessed a soul power of level 9, while Tang San was at level 10, their levels closely aligned. Teacher, I heard from Grandpa Jack that a soul sage is the most formidable soul master. Are you a soul sage? Tang San inquired. Liu Erlong chuckled softly. I am already a soul Douluo. Your Grandpa Jack is not as informed as he should be. To Tang San, soul Douluo was a novel term. The trajectory of Douluo continent was quietly shifting at that moment. At Nodding Academy, a young girl clad in pink attire bounced into the scene. Her background humble and devoid of wealth. However, her innate soul power had earned her a spot as a working student in the village, with bedding provided by the school. She settled into the 7th dormitory and quickly asserted her dominance by defeating Wang Sheng, the instigator, thus becoming the leader of the dormitory while protecting the working students. This girl was none other than Xiao Wu. She typically kept to herself at school, dining and resting alone, but would not hesitate to avenge any working student who faced bullying. One day, while having her meal, Wang Sheng rushed over, exclaiming, Sister Xiao Wu, the master is looking for you. Master? Xiao Wu chewed on her lettuce and carrot, pondering. She had heard of a middle-aged man with a weary appearance, seemingly despondent. All right. I will go after I finish eating, Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly, considering it a minor matter. After her meal, she made her way to the master's office. Master, you called for me? She asked curiously. Yu Xiaojiang was elated. He had been away from Tiandou City for 6 years. The woman he adored, who was also his cousin, had left with the crown prince, a blow that weighed heavily on him. He had been teaching here for 6 years, taking advantage of the dean's influence to do quite well. Yet, he had been deeply immersed in theory, yearning for a breakthrough until he laid eyes on Xiao Wu. She was a transformed soft bone rabbit from 100,000 years ago, possessing innate full soul power. All soul beasts that had transformed after 100,000 years were endowed with innate full soul power. Even Xiao Wu, the most ordinary of them, was no exception. Yu Xiaojiang aspired to cultivate an exceptional student to validate his theoretical framework. Master, please speak, Xiao Wu prompted. Yu Xiaojing snapped back to reality, smiling. Young lady, I have written a compilation of theories. Take a look. It may aid your cultivation. Xiao Wu took it, pondered for a moment, then returned it. Master, I don't need this. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she declared before swiftly exiting. Xiao Wu hopped back to her dormitory. Confident in her own cultivation experience as a soul beast of 100,000 years, believing she could continue her training independently without Yu Xiaojing's limited decades of insights. Whether her decision was wise or reckless, she simply declined his offer, leaving Yu Xiaojing in a state of dismay. Is my theory truly without value? So much so that it is refused even for free? Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiao Wu resumed her cultivation. She had no need to hunt for soul rings. As her soul power increased, she could naturally augment her abilities without the hassle of acquiring soul rings. Sister Xiao Wu already possesses a 100-year soul ring. Go for it. Sister Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, someone is bullying me. Sister Xiao Wu, I invite you to dinner. In no time, Xiao Wu not only became the leader among the working students but also a prominent figure at Notting Academy. Chapter 27. The predicament of Xue Qinghe. While Xiao Wu thrived at Notting Academy, Tang San, accompanied by Tang Yuehua, arrived at Tiandou City. The trio had unwittingly embarked on entirely divergent paths. Tang San, being a village boy, was nearly overwhelmed by the grandeur of the bustling city. Liu Erlong's Heavenly Snow Academy did not offer a junior soul master program, necessitating that Tang San be enrolled in another school for the time being. Not far from Heavenly Snow Academy lay a civilian school. Although not officially affiliated, it was nearly equivalent. The two institutions had established profound cooperation and were in a semi-acquisition phase, allowing Liu Erlong's influence to ensure Tang San's placement there without any special treatment. Alongside other students, Xiao San, you must work hard. Your aunt will visit frequently, Tang Yuehua gently said, ruffling his hair, her smile warm. Of course, Auntie. Tang San replied enthusiastically, feeling a swell of pride at the thought of his uncle being the reigning emperor. After arranging for Tang San's enrollment, the two women returned to the palace, expecting to find the emperor engaged in revelry. However, upon their return, the reality was not as they had envisioned. Xue Qinghe did not indulge in the company of the palace maidens. Instead, he was engrossed in examining maps within his study. Your Majesty, we have returned. Tang San has been brought back and arranged to attend the Dawn Academy. Tang Yuehua respectfully bowed as she spoke. Xue Qinghe nodded, affirming, indeed. Tang San will surely become a loyal minister in the future. Tang Yuehua approached Xue Qinghe, gently standing behind him to massage his shoulders. Xue Qinghe took a deep breath. The distance between him and Tang Yuehua was merely a few inches. The alluring fragrance of the mature woman lingered around him, truly captivating his heart and soul. On the map, Xue Qinghe has marked a point, the juncture between the Heavenly Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire, known as Dongming City. This location bears immense military significance, possessing natural fortifications that make it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The army of the Heavenly Dou Empire has suffered numerous defeats here. Liu Erlong approached and stood beside him. Over the years, the two enchanting ladies have captivated Xue Qinghe's thoughts, and after a few days apart, he finds himself missing them dearly. My beloved consorts, what do you propose we do to capture Dongming City? Xue Qinghe inquired. Tang Yuehua's hand faltered, and she quickly replied, I am but a mere woman. How could I possibly comprehend such matters? Xue Qinghe spread his hands, providing a response typical of a palace concubine. Concubines are forbidden from engaging in political discourse, a rule preserved for millennia. In contrast, Liu Erlong exhibited a more liberated demeanor. Liu Erlong remarked, Your Majesty, Dongming City is formidable to besiege. The cliffs ascend over 100 meters, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary soul masters to ascend. Meanwhile, our adversary can afford to wait and conserve their strength. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. However, he is far from an ordinary individual. Xue Qinghe, a titled Douluo of the 91st rank, possesses the extraordinary super-martial soul, the three-legged golden crow. With such formidable attributes, it is nearly impossible for soul masters below the 95th rank to stand against him. Moreover, Xue Qinghe currently wields a soul bone that is 30,000 years old. Are there any soul masters above the 95th rank in the Star Luo Empire? With a chuckle, Xue Qinghe reflected that, but for the interference of the Spirit Hall, the strength of the Tiandou Empire might well have been sufficient to annihilate the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire may possess formidable power, or it may not. Apart from the Spirit Hall, the most potent soul masters on the Douluo continent are found among the three great sects. If there existed soul masters more powerful than those of the three great sects, they would no longer hold their esteemed positions. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasts a rank 96 Battle Soul Master, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is led by Yu Yuanjin, also at rank 95, and the Haotian sect by Tang Hao, likewise at rank 95. The Douluo Empire, renowned for its martial prowess, likely has its share of Super Douluo at rank 95. And their mid-tier soul masters are indeed stronger than those of the Tiandou Empire. Xue Qinghe remarked. Liu Erlong added, indeed, thus we must avoid conflict as much as possible. Our focus should be on conserving our strength. Xue Qinghe nodded, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Beside him, Tang Weiwa and Liu Erlong hailed from the three upper sects, both being direct descendants of these esteemed lineages. Tang Weiwa, the daughter of the lord of the Haotian sect, held a status that required no elaboration. Liu Erlong, although a bastion of her uncle, the head of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan, had her lineage vindicated through her connection with Xue Qinghe. It could be said that during Xue Qinghe's generation, the intricate ties between the Tiandou Imperial family and the three upper sects reached an unprecedented zenith. Historically, why did the Tiandou, possessing the three upper sects, find itself in a position of vulnerability when confronting the Douluo Empire? Ultimately, the three upper sects remained merely sects. In their quest for survival, they could easily dismiss the notion of a nation. They offered no support to the empire, and in turn, the empire found itself powerless against them. For instance, the Haotian sect, when it closed its doors, turned a blind eye to all external affairs. The first challenge facing Xue Qinghe is that if he wishes to strengthen the mid-tier soul masters of the heavenly, the most effective approach would be to divide the three upper sects by nationalizing the mid-tier soul masters, ranging from soul respect to soul sage. They would be compelled to fight valiantly for the empire. Otherwise, if these soul masters remain under the control of the three upper sects, the authority to declare war for the heavenly would effectively rest in their hands. As the emperor, Xue Qinghe finds this situation intolerable. Moreover, there exists another dilemma. The heavenly empire comprises four major vassal states, each possessing independent military authority, which has led to a significant depletion of mid-tier soul masters. For the imperial family to mobilize these forces, they must engage in diplomatic discourse, lest they risk defection, placing the heavenly in peril. Thus, it is more accurate to describe the heavenly empire as a federation rather than a singular nation formed by vassal states and sects, with a nominal emperor of mediocre strength serving as a puppet. This reflects a scenario of centralized weakness and localized strength, where power is excessively fragmented. Even with numerous high-ranking soul masters, they cannot coalesce into a unified force. In such a federal system, how can the centripetal force of these smaller powers be enhanced? How can they be incentivized to willingly contribute to the central authority? The simplest method is to establish a goal of power that they can aspire to. However, the heavenly operates under a hereditary monarchy, which imposes a ceiling on ambition, leaving the smaller powers without hope, leading to mutual obstruction. Consequently, the heavenly is gradually deteriorating from internal strife. Therefore, Xue Qinghe is still preparing to establish a cabinet, with the chief minister serving as the focal point for the competition among these smaller powers, thereby encouraging the various factions to align more closely with the imperial center. Xue Qinghe tapped his forehead, feeling the fatigue of mental exertion. Let us take a moment to rest. Yuehua, assist me in preparing for slumber. Stretching his limbs, Xue Qinghe continued, Erlong, you too, join us. Both of you come together. Chapter 28. The ministers urge marriage. The emperor's sleeping quarters are indeed vast, and the joys of the emperor are pleasures that others can scarcely fathom. Xue Qinghe escorted the two of them back to their chamber, closing and locking the door behind them. Erlong, is there a girl among this year's freshmen named Dodo? Xue Qinghe inquired. Indeed. Dodo hails from a humble background, now aged 14, with a soul power of 21. Her martial soul is that of a dove, Liu Erlong replied. Xue Qinghe held a profound impression of the little girl, Dodo, who later became the host of the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition across the continent. With her short hair, she possessed an enchanting blend of 6 parts cuteness and 4 parts allure. She was truly a remarkable young lady. Her dove martial spirit was quite akin to the grand white goose of the Tiandou royal family, and in terms of cultivation talent, Dodo had already surpassed the majority of the royal offspring. Indeed, this girl is quite commendable. Please take good care of her. Once she graduates, I shall have her sent to the palace, Xue Qinghe stated without the slightest hint of hesitation. In the resplendent realm of Xue Qinghe, where the emperor's benevolence flourished, it was a remarkable stroke of fortune for Dodo, a commoner of modest lineage, possessing neither formidable soul power nor exceptional combat awareness. As you command, Your Majesty, replied Liu Erlong dutifully. Tang Yuehua had been quietly standing beside him when, in a moment of unguardedness, Xue Qinghe seized the opportunity to lift her effortlessly and cast her upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua exclaimed in astonishment, yet she lacked the courage to resist. Liu Erlong bit his lip lightly, remaining at a distance without pursuing. Xue Qinghe was already brimming with vitality. At this early hour, just as dawn was breaking, he, as the emperor, needed to prepare for court. Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss for words, now that he had ascended to the throne. He felt less freedom than when he was merely the crown prince. Yet, Xue Qinghe managed to rise to the occasion, for he was the emperor, the man bearing the weight of the entire empire's fate. If he were to indulge in even a moment of idleness, countless souls within the empire would suffer as a consequence. Xue Qinghe donned his ceremonial robes, for he was indeed the titled Douluo. He strode swiftly from the inner palace towards the front hall to attend court. The assembly comprised officials of both civil and military ranks. Yet not a single representative from the prominent sects was present. This absence intensified Xue Qinghe's perception that the court was merely a hollow facade, devoid of substance. The Minister of Rights was the first to step forward, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, since your ascension, you have diligently attended to state affairs, managing myriad responsibilities daily. Now that the nation enjoys peace and prosperity, with the populace living in harmony, it is only fitting that your Majesty continue to uphold the legacy and maintain the great dynasty." Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. The initial part was filled with flowery compliments, while the latter half seemed to imply a desire for him to produce offspring. Indeed, at the tender age of 20, it was customary for an emperor to have heirs. Even if he himself was not anxious about it, the officials and ministers would undoubtedly feel a sense of urgency. However, Xue Qinghe had once been a modern individual, and he possessed a system that ensured he was prudent in matters of safety, despite the indulgent knights. Your Majesty, the daughter of the Xue Qinghe possesses extraordinary talent and enchanting beauty, and is of a similar age to your Majesty. Perhaps it would be wise to consider her for the Imperial harem, to secure the lineage. The Minister of Works stepped forward, making his suggestion. Xue Qinghe twitched the corner of her mouth. Are you jesting? The daughter of the Xue Qinghe sect is none other than Yi Lingling, although she has matured quite splendidly. To say she is of a similar age to me borders on the absurd. This matter warrants careful deliberation, Xue Qinghe remarked. Truly, it is the emperor who remains unperturbed while the ministers are in a frenzy. Oh, no, it is indeed the courtiers who are anxious. There is no need for such haste. I am still young and vigorous. Living for a few hundred years is hardly a challenge. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be delayed. Furthermore, it would be prudent for your Majesty to arrange a betrothal with the daughter of Master Ning. A minister stepped forward to propose. That is inappropriate. In my humble opinion, your Majesty should consider an engagement with Huowu, the daughter of the principal of the Qihua Academy. Another minister interjected. Xue Qinghe felt somewhat helpless, as if he were being urged into marriage. Your Majesty, the daughter of the president of Tianxue Academy, Xue Qinghe, possesses extraordinary talent and could enter the palace as a consort, one minister boldly declared. In truth, these young ladies were all quite young, still below the age of marriage. However, early engagements could certainly be arranged. It is indeed a coincidence that the girls they mentioned later shone brilliantly in the prestigious elite competition among advanced soul master academies across the continent. The potential of a young lady is often predetermined at the moment her martial soul awakens. Thus, these girls have essentially been regarded as the favored ones since childhood. As the emperor, it is only natural that my harem should not consist of a single consort. Given their exceptional qualities, it would not be unreasonable to welcome them all. Hold on, I have an important announcement to make today, Xue Qinghe stated. I shall establish a cabinet, initially composed of 3 individuals, to assist me in managing affairs. Upon hearing these words, the ministers were taken aback. The gravity of Xue Qinghe's statement was undeniable. Assisting the emperor in governance is, after all, a position of considerable power, coveted by many. Your Majesty is wise, the head of the Ministry of Personnel promptly responded, recognizing the opportunity. Your Majesty is wise, echoed the others. As the ministers of various departments followed suit, many were unable to discern whether this indicated a decentralization of imperial power or a consolidation thereof. At first glance, it appeared as if power was being delegated to the cabinet. However, this was not the case. The imperial authority had not been shared with the cabinet, but rather, the powers originally belonging to the 6 ministries had been transferred to it. In reality, imperial power was thus rendered even more centralized. Holding absolute power allows an astute emperor to accomplish great deeds, while even a less capable emperor can maintain the status quo. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, thoroughly pleased with the reaction of his ministers. Very well, let us proceed to draft the cabinet today, he remarked with a smile. These officials had been loyal subjects of the great Emperor Xue Yi for many years. The emergence of the new system had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. They dared not oppose it, yet were uncertain whether its implementation would bode well or ill for their futures. The ascension of a new emperor and the consequent reshuffling of court officials was no novel occurrence, yet their greatest fear remained, being replaced. Chapter 29, The Cabinet and the Jinhui System. The news spread rapidly, reaching the 4 major vassal states and the prominent sects of the Tiandou Empire, all of whom were informed about the formation of the cabinet. The response they provided was markedly different from that within the imperial court. Even the seasoned ministers of the 6 ministries, who had navigated the intricacies of court politics for years, failed to recognize that the establishment of the cabinet would diminish their authority. Conversely, the 4 vassal states exhibited heightened sensitivity, seemingly aware that something was amiss. According to Xue Qinghe's vision, not only the vassal states but also the major sects were to send representatives to participate in the cabinet's formation, and they were required to dispatch prominent figures from their respective factions. Should they consolidate their power within the cabinet? It would be akin to confining a pack of tigers within a cage. Erlong, what do you suppose is the reaction of the rulers of the 4 vassal states at this moment? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Liu Erlong shook her head. I am unaware. Although she excelled in the art of cultivation, she was utterly unacquainted with the realm of politics and could not comprehend the implications of this development. In a previous life, Xue Qinghe was well versed in the historical accounts of the 3 kingdoms. Ultimately, the era culminated in the Jin dynasty, with the fruits of Wei's ascension being clandestinely appropriated by Sima Yi. This individual truly exemplifies remarkable forbearance. The most effective strategy to counter Sima Yi lies in nurturing another like him. A solitary tiger remains a formidable predator. However, when a congregation of tigers assembles, they merely resemble a horde of cats. By instigating internal strife among figures like Sima Yi, compelling them to engage in mutual deliberation, the emperor can seize the opportunity to benefit as a bystander. Regrettably, it is a pity that individuals of Sima Yi's caliber, who possess profound patience, intricate scheming, and nearly no weaknesses, are exceedingly rare, particularly after Zhuge Liang's star fell at Wuzhong Plains, making it arduous to find a worthy adversary to contend with him throughout the realm. Xue Qinghe is a formidable title Douluo, known to only a few, primarily those in his immediate circle and the Emperor Xue Yi. When the kings of the vassal states arrive in Tiandou City and behold an emperor of such caliber, they are left utterly astounded. Your Majesty, we bring news from the Barak Kingdom. Xue Qinghe sat in his study when an urgent report was delivered. Present it to me, he commanded. Upon opening it, a smile broke across his face. Barak is truly obstinate. Among the 4 vassal states, 2 remained indecisive, 1 leaned towards refusal. While the kingdom of Barak outright rejected the proposal, declaring their unwillingness to participate, there was simply no chance. The kingdom of Barak, being the most formidable in military strength among the 4 vassal states, possessed the confidence to assert such a stance. When Xue Qinghe ascended to the throne, he did not reveal his title as Douluo. Consequently, the Barak kingdom began to speculate based on the information at hand. Xue Qinghe, merely around 20 years of age, had managed to cultivate to a level of 35 with the worthless martial soul of the Tiandou royal family. This was a remarkable achievement. Yet it merely illustrated his limited strength. He posed no significant threat, being nothing more than an inexperienced youth. Liu Erlong, observing from the side, inquired, Your Majesty, shall I send a couple of people over? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and said, No need. I wish to personally witness who dares to defy the imperial decree. Xue Qinghe rose to his feet, stretching his limbs after a prolonged period of confinement. It had been quite some time since he ventured far from home. Throughout the new year, he had been engrossed in signing in and cultivating, transforming into a veritable emperor of seclusion. Your Majesty, do you intend to lead the charge personally? Liu Erlong inquired, astonished. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness. Though he intended to embark on the journey to Balak alone, it could be considered a personal expedition. For when the emperor himself ventures forth, it is indeed a royal campaign. This phrase carries an impression of a grand mobilization. Come along with me, Xue Qinghe said. As you command, Liu Erlong replied without hesitation. The 2 then departed from the imperial palace. Behind Xue Qinghe, the 3-legged golden crow descended, unfurling its blazing golden wings and embracing Liu Erlong as they soared into the sky. As they traversed the skies, Xue Qinghe contemplated numerous matters. In ancient China, The only dynasty to establish a cabinet system was the Ming dynasty, which naturally served as a model for his own. However, alongside the cabinet, there existed another institution, the Jinhui system. For every civil endeavor, there must be a corresponding military provision. The cabinet represents civil affairs, while the Jinhui embodies martial power. Together, they form a complete system. Otherwise, whenever those distant from the four subordinate nations sought to incite trouble, Xue Qinghe would have to personally intervene to quell the unrest, which was exceedingly cumbersome. Whoosh! The two flew at great speed through the heights, and Liu Erlong could not help but marvel at Xue Qinghe's velocity. It seemed that even the renowned master of the Sensitivity Hall, famed as the fastest on the continent, could not compare with his Majesty. Erlong, upon our return, make sure to nurture Tang San with particular attention. Xue Qinghe tightened his embrace and accelerated further. Why does your Majesty place such importance on him? Liu Erlong inquired. Somewhat perplexed. With a chuckle, Xue Qinghe remarked, Tang San is indeed the son of the plain. Such a valuable tool should not go to waste. I intend to assemble a secret guard, dedicated to addressing the four subordinate nations in various sections. Without the pressure of military might, they will never genuinely serve the empire. Leaning against him, Liu Erlong felt a sense of loyalty. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was her family, and Xue Qinghe was her man. Tipping the scales of her allegiance firmly in his favor, she found Xue Qinghe to be remarkably dependable, approaching every endeavor with utmost prudence. Very well. I shall focus on nurturing his abilities, Liu Erlong agreed. With the speed befitting a tidal Douluo, they departed directly from Tiandou City in the morning, arriving shortly after lunchtime. Liu Erlong marveled at Xue Qinghe's swiftness. His martial soul seemed flawless. For ordinary soul masters, those who excel in strength often lack in speed, while those adept in speed tend to have weaker strength and diminished attributes. Yet, Xue Qinghe's three-legged golden crow was an exception, embodying perfection, with an exceptional fire attribute. Remarkable speed, and the ability to fly, they touched down in the capital of the Balak Kingdom, Balak City. This city, though not as grand as Tiandou City, was still quite prosperous, ranking among the top 10 on the continent. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe surmised that Xiao Wu was likely also at the Nodding Academy in the Balak Kingdom. Perhaps he could bring her back as well. However, he decided to postpone that thought until the pressing matters were resolved. Soon, Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong descended directly upon the Balak royal mansion. Their sudden arrival in the courtyard immediately alerted the inhabitants, and the guards swiftly surrounded the two intruders. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, realizing that this residence had strategically positioned dozens of soul masters both in plain sight and in the shadows, which explained their swift response in such a short span of time. Xue Qinghe was profoundly dissatisfied. The empire was sorely lacking in mid-tier soul masters. Yet this mere royal residence boasted over 100 formidable soul masters above the rank of soul respect. Liu Erlong, as was customary, donned a dark green outfit, while Xue Qinghe also opted for casual attire. At first glance, their identities were indeed difficult to discern. Summon King Balak forth, Xue Qinghe commanded coldly. The surrounding soul masters, under the impression that adversaries had come seeking vengeance, momentarily froze. Where is your king? Let him come forth to meet me, Xue Qinghe stated calmly. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong remained vigilant, aware that even with Xue Qinghe's formidable prowess, there was always the risk of an impulsive individual charging forth, thus soiling his hands. Me? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. In the Tiandou Empire, such self-referential speech could only be uttered by the emperor himself. Even the great Shui emperor would hesitate to claim such a title. Who, then, was this man? Could it be that he was indeed the emperor? Confusion rippled through the crowd, and even the assassin who had already locked onto Xue Qinghe's vital points hesitated. Are you deaf? The icy river of Xue Qing was filled with displeasure, exuding an imperial authority that, combined with the formidable presence of a Douluo-level powerhouse, left these soul masters shivering in fear. Your Majesty, please grant me a moment. I shall promptly deliver the message, said the once cold-blooded assassin, now transformed into a quintessential servant, speaking with utmost reverence. Regardless of the truth of the matter, the servant understood that it was imperative for the kingdom of Balak to intervene personally to ascertain the situation. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and remarked, it seems that the kingdom of Balak has successfully nurtured a cadre of elite warriors. Indeed, King Balak has put forth considerable effort. The tone of Xue Qinghe inevitably sounded somewhat sarcastic to their ears. Local mercenaries have always been a source of unease for the royal family. Yet no past emperor has dared to voice such concerns. Your Majesty, I implore you to forgive my transgressions. At that moment, from a distance of 10 meters, A middle-aged man clad in a crimson outfit suddenly knelt down with a thud. You dare not retreat? Such audacity. The man then rebuked the surrounding spirit masters before humbly prostrating himself on the ground. One might easily mistake him for the most loyal minister in history. Just moments ago, those spirit masters had radiated an air of menace, but they swiftly extinguished their fury and withdrew, bowing in deference. Xue Qinghe let out a cold chuckle and said, Your Majesty, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty, King Balak replied with utmost respect. King Balak's demeanor was remarkably simple, reminiscent of a warm-hearted vendor selling steamed buns. His smile inviting, and his eyes squinting with an air of obsequiousness, truly embodying the essence of a commoner. Your Majesty, please. King Balak beamed as he ushered Xue Qinghe into the pavilion, promptly serving exquisite tea. King Balak surmised that Xue Qinghe's visit was likely concerning matters of the cabinet. It was not unexpected, as he had probably been covertly visiting the Balak kingdom, and upon hearing news from this region, he had hastened over. Your Majesty, if there are matters to discuss, you need only summon me to Tiandou city. Your personal visit is indeed a great honor for me, King Balak said with deep reverence. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, his intuition prompting him to speak candidly. It matters not. We shall arrive in merely an hour, and I might as well enjoy the scenery along the way. Your Majesty, I express my gratitude for your gracious pardon regarding my failure to welcome you properly, King Balak remarked. He became increasingly convinced that Xue Qinghe was indeed conducting a covert inspection nearby. With his formidable cultivation as a soul master, how far could he possibly travel in just an hour? King Balak secretly reveled in the thought that the heavenly Dou imperial family was indeed declining year after year. When the Night Emperor ascended to the throne, he at least showcased his soul rings. At that time, he was a 4-ringed soul master. Now, the newly crowned emperor dared not even display his soul rings during the coronation ceremony. King Balak could not help but harbor a certain contempt for Xue Qinghe. After all, the new emperor lacked the ability to command respect among the populace. Very well, I shall absolve you of this transgression, however. What punishment shall be meted out for your defiance of the imperial decree? Xue Qinghe stated calmly. King Balak was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his back as he instinctively cast a glance at Liu Erlong, dubbed the killing horn of the Golden Iron Triangle. Liu Erlong had gained considerable notoriety on the continent 6 or 7 years prior. In recent years, however, he had become elusive, likely possessing strength comparable to that of a soul emperor. With a thud, King Balak knelt, panic-stricken, exclaiming, Your Majesty, forgive my transgressions. Even if I had 1,000 lives, I would not dare defy your will. Though his voice trembled, his mind raced with thoughts. In the past, when the Night Emperor visited the kingdom of Balak, he was always amiable. Even if he harbored discontent, he kept it to himself. What audacity this young man possesses. What is the source of his confidence? Could it be that he is truly an unseasoned calf, unaware of the tiger's lair? Xue Qinghe could not contain himself and let out a rather forceful flatulence. The intensity of it surged directly into the nostrils of King Balak, who was kneeling on the ground. The king dared not show any displeasure, even in the face of such humiliation. After all, could the emperor's flatulence be merely flatulence? It was, in fact, an ethereal essence. Oh, how truly one feigns ignorance while fully aware. Regarding the matters of the cabinet, you have not taken them to heart at all, Xue Qinghe remarked. In a state of panic, King Balak quickly responded, I would never dare. I would never dare. Xue Qinghe let out a cold snort. Regarding this fellow who incessantly admitted his faults without specifying what those faults were. While appearing respectful, he was secretly calculating his own interests. He believed that as long as he did not acknowledge the matters concerning the cabinet, he could pretend they had never occurred. Liu Erlong similarly cast a piercing gaze at King Balak, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. At that moment, Xue Qinghe heard a series of footsteps. The dozens of soul masters who had encircled him earlier simultaneously took a step toward the pavilion. They did not approach closely, merely shifting their positions. King Balak smirked inwardly, aware that both Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong were soul masters. Even though Xue Qinghe was merely a 3-ring soul zune, he was astute enough to notice the synchronized footsteps. You dare to threaten me? Xue Qinghe, in a fit of rage, declared, Now that I have ascended to the throne, how dare anyone display such insolence before me? He then suppressed his cultivation, unleashing only the strength of a 3-ring soul master, and unleashed a forceful kick towards King Balak. With a resounding thud, King Balak was sent flying, retreating 3 meters before regaining his footing. Thud. As he lay on the ground, despite his disheveled state, he could not help but laugh internally. His own soul power was formidable, boasting the rank of a 7-ring soul sage. To be able to confront Xue Qinghe with such humility was already a testament to his grace. King Balak was acutely aware of the force behind that kick. Had he exerted even a modicum of strength, he could have easily sent Xue Qinghe sprawling. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the kingdom of Balak shall be disbanded and transformed into a direct border fortress of Tiandou. I shall assign you a vanguard general of equal rank. Xue Qinghe proclaimed with a sardonic smile. As his words echoed in the air, the surrounding soul masters took another step forward, tightening the encirclement. King Balak seethed with anger but chose to endure one last time. Your Majesty, what transgression have I committed to warrant such a demotion? For the past years, I have rendered service to Tiandou, if not in merit, then in toil. In that fleeting moment, a minuscule insect landed in his palm, and upon crushing it, he discerned an inscription upon it. No reinforcements nearby. When Xue Qinghe made his appearance, the kingdom of Balak immediately initiated a search for nearby allies. They sought to ascertain how Xue Qinghe had arrived, as it was presumed that Ning Fengji, his mentor, would likely accompany him with experts from the sect. However, the reality was stark. No signs of skilled practitioners could be found within a 1,000-mile radius. Are you questioning my authority? Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. I had initially considered appointing you as the governor of this border, but it seems you are of little use. Let us escort you back to Tiandou City. Xue Qinghe's words struck like a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving King Balak unrestrained, fully convinced that this new emperor, bold as a newborn calf, was determined to dismantle the Balak kingdom. Your Majesty, I must apologize. King Balak exclaimed with fury, unleashing his martial soul, a golden bear. As the seventh soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, activating his martial soul's true form. Your Majesty, for many years, this old minister has safeguarded the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, honing a formidable soul power. Today, I shall seize the opportunity to showcase my abilities before you. King Balak declared, his anger palpable. He had torn the veil of civility. Failure was not an option if he could not vanquish Xue Qinghe. He would at least teach him a lesson, using this incident as a pretext to seek refuge with the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. Yet, aligning with the Spirit Hall seemed the more prudent choice, for while they possessed numerous soul masters, they lacked the vast territories that the Balak kingdom could offer. The strength of Star Luo, although considerable, remained shackled by the Spirit Hall. Thus, a direct alliance with the latter was far more advantageous. Soul Sage indeed. Xue Qinghe replied with a serene smile. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Liu Erlong beside him activated her martial soul, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings shimmering at her feet, 8 in total. A soul Douluo? King Balak gasped, astonished by her formidable strength. A tremor coursed through him. Yet he remained composed. His kingdom also boasted soul Douluo-level warriors, and with his numerical advantage, he felt no fear. Indeed, it is the golden iron triangle. I stand at level 79 as a soul sage. Our disparity is negligible. King Balak retorted coldly, unreservedly casting a menacing aura upon Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in exasperation, questioning the necessity of it all. Is it not better to simply obey? Liu Erlong gazed at King Balak as though he were a fool, pondering why one would choose to court death when life itself was a precious gift. At that moment, the spirit masters began to encroach upon Xue Qinghe's position once more, tightening the circle of encirclement. Although the figure before them was an emperor, these individuals were trained soldiers, resolutely adhering to the commands of their sovereign. Xue Qinghe did not employ his martial soul. Instead, he extended his right hand and unleashed a powerful surge of soul force. Bang! King Balak was sent flying, landing 5 meters away. Dazed, he struggled to comprehend the situation, his body aching all over. What just happened? Did I just get knocked away by that young emperor? Gritting his teeth against the pain, King Balak rose to his feet. The warriors who had once threatened Xue Qinghe, step by step, now stood in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. How could he have struck the king down without utilizing a martial soul? As soul masters, they could grasp the implications. It was evident that Xue Qinghe's soul power was extraordinarily dense and far surpassed that of King Balak, who was at the pinnacle of soul sage. They had encountered a formidable opponent. Coughing violently, King Balak spewed a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his entire body was engulfed in searing heat. That surge of soul power penetrated his skin, burning through his internal organs. Your Majesty, spare the old minister. I beseech you. King Balak cried out in panic. He was enduring excruciating agony, suffering a torment worse than death, since ancient times. Those who rebel have faced only one fate, Xue Qinghe replied calmly. Boom. Moments later, King Balak met his demise amidst the flames. The Soul Masters retreated hastily. Kneeling in desperation, "Your Majesty, grant us mercy." Xue Qinghe declared, "King Balak has rebelled. I shall personally execute him, and his family will be taken to Tiandou city." As an emperor in tumultuous times, one must wield an iron fist. Otherwise, not only would one's own safety be jeopardized, but the entire nation would also suffer. As commanded, the dozen or so Soul Masters immediately sprang into action. Once loyal to King Balak, they now transformed into the vanguard of the Balak family's downfall. Scattering like monkeys from a fallen tree, Xue Qinghe, the emperor, operates under the principle that actions are devoid of right or wrong, but rather judged solely by their merits and demerits. The reclamation of military authority at the borders presents substantial advantages, while failure to do so incurs significant losses. As an emperor, one must also consider the sentiments of the vassal kings, which is not acceptable. Erlong summoned Qin Ming to hasten his arrival at the kingdom of Balak to oversee affairs here, Xue Qinghe commanded. Qin Ming, a trusted confidant of Xue Qinghe, is currently an instructor at the Heavenly Snow Academy, possessing the cultivation of a soul emperor. Although he may still lack a bit of refinement, he is nonetheless capable. Should an urgent matter arise, Xue Qinghe can promptly travel from Tiandou. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, acknowledging the strategic significance of the Balak kingdom, which lies adjacent to the Douluo Empire and the Spirit Hall, effectively serving as the gateway to the Heavendou Empire. "I have been residing here for a few days to oversee the affairs," Xue Qinghe remarked. "Your Majesty, I shall promptly arrange for the subsequent matters," Liu Erlong replied. Xue Qinghe nodded and said, "Go ahead." Soon, the news of King Balak's betrayal spread rapidly, particularly affecting the three vassal states, which found themselves in a precarious position. They resembled prisoners caught in a dilemma, each too fearful to take a stand. Their only safe option was to obediently submit to Xue Qinghe. The shocking speed of the blitzkrieg was terrifying. Just the day before, the kingdom of Balak had voiced dissent against the imperial policies, and the very next day, it had vanished. Who could withstand such swiftness? At the Spirit Hall, the enchanting Qianren Xue sat alongside the captivating Holiness. Despite the strained relationship between Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong, the two women maintained a cordial rapport, often practicing together. "Sister Xue, what do you think of this matter?" Holiness inquired. Qianren Xue bit her lip, harboring a deep-seated hatred for that young man. His image haunted her nightly before sleep. "Let us observe for now," Qianren Xue replied, fully aware of Xue Qinghe's cunning nature, uncertain of his ulterior motives. In the Douluo Empire, Emperor Xingluo was in the prime of his life. Having just ascended to the rank of title Douluo, he perused a document meticulously. Davis, 13 years old, rank 31. Dai Mubai, 8 years old, rank 15. He had reviewed the cultivation progress of several princes, only to sigh in disappointment, realizing none matched his own extraordinary talents. His cultivation aptitude far surpassed that of his sons. Chapter 32. The Douluo Empire declares war. The Douluo Empire was experiencing an unprecedented era of prosperity. Among the emperor's offspring, Davis and Dai Mubai exhibited the greatest potential. However, as the saying goes, one can discern a child's future at the age of 6. And these two boys fell short in comparison to their father. The emperor had long been aware that he might be the strongest ruler in a millennium, having attained title Douluo status by the age of 60. Unless his sons encountered extraordinary fortunes, they would struggle to surpass him in their lifetimes. The martial spirits of the Douluo royal family were commendable, though not the most exceptional, yet sufficient to support cultivation to title Douluo. After all, their family lacked for nothing in terms of training resources. It was not particularly challenging to elevate an emperor to title Douluo status with the resources of an entire nation, especially since their emperors had ascended through fierce competition for the throne. The Xuanyiming family was a significant opportunity for the Douluo Empire. Firstly, the new emperor was inexperienced and somewhat arrogant, being merely a young lad. Secondly, the Balak kingdom had been dissolved, with the royal family imprisoned, leading to instability at the borders. Thirdly, the remaining three vassal states were gripped by fear, poised for potential fragmentation. Based on these factors, after decades of reign, the Douluo emperor had never encountered such a favorable opportunity. "Your Majesty, I have arrived," Duke Yuming bowed respectfully. "Old Xue, you have not stretched your legs in quite some time. Accompany me to the borders," the Douluo emperor declared, catching Duke Yuming off guard. The emperor rarely ventured far from the palace, and each departure signified a momentous event. The Douluo emperor was a decisive leader, ready to mobilize troops immediately. Unlike Emperor Xue, who would deliberate for days before engaging in military action, the Douluo emperor, a steadfast proponent of warfare, had long yearned to march against the Heaven Dou Empire. Obediently at your service, Duke Yuming promptly replied. The mobilization capabilities of the Star Luo Empire were formidable. The emperor swiftly gathered his elite White Tiger troops and hundreds of formidable soul masters from the court, preparing for departure. The White Tiger Elite, named after the royal martial spirit, underscored the unit's esteemed status within the Star Luo Empire. In contrast, the Heaven Dou Empire still refrained from invoking the emperor's name. The White Tiger Elite, a royal guard nurtured by the nation's resources, consisted solely of soul emperors and above. Only the emperor knew their exact number. That afternoon, the Star Luo Emperor delivered a brief address. To strike unexpectedly is the essence of warfare. He instructed Davis and Zhu Zhuyun to follow closely behind. At present, Davis possessed rank 31 soul power, sufficient to be considered a soul master. While not at the bottom, he was still far from being a decisive force in the conflict. However, the princes of Star Luo were not accustomed to sheltered lives. Though young, they had reached an age suitable for battle. Every emperor of Star Luo was a true tiger, forged in the crucible of violence. At your command, father, Davis exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. If fortune favored him in this war, he might be directly appointed as the crown prince. The opportunity lay before him, ripe for the taking. The Star Luo Emperor led the vanguard directly to the front lines, closely followed by a battalion of soul masters, primarily at the rank of soul master to soul king. Serving as the main force, the two princes exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding before hastening forward. That evening, in the kingdom of Balak, Xue Qinghe did not depart. Rather, he resolved to remain here for a few more days to meticulously reorganize this vassal state, transforming it entirely into a prefecture of the Tiandou. Xue Qinghe personally stationed himself at the border, where the guard was originally appointed by the late King Balak. With the king gone, the situation was precarious, prompting Xue Qinghe to take matters into his own hands. The arrival of a titled Douluo, even if the guards were unreliable, meant he could withstand any challenge alone. I cannot believe I must step onto the battlefield myself, he sighed, his heart heavy with the thought of the many young maidens in the palace, left to guard their empty chambers alone, causing him profound sorrow. Your Majesty, it is getting late. You should rest, said Liu Erlong. No sooner had she spoken than Xue Qinghe enveloped her in his embrace, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air, stirring the youthful fervor within him. Liu Erlong, with a temperament as fiery as her figure, offered a gentle smile that was markedly different from her usual demeanor. Leaning against Xue Qinghe like a delicate bird, Erlong, recent days have been tumultuous for the Tiandou Empire. You should return tomorrow. If anything arises, handle it in my stead. Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong, taken aback, replied, Your Majesty, I dare not. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, expressing his lack of fear. For it was only when he took action that he felt reassured. Liu Erlong nodded silently. The Tiandou Empire currently found itself in a precarious and tumultuous phase. Any emperor, upon ascending the throne, would refrain from severing ties with vassal states in the first month of their reign. For to do so would invite both internal strife and external threats. It would be akin to the long-suppressed contradictions within the empire, which had festered for centuries, suddenly erupting within mere days. While eliminating King Balak might be a straightforward task, addressing the ensuing dangers would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the Xingluo Empire had been watching Tiandou with covetous eyes. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Xue Qinghe's only steadfast ally was Liu Erlong, alongside a recently graduated cohort of students and teachers from the Tianxue Academy. Even his mentor, Ning Fengji, might not necessarily stand by his side. Liu Erlong, with her unique background as both Xue Qinghe's partner and a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, could potentially ease the tensions between him and the upper three sections. Thus, Xue Qinghe decided to send her back. Your Majesty, allow me to serve you as you retire for the night. Liu Erlong spoke softly, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Very well, he replied. As Xue Qinghe embraced her, preparing to drift into slumber, an unexpected upheaval ensued. At that very moment, Emperor Xingluo launched a blitzkrieg. A resounding boom echoed, as an array of soul techniques soared towards the city walls. The Balak Kingdom, renowned for its defensive prowess, swiftly mobilized their soul abilities, forming the formidable giant tortoise formation to shield the walls. Comprising 24 individuals, they executed a combined spirit fusion technique. Yet, the once impenetrable giant tortoise formation was breached by the forces of the Xingluo Empire. Chapter 33, the ninth soul technique. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to snuggle into bed with Liu Erlong, the thunderous clamor outside shattered their tranquil moment. Dreadful, What is happening? Who is setting off firecrackers at this hour? Xue Qinghe exclaimed in frustration. She quickly donned her garments, realizing that the sound bore little resemblance to mere firecrackers. The explosions fluctuated erratically, resembling a fierce battle, a large-scale conflict between armies of soul masters. The two hastily dressed and hurried out of the room. Xue Qinghe grasped Liu Erlong's hand, soaring into the air, casting their gaze towards the distant glow before gliding towards it. Beneath the walls of Balak City, a cacophony erupted. Following the recent explosion, the city gates were violently breached, and the Douluo Legion surged forth in a frenzied assault. Historically, the kingdom of Balak boasted a military force second only to the Imperial family of the Heavendou Empire. Yet their expertise lay predominantly in defensive warfare rather than offensive maneuvers. Consequently, the Douluo forces found themselves repeatedly thwarted in this endeavor. Xue Qinghe descended to the ground with Liu Erlong, who was already seething with rage. It was unacceptable that the city gates had been breached. Erlong, you are tasked with guarding the gates. Here are 3 celestial beans for you. Consume one at the first sign of danger, Xue Qinghe instructed, handing her the precious beans. These celestial beans had been acquired through Xue Qinghe's system, originating from the Dragon Ball universe, cultivated by the Cat Sage. Consuming one would restore all injuries and provide sustenance for 10 consecutive days, making them invaluable lifelines. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Liu Erlong replied, immediately activating her martial spirit and transforming into a fire dragon, leaping forth towards the gates. As an 82nd level soul Douluo, augmented by the flame apricot spirit, her fire attribute was nearly unparalleled. Furthermore, she possessed soul bones in both arms, rendering her an invincible force beneath the titled ranks. Boom! Liu Erlong surged forth, her flames illuminating the night sky, scattering the attacking Xingluo army and simultaneously bolstering the morale of the Tiandou troops. Showdown, I have long admired you. Xue Qinghe called out from the city tower, his voice echoing. Showdown? The Emperor of Xingluo frowned, taken aback. No one had ever dared address him in such a manner. Beside him, Duke Yuming seethed with anger, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I shall capture Xue Qinghe alive. However, the Emperor gestured for him to desist. Behind him stood his queen, a partner in his martial spirit fusion technique and a crucial asset. The Emperor, possessing a soul power of 91, was complemented by his queen's 84. Together, their combined strength reached an impressive 92.5. Showdown, you suddenly launch an assault on Tiandou. Here is my proposition. Leave your queen as a hostage and send 100 maidens, and I shall spare you. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile, exuding confidence. At the city gates, Liu Erlong had already vanquished all the soul saints and soul emperors that had infiltrated, leaving none alive. Standing at the entrance, she single-handedly held back the soldiers of Xingluo. Duke Yuming, the emperor said, according to our intelligence, there are no titled Douluos within Balak City. That fire dragon martial spirit, Liu Erlong, is the strongest here. The emperor gritted his teeth, realizing that this young man was only skilled in rhetoric. If Xue Qinghe decided to retreat, the entire empire could face disaster. However, now that he was within the city, employing the empty city ruse was tantamount to courting death. The emperor of Xingluo sneered, his ambition swelling. Capturing the emperor of Tiandou was within reach, and accomplishing that would mean half the unification was already achieved. He exchanged a knowing glance with his queen. Despite the apparent absence of titled Douluos in Balak City, hidden masters could still lurk in the shadows. It was prudent to employ full strength even against a rabbit. The most formidable spirit in the Douluo continent, the Yuming White Tiger, emerged upon the fusion with the queen. A colossal white tiger appeared above Balak City, heralding the war god of the Xingluo Empire. The manifestation of the Yuming White Tiger invigorated the troops. Hundreds of soul masters surged towards the city gates, likely to breach them in no time. With a powerful swipe, the Yuming White Tiger's enormous paw descended upon Xue Qinghe atop the city wall, a strike potent enough to obliterate him. Boom! With a chuckle, Xue Qinghe felt the manifestation of his martial spirit behind him, as the resplendent golden three-legged Jinwu appeared in all its glory, accompanied by the simultaneous ascent of 9 soul rings beneath his feet. The netherworld White Tiger was taken aback, realizing that Xue Qinghe was indeed a titled Douluo. The Emperor of Douluo immediately sensed an ominous turn of events. This was inconceivable. How could someone so young, merely 20 years of age, possess such formidable strength? Even if there were a miscalculation in the intelligence reports, the disparity should not be so vast. How could a 20-year-old possibly be a titled Douluo, especially with a 100,000-year soul ring? The Emperor of Douluo quickly composed himself, acknowledging that even if Xue Qinghe were truly a titled Douluo, he too held the same status. Moreover, he possessed the capability of martial spirit fusion techniques. Xue Qinghe chuckled, displaying no sign of panic as the ninth spirit ring at his feet illuminated with brilliance. The ninth spirit ability, son. Suddenly, a new sun began to rise slowly above the walls of Barak City, casting its radiant light upon the entire realm. This was Xue Qinghe's domain-type spirit ability. Under the sun's illumination, the warriors of the Heaven Do side experienced a 30% boost in soul power, strength, speed, and defense. Simultaneously, the soul masters of the Star Luo side suffered a 30% reduction. In essence, this created a staggering 60% disparity between the two factions. Furthermore, this artificial sun was forged from Xue Qinghe's supremely potent flames, serving as a formidable energy sphere in its own right. As the sun loomed over Barak City, it did not deter the Star Luo Emperor's relentless charge. He resolutely chose to plunge forward with reckless abandon. For the Star Luo Emperor, this was his singular opportunity. Should he fail to capture or eliminate Xue Qinghe by nightfall, he would face inevitable defeat once the upper three sects or the Spirit Hall of Heaven Do responded. Thus, even upon realizing that Xue Qinghe was a title Douluo, he showed no intention of retreating. With a thunderous crash, the spectral white tiger collided with the sun, producing an explosive sound that reverberated throughout the skies of Barak City. The form of the spectral white tiger vanished amidst the explosion, empowered by the sun's rays. The warriors of Heaven Do, under the leadership of Liu Erlong, valiantly defended the city gates. Liu Erlong, now rivaling a title Douluo, felt her strength surging as she basked in the sunlight. Moments later, the Star Luo Emperor crashed heavily to the ground, prompting Duke Yuming to rush over to assess the situation. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Duke Yuming exclaimed urgently. Xue Qinghe, having reclaimed his martial spirit, sat calmly at the city gate, inquiring, Are you familiar with this woman? Chapter 34, Captive Empress of the Star Luo. If not, I might just take her away, he declared. At that moment, a woman cloaked in black robes was bound by those beside Xue Qinghe. Her beauty was striking, and her figure was voluptuous. This woman was none other than the Empress of the Star Luo Empire, hailing from the Netherworld family. At this juncture, her soul power had been utterly depleted. Moments ago, a blazing sun had erupted before her, and merely escaping with her life was a stroke of fortune. Once adorned in splendid attire, the formidable heat had melted away her garments, leaving her draped only in the black robe that Xue Qinghe had just bestowed upon her. The Empress remained in a state of unconsciousness. Shaddai, I could annihilate you all right now. Yet I shall grant you an opportunity, present a selection of beauties and then retreat. Your Empress, I shall take with me, Xue Qinghe laughed heartily. Instantly, the forces of the Tiandou erupted in jubilant cheers. The capture of the opposing Empress seemed to ignite even greater excitement than that of the Emperor. After all, should the Emperor be captured, a new one could swiftly be installed, but what of the Empress? This was a matter of dignity. With the Empress in their grasp, the Star Luo Emperor was at risk of facing utter humiliation. Should he become aware of this predicament, it would surely be enough to drive him to despair. Consequently, the Duke of Netherworld ceased resistance and promptly ordered a retreat, as the losses thus far had not been catastrophic. The elite White Tiger forces retained at least half of their strength, ensuring they still possessed the means of self-preservation. Otherwise, they would have faced total annihilation. Xue Qinghe has taken away Queen Xingluo. The city gates are tightly shut, and a truce prevails between the two factions. Liu Erlong stands guard at the city gate, her nerves taut, remaining vigilant as the possibility of a counterattack looms. In the royal palace, the servants have bound Queen Xingluo to a pillar. Possessing the powers of a soul Douluo, ordinary ropes would undoubtedly fail to restrain her. You may leave, Xue Qinghe commanded. As you wish, Your Majesty, they replied. He then retrieved a binding immortal lock from the system space. This artifact, bestowed by the system, belongs to the Taoist deity Laozi. Even a great Luo immortal would find it difficult to escape its grasp, let alone the mere soul Douluo, Queen Xingluo. Xue Qinghe bound her, intending to keep this woman for negotiations with Xingluo. After securing her, Xue Qinghe happily retired to sleep, leaving Liu Erlong to patrol outside, destined to spend the night alone. The following day, at dawn, Empress Xingluo found herself ensnared in the binding immortal locks. She struggled fiercely to free herself, but her efforts proved futile, tightening the binds further. Release this Empress, she commanded, her voice laced with fury. Just then, Xue Qinghe entered with a cheerful demeanor, surveying her with a smile. As daylight illuminated the scene, he mused to himself how striking the Empress truly was. Your Highness, cease your cries. Even should you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue, Xue Qinghe remarked. Empress Xingluo took a deep breath. acutely aware of Xue Qinghe's gaze fixed upon her, which kindled her anger further. Xue Qinghe, do not celebrate too soon. His Majesty will soon arrive with forces to crush your little enclave. She retorted vehemently. Xue Qinghe shrugged nonchalantly and said, rest assured. I have no intention of ending your life. I still wish to leverage you for something else. However, if I were to release you now, would you dare return to Xingluo? His words momentarily stunned the Queen of Xingluo. She became acutely aware of her own state. She was entirely unclothed. Her fitted battle attire from the previous day now in tatters. She was draped only in a black cloak, which offered little warmth against the chill. You, the Queen of Xingluo stammered, a sudden wave of shame washing over her. Attempting to stretch her limbs, she found no discomfort, suggesting that she had not been violated. Yet, as her thoughts spiraled into the realm of horror, she realized that whether she had been harmed or not was of little consequence. The true tragedy lay in the perception of others, even if she were to return to Xingluo now. The stain of her capture would render her unable to hold her head high. The implications were terrifying upon deeper reflection. Very well, rest here for now. I must go procure something from Xingluo. Xue Qinghe spoke with a smile. Queen Xingluo, gritting her teeth, let out a bitter laugh. She found herself in a predicament where the only respectable choice was to remain in Tiandou. How utterly absurd. On the Xingluo side, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun had led their troops and arrived, but it was already too late. The battle had long since concluded by the time they got there. Finally, the Emperor of Xingluo awakened, the sun already high in the sky. The severity of the injuries inflicted on a titled Douluo underscored the ferocity of that sun. Your Majesty, Tiandou has sent a peace treaty, Duke Yuming presented. The Emperor of Xingluo propped himself up, the nightmare from the previous day still haunting his thoughts. In the peace treaty presented by Xue Qinghe, the primary demands consisted of a few war trophies, 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old soul bones, 1 million gold soul coins, and 100 young women aged between 16 and 20. Additionally, there was the mention of Zhu Zhuyun from the Yuming family. Only these items provoked a deep breath from Emperor Xingluo. As fury surged within him, he was exceedingly enraged. From the perspective of Xue Qinghe's demands, they were not particularly excessive, with the 10,000-year-old soul bones being the only challenging request. However, for the entirety of the Xingluo Empire, acquiring 3 moderately valuable pieces of such soul bones should not pose a significant threat. As for the gold soul coins, they were hardly worth mentioning, and the request for 100 young women seemed trivial. Yet, the audacity of Xue Qinghe to directly demand Zhu Zhuyun was striking. Emperor Xingluo handed the treaty to Duke Yuming. Upon receiving it, the Duke glanced at the document and was immediately taken aback, his gaze shifting towards Zhu Zhuyun beside Davis. Zhu Zhuyun, puzzled, wondered why her father had chosen this moment to look at her. Your Majesty, my Yuming family is willing to offer 1 piece of 10,000-year-old soul bone. Duke Yuming respectfully stated. Emperor Xingluo closed his eyes, contemplating the balance of gains and losses. The failure in this lightning war, if prolonged, would only invite the upper 3 sects of Tiandou to intervene, which would result in greater detriment than benefit for Xingluo. Xue Qinghe did not demand excessively. 3 soul bones were nothing significant. However, Zhu Zhuyun's identity was unique. She was Davis's fiancée, akin to a prospective imperial consort. Yet, in comparison to the empress, her status was diminished, making her a feasible exchange to preserve dignity. Noticing that Emperor Xingluo remained silent, Duke Yuming turned to Zhu Zhuyun and inquired, Zhuyun, would you be willing to infiltrate Tiandou? Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback. Me? Father, if it means fighting for Xingluo, I would not hesitate to face death. She declared with resolute strength. Chapter 35, The Exchange of Zhu Zhuyun. Very well, follow me, Duke Yuming sighed. He led Zhu Zhuyun to another tent and presented the conditions proposed by Xue Qinghe. Upon reading them, her expression stiffened. One of the demands was specifically directed at her, which was indeed a sign of respect. Father, Zhu Zhuyun was incensed. As the future empress, she was being asked to become a captive. Duke Yuming spoke solemnly. Zhuyun, this is an opportunity to approach Xue Qinghe. Although he possesses the title of Douluo, even the mightiest soul power can be vulnerable to poison. Bring our finest poison and look for a chance to administer it. Zhu Zhuyun's expression became peculiar. As someone destined for the throne, if she went to Tiandou, even if Xingluo were to reclaim power, her future would be irrevocably damaged. The Empress of Xingluo could never be a woman who had served another man. However, if she refused, she would have no alternatives. Remaining in Xingluo under the Emperor's pressure would similarly stifle her prospects. Very well, I shall go to Tiandou. Zhu Zhuyun resolved. Duke Yuming felt a pang of sorrow. For the sake of Xingluo and the Emperor, He had no choice but to sacrifice Xu Zhiyun. Zhiyun, do not worry. Once you arrive in Tiandou, we will ensure that you are contacted immediately, Duke Yuming assured her. Xu Zhiyun nodded silently, her heart racing. At merely 13, she was just beginning to experience the stirrings of love, and Davis was her betrothed. Duke Yuming had initially encouraged their interactions to foster their bond. Now, before their feelings could truly develop, she was to serve another man, an unbearable concept for someone of her noble birth. Yet, considering that Xue Qinghe was the emperor's, and Davis, as a prince, might never ascend to the throne, the prospect of becoming a revered consort under Xue Qinghe was enticing, with the potential for future elevation to empress. Moreover, at merely 20, Xue Qinghe was a titled Douluo. Such a prodigy was rare to find. With this in mind, Xu Zhiyun felt a flicker of solace. Perhaps this path was not as dire as it seemed. At that moment, Davis learned of the situation, and it struck him like a thunderbolt. What? My fiancée, without even holding hands, is to serve another man? This is absurd. What will happen to my soul fusion partner? Yet, if he refused to surrender Xu Zhiyun, he could not reclaim his mother. Additionally, it was rumored that a new talent from the Xu family had recently awakened their martial soul, named Xu Qinghe. The fusion of the Yuming White Tiger martial soul was not fixed. With sufficient synergy, a fusion between Davis and Xu Qinghe was conceivable. Thus, he resolved to exchange his fiancée to rescue his mother. Simultaneously, he silently vowed vengeance against Xue Qinghe for this affront, promising to repay this grievance tenfold in the future. Davis and Xu Zhiyun did not meet again, nor did they exchange empty farewells. Balak City, kill me, the Empress of Xingluo said calmly. Xue Qinghe felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. While others yearned for life, he harbored a desire for death, which was indeed peculiar. Your emperor has acquiesced to my request, exchanging you for 100 beautiful maidens, Xue Qinghe remarked with a playful smile. Traditionally, upon ascending the throne, new emperors are expected to expand their harem, and with 100 enchanting ladies from Xingluo as the foundation, the imperial court would at least be spared from desolation. Of course, the ancestral laws cannot be disregarded. It remains essential to recruit a few within the heavenly capital, perhaps 100 or 80, to ensure a steady flow. The Empress of Xingluo inhaled deeply and slowly opened her eyes. She understood that returning to Xingluo would undeniably diminish her status. Losing favor was one thing, but she might even be unable to retain her position as empress. Xue Qinghe, there is something I wish to request of you, the Empress of Xingluo said. Xue Qinghe appeared perplexed, and although she was on the verge of returning, her demeanor suggested discontent. What is the matter? I do not wish to return to the Star Luo Empire. Please let me go, implored the Star Luo Empress. How could that be possible? If you were to leave, how would I procure 100 beautiful maidens? Xue Qinghe retorted. The Star Luo Empress sighed. You need only to release one maiden. The Star Luo Empire does not require a true empress to return, merely a woman bearing the title of empress. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment and acknowledged that there was some truth in her words. Very well, it seems you too yearn for freedom, thus. I shall extend my assistance to you this once. Xue Qinghe untied her restraints, allowing her to stretch her limbs. The imperial family is notoriously heartless. As long as their pride is sufficiently appeased, they remain indifferent. Soon, Emperor Xingluo withdrew his troops from the border, and both parties signed a pact of peace and friendship, promising not to wage war for a century. Such agreements are mere trifles, akin to child's play, lacking any real significance. Emperor Xingluo promptly commenced a nationwide selection of enchanting maidens, not daring to delay a single day, for the counterfeit son that was Xue Qinghe repeatedly haunted her dreams, urging her to hasten the selection process. 10 days later, in Balak City, 100 ethereal maidens were chosen, with Xu Zhiyun standing at the forefront. At Xue Qinghe's insistence, 1/3 of these girls were soul masters. The 30 female soul masters entered Balak City like fierce predators, having passed through security checks. Meanwhile, the Empress of Xingluo did not return. She vanished as if she had evaporated from the Doa continent, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. A wry smile crossed Emperor Xingluo's face, yet he paid it little mind. Although he mourned the loss of a partner with a fused martial soul, the title of empress had returned, which was sufficient for him. As long as no one spoke of his perceived infidelity, he was content. The absence of a partner with a fused martial soul diminished his strength, yet to him, power had become a matter of little consequence. His grand ambitions were utterly extinguished the moment Xue Qinghe's 9th soul skill, the sun, manifested. Within the confines of the Balak Palace, Xue Qinghe reclined leisurely upon the throne. As 100 elegant maidens approached, all in the bloom of youth, The girls of the Xingluo Empire were notably well-developed, and at the forefront was Xue Qinghe, her figure curvaceous and alluring, a harmonious balance of grace and allure. Flanking her were two renowned beauties, Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui, who had previously shown brilliantly in the elite competition of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academy. At Xue Qinghe's special request, they had come forth. Soon all the beauties of the world shall belong to me. Chapter 36. The alteration of Xue Qinghe's destiny. Indeed, Xue Qinghe expressed his satisfaction, remarking that this was the true demeanor of a great sovereign. One cannot be burdened by state affairs every day. For what joy would there be in being an emperor otherwise? Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe led the assembly of 100 beautiful maidens in a graceful bow. Very well, Xue Qinghe replied, his countenance radiant with delight. I shall dispatch someone to escort you back to Tiandou city at once. Xue Qinghe scrutinized Xue Qinghe with great care. Oh, this young lady possesses a voluptuous figure and an undeniable charm. Even for one who has encountered countless women, such as Xue Qinghe, he had never beheld a girl more ample than she. Xue Qinghe, remain by my side on the shore, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you wish, Xue Qinghe replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Hailing from the Yuming family, she was unlike other spirit master families, having been instilled from a young age with the belief in the emperor's supreme authority. While the common spirit masters often revere strength, her family held an additional conviction: the emperor reigned supreme. In pursuit of power, the ambition to attain the position of empress was equally a cherished goal of her lineage. Serendipitously, Xue Qinghe had become the emperor's consort, with the position of empress now tantalizingly within reach. Therefore, whatever the emperor chose to do was deemed justifiable, for after all, he is the emperor. Xue Qinghe meticulously scrutinized the enchanting young ladies before him, each possessing the grace of high society. Indeed, their elegance was commendable, suggesting that the Xingluo Empire was earnestly engaged in the peace negotiations. Very well, you may retire for now. Prepare to depart for Tiandou tomorrow, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. He then took Xue Qinghe aside, leading her back to his quarters. What is your current soul power level? He inquired. I am at the 31st level, Xue Qinghe replied. Come, let us enjoy some time outdoors, Xue Qinghe suggested cheerfully, clearly taken with the young girl. The two strolled through Balak City like a young couple, while Xue Qinghe's heart raced with excitement. Just as their bond began to deepen, the Spirit Hall found itself in a state of urgency. News had just reached them that the Xingluo Empire had launched a blitzkrieg against Tiandou, and by early the following day, reports confirmed that the battle had concluded. What is the meaning of this? Defeated in the blink of an eye. This is the nature of Xingluo's lightning warfare. However, Bibi Dong was not in the mood to mock Xingluo. They faced a far more pressing dilemma. Xue Qinghe is actually a titled Douluo, she exclaimed angrily, her gaze fixed upon Qianren Xue. Qianren Xue, equally astonished, recalled her confusion regarding Xue Qinghe's sudden surge in power during her time in Tiandou. Little did she expect that, within the mere span of 6 years, he had achieved the rank of titled Douluo, an implausible feat, Your Holiness. I am willing to journey to Tiandou personally to investigate, Qianren Xue proposed. Bibi Dong pondered for a long moment, harboring doubts about her daughter's capabilities. Although Qianren Xue possessed the talents of an undercover agent, her excessive caution rendered her ineffective, wasting precious time. Very well, focus on your training for now. Do not concern yourself with these matters, Bibi Dong instructed. The speed at which Xue Qinghe is cultivating is alarmingly rapid. It cannot be left unattended. At this moment, Bibi Dong has already devised alternative plans. The members of the Elder Hall seem rather idle. It would be prudent to assign them some tasks. If they succeed, it would be splendid. If not, they can still benefit from the ensuing chaos. In the Xingluo Empire, Xue Qinghe is the most talented young woman of the Yuming family this year. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she is destined to marry a prince of the Xingluo royal family. Although she is still quite young, she possesses an acute awareness of her fate. The tradition of marriage between the Yuming family and the royal family is long-standing, yet only the most exceptional daughters are afforded such opportunities. Father, whom shall I wed? Daimubai? The typically reticent Xue Qinghe voiced her inner doubts. The Duke of Yuming furrowed his brow. This was indeed the initial plan. Xue Qinghe possesses a natural soul power of level 9, and her future is boundless. Daimubai, being 2 years her senior, is of a comparable age. However, among the current princes, the most outstanding, Prince Davis, lacks a soul fusion partner, resulting in an awkward imbalance of more men than women. This predicament is troubling for the Duke of Yuming. Xue Qinghe, whom do you wish to marry? Dai Mubai or Davis? The Duke inquired, somewhat helplessly. Little Xue Qinghe, oblivious to such matters, asked, what about my elder sister? I haven't seen her in ages. Xue Yun is now the Imperial consort of the Emperor of Tiandou, replied the Duke of Yuming. Xue Qinghe blinked, expressing fondness for her elder sister, who often played with her. I do not know whom I should marry, she said, shaking her head in uncertainty. The Duke, feeling exasperated, pondered the rarity of two princes vying for a single woman. Days later, Davis persistently urged the Duke to betroth his daughter Xue Qinghe to himself, suggesting that Dai Mubai should wait. The Duke, unable to make such a decision independently, sought counsel from His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor of Xingluo, seething with frustration, decisively declared that the two brothers should compete for her hand. When Dai Mubai turns 15, let them both enter the city of slaughter. Whoever survives shall claim the throne, proclaimed the Emperor. Chapter 37. The alteration of Xue Qinghe's destiny indeed. Xue Qinghe remarked with satisfaction, now this is the demeanor of a true sovereign. One cannot be burdened by the affairs of state daily, otherwise. What joy is there in being an emperor? Your Majesty, Xue Yun led 100 beautiful maidens in a deep bow of respect. Excellent. I shall dispatch people to escort you back to Tiandou City at once, Xue Qinghe responded, his countenance radiant with delight. Xue Qinghe scrutinized Xue Yun with great attention. Oh, this young lady possesses a voluptuous figure and an undeniable charm. Even for one as seasoned as Xue Qinghe, he had never encountered a girl more ample than her. Xue Yun, you shall remain by my side, Xue Qinghe proclaimed. As you command, Xue Yun replied, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor slightly awkward. Hailing from the Yuming family, she was unlike other soul master families, having been instilled with the belief in the emperor's supreme authority from a young age. While ordinary soul masters often revered strength, her family held an additional tenet: the emperor reigned supreme. In addition to the pursuit of power, the quest for the position of empress was equally a goal of her lineage. Now, by a fortunate twist of fate, Xue Yun had become the emperor's woman, mere steps away from the coveted title of empress. Thus, whatever the emperor chose to do was deemed justifiable, for after all, he was the emperor. Xue Qinghe meticulously scrutinized the enchanting maidens before him, their beauty undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Indeed, it appeared that the Starry Empire was earnestly committed to the peace negotiations. Very well, you may all leave now and prepare for our journey back to Tiandou tomorrow, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. He then took Xue Yun aside. Returning to his chamber, Xue Yun's cheeks flushed crimson. She was already a budding young woman, having heard whispers of matters between men and women. The fact that Xue Qinghe had summoned her alone led her to wonder if he intended to engage in something shameful. Standing upright before him, her figure was strikingly graceful, her physique undeniably beautiful. Xue Yun, what is your current level of soul power? Xue Qinghe inquired. I am at level 31, she replied. Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging the merit in her abilities. At her age, possessing a soul power of 31 levels is indeed promising for the future. However, her unique identity presents certain complexities. Otherwise, Xue Qinghe would undoubtedly nurture her potential with great care. Xue Qinghe enveloped her in his embrace. She initially resisted slightly, but soon acquiesced, yielding to his intentions. Xue Yun settled onto Xue Qinghe's lap, gently leaning against him, her heart racing with a blend of trepidation and exhilaration. Xue Yun, from now on, you shall be my esteemed concubine, with unfettered access to cultivation resources, Xue Qinghe declared with candor. Xue Yun's heart quivered, her lips parting slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. A mix of joy and anxiety swirled within her. Her current status surpassed that of her previous life in the Douluo Empire, as a concubine represented the highest echelon attainable for a mere consort. Beyond this lay the position of empress. Xue Yun mused that, given her beauty, even if she were the daughter of an enemy nation, ascending to the role of empress was not entirely out of reach. After all, one's maternal lineage often determined one's fortune. As their bond began to blossom, the Spirit Hall found itself increasingly restless. Upon hearing the news that the Douluo Empire had launched a blitzkrieg against the Heavendou Empire, the following morning brought the shocking report that the conflict had already concluded. What was the meaning of this? Had they been vanquished with such swiftness? This was the essence of Douluo's lightning warfare. Yet, Bibi Dong was in no mood to deride Douluo. They were confronted with an even more formidable dilemma. Xue Qinghe was, astonishingly, a title Douluo. Bibi Dong exclaimed in fury, her gaze fixed on Qianren Xue. Qianren Xue, equally astonished, recalled her bewilderment at Xue Qinghe's sudden surge in power during her time in the Heavendou Empire. Who could have anticipated that within a mere 6 years, he had attained the rank of titled Douluo? This was utterly unreasonable. Your Holiness, I am willing to personally venture to the Heavendou Empire to investigate further, Qianren Xue proposed. Bibi Dong pondered for a long while, harboring doubts about her daughter. Although Qianren Xue possessed the aptitude for undercover work, her excessive caution often hindered decisive action, wasting precious time. Very well, focus on your cultivation for now, and do not concern yourself with these matters, Bibi Dong replied. The speed of Xue Qinghe's cultivation is alarmingly rapid, and it must not be overlooked. At this moment, Bibi Dong has devised other plans. The individuals in the Elder Hall are rather idle. It would be prudent to assign them some tasks. If they succeed, it would be splendid. If they fail, they can at least benefit from the fruits of others' labor. In the Xingluo Empire, Xue Qinghe is the most gifted girl in the Yuming family this year, and it is expected that she will marry a prince from the royal family. Despite her youth, she is already aware of her fate. The unions between the Yuming family and the royal family have a long history, yet only the most exceptional daughters of the family are given the opportunity. Father, whom shall I marry? Daimubai? The usually taciturn Xue Qinghe voiced her uncertainty. Duke Yuming furrowed his brow. The original plan was indeed to align her with Daimubai. Xue Qinghe possesses an innate soul power of level 9, promising a future filled with potential. Daimubai is 2 years her senior, making their ages comparable. However, among the current princes, the most distinguished, Prince Davis, lacks a martial soul fusion partner, resulting in an awkward situation of a surplus of males vying for a single female. Xue Qinghe, whom do you wish to marry? Daimubai or Davis? Duke Yuming inquired helplessly. Little Xue Qinghe, unaware of the complexities, asked, What about my elder sister? It has been ages since I last saw her. Xue Yun is now the empress of the Tiandou Emperor, Duke Yuming replied. Xue Qinghe blinked. She holds a fondness for her elder sister, who often played with her. I don't know whom I should marry, she said, shaking her head, uncertain of how to proceed. Duke Yuming, feeling helpless, noted the rarity of such a scenario where 2 princes compete for a single woman. Days passed, and Davis persistently urged Duke Yuming to arrange for his daughter Xue Qinghe to be betrothed to him, advising that Daimubai should wait. Duke Yuming, unable to make a decision, sought the counsel of His Majesty the Emperor. The Xingluo Emperor was currently in a foul mood. Upon hearing the matter, he waved his hand and made an immediate decision. The 2 brothers would compete to determine who would win Xue Qinghe's hand. Instruct Daimubai to wait until he turns 15, then let them both enter the city of slaughter. Whoever emerges alive shall claim the throne, the Xingluo Emperor declared solemnly. Duke Yuming was taken aback. The city of slaughter is the darkest place in the entire Douluo continent. Your Majesty, we must deliberate further. The city of slaughter is perilously treacherous. Entering it means facing a near-certain death, Duke Yuming cautioned. The Emperor sighed deeply, his tone imbued with a weariness that starkly contrasted with his earlier vigor. 9 deaths and 1 life? Xingluo has already faced 9 deaths, he murmured. In the end, Xue Qinghe remained uncertain about her future betrothal, akin to a sword hovering above her head, constantly reminding her of her unknown fiancé. Chapter 38. The schemes of Qianren Xue at the Spirit Hall. Qianren Xue entered her secluded training chamber. The thought of Xue Qinghe brought back memories of that rogue who had stolen her first kiss and embraced her, truly despicable. As a high-ranking soul emperor, she was on the brink of becoming a soul sage, yet she could not compare to Xue Qinghe's formidable level 91 prowess. Miss, I have urgent matters to discuss. An elderly voice called from outside as she settled in. What is it? Qianren Xue inquired. Your Holiness has commanded the Elder Hall to dispatch 2 elders to investigate the situation in Tiandou. The elder replied respectfully. Qianren Xue pondered for a moment. Typically, Bibi Dong had limited control over the Elder Hall, with Qianren Xue managing it instead. However, for this matter, the Spirit Hall's influence would be insufficient without involving the elders, especially given that Xue Qinghe is a titled Douluo. Agreed, Qianren Xue stated calmly. Miss, there is also a dossier, the elder presented. Upon reviewing it, Qianren Xue's brow furrowed in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Xue Qinghe was no ordinary titled Douluo, but one who possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. With such a soul ring, barring any reckless actions and assuming normal cultivation, he was almost guaranteed to become a formidable powerhouse exceeding level 95. A prospect that was indeed alarming and posed a significant threat. Moreover, he was already a titled Douluo. This matter could not be delayed. She continued to read, noting the details of Xue Qinghe's soul abilities. The ninth soul skill, Sun. Many witnesses had observed this ability in action, and the Xingluo Empire had intentionally leaked information to the Spirit Hall to exacerbate tensions, allowing Qianren Xue to easily acquire the specifics of the incident. The Sun soul skill, as described by Xingluo soldiers, resembled a true sun appearing in the night, illuminating several kilometers around and possessing amplifying capabilities. Under its radiant light, nearly all abilities were significantly enhanced. Furthermore, the sun itself was imbued with immense energy, nearly obliterating the Xingluo Emperor and Empress. The energy radiating from it had slain countless soul masters below the rank of soul sovereign. Such power is indeed astonishing, if it truly possesses the capabilities described. Even as a titled Douluo, I may not stand a chance against him, Qianren Xue mused. Moreover, Xue Qinghe was adept with poisons, making him appear virtually flawless. Yet, no one is without flaws. Qianren Xue reflected on the aftermath of the Tiandou victory, where they had demanded 3 soul bones, not land, but 100 beauties. She recalled how Xue Qinghe had once taken liberties with her and had even taken Tang Yuehua from the Haoyan sect. Clearly, his vice lies in his lecherous nature. If this weakness can be exploited, there might be a chance to eliminate him. Thus, Xue Qinghe's Achilles' heel is indeed beautiful women. By employing the allure of a femme fatale, it is conceivable that an opportunity may arise. However, the number of women capable of enticing Xue Qinghe to his demise is likely limited. Luring him out with a captivating woman and then striking might be feasible. Qianren Xue promptly reported this matter to Tiandou, a titled Douluo of 20 years, who would certainly regard this development with the seriousness it warranted. Previously, the youngest titled Douluo recognized by the outside world was Tang Hao, who had achieved this status in his 50s, while the Spirit Hall acknowledged Bibi Dong as a titled Douluo under 40. Now, Xue Qinghe had shattered that record at merely 20 years of age. Such terror must not be allowed to persist. Tiandou had not stretched his limbs for quite some time. It was indeed time for him to emerge from seclusion. The Barak Kingdom. Xue Qinghe had stayed here for a few days. The former vassal kingdom had now transformed into a military stronghold directly governed by the Tiandou Empire, with officials dispatched by the royal family marking a significant stride towards centralization. Soon, the news of Xue Qinghe being bestowed the title of Douluo spread throughout the Tiandou Empire. The 3 prominent sects were left in disbelief. However, despite their skepticism, they could not contest the formidable power of the emperor. This war solidified the status of the Balak province, and it was unlikely that anyone would dare to suggest the restoration of the vassal states. Additionally, it served as a warning to the other 3 vassal states, which remained compliant. Once the matters concerning Balak province were settled, Xue Qinghe prepared to return to Tiandou. Your Majesty, 100 young maidens have already set forth towards Tiandou city, Liu Erlong reported respectfully. Xue Qinghe was filled with delight, eagerly anticipating his return to a life of comfort and indulgence. Very well, I shall personally escort them, Xue Qinghe declared. He worried about the possibility of these lovely maidens being abducted by nefarious individuals during their journey. He had already made all necessary arrangements for matters here. The affairs of Balak province were entrusted to a former teacher from Heavenly Snow Academy, a staunch confidant of Xue Qinghe, who was utterly reliable. Zhu Yun, I shall take you to Tiandou, which is now your home, Xue Qinghe proclaimed. As you wish, Your Majesty, Zhu Yun replied. Clad in a form-fitting black attire that accentuated her elegant and voluptuous figure, standing before Liu Erlong, she appeared even more voluptuous in comparison. Accompanied by Xue Qinghe's personal guards, 100 enchanting maidens were being escorted, while Xue Qinghe walked leisurely among them. These maidens, aged between 16 and 20, were in the prime of their youth, with 40 of them being soul masters, the most powerful among them possessing a soul power level of 37. This was quite impressive. Even within Heavenly Snow Academy, they would be considered exceptional talents. Xue Qinghe reclined in the carriage, resting his head upon Zhu Yun's lap, peacefully asleep. Liu Erlong was also present inside, tasked with ensuring Xue Qinghe's safety. Zhu Yun gazed at Xue Qinghe, the young emperor, who possessed an impressive appearance and exhibited remarkable gentleness, coupled with extraordinary strength. In her heart, she mused that were he not the emperor of a rival nation, he would indeed make a splendid match. In every conceivable aspect, he overshadowed Davis and his brothers. Perhaps, she thought, it would not be such a bad idea to align herself with Xue Qinghe. After all, she felt no emotional ties to anyone else, so why not choose someone handsome? Yet, the weight of the responsibilities of the Yuming family lingered in her mind, creating a profound inner conflict. Liu Erlong felt a twinge of jealousy towards this alluring woman from Xingluo, as she had anticipated that Xue Qinghe would primarily select his consorts from Tianxue Academy. Numerous young women from various sects were sent to the academy with the intention of placing them in the emperor's court, which provided the institution with a pool of exceptional talent, ensuring a future of unwavering loyalty to the emperor from these women. However, one could not merely dream. At the very least, there should be an annual recruitment of several consorts from the academy to secure this valuable source. Chapter 39. The Happy Life of a Foolish Monarch. Tiandou City. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived. Xue Qinghe did not hasten his pace, but chose instead to accompany his newly selected consorts leisurely. Xue Qinghe remarked, Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui possess remarkable talents. You two shall commence your studies at the Tianxue Academy. In the original narrative, they accompanied Davis's team, advancing to the semi-finals of the elite competition among advanced soul master academies across the continent, showcasing first-rate aptitude. Now, as Xue Qinghe's consorts and residents of Tiandou, he is devoted to nurturing their potential. Zhu Yun, accompany me back to the palace, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you command, Zhu Zhiyun responded with utmost respect. Arrangements were swiftly made for 100 concubines. The vastness of the Imperial palace ensured ample accommodation for them. Among these, 40 were soul masters of commendable talent, whom Xue Qinghe had designated to Tianxue Academy. They could reside in dormitories, returning to serve him whenever summoned. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, exclaiming, Ah, this is the true delight of being an emperor. Xue Qinghe returned to the palace, with Zhu Zhiyun and Liu Erlong closely following him. Zhu Yun, you may go and cultivate. I shall summon you when the need arises, Xue Qinghe remarked. Understood, Zhu Zhiyun responded in a mechanical tone, still unaccustomed to the nuances of serving the emperor, for she remained merely an inexperienced and innocent young girl. Xue Qinghe reclined on the dragon bed, her eyelids heavy with drowsiness after a day spent gazing upon beautiful maidens. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Liu Erlong, with a cheerful demeanor, sat beside her and inquired, Your Majesty, which lady shall attend to you tonight? She had already donned a sleeping robe, her midsection adorned with a delicate knot that could be easily untied. Erlong, please summon Wewa. I find myself yearning for her, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Liu Erlong pursed his lips, having grown accustomed to the intimate company of Xue Qinghe over the past few days. The thought of adding another to their midst felt rather unfamiliar. Very well, Your Majesty, Liu Erlong said before departing towards Tang Yuehua's palace. The serene Xueqing River lies quietly, savoring the final moments of tranquility before the storm. The harem gradually fills with enchanting beauties, and the cherished tradition of selecting favorites ought to be reinstated. As the emperor, it is my duty to ensure that all are equally favored. I cannot simply confine myself to the company of Liu Erlong and Tang Yuehua. With so many exquisite maidens within the palace, I must not neglect them. An emperor ought to embody the essence of his role. After a while, Tang Yuehua entered following Xueqing River, having prepared herself for the evening's rituals. The prospect of being summoned to serve the emperor filled her with delight. She exuded an allure entirely distinct from Zhu Zhiyun, her every gesture infused with a captivating grace, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. Your Majesty, she said, I present my respects. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, surveying Tang Yuehua, as the light reflected the noble beauty of this enchanting woman. Her figure was exquisitely delicate, and she appeared as tranquil as a lotus flower just out of the bath. Ah, Yuehua, come here, Xue Qinghe urged eagerly. Having gazed upon such a lovely maiden all day, he was restless and nearly forgotten his pressing matters. Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua replied softly, gradually taking a seat beside him. Liu Erlong, not to be outdone, also positioned herself on Xue Qinghe's other side. The concubines in the imperial harem often found themselves vying for attention. Yuehua, I have an important matter to discuss with you, Xue Qinghe stated. Liu Erlong perked up, curious about this important matter. Tang Yuehua, puzzled, had never seen Xue Qinghe so serious. Could it possibly pertain to childbirth? The two women simultaneously thought of this, for in the imperial harem, bearing a son for the emperor could elevate one's status to unprecedented heights, even among favored consorts. Those who bore princes held a vastly different standing than those who did not. Your Majesty, please proceed, Yuehua urged. Tomorrow, you shall venture out to Mintong. Xue Qinghe quickly instructed, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two women. He felt a sense of urgency, fearing that any delay could lead to complications. I have now fully taken control of Balak. With a mere command, news can be dispatched within half a day. However, I wish for the Min family of the Haotian sect to assume this position of messenger. In the Tiandou Empire, the swiftest in appearance was the white crane of the Min family, reputed to traverse the entire Douluo continent in just one day. Such speed was indeed impressive. Yet, if Tiandou or Xue Qinghe himself were to fly, they could easily shatter that record. The Min family's martial soul was that of the sharp-tailed rain swallow. While its power was not formidable and its offensive capabilities limited, it excelled in speed. Among ordinary martial souls, few could surpass it in swiftness. Such a remarkable martial soul should ideally be nationalized to maximize its value. Currently, the Min family, having retreated into seclusion following the Haotian sect's disappearance, was in a semi-retired state, such a waste of resources. Xue Qinghe intends to appoint them as messengers, ensuring that the royal edicts are conveyed to Balak promptly, or that the circumstances of Balak are reported back at the earliest opportunity. The transmission of military intelligence is indeed a matter of great significance. Xue Qinghe recounted his plans, and Tang Yuehua listened intently, recognizing the gravity of the matter at hand. As you command, Your Majesty. I shall depart early tomorrow morning, she replied. Having addressed the pressing issue, Xue Qinghe then turned his fervent attention towards Tang Yuehua, releasing the pent-up passion that consumed him. Liu Erlong observed the fervent exchange between the two, biting her lip in a tinge of jealousy, and decided to follow suit. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xue Qinghe lazily stretched, welcoming yet another vibrant day. Gazing at the dawn breaking outside, he sighed, pondering how, as a negligent ruler, he had little reason to rise early. There was no rush. He decided to indulge in a little more slumber. Just as he closed his eyes, Liu Erlong spoke up. Sister Yuehua, His Majesty entrusted me with an important matter last night that cannot be delayed. Her words were a clear reminder for Tang Yuehua to awaken. Be good. You may go ahead, Xue Qinghe replied, turning to embrace Liu Erlong tightly before drifting back to sleep. Liu Erlong felt a surge of joy. Being held from behind by Xue Qinghe filled her with a profound sense of security. Tang Yuehua quietly donned her attire and softly closed the door behind her, careful not to disturb His Majesty's rest. After her departure, the palace attendants awaited outside. His Majesty will not attend court today. Please inform the ministers, Tang Yuehua instructed. As you command, the servant promptly replied, heading towards the front hall. It was rare for any emperor in their first year of reign to miss court. Yet Xue Qinghe seemed to be the first to display signs of incompetence, albeit he was also the mightiest emperor in history. Chapter 40. Zhu Xiun's shyness. Tang Yuehua left the palace, contemplating that once she achieved great merit, His Majesty would surely reward her handsomely. As a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, her approach to the Min family would undoubtedly yield results. After all, respect must be accorded. Accompanied by guards, she remained vigilant. For the current state of Tiandou was perilous, especially after Xue Qinghe's significant actions, with spies from Xingluo and the Martial Soul Hall still watching them closely. Upon arrival, the attendants at the gate halted them, inquiring, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" One of Tang Yuehua's guards replied, "This is Her Highness, the Moon Consort. You should announce her presence." The gatekeeper, taken aback, swiftly rushed back to the Bai residence. Upon hearing the news, Bai swiftly made his way to the entrance to personally welcome Tang Yuehua. "Moon Consort, please." Bai bowed respectfully. Tang Yuehua was somewhat startled by the swiftness of his response. "Master Bai, I've long admired you," she said as she entered the Bai residence. "You flatter me," Bai replied with a smile. Given her status as a noble consort and a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, Bai treated her with utmost reverence. As they entered the courtyard, Tang Yuehua noticed a young girl practicing flight and speed. The Bai residence was distinctly spacious, devoid of clutter, allowing for ease of movement. A family that cherished flight would find excess possessions cumbersome. "Forgive her, Your Highness. She is my granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang," Bai announced, pride evident in his demeanor. "Greetings, Moon Consort." Bai Qinxiang paused and bowed from a distance. Tang Yuehua smiled and nodded, appreciating the girl's grace and beauty. Observing Bai's expression, she sensed that Bai Qinxiang was indeed an exceptional successor. Bai led Tang Yuehua into the main hall, requesting the guards to wait outside. "May I inquire why Your Highness has come?" Bai asked. "His Majesty wishes for the Min family to oversee military affairs," Tang Yuehua replied calmly, subsequently relaying Xue Qinghe's intentions. Bai was taken aback. This was a significant matter. Ordinarily, an emperor would issue a decree directly, and the Min family would invariably honor such a command. However, The fact that the emperor entrusted this task to Tang Yuehua underscored its importance. The Min family was responsible for communication between the Tiandou royal family, Balak province, and the 3 other vassal states, playing a crucial role in maintaining the emperor's centralized power. Moon consort, since His Majesty has spoken, we shall not dare to delay. However, I must inquire, is it true that His Majesty bears the title of Douluo? Why he voiced his curiosity. The great battle at Xue Qinghe, upon returning to the Heaven Dou Empire, left many in doubt regarding his prowess. The title of Douluo, with its overwhelming strength, was unexpected. Who could have imagined a mere 20-year-old emerging as a titled Douluo in the once prestigious Heaven Dou royal family, where even reaching the 60th level was considered formidable? The disparity was indeed staggering. Of course, Tang Yuehua was confident in her heart. Strength served as the finest bargaining chip. With Xue Qinghe's formidable power looming over her, few would dare to disrespect her. The current emperor was no mere figurehead, but a powerful individual with the might of a titled Douluo. Before issuing any refusals, one must ponder whether they could withstand the wrath of a titled Douluo. I am willing to serve His Majesty with utmost loyalty, even at the cost of my life. Elder Bai, he stated respectfully. Tang Yuehua nodded and replied, very well, no need for formalities. If the Min family performs well, a young lady may be granted entry to the palace as a consort. This was a particular instruction from Xue Qinghe, which Tang Yuehua was somewhat reluctant to convey. However, to motivate the Min family, some reward was necessary, and the opportunity to enter the palace as a consort was indeed a generous gift. Elder Bai, he was even more exhilarated and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your divine favor. In the past, no one would have willingly sent their daughters to the palace, but circumstances had changed. This emperor was not only a titled Douluo, but also allowed his consorts a degree of freedom unlike the past, where they were confined within palace walls. For instance, Tang Yuehua, apart from being the favored consort, taught lessons at the Moon Pavilion, and more came to learn the piano from her. Liu Erlong, too, was the principal of the Heavenly Snow Academy, a remarkably accomplished woman in her own right. Very well, I shall return now. Elder Bai, please expedite your arrival at the cabinet to assume your duties, Tang Yuehua instructed. We bid farewell to Your Majesty, Elder Bai, he responded. Tang Yuehua departed hastily, finding the proceedings more favorable than she had anticipated, as Elder Bai he had readily acquiesced. Crucially, there was no need for him to refuse. Although the Haotian sect kept to itself, it did not imply that the Min family was powerless. Undertaking this task would not only elevate the Min family's status within the court, but also hone the skills of the family's youth. Though there were risks involved, they were not significantly high, just right. Tang Yuehua returned to the palace to report. Within the Imperial palace, Xu Zhiyun sat blushing on Xue Qinghe's lap, utterly flustered. Xue Qinghe indeed finds her innocent demeanor quite endearing, far more charming than the 2 fierce women, Tang Yuehua and Liu Erlong. Your Majesty, Xu Zhiyun spoke softly. Uncertain of what to say, Xue Qinghe embraced her for a moment, suddenly recalling that it had been several days since he had merely admired her beauty without bestowing a kiss upon this young girl. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed his lips against hers. Xu Zhiyun was momentarily stunned, her instinct urging her to push him away, yet her arms felt weak and powerless, drawing her even closer into his embrace. Her heart raced wildly, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Gradually, she began to lose herself in the moment. After a while, Xue Qinghe released her, and Xu Zhiyun's face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze from him. Zhiyun, shall I take you out to explore the mountains and rivers? Xue Qinghe proposed with a smile. Xu Zhiyun nodded gently as he took her hand and led her outside. Just then, Tang Yuehua entered the room. Your Majesty, she greeted, having waited outside for a while. A memory surfaced in her mind of her initial encounter with Xue Qinghe, when she played the zither while he listened quietly by her side. It was quite romantic. However, that very night, they had ended up under the covers, and since then, they had not ventured out together like young lovers. Instead, Xue Qinghe had gone out more often with Liu Erlong. Your Majesty has indeed taken me out for a stroll. Humph, Tang Yuehua remarked. Yuehua, you have returned, Xue Qinghe said with a smile, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked at her. Wife, have the matters been settled? Your Majesty, the White Crane has agreed, Tang Yuehua replied. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Xue Qinghe, her eyes seemingly pleading. Your Majesty, take me along. Chapter 41. What is wrong with me enjoying myself? Very well, I understand. You may return to rest now, Xue Qinghe said, intending to take Xu Zhiyun out. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Tang Yuehua quickly inquired, her heart harboring a sense of resentment, feeling neglected after her recent accomplishment, as if he had grown tired of her. I'm taking Jian out for a look. She is unfamiliar with this place, Xue Qinghe replied awkwardly. Zhu Zhuyun stood silently beside him, sensing the intensity of Tang Yuehua's gaze upon her, and instinctively moved closer to Xue Qinghe for comfort. Yuehua, you should join us, Xue Qinghe invited. Tang Yuehua bit her lip. Men are often drawn to the young. Although she still possessed grace, she lacked the innocence of youth, perhaps explaining why Xue Qinghe favored Zhu Zhuyun so. All right, thank you, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe, accompanied by his two beloved consorts, one a fully ripened peach and the other a budding lotus, each possessing their own unique charm, ventured beyond the palace walls. They spent an entire day in the splendid Tiandou city, reveling in nature's beauty and indulging in affectionate exchanges. As the emperor, such bliss was his rightful pursuit. However, as dusk approached, the host reminded him that the time for the grand sovereign to check in with the system had yet to arrive. After a day of merriment, Xue Qinghe felt a tinge of fatigue, and the maidens prepared warm water for the emperor's impending bath. The snowy river quietly rests in the bathtub. As two beautiful maidens gracefully approach, enveloped in a veil of mist, resembling celestial beings descending, surpassing the realms of earthly paradise. Xue Qinghe recalled a piece of toxic wisdom from a previous life, which asserted that being an emperor was the most arduous endeavor. As the emperor was burdened with countless affairs, a task beyond human capability. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that if a dog were placed upon the throne, with just a couple of barks, the nation could be managed with utmost order. Xue Qinghe had meticulously orchestrated everything. The major sects within the empire dispatched representatives to the cabinet, while simultaneously recruiting students from various soul master academies to form squads akin to the Jinui. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. As the emperor, Xue Qinghe merely needed to set the direction, leaving the minutiae of governance to others. Indeed, being an emperor was a delightful experience. Your Majesty, I have arrived, Tang Yuehua spoke softly as two enchanting ladies emerged from the mist, draped in flowing robes. Gracefully approaching Xue Qinghe's side, Zhu Zhiyun's face flushed crimson. She stole a glance at Xue Qinghe, her heart racing, and suddenly, she trembled. Xue Qinghe grasped the knot at her abdomen, gently tugging it open, revealing the enchanting figure of the young maiden before him. Your Majesty, Zhu Zhiyun stammered, hastily tying the knot again, her body bending slightly as she leaned beside Xue Qinghe. Just as she secured it, Xue Qinghe pulled once more, and once again. The maiden unveiled herself to him. Zhu Zhiyun, engulfed in embarrassment, was at a loss for how to respond, while Tang Yuehua had already discarded her long robe. Delicately dipping her toes into the water, gradually submerging herself as she approached Xue Qinghe. Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua spoke softly, her voice a gentle whisper. Zhu Zhiyun felt somewhat disoriented, watching the closeness between the two, gradually becoming accustomed to the sight. She too approached Xue Qinghe, mimicking Tang Yuehua's demeanor. With the two women flanking him, attending to his needs. Zhuyun, do you wish to return to Xingluo? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Zhu Zhiyun nestled her head into the crook of his neck, planting soft kisses along his collarbone, trailing up to his shoulder. Your Majesty, I long only to serve you. She murmured tenderly. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily flickered toward Tang Yuehua, her heart marveling at the woman's allure, realizing why Xue Qinghe held such affection for her. Xue Qinghe gently cupped her face, halting her movements, and with a smile remarked, Zhuyun, should you yearn for home, I can arrange for the Yuming family to relocate to Tiandou, allowing for a joyful reunion. Zhu Zhiyun hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, there is no need for that. I do not require it. In a state of panic and uncertainty, she cast a furtive glance at the nearby Tang Yuehua, then continued to mimic her demeanor. Leaning into Xue Qinghe's embrace, Xue Qinghe had gently closed his eyes, relishing the company of two enchanting beauties. It seemed that there could be nothing easier in this world than being an emperor. Knock, knock. Your Majesty, Lady Liu requests an audience. Announced a palace maid at that moment. Let her enter, Xue Qinghe replied, stretching languidly. He was utterly exhausted from lounging in the water and continued to embrace Zhu Zhiyun, causing the young lady to shudder slightly. Liu Erlong entered, witnessing the playful scene of the mandarin ducks frolicking in the water, feeling somewhat helpless. Your Majesty, Liu Erlong said respectfully. She had uttered only 2 words, omitting any formal matters, her tone imbued with an air of inquiry. Beside Xue Qinghe stand these 2 enchanting ladies. Tang Yuehua has been by his side for 6 long years. Regardless of the depth of their feelings, she remains his trusted confidant. As for Xue Zhuyun, she is a recent addition. It would be unwise to involve her in political discussions, let alone disclose many matters to her. Xue Qinghe understood her meaning and casually replied, "It's all right. Go ahead and speak." Xue Qinghe, a titled Douluo of formidable strength, possesses an exceptionally powerful martial soul with supreme attributes. Even if Star Luo were to uncover any information, it would be a simple matter to eliminate the threat. Employing cunning tactics? Such strategies may not always prove effective. Your Majesty, the 15 members of the Imperial Guard have been assembled, each possessing the strength of a Soul King. Among them, 9 wield flying martial souls, while the remaining 6 excel in speed. Their combat prowess slightly surpasses that of their peers, Liu Erlong stated. In the misty confines of the bathing chamber, the air around Liu Erlong felt warm, and a sudden warmth surged within her heart. "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you," Xue Qinghe replied. Xue Zhuyun, ever attentive, overheard the exchange yet continued her ministrations without pause, intensifying her efforts to serve Xue Qinghe. After all, to be privy to such military secrets could be perilous. "Your Majesty, there is another matter. There have been some movements from the Spirit Hall," Liu Erlong remarked. "The Spirit Hall?" Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had subdued the Star Luo Empire during his first month on the throne, the true threat to the Heaven Dou Empire was, in fact, the Spirit Hall. "Do not keep me in suspense. Please continue," Xue Qinghe commanded in a solemn tone. Liu Erlong responded, "Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall has stationed troops at the borders. With hundreds of spirit masters already encamped near the Spirit Hall's frontier, poised to launch an assault on the Balak province at any moment." Xue Qinghe inhaled deeply. For Balak province shares its borders with both the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. The intentions of the Spirit Hall are unmistakably evident, exuding an air of intimidation. And an offensive could be launched at any moment. Xue Zhuyun felt an increasing sense of tension, her head buried beside him. She understood that every action of the Spirit Hall not only posed a threat to the Heavenly Dou Empire, but also menaced Star Luo. In the face of the Spirit Hall, Star Luo and Heavenly Dou essentially form a community of interests. Neither can withstand the Spirit Hall's aggression alone. Chapter 42. The alliance with Bibi Dong. I have ascended the throne for quite some time now, and while Star Luo has presented me with beautiful women, the Spirit Hall has yet to make any gesture. I intend to form a marriage alliance with Pope Bibi Dong. What do you all think? Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong, Tang San, and Xue Zhuyun were momentarily taken aback, unsure whether Xue Qinghe was serious or jesting. Just as Xue Zhuyun's expression froze, her grip inadvertently tightened, prompting Xue Qinghe to roll his eyes in exasperation. Liu Erlong, at a loss for words, responded, "Your Majesty, the situation is dire." "And you still jest?" Xue Qinghe casually remarked, "I am not jesting. Should I unite in matrimony with Bibi Dong, the Heaven Dou Empire and the Spirit Hall would indeed become one. As for Star Luo, it could be effortlessly obliterated. Furthermore, Bibi Dong could bear me a child to inherit this splendid realm, achieving complete unification of the Douluo continent. I could then abdicate and roam the mountains and rivers at my leisure." Liu Erlong's lips twitched. This notion indeed bore a semblance of plausibility. Regardless of whether it was the Heaven Dou Empire or the Spirit Hall, annihilating the other was no trivial task. The Heaven Dou Empire boasts the 3 great sects, and should they truly unite as one, even the Spirit Hall might lack the capacity to eradicate them. As for the Spirit Hall, it was already struggling to ensure its own survival, let alone extinguish the Heaven Dou Empire. However, if Xue Qinghe were to ally with Bibi Dong, those 2 formidable forces would instantaneously merge into a singular entity. All issues would seamlessly resolve themselves. With the backing of the Heaven Dou Empire, Bibi Dong would no longer fear the Elder Hall. Conversely, the Heaven Dou Empire, with the support of Bibi Dong, could unreservedly annihilate the Star Luo Empire. It was a flawless scheme, with all matters poised to evolve in the most favorable direction, requiring merely the union of 2 individuals. Your Majesty, such a union is implausible. How could that deranged woman, Bibi Dong, ever consent to marry you? Liu Erlong replied, somewhat helplessly. Xue Qinghe chuckled, proclaiming that in this world, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Xue Qinghe dismissed Xue Zhuyun and Tang San, who had been attending to him. "Very well, I shall emerge from my bath now," Xue Qinghe declared. Xue Zhuyun's lips were a vivid crimson, encircled by a blush, and she swiftly rose to fetch a towel. "Your Majesty," Xue Zhuyun murmured softly, gently assisting him in drying off. Tang San followed suit, as the 2 women had previously been vying for his attention. Liu Erlong watched silently, for she had never engaged in such servitude, being a woman of fiery temperament. Xue Qinghe donned a robe, preparing to draft a decree, undoubtedly intended for Bibi Dong. Oh. Woman, do refrain from harboring clandestine schemes. Such endeavors are futile. Nor should you entertain the notion of luring me out only to have the elders of the Hall of Spirits ambush me. That too shall prove ineffective. Though I have yet to peruse the art of war, I am well versed in the romance of the three kingdoms, capable of recalling even the chapter titles. This rudimentary stratagem of drawing the tiger away from its lair does not escape my notice. Before long, Xue Qinghe personally penned the Imperial Edict, primarily concerning a union. Tang San and Zhu Zhuyun, clad in bathrobes, accompanied him, standing by his side. These two newly emerged beauties, akin to lotus blossoms rising from the water, appeared remarkably alluring. Dispatch the Mingji clan, for I have urgent matters for them, Xue Qinghe commanded. Tang San remained close to Xue Qinghe, continuing her tranquil massage alongside Zhu Zhuyun. Liu Erlong stood nearby, her demeanor restless, plagued by an ominous premonition. She sensed that the Hall of Spirits might soon turn its attention towards the Heavendou Empire. And she awaited Xue Qinghe's orders with bated breath, whether it be another campaign to the Balak province or remaining in the Imperial Palace. She was psychologically prepared for either eventuality. You may withdraw for now, Xue Qinghe instructed Tang San and Zhu Zhuyun. Liu Erlong, as usual, donned her fitted attire, which, while still exuding sensuality, was deemed appropriate. Moments later, Baihe of the Mingji clan arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Baihe said with utmost reverence. Xue Qinghe nodded, indicating that he may rise. He referred to himself as an old minister rather than an old man, which marked a departure from the norm. Baihe was a formidable soul master of the highest caliber, standing at the pinnacle of power within the Tiandou Empire, a status that would ordinarily justify the title of old man. Traditionally, soul masters of this rank, including both soul Douluo and title Douluo, would not bow before the emperor, always opting to refer to themselves as old man. However, his designation as an old minister implied a certain allegiance to the empire. Baihe, I have two urgent imperial edicts for you, one destined for Balak province and the other for Bibi Dong. Please see to their delivery by midnight, Xue Qinghe calmly instructed. It was already past 7 in the evening, and he had intended to retire early, yet he was unwilling to allow Bibi Dong a peaceful slumber. He decided to deliver an imperial edict to her in the dead of night. Your humble servant obeys, Baihe replied with a respectful gesture. Time was of the essence, and the task at hand was substantial. Without hesitation, he accepted the edicts and swiftly departed. Delivering the documents to the Wuhuan palace was fraught with danger. Yet Baihe felt an unwavering sense of duty. He was resolute in his belief that this emperor was unlike any before him, capable of transforming the Tiandou Empire and leading their clan to unprecedented heights. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, preparing to retire for the night. Liu Erlong spoke softly. Your Majesty, which empress shall attend to you this evening? Xue Qinghe contemplated seriously for a moment. With 100 palace maids already present, the had yet to be prepared, rendering the joy of flipping the non-existent. Let Yue Erlong come forth. She has rendered great service, and I shall reward her, Xue Qinghe declared. In truth, he yearned to savor the presence of Zhu Zhuyun. Yet there were moments when even an emperor found himself constrained by circumstances. In the sleeping quarters, Zhu Zhuyun returned, wiping her mouth, a lingering taste still present. After waiting for some time without the arrival of a palace maid to summon her, she succumbed to slumber. Lying quietly, her thoughts were in disarray. The Duke of Netherworld had promised to arrange a meeting, yet days had passed without any sign. What to do? Her mind raced, uncertain of the path forward. Gradually, she propped herself up, channeling her soul power. Disregarding all else, she resolved to focus on her cultivation. Meanwhile, Baihe entrusted the imperial edict destined for Balak province to others within his clan. He personally set out for the Spirit Hall with his swiftness. Reaching the Spirit Hall before dawn posed little challenge, provided he encountered no perils along the way. He brought along some secretive medicines for unforeseen circumstances and promptly embarked towards Spirit City. In the Spirit Hall, late at night, Bibi Dong returned to her chamber. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, closing her eyes to circulate her soul power and commence her cultivation. Her current prowess was profound, yet she concealed it adeptly. Even among the majority of Spirit Hall members, few were aware of her true capabilities. Chapter 43, Bibi Dong's Fury, Your Holiness, an Urgent Missive. A servant reverently announced from outside as Bibi Dong sat cross-legged within her quarters. Gradually, she opened her eyes. She bore a striking resemblance to Xue Qinghe. Having delegated most affairs of the Spirit Hall to her subordinates, allowing her to devote the majority of her time to cultivation. The institutional structure of the Spirit Hall differed somewhat from that of Tiandou. Xue Qinghe has long harbored a fear of losing power, largely due to the presence of the three upper sects within the empire. He must take action, either through institutional reforms or personal cultivation, to restrain these sections. Historically, the system in the Tiandou Empire imposed minimal constraints on the three upper sects, while the royal family was ineffectual, akin to puppets. Thus, Xue Qinghe established a cabinet in the Jinhui, while simultaneously achieving the rank of title Douluo in strength. Only then could he fully suppress the three upper sects within the realm of the Tiandou Empire. However, the Spirit Hall operates under an entirely different paradigm. Its system is impeccably structured. Once spirit masters join the Spirit Hall, they are incapable of forming cliques or factions. The powerful enter the Elder Hall, and those who have not reached title Douluo pose no threat to the Pope. Consequently, Bibi Dong, even if she neglects minor matters, remains unburdened by the troubles that plague Xue Qinghe. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. She rarely intervened in trivial affairs, especially when summoned in the dead of night, which could only signify an urgent matter. She donned a robe and swiftly exited. Your Holiness, a missive was just shot towards the walls of the Spirit Hall by an unknown assailant, bearing a message intended for you, one of her maidservants reported respectfully. Bibi Dong took the letter, glanced at it, and her expression darkened. The letter was sealed with a soul power barrier that rendered it impossible to open. Channeling her own soul power, she swiftly broke the seal, letting out a cold laugh, a mere trick. As she unfolded the letter, her countenance soured further upon reading. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Pope Bibi Dong, virtuous and dignified, possessing the grace of a mother to the world, is hereby elevated to the status of empress. So decreed. Bibi Dong's fury ignited, and with a surge of soul power, she obliterated the imperial edict into dust, scattering it across the floor. Xue Qinghe, you are courting death, she seethed. How dare you designate me as empress? What audacity! The nearby maidservant immediately knelt, trembling in fear of incurring her wrath. Rise. Who delivered this letter? Bibi Dong demanded. Your Holiness. The soldiers discovered it on the city walls, but they did not manage to catch the messenger, the maidservant replied. The Bai He of the Min clan, though lacking in strength, was renowned for his speed, likely beyond the capabilities of anyone below the Super Douluo level to pursue. At least on the surface, Bai He was the fastest in the Tiandou Empire. As long as Xue Qinghe did not engage him in a serious confrontation. Leave, Bibi Dong commanded, turning back towards her chambers. Her strategic approach starkly contrasted with that of Qianren Xue, who was overly cautious, having spent 2 decades as an undercover agent without achieving significant results. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, was more audacious. Fortune favors the bold. She contemplated extensively, closing her eyes. Regardless of whether this letter was a provocation or a means to forge an alliance, Xue Qinghe had undeniably become her foremost adversary. Return and summon Qianren Xue. This matter requires careful deliberation. Rashness is not an option, Bibi Dong stated calmly. She maintained her composure, refusing to let anger cloud her judgment. Qianren Xue had stationed herself with the elders in Tiandou City, and Xue Qinghe's delivery of the letter likely indicated he had discovered something. At once, the maidservant replied respectfully before departing. Bibi Dong's mind raced. Rather than directly eliminate Xue Qinghe, it would be wiser to first dismantle his support. The primary target was the 3 upper sects. Their removal would be the most prudent course of action. Tiandou Empire, the following morning. Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, welcoming yet another invigorating day. After a blissful slumber, he pondered whether Bibi Dong had enjoyed a similarly restful night. The incompetent monarch's signing-in system noted that the host had neglected morning court for 2 consecutive days, resulting in an additional reward of a 20,000-year-old soul bone for the right leg. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is this truly the privilege of a tyrant? This is exceedingly outrageous, yet he gladly accepted it. Originally, this system functioned as a sign-in mechanism. However, upon Xue Qinghe ascending to the throne, an additional reward was incorporated. The more incompetent one was, the greater the reward. Engaging in notably foolish acts would yield explosive benefits. For instance, the infamous deeds of tyrants throughout history, favoring sycophants while alienating virtuous ministers, extravagant constructions, plundering the populace's resources, and perpetrating wrongful imprisonments. These are standard practices. Furthermore, there are uniquely notorious examples, such as King Zhou of Shang's indulgent feasts amidst pools of wine and meat, constructing the deer platform, and hosting banquets for various spirits. Not to mention the likes of King Wu of Qin, who inadvertently crushed himself with a cauldron, Li Hozhu, the poet-painter, the playful Emperor Zhu Hojiao, and the carpenter Emperor Zhu Youjiao. Such figures, with their misguided personas, embody incompetence, having misallocated their skills unfit for imperial rule. Xue Qinghe contemplated that he would first take the conventional route, for he truly could not follow the extraordinary path represented by Zhu Youjiao. Xue Qinghe harbored no particularly peculiar interests. He had no fondness for composing poetry, nor did he aspire to be a carpenter. "Your Majesty, will you attend court today?" Tang Yuehua inquired softly. "Attend court? That would mean forfeiting any rewards. I still have to absorb the soul bone later," Xue Qinghe replied cheerfully. "I shall not go. My beloved, please continue to rest, it matters not." With a bright smile, Xue Qinghe declared. Tang Yuehua let out a light hum, burrowing into his embrace. A mischievous grin gracing her lips. Xue Qinghe contemplated that as an emperor, one must possess a token. Without such a symbol, there is no joy to be had. "Yuehua, you may rest for now. I have matters to attend to." With that, Xue Qinghe rose and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. Tang Yuehua promptly got up to assist Xue Qinghe in donning his garments, while she herself remained in a state of undress. "Your Majesty," she said, as she helped him dress, before returning to her slumber. Xue Qinghe ventured out, instructing the imperial household to compile a list of the newly entered maidens. He established a rule for the selection process. Each evening before dinner, a draw would be conducted, determining who would attend to him that night. The timing of the draw, prior to dinner, was crucial as many of Xue Qinghe's concubines resided outside the palace, with several of the soul masters still at the Tianxue Academy. After the draw, there would be ample time to notify the chosen ones. After giving the orders, Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, feeling that he had risen too early. He wondered what Bibi Dong was doing at that moment. Perhaps she was still sulking. How splendid it would be to unite with me in matrimony. There was truly no cause for her displeasure. Half an hour later, a palace maid approached, carrying over 100 tokens. "Your Majesty, the tokens have been engraved and are ready for your inspection," she announced. Xue Qinghe took it over, feeling quite pleased. It was splendid. And there would be surprises every day henceforth. I, the Emperor, have always cherished surprises. Chapter 44. The Emperor takes a concubine. Xue Qinghe perused the plaques engraved with the names of the concubines for a while. Indeed, they were crafted by the finest artisans, showcasing exquisite workmanship. The edges were meticulously smooth, ensuring no sharpness to the touch. Each of these exceptional plaques bore the name of a remarkably beautiful maiden. As he flipped through the plaques, the experience was truly delightful. "All right, you may leave," Xue Qinghe instructed, and the palace maid withdrew. He then retrieved the student profiles from Tianxue Academy, each adorned with a photograph of the student. After a brief glance, he found himself most familiar with a girl named Douluo, who later became a prominent host. Xue Qinghe observed for a moment. Douluo had already been enrolled for over 2 years, and she was a year older than Zhu Zhiyan, now a young lady. Suddenly, a surge of warmth filled Xue Qinghe's heart, prompting him to draft an imperial edict and send it to Tianxue Academy. Recently, Tianxue Academy had welcomed a new group of female students, not only distinguished by their beauty, but also by their commendable abilities, all hailing from Xingluo. These students enjoyed superior living conditions, with accommodations arranged in single rooms, while other students were placed in quadruple dormitories. Who would dare to question? After all, they were the Emperor's concubines. Douluo, a level 22 cultivator with rather ordinary skills, sat absent-mindedly in the stands of the playground, resting her chin on her delicate palm. In the pursuit of cultivation, mere effort often fails to alter one's destiny. Many lives are irrevocably determined by the age of 6. Liu Erlong was teaching at the academy when she received an imperial edict from the palace right after class. Upon reading it, her lips twitched. The Emperor was indeed rather impatient. Having just acquired over 100 beautiful women from Xingluo, he was already seeking to recruit concubines from the academy. Liu Erlong approached Douluo, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, having noticed the young girl long before. Douluo was cheerful and generous, well-liked among her peers, though her sole flaw lay in a slightly inferior talent for cultivation. "Douluo," Liu Erlong called as she approached. "Teacher Erlong." Douluo quickly stood up, her tone respectful. Liu Erlong was not only the academy's principal, but also a favored concubine of the Emperor, holding a prestigious position. She presented the imperial edict to Douluo, who opened it in astonishment. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace," Douluo stammered, her voice trembling. "From this day forth, you shall be a concubine of His Majesty. You may choose to move into the imperial harem or reside in the academy's elite dormitory," Liu Erlong declared. Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. She was overwhelmed with emotion. It felt as if a new path had opened before her. The students of Tianxue Academy generally idolized Xue Qinghe. For Douluo, becoming a concubine of the emperor meant she would have the opportunity for close encounters with him. A thought that thrilled her immensely. Xue Qinghe is remarkably handsome, exceptionally talented, and holds the esteemed title of emperor. He truly embodies the essence of a youthful idol. Xue Qinghe is the first emperor in the history of the Tiandou royal family to courageously include a multitude of female spirit masters in his harem. Previous emperors typically possessed spirit power levels only in the 30s or 40s, with 50 being considered exceptionally high. The empress and a few favored concubines might have been spirit masters at such levels, while most consorts were commoners, lacking the status of spirit masters altogether. For an emperor with a spirit power of 50 to take in over 100 female spirit masters would certainly provoke the ire of the great clans. However, Xue Qinghe is entirely unconcerned by such matters. Douluo, with a hint of blush, said, "Teacher, I think I should stay in the school's dormitory for now. Going directly to the harem would be a bit overwhelming. After all, she is a spirit master and staying at school allows her to exchange and refine her cultivation experiences with classmates. Well, if His Majesty calls for you, you must enter the palace immediately and prepare yourself," Liu Erlong advised. "Understood, teacher," Douluo replied obediently. Liu Erlong nodded and then departed. Though she felt a tinge of jealousy over Xue Qinghe's numerous consorts, she acknowledged that if he were to dote on Douluo, it would not be a bad outcome. The young girl possesses a delightful character, far superior to many of the dubious women vying for his attention. Outside Tiandou City, Qianren Xue received an order from Bibi Dong to return, which left her somewhat disgruntled. "This woman is hindering my legitimate ambitions," Qianren Xue thought, believing she had a prime opportunity to eliminate Xue Qinghe. Historically, it has been commonplace for emperors to select consorts, but Qianren Xue saw a unique opportunity in this process. Unlike other emperors, many of Xue Qinghe's consorts reside in the academy rather than the palace. While this significantly enhances the overall quality of the consorts, it simultaneously raises the stakes. These women are all exceptionally beautiful, so regardless of who Xue Qinghe selects, the experience is bound to be exquisite. The critical issue, however, is that Xue Qinghe may not be familiar with these women, rendering it easy for someone to impersonate them. With her mastery of disguise, Qianren Xue could effortlessly approach Xue Qinghe and take the chance to eliminate him. "Esteemed colleagues, what do you think of my plan?" Qianren Xue articulated her thoughts. Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, both having no objections. The plan was sound, yet they lacked the strength to execute it. "Miss, Xue Qinghe is a title Douluo. Even if you get close, can you truly kill him?" Douluo inquired. Qianren Xue found this point rather frustrating, as it seemed to be the crux of the matter. The Pope has a Phoenix Douluo under her command, who possesses a strength of 95. With her prowess, she could easily eliminate the 91-level Xue Qinghe. Not only is this Phoenix Douluo exceptionally powerful, but she is also breathtakingly beautiful. To entice such an inexperienced youth as Xue Qinghe would be a trivial endeavor. With her capabilities, she could lower her cultivation level and apply to be a teacher at the academy, explicitly stating her desire to become one of Xue Qinghe's consorts, which would raise no suspicions given the multitude of women seeking the same. Once she infiltrates the academy, she can find an opportunity to get close to Xue Qinghe. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly wish to add such a beauty to his harem. When the time comes to attend to him in the palace, she could unleash her martial soul and swiftly eliminate him. An impeccable plan. "Let us return and seek out the Phoenix Douluo," Qianren Xue declared confidently. Douluo and Douluo followed silently, affirming, "You are the young master. We shall comply with your wishes, whatever you decide." They only hoped she wouldn't suffer losses alongside her ambitions. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Qianren Xue was initially displeased with Bibi Dong's summons, but if Bibi Dong were to agree to her plan, she could reluctantly forgive her mother. After all, one should not compete with their own mother. Within the Spirit Hall, she was called by a golden-haired maiden, Sister Xue. The girl with short golden hair was none other than Holiness. Their relationship was akin to that of sisters, and Qianren Xue bore no resentment towards Holiness for capturing their mother's affection. Holiness, understanding and considerate, acted as a bridge, continually mending the bond between mother and daughter. Although Holiness was still youthful and lacked the full allure of her beguiling charm, she was nonetheless becoming more adept in her demeanor. "Lina, what troubles you?" Qianren Xue inquired, noticing a hint of urgency in her expression. "Sister Xue, last night. The teacher received a letter that has left her in a foul mood. The letter was shot onto the city walls by an unknown assailant and was laced with enchantments. Huliena explained. Qianren Xue furrowed her brow. It took a certain audacity to deliver a letter in such a brazen manner to the Spirit Hall's walls. It could only be Xue Qinghe, as none of the other titled Douluos would dare. The Star Luo Empire would surely count themselves fortunate to escape unscathed. Qianren Xue held a deep-seated loyalty to her mother, compounded by her current loathing of Xue Qinghe, who had stolen her first kiss. This scoundrel must be taught a lesson. She vowed. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Qianren Xue declared, making her way to the Pope's chamber, with Huliena following closely behind, while the others withdrew. Inside the Pope's chamber, the opulence was breathtaking. Even the stone pillars were adorned with gold, exemplifying the grandeur of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, I have returned. Qianren Xue announced, directly addressing the Pope, not in a manner meant to provoke, nor using her name. In the expansive chamber, it was just the three of them. Bibi Dong glanced up, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Holiness, I have devised a strategy to deal with Xue Qinghe that requires the assistance of the Phoenix Douluo, Qianren Xue stated. Do share, Bibi Dong replied, her heart lifting with anticipation, as she too had been pondering how to confront that rogue. Your Holiness, we could have the Phoenix Douluo approach Xue Qinghe under the guise of a consort and eliminate him directly. Qianren Xue elaborated, detailing her plan in full. Bibi Dong deliberated, meticulously analyzing each step of the proposal. It appeared straightforward, devoid of complexities. With the Phoenix Douluo's 95 levels of spirit power, seizing the initiative would make it an uncomplicated task to eliminate a 91-level title Douluo. However, an unsettling premonition lingered in Bibi Dong's mind as she pondered potential unforeseen risks. Noticing her prolonged silence, Qianren Xue grew perplexed. Bibi Dong, known for her impulsive nature and unorthodox methods, was unusually cautious this time. For Bibi Dong, the two greatest threats were Tiandou and Xue Qinghe. The Phoenix Douluo was one of her few valuable assets, and any misstep could result in significant loss. Yet, after much contemplation, could there truly be a possibility of failure for the Phoenix Douluo? From a purely rational standpoint, disregarding chance, the likelihood seemed nearly non-existent. Even if Xue Qinghe were accompanied by another title Douluo, the Phoenix Douluo, with her advantage, would still possess a 99% chance of success in eliminating him. This was a matter of sheer power. Very well, proceed with the plan. After a moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong ultimately granted her approval. At Tiandou Academy, the news of Douluo being selected as a consort quickly spread throughout the school. It was indeed astonishing to discover that attending this institution could lead one to become the Emperor's consort. Douluo transitioned from her previous dormitory to a single occupancy room, enjoying enhanced living conditions, complete with a dedicated cleaning staff. It is no surprise that Douluo, with her exquisite beauty, was chosen as His Majesty's consort. Is His Majesty still in need of consorts? I wonder if I might suffice. His Majesty only seeks those of striking beauty. What did you say? Do you wish to fight? Douluo has already become a minor celebrity within the school, preferring to keep a low profile. After classes, she would return to her dormitory. The Emperor's consorts are ranked, namely, the Empress, the noble consort, the beauty, the talented, and the maid. The stir caused by Douluo at the academy is primarily due to her being a beauty, her status only second to the noble consort. Among the group of young women captured by Xingluo, those with a soul power of level 20 or above are classified as talented, while those below that threshold are known as maids. Xue Qinghe mentioned the intention to appoint Zhu Zhuyun as a consort, yet the plan remains unfulfilled, leaving only a mere promise. Consequently, the current consorts are limited to Liu Erlong and Tang San, while Douluo's status is slightly inferior to theirs. Douluo has met Xue Qinghe and recognizes him as a young, handsome gentleman. Outside Tianxue Academy, a woman awaits, her short hair a delicate shade of lavender. Clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuates her voluptuous figure, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. Your Excellency, the Soul Emperor, please enter. A teacher from the academy joyfully welcomes her inside. Following the teacher, the woman is escorted to the VIP room. Your Excellency, our school waives the entrance examination for teachers with a cultivation level of Soul Emperor or above, but registration is required. Please present your martial soul, the teacher informs her. With a resounding thud, a blazing cat eagle materializes behind her, while 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rise sequentially from her feet. Haning, 65th level Soul Emperor. Martial Soul, Blazing Fire Cat Eagle. the woman declares with a smile. The teacher, taken aback, quickly notes this down, recognizing such strength as exceptional within the academy, a rare opportunity not to be missed. Teacher Han, you are accepted. You shall henceforth be a teacher at our institution. The teacher beams. Having recruited such a formidable instructor, he anticipates a potential bonus. With a smile, Haning inquires, may I ask if Tianxue Academy allows applications for consort positions? The teacher nods. Yes, Teacher Han. Do you wish to enter the palace as a consort? However, there are conditions. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Haning chuckles softly. Indeed, I have devoted myself to cultivation these past years and have never sought a marriage partner. You need not worry. There are no strict age limitations for entering the palace as a consort, as soul masters enjoy extended lifespans and retain their beauty. The only rigid requirement is to be a maiden, a rule that has remained unchanged since time immemorial. Should any deception regarding this matter come to light, it would be a grave offense. The teacher nods. Very well, I shall submit your application. For now, you may teach at the academy. And once your status as a consort is confirmed, you may choose to remain at the school or proceed to the palace. Oh, recently, a student named Douluo has just been recognized as a beauty. You might seek her counsel for experience. Haning expresses her gratitude. Thank you for the guidance. Esteemed teacher. Haha. Teacher Han is too courteous, the teacher replies. Chapter 46. Loyal Minister Tang San Han entered the academy, and soon her credentials reached Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong glanced at the document, biting her lip. Indeed, this woman is quite extraordinary, having attained the level of Soul Emperor in her 30s. However, Xue Qinghe typically prioritizes appearance over soul power in selecting consorts. This woman possesses striking features, her mature allure undoubtedly appealing to Xue Qinghe's preference for sophisticated women. If he were to encounter her, he would likely take her into his harem. Liu Erlong felt somewhat exasperated, maintaining a cautious stance towards these enigmatic women. The palace. Before Xue Qinghe stood 5 esteemed ministers, each with a distinct background. One hailed from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, another from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, while one originated from a vassal state. The remaining 2 were of common descent, one a soul master, the other an ordinary individual. This constituted the provisional cabinet, accompanied by a Jinui to oversee and assist its operations. Very well, you may take your leave, Xue Qinghe stated. We humbly take our leave. The 5 cabinet ministers responded as they departed. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, contemplating a visit to Zhu Zhuyun, the enchanting beauty whose current activities remained a mystery to him. Your Majesty, I wish to venture outside the palace, she declared respectfully as Tang Yuehua entered. Very well, you may go. I have never imposed restrictions on your movements. Xue Qinghe replied. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, where are you headed? Your Majesty, it concerns Tang San. He possesses an inherent abundance of soul power, but has yet to acquire a soul ring. I have enlisted the aid of the 2 dragons to assist him in hunting for one, Tang Yuehua explained. Xue Qinghe nodded. Tang San. Lately he's been preoccupied with taking concubines. He's been entirely occupied with military campaigns and forming the cabinet. I nearly forgot about this lad. What an impressive spectacle indeed, to have 2 of my Imperial consorts hunting spirit rings for you. Summon him here. I shall personally bestow upon him his first spirit ring, declared Xue Qinghe. Tang Yuehua gasped in astonishment. Your Majesty, what virtue or ability does little San possess to warrant? Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. You may go and summon him. As you command. Tang San, a potential loyal minister, was deemed capable of engaging in battles while reaping the rewards from behind. An hour later, Tang Yuehua arrived at the palace with young Tang San, accompanied by Liu Erlong. Tang San respectfully bowed before His Majesty. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, acknowledging that his impeccable etiquette was likely learned from Tang Yuehua. Indeed, the first step for a loyal minister is to demonstrate proper respect. No need for formalities, Tang San. What kind of soul ring do you desire? Xue Qinghe inquired. Your Majesty, my martial spirit is blue silver grass, which inherently possesses limited offensive capabilities. I wish to incorporate poison elements, as it would enhance my control abilities while simultaneously augmenting my means of attack, Tang San replied. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Excellent. The youth is indeed worthy of guidance. Very well, I shall arrange for the royal guards to escort you to the Sunset Forest to procure a soul ring. Tang San. In the future, I shall entrust you with significant responsibilities. Tang San, filled with gratitude, respectfully replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe nodded and remarked, very well. This indeed signifies a grand imperial favor. What ordinary child has the opportunity to meet the emperor? It is sufficient to include in his resume. Even if he wishes not to, the school will certainly record it for him in due course. Tang San, endowed with exceptional talent, had an audience with His Majesty at the tender age of 6. This particular entry on his resume will accompany him throughout his life, brought forth annually to commend him. Sowing a seed of loyalty to the throne within his heart, subtly transforming his mindset. As he matures, he shall evolve into a devoted youth, with no other path available to him. What? You do not wish to serve His Majesty? For him, this would not only cultivate a personal torment, but also subject him to moral condemnation from society at large. His Majesty holds you in such high esteem, yet you refuse to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to him. How could you betray His Majesty's trust? You are shameless. Now, off you go, Xue Qinghe instructed. Thank you, Your Majesty, Tang San replied, overwhelmed with gratitude, astonished that the emperor would show him such regard. Indeed, the education of loyalty must commence from a young age. Tang Yuehua took Tang San by the hand, and they proceeded to the soul hunting forest to procure soul rings. At merely level 10, he would require only soul rings of 300 to 400 years, and although the sunset forest near Tiandou city was available, it would be somewhat excessive for such a task. It is unnecessary to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The soul hunting forest suffices. The soul beasts within the soul hunting forest are primarily raised, mostly under a millennium in age, with those exceeding 1,000 years being exceedingly rare. Liu Erlong approached and said, Your Majesty, we have recently recruited faculty for the academy, and 5 teachers are interested in becoming consorts. She presented the information, noting that it was the season for new enrollments, as Tianxue Academy was busy not only with student admissions but also with hiring teachers. Xue Qinghe glanced through the documents and nodded slightly. Those who had registered generally possessed commendable appearances. After perusing the resumes of the 5 individuals, his gaze ultimately settled on a girl named Han Ing. The name Han Ing was rather unfamiliar, yet her face bore a sense of familiarity. Xue Qinghe lightly tapped his forehead, as if recalling a familiar presence. It should be mentioned in the original work, yet it was likely merely a minor character. Though quite attractive, it did not leave a profound impression on him. The 65th level Fire Cat, Eagle Martial Soul. Xue Qinghe has nearly concluded that he has most likely never encountered this individual. Well, let us observe a bit longer. I am in no haste. Oh, by the way, where is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Ning clan leader, currently pursuing her studies? Xue Qinghe inquired. Liu Erlong pondered for a moment and replied. Ning Rongrong has probably remained within the family to cultivate. High-quality disciples from the 3 major sects seldom venture out for education before the age of 12. They primarily focus on their training within the sect. Xue Qinghe nodded. It seems that instilling a sense of loyalty to the throne in Ning Rongrong from a young age is quite a challenge. Ning Rongrong is a rather spoiled young heiress, and she possesses a certain charm. Xue Qinghe is still at Xingluo, while Xiaowu holds a prominent position at the Nodding Academy. Although Xiaowu could be brought over directly, this young girl, being a soul beast at her core, still harbors thoughts aligned with her kind. Imbuing her with the correct ideology of loyalty and patriotism may prove to be of little efficacy. Xue Qinghe remarked, Very well, you may descend first. Liu Erlong blinked, contemplating. Descend? To where? The palace is my home. I shan't leave. Your Majesty, I can alleviate your burdens, she gently approached, positioning herself to the right of Xue Qinghe. Despite her typically tempestuous demeanor, she exhibited remarkable tenderness towards her husband. Her hand gracefully rested upon Xue Qinghe's shoulder, expertly administering a massage. Xue Qinghe closed his eyes and murmured, Indeed, my dear Erlong, quite impressive. Your Majesty, Douluo has become quite the sensation at school. When do you plan to summon her for your service? Liu Erlong inquired tentatively. Chapter 47. The Obligations of Soul Masters in Education. Douluo. In Xue Qinghe's mind, the innocent and charming visage of Douluo emerged, undeniably captivating. However, it was swiftly supplanted by the voluptuous figure of Xue Zhiyun. Such a choice is indeed perplexing. A true test for the emperor. Xue Qinghe lamented, grappling with the trials of indecision. For one afflicted with choice paralysis, it seemed that drawing lots was the most favorable method of indulgence. Otherwise, he would be ensnared in the daily contemplation of which maiden to favor. Oh, by the way, Erlong, please retrieve the 3 soul bones from Xingluo as tribute. I wish to distribute them, Xue Qinghe commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Soul bones, even those aged a millennium, are enough to incite frenzied competition. Yet, Xue Qinghe had requested 3 soul bones that were 10,000 years old from the Xingluo Empire. Soon, Liu Erlong presented the 3 soul bones. 3 is hardly in excess, identical to the rewards from the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. The 3 soul bones comprised the right leg bone of strength, the left arm bone of darkness, and the right arm bone of ice. Xue Qinghe retrieved 3 soul bones from the box. Aside from this one with dark attributes, which is indeed difficult to find a suitable person for, the remaining pieces could be easily arranged. Erlong, I bestow upon you this power right leg bone, Xue Qinghe declared generously. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liu Erlong replied respectfully, her heart filled with joy. With the soul bones of both arms already in her possession, the addition of the right leg bone meant she had acquired half of her desired soul bones. Now absorb it. I shall personally protect you, Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong immediately sat cross-legged, placing her hands upon the soul bone, quietly attuning to its essence. Taking a deep breath, she felt the pure elemental energy emanating from the soul bone, which was profoundly alluring to her. Liu Erlong's fighting style was a fusion of strength and flames, making these attributes highly suitable for her. Without hesitation, she entered a focused state and began the absorption process, drawing upon her prior experience from absorbing 2 soul bones. And recognizing the exceptional quality of this one gifted by Xingluo, Xue Qinghe gazed quietly at her as Liu Erlong experienced a remarkable surge in power. Enhancing one's strength through soul bones is the most direct method. The amplification provided by soul bones of the same age surpasses that of soul rings. Half an hour later, Liu Erlong completed her absorption, her soul power rising to the formidable level of 82. With 3 soul bones already at her disposal, her strength was sufficient to rival all soul masters beneath the title Douluo rank. Your Majesty, I have completed my absorption, Liu Erlong declared. Xue Qinghe nodded and said, Very well, then you shall protect me, but I too must absorb the soul bone. With that, he produced a dazzling right leg soul bone that was 200,000 years old. Liu Erlong was taken aback in comparison to this piece. The 3 soul bones sent by Xingluo were mere trifles. She had considerable knowledge about soul bones and could instantly discern the terrifying nature of Xue Qinghe's soul bone. After half an hour had passed, Xue Qinghe successfully absorbed the 200,000-year-old soul bone. Xue Qinghe's soul power has reached an impressive 92 gene. However, this 200,000-year soul ring has not elevated his abilities to the extent one might have anticipated. This phenomenon is also closely related to the nature of Xue Qinghe's martial soul. The more extreme the attributes of a martial soul, the higher the concentration of soul power, particularly in the case of Xue Qinghe's martial soul, which embodies an extraordinary essence of fire. The soul power becomes even more profoundly concentrated. Xue Qinghe rose to her feet, stretching her limbs. It felt delightful and invigorating. She felt refreshed, her spirit soaring. Her soul bone mirrored that of Liu Erlong, possessing both arms and a right leg. Erlong, I have recently conceived a new idea, Xue Qinghe remarked. Your Majesty, please do share, Liu Erlong replied with a gentle laugh, noting her departure from the royal. Perhaps it was merely an oversight. Xue Qinghe reflected on the current situation in the Tiandou Empire regarding the awakening of martial souls. Beyond the prominent families and sects, it was the Spirit Hall that took charge of this process. Upon awakening their soul power, commoners were granted priority admission into the Spirit Hall's institutions, which, in the eyes of the Empire, amounted to a significant loss of talent. Thus, he resolved that starting this year, the Empire would oversee the martial soul awakening of children at the age of 6. Moreover, all soul masters would be exempt from tuition fees, instituting a nationwide 12-year compulsory education, entirely free of charge. Liu Erlong felt a tremor in her heart. Her former aspiration had been to establish a school for commoner soul masters, a dream that Xue Qinghe was now helping her realize. Yet, Xue Qinghe's vision extended far beyond her own. Free education? How would the teachers' salaries be funded? While Liu Erlong internally supported Xue Qinghe, she recognized that numerous intricate details required careful consideration. Xue Qinghe declared, the sect possesses wealth. I shall simply extort a portion from them. Liu Erlong's lips twitched slightly. Extort? She echoed, her tone laced with incredulity. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, acknowledging that such a statement was indeed rather inappropriate. Under heaven, all land belongs to the sovereign. Along the shores, all subjects serve the crown. Thus, the wealth of this realm is ultimately mine. He continued, let the sects expend their riches to support the academies, for they are undeniably affluent. Your Majesty, when do you intend to commence? Inquired Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe, this year marks the commencement of our endeavors. As we strategize for a nationwide expansion, with full implementation anticipated no sooner than next year. Ere long, you are tasked with leading the Imperial Guards. Be ever prepared to act. During times of significant upheaval, it is inevitable that some will stir chaos, making martial strength of paramount importance. The party wielding greater power will undoubtedly stabilize the situation. This is particularly true for the prominent sects. Should anyone instigate trouble, you are to arrive on the same day. Xue Qinghe had declared. And what if the blue electric tyrant dragon family incites unrest? I shall have to intervene personally. Dispatch orders for all cabinet members and the ministers of the 6 departments to convene for deliberation. Xue Qinghe remarked. In the mere span of a month since Xue Qinghe ascended to power, he has consistently enacted significant measures. He firmly believes that as long as military might resides within his grasp, the Heavenly Empire shall remain undisturbed, regardless of the circumstances. Obediently, Liu Erlong promptly departed. She harbors great expectations for the Heavenly Empire. The efforts made by Xue Qinghe in this short period appear to surpass those of the Snowy Night Emperor during his decades-long reign. Xue Qinghe sat upon the imperial throne, quietly savoring the surge of spiritual power emanating from the bone of his right leg, adorned with a soul bone of 300,000 years and 2 others of 200,000 years each. He had also consumed the fiery and exquisite Liu Xingjiao of 100,000 years. Collectively, these enhancements bestowed upon him the prowess to triumph even against the title Douluo of level 96. It is imperative for those who engage in affairs of state to possess martial prowess. After a brief interlude, Liu Erlong summoned the ministers to his presence. They stood before the newly crowned emperor with utmost reverence. Even the seasoned officials dared not exhibit any airs. After all, he was a title Douluo. And should he be provoked, he could easily unleash his wrath upon them without hesitation. Their astonishment was palpable upon hearing the announcement of compulsory education for soul masters spanning 12 years, particularly as it impacted the common folk. It was evident that this initiative primarily targeted the underprivileged, for those of wealth would have the means to pursue their education regardless of the compulsory curriculum. The compulsory education for soul masters comprises 6 years at a junior soul master academy, commencing at the age of 6 and concluding at 12. Followed by 6 years at a senior soul master academy from the age of 12 to 18. Chapter 48. Xue Zhuyun, Your Majesty, do not bully me. Xue Qinghe elucidated the merits of compulsory education for soul masters, leaving the ministers feeling apprehensive. The Minister of Revenue remarked, Your Majesty, although the sects have absorbed considerable resources, they currently serve as the bulwark of the Heavendou Empire. Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging the words of the Minister of Revenue. He had contemplated this before. Tiandou was a dire situation, albeit a somewhat salvageable one. Now, as Xue Qinghe contemplated dismantling this precarious establishment, he pondered the implications of the fleeing individuals. The existence of sects not only drained Tiandou but also served to uphold it. After all, if Tiandou were to collapse, where would they find their sustenance? The Tiandou royal family resembled the Zhou dynasty's sovereign, a mere ornament. Addressing these sects would inevitably entail a period of acute discomfort. A smooth transition through gentle measures was unattainable. This period of discomfort would necessitate the application of the empire's coercive power, relying heavily on military might for support. Xue Qinghe intends to transition from a sect-based system to an academy-centered one. While the existence of sects will still be permitted, the academy shall take precedence, with sects serving as a secondary flow. The aim is to consolidate wealth and soul masters in the form of academies, all of which will be directly governed by the imperial authority within the empire. The process of this transformation need not be protracted. A mere year suffices for such a change, even if it requires a forceful landing. Very well, you may deliberate among yourselves and draft a specific plan, Xue Qinghe stated. He articulated his vision, leaving the intricate details to these ministers, for it is not his role to resolve every matter. The true duty of an emperor lies in setting the direction. Xue Qinghe confined them within the room, allowing them to deliberate, while he himself ventured outside. In addition, there is another significant matter concerning Xue Qinghe. The charming young lady, Xue Zhuyun, from his family has yet to acquire her 3rd soul ring. He intends to personally accompany Xue Zhuyun on her quest to hunt for the soul ring, while also nurturing their relationship in the process. Xue Qinghe arrived at Xue Zhuyun's dormitory. Xue Zhuyun was seated in a meditative posture, and upon noticing Xue Qinghe, he promptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe approached, embracing her tightly and gently kissing her forehead. The fragrance of the young maiden was intoxicatingly delightful. Xue Zhuyun, I shall take you to the Sunset Forest to procure a soul ring for you, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Xue Zhuyun was taken aback and quickly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe emerged, guiding Xue Zhuyun into the courtyard. He summoned his martial soul, becoming the three-legged golden crow. Xue Zhuyun gazed at Xue Qinghe in astonishment, her heart filled with admiration. This man is astonishingly powerful, possessing 8 black soul rings and 1 red soul ring. Such prowess is beyond the reach of an ordinary soul master. Suddenly, the 5th soul ring beneath Xue Qinghe's feet illuminated. The 5th soul skill, Solar Car. With a resounding roar, a brilliant golden carriage materialized before them. My solar car can even traverse the sun, Xue Qinghe proclaimed with a smile, then leaped onto it. Xue Zhuyun swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the magnificent spectacle. Zhuyun, come aboard. Xue Qinghe sat within the sun chariot, extending his hand towards her. Xue Zhuyun leapt aboard, settling herself beside him. Once secure, the carriage moved in accordance with Xue Qinghe's thoughts. The chariot roared to life, soaring into the sky, racing towards the direction of the sunset forest. Xue Zhuyun was astounded. Could such feats truly be accomplished by soul techniques? Instinctively, she cast her gaze downward, realizing with disbelief that they had indeed ascended into the heavens. Tiandou city grew increasingly diminutive in her sight, while the sun above became ever more resplendent. Xue Qinghe reclined on the sunlit carriage, having prepared a plush pillow for his utmost comfort. He deliberately drove the carriage at a leisurely pace. Xue Yunyun, massage my legs. Xue Qinghe instructed. Xue Zhuyun lightly pressed her lips together, kneeling beside him. Although she was unfamiliar with the art of leg massage, she endeavored to try. Xue Qinghe closed his eyes, quietly savoring the service of the enchanting maiden. Xue Zhuyun occasionally cast a glance downward. It was dauntingly high. Yet she turned her head back to focus intently on kneading his legs. Xue Qinghe quietly savored the moment. Xue Zhuyun, please remain in Tiandou. If you miss your sister, I shall bring her over as well, Xue Qinghe said with ease. Xue Zhuyun mustered her courage and replied, In the future, can Tiandou and Xingluo refrain from warring? Would it not be better for both families to coexist harmoniously? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and remarked, Only true unification can bring about peace. Rest assured, as long as you serve me diligently, I shall preserve the Yuming family. Xue Qinghe appraised her figure, finding it more voluptuous than Liu Erlong's. She trembled momentarily, her heart racing violently. Xue Zhuyun shot an indignant glance at Xue Qinghe, biting her lip in a moment of pain. She had been clad in a fitted black attire, which accentuated her curvaceous form. Xue Yun, do not entertain any wicked thoughts. I shall treat you well, or else you shall endure considerable suffering, Xue Qinghe remarked. With a flushed face, Xue Zhuyun silently nodded. She sensed that Xue Qinghe's words were laden with a warning. She truly lacked the courage to engage in a deadly confrontation with him. Upon arriving at Tiandou, Xue Zhuyun had heard numerous tales concerning Xue Qinghe. Gradually, she had relinquished her resistance. 6 years prior, Xue Qinghe had breached the lair of the poisoned Douluo, dispersing toxic powder around it, rendering even the poisoned Douluo unable to enter. Thus, it was evident that Xue Qinghe was not only skilled in poison but exceptionally adept at it. Consequently, Xue Zhuyun abandoned any notions of assassinating him. Soon, the sun chariot descended upon the sunset forest. With a thunderous roar as the sun chariot landed, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the vicinity, causing nearby soul beasts to flee in terror. Xue Qinghe had gently assisted Xue Zhuyun from the solar vehicle. A hint of exasperation in his demeanor, for the soul beast had fled, leaving their hopes of capturing a soul ring dashed. No sooner had they alighted than Xue Zhuyun found herself enveloped in Xue Qinghe's embrace, the intensity of which left her somewhat breathless. Your Majesty, might you loosen your grasp? She implored softly, her delicate lips grazing her teeth as she feebly attempted to nudge him away. Xue Qinghe released her. Your Majesty, please do not bully me any longer. Xue Zhuyun pleaded with a tone of desperation. All right, dear, Xue Qinghe replied with a gentle smile. At first, Xue Zhuyun felt a twinge of gratitude. After all, the mighty emperor had personally come to procure a soul ring for her, a privilege she had never received even during her time in Star Luo. However, Xue Zhuyun was plagued by doubts, as she had been tirelessly seeking to learn more about Xue Qinghe and had uncovered many of his secrets over the past few days. Besides Xue Qinghe, beautiful women abound, yet Xue Zhuyun can still carve out time to procure soul rings for him. She senses that with a modicum of effort, she could certainly garner considerable favor While the position of empress may be beyond her reach, surpassing Tang Yuewan status is undoubtedly within her grasp. Chapter 49. Zhu Zhiyun's third soul ring. Zhu Zhiyun is acutely aware of her advantages. Her curvaceous figure, with a rounded posterior, slim waist, and ample bosom, surpasses that of Tang Yuewan. With even the slightest charm, she could easily win over Xue Qinghe. She realizes that aligning herself with him holds far greater prospects than merely associating with Xingluo. Your Majesty, shall we proceed directly into the core area? Zhu Zhiyun exclaimed in astonishment. Although the high-ranking soul beasts in the Sunset Forest may not be as plentiful as those in Tiandou, there are still quite a number that have existed for tens of thousands of years, and the possibility of facing an ambush looms ominously, heightening the danger. With me here. There is no need for concern, Xue Qinghe replied calmly. His prowess in the Sunset Forest indeed allows him to navigate it with ease. The soul beasts here pose no threat to him whatsoever. Moreover, having spent several years in the Sunset Forest, he is as familiar with it as one would be with their own backyard, possessing an intimate knowledge of the terrain. Xue Qinghe traversed several locations where soul beasts congregated. The once formidable wolf pack, typically unassailable, lowered their heads upon encountering Xue Qinghe. The leader of the pack, a 30,000-year-old soul beast, had developed a rudimentary intelligence. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe, it promptly nodded in greeting. Welcome, my brother. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. As the emperor of the mortal realm, he commanded considerable respect in the realm of soul beasts. The soul beasts here, particularly those of notable strength, had witnessed Xue Qinghe's growth. In the past, many had served as his training partners, and now, upon seeing him, they would either flee in haste or tremble in place, awaiting their fate. After a brief moment, Xue Qinghe led Zhu Zhiyun into a foreboding forest. Zhu Zhiyun bit her lip gently, a sense of trepidation stirring within her. It is the unknown risks that evoke fear, and she dared not stray even an inch from Xue Qinghe's side, instinctively intertwining her arm with his. Xue Qinghe smiled gently and embraced her, reminiscent of taking a girl to watch a horror film, perfectly suited to the moment. However, a movie is merely a film, devoid of genuine peril. Here, the threat to life looms ever present. Xue Qinghe picked up a stone and threw it away. Howling filled the air at the moment the stone struck the ground, a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. Your Majesty. Zhu Zhiyun grasped Xue Qinghe's arm tightly. Soon, a pack of black wolves emerged from the dense forest, their eyes glinting with malevolence as they fixated on the two of them. These wolves were a unique feature of the Sunset Forest, absent in their lands, and even in the Starry Forest. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. Zhu Zhiyun felt a tremor in her heart. Despite being a level 30 soul master, her strength was modest, yet she had encountered her share of real battles. As the wolf pack approached, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Xue Qinghe elucidated. This wolf is known as the Phantom Wolf, possessing both dark and spiritual attributes. Its howls, imbued with psychic energy, subtly influence your mind. So it is. Although Zhu Zhiyun now comprehended this, she remained powerless to overcome it as hundreds upon thousands of phantom wolves advanced step by step, and she grasped Xue Qinghe tightly. Xue Qinghe cast his gaze over the pack of wolves, searching for the soul beast that had existed for nearly 2,000 years. Many among the wolves were over 1,000 years old, as if they had been meticulously tailored for Zhu Zhiyun. Bang! As Xue Qinghe unleashed his martial soul, the luminous attribute of the three-legged golden crow effectively countered the spectral wolves. Upon the emergence of the 100,000-year soul ring, the pack of wolves was left in a state of bewilderment. A terrifying pressure descended upon them, extinguishing any semblance of combat spirit. They yearned only to flee. With many of the lesser-aged wolves rendered paralyzed by fear, standing frozen in place, most of them fled in a panic, overwhelmed by terror. That one, Xue Qinghe proclaimed. Zhu Zhiyun, following the direction indicated by Xue Qinghe, swiftly activated her martial soul and pursued the targeted spectral wolf. Barely 2,000 years old, matching the age of Tang San's third soul ring, was slightly older than the one described by Yu Xiaojing, which was said to be 1,700 years. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhiyun darted forward. First soul skill, Nether Strike. The spectral wolf, terrified and seeking escape, was pierced through the heart by Zhu Zhiyun, meeting its demise. Immediately thereafter, a purple 1,000-year soul ring emerged around her. Zhu Zhiyun glanced at Xue Qinghe and inquired, Your Majesty, how many years is this soul beast? Having never encountered a spectral wolf before, she was unable to ascertain its age, but sensed that despite its dark and psychic attributes, its physical strength far exceeded her expectations. Just 2,000 years, perfectly suitable for you, Xue Qinghe replied. Zhu Zhiyun was taken aback and quickly responded, Your Majesty, isn't that age too high? I fear I may not be able to absorb it. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. You are capable, and I shall assist you. Zhu Zhuyun felt a mix of skepticism and hope. Could it truly be possible? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to give it a try. Although Zhu Zhuyun's nether spirit cat was classified as a top-tier martial soul, it still paled in comparison to the truly exceptional ones. The only feasible way to surpass her peers was to seek a breakthrough through her soul rings. With determination, Zhu Zhuyun seated herself in a meditative posture, ready to absorb the soul ring. The presence of a titled Douluo, especially one as esteemed as an emperor, personally safeguarding her was an extraordinary privilege. Soon, she began to draw forth the power, feeling a vigorous energy flowing into her, akin to a mighty river. Zhu Zhuyun exerted all her strength to control this influx, allowing it to enter her being in a relatively gentle manner. However, the formidable essence of a 2,000-year soul ring exceeded her expectations. As a soul beast aged, its strength ascended to new heights every 1,000 years. Zhu Zhuyun gritted her teeth, enduring the challenge. At that moment, a gentle and pure soul force, devoid of any attributes, began to permeate from behind her, flowing in a soothing manner like water. This tender soul energy expanded her meridians. When the power of the soul ring surged forth like a deluge, Zhu Zhuyun found herself entirely capable of withstanding it. A few beads of sweat formed on her brow. Yet she persisted with unwavering resolve. After half an hour had passed, she wearily opened her eyes, her aura subtly shifting. A faint dark mist swirled around her. And as she clenched her fists, she felt immense joy at this newfound power. Absorbing a soul ring beyond her level was fraught with danger. Yet the rewards were undeniably significant. Your Majesty, I express my deepest gratitude. She began to bow, but a gentle soul force supported her. All right. Now that you have completed the absorption, let us return, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Zhu Zhuyun beamed, nodding eagerly as she approached him, gently leaning against his side. Xue Qinghe embraced her tightly, warmth flooding his heart. It seemed he could no longer let Zhu Zhuyun escape. Waiting for the party held no promise for the future. There would be no more delays. The Sun Chariot. Xue Qinghe unleashed his fifth soul skill, and a resplendent golden carriage materialized before them. The two swiftly leaped aboard. Xue Qinghe nestled comfortably in Zhu Zhuyun's embrace, peacefully indulging in a midday slumber, requesting that none disturb his repose. He summoned his thoughts, and the solar carriage set forth. Chapter 50. Zhu Zhuyun's return to the Imperial Palace. Zhu Zhuyun returned to the diligent affairs first, where discussions among the ministers had begun to take shape. The implementation of compulsory education hinged not solely on financial matters, but fundamentally on matters of military strength. Fortunately, Xue Qinghe's prowess was fully assured. Upon her return, Tang Yuehua reported on the status of Tang San, who had successfully hunted a 400-year-old mandala snake, just as depicted in the original narrative. Xue Qinghe found himself in an unexpected situation. Perhaps a predetermined fate was at play. After Tang Yuehua finished speaking, she stood quietly beside Xue Qinghe, her gaze fixed upon him, silently urging, Your Majesty, look at me, look at me. Oh, please summon Jian to attend to your needs. Xue Qinghe had reviewed several memorials, and his eyes were beginning to tire. Indeed, the rigors of work are detrimental to one's health. Rather, an early sleep and early rise best serve the body. As you command, Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua replied. Yuehua, henceforth, I entrust you with the affairs of the harem. You shall manage my rear guard, Xue Qinghe declared. As you command, Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua responded, her heart swelling with joy. With no empress currently in the palace, she was temporarily assuming the role, wielding authority over the harem. Her status had risen, and Tang Yuehua felt a sense of elation. Liu Erlong, who usually spent her time outside, had no inclination to oversee so many women. Apart from being outside, Xue Qinghe had trusted Tang Yuehua the most. Tang Yuehua quickly departed to seek out Zhu Zhuyun. Sister Zhuyun, His Majesty has summoned you for the night, she said with a gentle smile as she entered Zhu Zhuyun's chamber. All right, I shall go at once, Zhu Zhuyun replied, her heart racing as she was in the midst of her cultivation. Tang Yuehua chuckled lightly, teasing, Sister, you are too eager. You must bathe first before going. I have a few words to impart. Zhu Zhuyun, feeling a bit shy, realized she had forgotten to bathe and replied, Please, sister, go on. She glanced at the noble Tang Yuehua, whose serene smile radiated elegance and tranquility. Come, let me accompany you while you bathe, Tang Yuehua suggested. I shall share with you the essentials of serving His Majesty, as well as his preferences. Zhu Zhuyun's heart raced in anticipation. She nodded silently, eager to absorb this knowledge. Together, they bathed, sharing their thoughts openly. Tang Yuehua observed the voluptuous beauty before her and understood why His Majesty was enamored with her. Her figure was truly unparalleled. I shall not teach you everything. If you learn it all, what will remain of my competitiveness? Tang Yuehua planned to impart only the basics of serving the emperor while subtly drawing Xu Zhiyun closer to her side. For instance, as Xu Zhiyun was inexperienced, she likely did not know even the most fundamental positions. Thus, Tang Yuehua decided to teach her these practical skills. After a prolonged bathing session, Tang Yuehua earnestly explained various points and even had Xu Zhiyun practice on the spot. Xu Zhiyun learned quickly and managed to grasp the essentials. After half an hour, she emerged in a bathrobe, her skin slightly misted and her cheeks flushed, waiting in Xue Qinghe's chamber. She felt a flutter of anxiety as she quietly awaited his arrival. After a while, Liu Erlong entered and noticed Xu Zhiyun's rosy complexion, asking curiously, "Has His Majesty summoned you for the night?" Xu Zhiyun whispered, "Yes." Liu Erlong nodded. Her primary duty was to oversee the night. The role of a night watch was to remind the emperor to moderate his desires and avoid excess. Additionally, she was responsible for safeguarding Xue Qinghe's safety, as anyone could be at their most vulnerable during moments of intimacy. In truth, both Liu Erlong and Xue Qinghe were aware of the risks involved in leaving a consort at the academy. However, Xue Qinghe, being pragmatic, felt that having so many individuals idling about in the harem was unproductive. Moreover, as a powerful Douluo, he could evade many dangers. Noticing Xu Zhiyun's tension, Liu Erlong smiled and reassured her, "Zhiyun, do not be afraid. You need do nothing but lie down and relax. It will be quite comfortable." Xu Zhiyun bit her lip, pondering really? But Sister Tang Yuehua said it might hurt a little. This thought only heightened her anxiety. Xue Qinghe was still attending to official duties, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He then decided to step down, declaring, "I am weary. I shall return to rest." Upon his arrival at the palace, Xu Zhiyun promptly approached him, respectfully addressing, "Your Majesty." Xue Qinghe embraced her tenderly, while Liu Erlong closed the door. Xu Zhiyun felt a twinge of panic as the teachings of Tang Yuehua flickered through her mind, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, she decided to heed Liu Erlong's advice and simply lay back, surrendering to the moment. Xue Qinghe emanated a surge of spiritual energy, effectively muffling the sounds within the chamber. The enchanting allure of the Wu Mountain and the clouds of rain captivated Liu Erlong, who could not help but marvel at His Majesty's boundless vigor. After all, it was a venture into the unknown, brimming with delightful uncertainties. Half an hour had passed. Liu Erlong gently urged, "Your Majesty, the hour grows late. I implore you to retire early." Traditionally, night watchmen were tasked with such reminders, and previous emperors indeed required such counsel. However, Xue Qinghe was a titled Douluo, endowed with extraordinary strength that was simply unparalleled. Xue Qinghe remained oblivious to her words. Liu Erlong merely offered a token reminder before lapsing into silence. That evening at Tiandou Xue Academy, Hanning concluded her classes. Recently, she had been genuinely devoted to her role at the school, truly engaging in the education of her students. After all, as a competent undercover agent, the first step involves fully integrating oneself into the environment. Once her classes were over, she departed from the academy without disguise, heading towards a renowned bar in Tiandou City. Upon entering, she was greeted by a lively atmosphere and mingled with the crowd. After indulging in the revelry for a while, she made her way to a private room. Inside, a man burst into hearty laughter upon seeing Hanning enter. "Not bad. This girl," he exclaimed. Hanning let out a cold snort and took a seat. "The elder, the young master, has been arranged for. I hope you will act swiftly," the robust middle-aged man said in a hushed tone. Hanning replied solemnly, "What is the rush? The young master should prepare for a long-term strategy. I must ensure that I can approach Xue Qinghe within 6 months. Any sooner would be precarious." The man frowned slightly. "Elder, Xue Qinghe is making rapid progress in his cultivation. After 6 months, his soul power will likely increase, leading to too many uncontrollable factors." Hanning raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Do you think a titled Douluo can level up in just half a year? Dream on." Chapter 51. True love dates. The young master cautioned that Xue Qinghe is extraordinary, and one cannot comprehend him through conventional reasoning. The man replied respectfully, acknowledging that neither side could afford to offend the other. Should any issues arise, it would be beyond their capacity to handle. It was best to simply heed the superior's commands. "All right, I understand. I will return to report to the young master that Xue Qinghe is a formidable opponent. Within 6 months, I shall surely bring him down," Hanning asserted with determination. The elder, according to past customs, Xue Qinghe addresses Tiandou Xue Academy each year at the start of the academic season. This year, having just ascended to the throne, it remains uncertain if he will attend. The young master has requested that you seize this opportunity, the man said respectfully. Han Ning nodded in agreement. This was indeed a viable plan. Being a newly appointed teacher this year, her image and capabilities were indisputable, placing her among the elite within the academy. With a little effort, she could easily become the representative of the new staff. At that time, it would be possible to approach Xue Qinghe. Given her beauty and his notorious lecherous nature, there was a significant chance she might secure an opportunity to share his bed. In truth, getting close to Xue Qinghe was not a daunting task. The real challenge lay in ensuring he remained unsuspecting. Even if she managed to get near him during the opening ceremony, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Xue Qinghe is indeed a formidable expert, and it is certain that other titled Douluo from the heavenly fight will be present, potentially igniting a fierce battle. Even though the Spirit Hall is well prepared, the challenges of fighting on foreign ground could spell disaster unless a large-scale mobilization of Spirit Hall's powerful fighters occurs. Thus, the most opportune moment to assassinate him would be during the tranquil hours of the night in the inner palace, when Xue Qinghe is in high spirits. Very well. I understand. I shall return to make my preparations, Han Ning replied. After speaking, she departed, unwilling to prolong the matter. Her soul power has essentially stabilized at level 95, making further breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, while Xue Qinghe, being quite young, possesses ample room for advancement. Early the next morning, Zhu Zhiyun, lying beside Xue Qinghe, wearily opened her eyes, turning over as a vague soreness crept through her body. Sensing something foreign between them, she gradually grew accustomed to it, closing her eyes once more to drift back into slumber. Xue Qinghe has also awakened, opening his eyes and activating the system. Is the host attending court today? Xue Qinghe embraced Zhu Zhiyun from behind, the innocent Zhu Zhiyun, both bashful and beautiful, captivated by Xue Qinghe's affectionate hold. What could be more delightful than indulging in a leisurely slumber with a lovely companion during court sessions? Why rise at the break of dawn to attend court? The host had not attended court for 3 consecutive days, beginning to exhibit the traits of a negligent ruler, and was rewarded with a date of romantic fortune. Xue Qinghe clicked on this fateful red date. Once consumed, this date would enhance the fate index by 100%, directly completing the quest, while bestowing eternal beauty and immortality. Xue Qinghe was filled with joy. He relished this unreasonable prop. He sought an opportunity to invite Pope Bibi Dong for a cup of jujube tea. The ability to attain immortality was indeed a remarkable gift. Although soul masters enjoyed a lifespan longer than that of ordinary humans, it merely extended to a mere century or two. The desire for eternal life was not solely a fantasy of mortals. Soul masters harbored such aspirations as well. Consequently, Xue Qinghe found himself increasingly reluctant to rise from his slumber, embracing Zhu Zhiyun and drifting back into sleep. Zhu Zhiyun reminisced about the wild events of the previous night, her cheeks flushing a deeper crimson. Alone in a foreign land, she felt akin to a homeless kitten, with nowhere to turn except for the comforting presence of Xue Qinghe. Tears began to stream down her face. She realized that she had no path of retreat available, even if fortune favored her and she succeeded in poisoning Xue Qinghe. Returning to the Starluo Empire would yield no favorable outcome. She might be hailed as a hero of Starluo, yet she would never ascend to the position of a princess consort or queen. For, despite Starluo's valorous reputation and apparent disregard for trivial matters, they would never allow a woman who had lost her virtue to become a queen. There had been no precedents for such a case, and naturally, she would not be an exception. Thus, remaining here had unexpectedly become her most prudent choice. Liu Erlong had already risen. She gazed at the blushing Zhu Zhiyun and offered a gentle smile. Instead of departing, she chose to linger quietly, awaiting the unfolding of the day. The sun hung high in the sky. Xue Qinghe had just risen from his slumber and made his way to the study to peruse some official documents. Zhu Zhiyun had also awoken, gently biting her lip as she donned a fitted black outfit that accentuated her S-shaped silhouette. Her gait appeared slightly awkward, and breakfast had been prepared for her. She casually consumed a little and stretched her body. Liu Erlong chuckled and remarked, "Zhiyun, the initial discomfort is merely temporary. It won't last." Zhu Zhiyun kept her head down, but she recalled Tang Yuehua's words from the previous day, suggesting that pain would persist. Whom should she trust? In the study, Liu Erlong approached, inquiring, "Your Majesty, the inauguration ceremony of Tian Xue Academy is in 3 days. Will you be attending?" "Indeed," Xue Qinghe replied. "Here are the representatives of this year's students and faculty for your review," Liu Erlong added. Xue Qinghe cast a glance and discovered Han Ying's name, nodding slightly. "Quite impressive." This young lady possesses a beauty that is complemented by a maturity surpassing that of Xue Qinghe. Indeed, splendid. I must meet her in person. Your Majesty. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Liu Erlong replied, then swiftly departed. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, aware that since his ascension, he had undertaken numerous actions. And now the Spirit Hall was casting a watchful eye upon him. The sensation of being unable to find peace even in slumber was rather displeasing. Hence, he decided to initiate a dialogue with the Spirit Hall. He resolved to invite Pope Bibi Dong to his residence for a heartfelt conversation, to share pleasantries, and to sip some jujube tea together. It is entirely possible to negotiate with an adversary. Yesterday they were foes, yet tomorrow they might extend a hand in reconciliation. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe composed another letter to his empress. Although Bibi Dong had yet to respond, Xue Qinghe, as an emperor, was firm in his declarations. If he referred to her as empress, then she was indeed his empress. Once the letter was complete, he dispatched it without urgency, opting for standard delivery. It was not until the following day that Bibi Dong received Xue Qinghe's correspondence while she was engrossed in her cultivation. Upon reading the letter, she found the following words inscribed: My empress, do visit home more often. I am preparing a jujube tea gathering in Hami City. Let us convene in half a month. Bibi Dong inhaled deeply. Despite having never met Xue Qinghe, she could already perceive his somewhat frivolous tone through the written words. Impudent youth, you are courting disaster. Hami City, located at the juncture of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven-Do Empire, belonged to the latter and was rich in resources. Huliena, who had been seated beside her, noticed Bibi Dong's unfavorable expression and remarked, Teacher, is it Xue Qinghe again? Xue Qinghe had already set his plans in motion. Once he took the bait, she could ensnare him. Bibi Dong replied, Very well, let us first keep him steady. I shall respond. I will handle this. Chapter 52. The Academy Opening Ceremony at your command, Teacher, Huliena replied. Not only was Huliena a student of Bibi Dong, but she also served as her assistant. Possessing a warmth that surpassed that of a cozy quilt, she understood Bibi Dong's intentions well, which endeared her to the teacher even more. However, Qianren Xue was different. She often engaged in banter with Bibi Dong, frequently causing her considerable vexation. Huliena proceeded to draft a reply to Xue Qinghe. A day later, in the Heaven-Do Empire, Xue Qinghe received the letter. Xue Zhuyun stood beside him like a handmaid. His eyes brightened. Bibi Dong has consented, but she referred to herself as the empress in her letter. If she has agreed, does that not imply her tacit acknowledgement as my empress? Xue Qinghe rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before issuing an important directive. Has anyone seen Pope Bibi Dong? Based on her physique, prepare a crimson attire, he commanded. He instructed his subordinates to devise a plan, as he was uncertain of the precise measurements for Bibi Dong's form. He only knew that she was tall, with long legs and a slender waist, though her bosom did not possess the fullness of Xue Zhuyun. Her beauty was undeniable. Yet what captivated most was her regal demeanor, evoking an instinctual desire for conquest. Xue Zhuyun mused internally, wondering why His Majesty had fixated on Bibi Dong once again. Although she had never encountered Bibi Dong, she had heard tales of her, a once-in-a-generation prodigy, renowned for her beauty and elevation to the papacy. However, whispers suggested that she had plotted multiple assaults on the two great empires, though none had come to fruition. Such a woman, with her lofty ambitions, could hardly be expected to yield her heart to Xue Qinghe. Zhuyun, have you been resting well these past few days? Come to my chambers tonight. Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Xue Zhuyun instinctively declined, Your Majesty, but then pondered why she should refuse. After all, there were numerous beautiful maidens in the harem, all yearning for a chance to be favored. Just yesterday, Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui, who had accompanied her to Tiandou, lamented about how they had yet to meet His Majesty. They had initially anticipated a swift rise to prominence, abundant resources, but without even a glimpse of the emperor. How could they hope for such aspirations? The thought of Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui's envious glances filled her with a sense of superiority. At your command, Your Majesty, Xue Zhuyun replied softly. Those two young girls, although serving as palace maids, were akin to being married, yet even their husbands were elusive. How could they not feel anxious? Zhuyun, arrange for Hami City to prepare for the reception of Pope Bibi Dong. I shall go in person, Xue Qinghe instructed. At your command. Xue Zhuyun had effectively become Xue Qinghe's personal secretary, having recently learned some palace protocols, enabling her to manage certain uncomplicated affairs. This truly gave her a sense of what it felt like to be a queen. Your Majesty, if you wish to meet Bibi Dong, Who should accompany you? Xue Zhiyan inquired. Xue Qinghe contemplated that, although his meeting with Bibi Dong was motivated by a spirit of bilateral friendship, it was imperative to be adequately prepared in terms of military strength. Otherwise, the journey could prove perilous, leaving his return uncertain. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly and said, "There is no need for anyone to call out. Inform the three sects to keep a vigilant watch over their domains. I shall embark alone." Xue Zhiyan was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, you must not. Your noble intentions are commendable, yet Bei is cunning and treacherous. What if he lays an ambush? The consequences could be dire for you." Xue Zhiyan stood firmly on Xue Qinghe's side, with Xingluo unable to return. He was her sole support. With Xue Qinghe's favor, she could command the winds and the rain in the heavenly Dou Empire, and naturally, she worried for his safety. "I am primarily concerned that they may lure me away. If I were to take away the formidable warriors of the three sects, the Spirit Hall could very well launch a surprise attack on them, potentially jeopardizing the foundation of the heavenly Dou Empire," Xue Qinghe explained. Xue Zhiyan urged with urgency, "In that case, Your Majesty, you would be in great danger. It would be prudent for you to reconsider attending the date tea gathering." With a light-hearted chuckle, Xue Qinghe acknowledged that since he had called for this jujube tea gathering, he must be well prepared. His preparation was none other than himself. As they conversed, a figure swiftly entered from outside. "Your Majesty, the opening ceremony of Tianxue Academy is ready. Please make your way there," Liu Erlong stated. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, setting aside the pen in his hand. When he ventured out, there was no need for a vehicle. His own car was the most unique and exquisite of all. Beneath the serene banks of the Xue Qinghe River, the soul rings shimmered to life, 8 in obsidian and 1 in crimson. The fifth soul skill, Solar Chariot. The trio ascended aboard as the resplendent golden vehicle soared skyward, piercing the clouds. In the city of Tiandou, numerous onlookers gazed upward, captivated by the dazzling brilliance of the Solar Chariot, pausing to pay their respects. The Solar Chariot, a symbol of imperial authority, signified the unparalleled supremacy of the Tiandou realm. Xue Zhiyan, with a furrowed brow, cast a worried glance at Xue Qinghe River, softly conversing with Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong, equally troubled, regarded Xue Qinghe River with a profound gaze. The journey ahead was perilous, and there was little need for elaboration, yet she harbored a lingering belief that divine providence was at work for Xue Qinghe River. The Solar Chariot traveled at a leisurely pace, seemingly intent on flaunting its royal status to the inhabitants of Tiandou City. At that moment, Tiandou Academy was hosting its opening ceremony, and due to Xue Qinghe River's ascension to the throne, there was a notable influx of new students this year. As the Solar Chariot approached the skies above Tiandou Academy, all present bowed in reverence. The chariot landed gracefully. Douluo, the student representative, stood at the forefront to warmly welcome His Majesty. Clad in vibrant attire, she exuded youthful exuberance. As Xue Qinghe River descended from the Solar Chariot, he cast a fleeting glance at her, feeling a stir of admiration. She was indeed quite remarkable. "Your Majesty, this way please," spoke Han Ing, the representative of the faculty. With utmost respect, Xue Qinghe scrutinized Han Ing, acknowledging her as a remarkably mature woman of elegance, her figure voluptuous, while the youthful Xue Zhiyan exuded a captivating charm. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of familiarity, unable to recall where he had encountered her before. Indeed, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Han Ing offered a gentle laugh, which instantly resonated like thunder across the mountains and seas. All present erupted in a chorus, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Xue Qinghe felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he stood upon the podium. Xue Qinghe is, to date, the most revered emperor among the people of the Tiandou Empire. Without exception, prior to him, no emperor has garnered such immense popularity. Well, I extend a warm welcome to the newly arrived scholars. You are the future hope of the Tiandou Empire. The students of Tianxue Academy are, indeed, my esteemed pupils. Xue Qinghe succinctly conveyed a few words. As the emperor, his mere presence was sufficient to invigorate those around him. The less he spoke, the more his stature seemed to elevate. The students below listened intently. Han Ing stood not far from Xue Qinghe, witnessing this young emperor for the first time and observing his remarkable charisma. In Chapter 53, Bestowing a Consort, Rewarding Oneself, Han Ing pondered internally, uncertain about when a man's defenses are most vulnerable. Is it during the passionate moments or afterwards? She had heard that the more frequent the encounters, the more exhausting they become. Thus, should one's guard diminish accordingly? Han Ning felt a headache coming on as her thoughts wandered to these peculiar musings while Xue Qinghe was speaking. After Xue Qinghe finished speaking, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he prepared to showcase his strength. Bang! Behind Xue Qinghe, the blazing three-legged golden crow emerged, rapidly elevating the temperature in the vicinity, causing those nearby to retreat in astonishment. Simultaneously, beneath his feet, 8 black and 1 red soul rings illuminated. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, akin to a tumultuous sea. Whether students or teachers, all were left in awe upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's soul rings, for they represented a 100,000-year soul ring. To them, such a ring was a mere figment of textbooks, while the attainment of even a 1,000-year soul ring remained a cherished dream for many students. Following the initial excitement, the entire assembly bowed in reverence, chanting, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" While titled Douluos are not uncommon, an emperor who is one is exceedingly rare. Although 100,000-year soul rings do exist, there is but one emperor who possesses such a ring. Han Ning, too, joined the crowd in bowing. At the moment Xue Qinghe's martial spirit manifested, she felt a tremor within her soul. She prided herself as a phoenix Douluo. Having reached the 95th level without a 100,000-year soul ring, her martial spirit's quality undoubtedly ranking among the highest. It could easily rival the likes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Hammer, if not surpass them. Her martial spirit, like Xue Qinghe's, was of the fire element and avian in nature, yet it remained entirely suppressed. The martial soul of Xue Qinghe instilled a profound sense of dread within her, an apprehension emanating from the very essence of the martial soul itself. For decades in the realm of soul masters, she had always dominated others with her own martial soul. Yet now, she found herself subdued by Xue Qinghe. Han Ning took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure and not allow her emotions to overwhelm her. In the future, you shall all be the pillars of the Heavendou Empire. Xue Qinghe let out a hearty laugh. He did not linger long at the academy, merely taking a moment to admire the charming young ladies before departing. He then boarded the solar carriage, with Liu Erlong and Zhu Zhuyun trailing closely behind him. The solar carriage soared through the skies until it eventually vanished from sight, at which point the students of Tianxue Academy began to rouse from their astonishment. All present felt the oppressive force of martial spirits, having witnessed firsthand the might of the Emperor, igniting a fervor within every student. Hope for the rise of Tiandou was palpable. The unification of the continent seemed imminent, within our grasp. The students of Tianxue Academy were all inspired with a fervent zeal for striving forward. Nothing could invigorate the spirit more than the display of strength. Xue Qinghe departed from the school and returned to the palace. It is likely that within a day, his prowess will resonate throughout the streets and alleys of the Douluo continent. This not only enhances the pride of the Heavendou Empire, but also heightens the vigilance of both the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall towards Heavendou, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. However, this state of equilibrium shall not endure for long. The moment either Qianren Xue ascends to divinity or Xue Qinghe achieves godhood, this fragile balance will be irrevocably shattered. Otherwise, in the current triad, should any faction initiate a large-scale conflict, they would face the united opposition of the other two. Xue Qinghe stretched languidly and returned to his study to continue reviewing the memorials. He reflected upon the faces he had just seen. Indeed, Douluo stood out at the Heavenly Snow Academy, and the other individual, Han Ning, possessed remarkable beauty as well. The Emperor of Xue Qinghe, aside from attending to state affairs, is primarily preoccupied with his desires for beautiful women. He yearns for a romantic relationship with Douluo, whose youthful innocence appears beguiling, promising an amusing dalliance. Conversely, Han Ning embodies a mature allure, her commanding presence offering a tantalizing sense of conquest. Xue Qinghe withdrew the essential memorial and continued his review, deciding that perhaps he should bestow a few titles upon concubines to soothe himself. After all, given the extensive efforts I have devoted to the Empire, indulging in a moment of pleasure is certainly warranted and not at all excessive. Ere long, appoint Han Ning as a talent, and let her enter the palace to serve at night in 3 days, Xue Qinghe declared. As you command, Your Majesty, Liu Erlong replied respectfully. Xue Qinghe was eagerly anticipating this fleeting romance, so he advised Liu Erlong to prepare her psychologically. Liu Erlong was somewhat speechless. It was evident that the Emperor had taken an interest in this woman, though she was indeed quite attractive. Standing nearby, Zhu Zhuyun quietly reminded, Your Majesty, the group of women from Xingluo is still awaiting their turn. Oh, do not rush. Truly, it is the Emperor who is unhurried while the palace maids are anxious. Xue Qinghe replied. Xue Qinghe embraced Zhu Zhuyun, placing her upon his lap. Zhuyun, you should accompany Erlong for the next few days. Allow her to impart some knowledge to you. Xue Qinghe blushed and nodded, undoubtedly aware of the nature of the matter without needing to guess. Xue Qinghe placed Xue Qinghe in front of him, diligently reviewing the memorials. Xue Qinghe gently bit her lip, feeling a familiar presence against her tailbone. Her heart fluttering with a hint of shyness. She cast a sidelong glance at Xue Qinghe, who appeared serious in his task, though his emotions were tumultuous beneath the surface. Liu Erlong departed the palace with the Imperial decree, delivering it to Han Ing. Han Ing was taken aback yet elated. The suddenness of it all was astonishing. A true testament to the Emperor's notorious fickleness. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace, she said joyfully as she accepted the decree, promptly preparing for what lay ahead. Liu Erlong returned to the palace. Within the city of Tiandou, hidden currents stirred as a multitude of powerful figures stealthily infiltrated. Qianren Xue had awaited this moment for a long time. However, her cultivation was merely that of a high-ranking sole emperor, capable of claiming only a single head, which would hardly sway the tides of fate. At this juncture, elders from the Spirit Hall also quietly entered Tiandou, creating an atmosphere within the small city reminiscent of an impending storm. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe continued to find joy in his review of the memorials, taking intermittent breaks to savor life, embodying a carefree spirit. As night fell, the wind and rain raged outside, while a clamor persisted within the room, refusing to cease. Liu Erlong remained steadfastly by Xue Qinghe's side, immersed in her cultivation, her mind unperturbed by the commotion around her. Unable to resist, she stole a glance upwards. After a while, Liu Erlong, as was her custom, gently reminded him, Your Majesty, it is getting late. Please retire early. She was aware that her words would bear no weight. Chapter 54. The novelty of a great foolish monarch. After reminding him once, Liu Erlong paid him no further heed, believing that his Majesty was in good health and could indulge in his own whims. Wasn't Xue Qinghe herself quite pleased back then? Thus, it was best not to interfere, for one should not impose upon others what one does not desire for oneself. Time passed, and Liu Erlong's thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. Gradually, she adapted to the cacophony surrounding her. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Xue Qinghe opened his eyes. Today was yet another day free from the court's demands. In his embrace, Xue Qinghe gradually stirred awake, her weary visage exuding a unique beauty. The host continued to forego attending court, in line with the behavior of a debauched monarch, and was thus rewarded with a cherished red date of true love. Xue Qinghe tucked away the red date, feeling it was somewhat superfluous. As the emperor, he could have any woman he desired. This red date would only hold significance for those few extraordinary women of the heavenly battle. Xue Qinghe reminisced about the charming Xiaoxue from days gone by. What a delightful young lady she was, thoughtful and obedient. Alas, it was all but a facade. Letting Xiaoxue go remains a profound regret for me, and Xue Qinghe longs for her dearly. Xue Qinghe embraced Xue Qinghe, continuing to slumber. Another day passed, and early in the morning, Xue Qinghe opened his eyes. Today was yet another day free from court duties. In his embrace, Liu Erlong gradually awakened, her weary visage possessing an exquisite beauty. The host continued to forego attending court, a behavior befitting a tyrant ruler, thus earning yet another reward, a genuine love red date. Another day had passed, and the early morning unfolded. Xue Qinghe opened his eyes, realizing that today was yet another day devoid of court duties. Tang San, nestled in his arms, gradually stirred awake, her weary face adorned with a unique beauty. The host continued to forego attending court, a fitting reflection of the behavior of a slothful monarch. Thus, he was rewarded with a jujube of true love, a token amidst the monotony and tedium of life. The tranquil Xue Qinghe river lay still, lost in contemplation. Is life merely an endless cycle of repetition? Although the life of a capricious monarch is filled with joy, the monotony has dulled its novelty. Perhaps today I shall summon Han Ing. Your Majesty, do you intend to summon Han Ing from Xue Academy today? Tang San inquired from his embrace. Indeed. Why? Do you wish to join? Xue Qinghe River asked with a playful smile. Tang San hastily declined, recalling her previous embarrassment alongside Liu Erlong. I must attend to state affairs now. Soon, Xue Qinghe River rose, his anticipation for Han Ying's arrival that evening igniting a spark of excitement within him. After all, novelty infuses life with vigor, otherwise, existence becomes a dreary affair. Since the cabinet was established, affairs of state have been running smoothly, with no one daring to engage in underhanded tactics. After all, Xue Qinghe River is a title de law. Even those with profound familial connections are but a jest in his presence. Currently, the borders remain peaceful, and the Tiandou Empire flourishes. Time passed, tick by tick. At Xue Academy, Han Ying's heart raced with anxiety. Despite having faced countless battles, she had never felt so flustered. Clutching a manual on courtly etiquette, she resolved to adhere strictly to its guidance, mentally rehearsing each step. First, chaos must reign in the Tiandou Empire. Her eighth soul skill, Boiling Blood, was perfectly suited for inciting such disorder. Its area of effect capabilities could reduce the Imperial palace to ashes in a matter of moments. As evening approached, Han Ying followed the palace attendants towards the Imperial residence, while Qianren Xue's plans reached fruition. This would undoubtedly be an assassination that would reverberate throughout Douluo continent. Your Highness, His Majesty is still engaged in state affairs. You should bathe and don your robe before awaiting him in the chambers, a palace maid advised. Han Ying proceeded to bathe. Her nerves still frayed, a natural apprehension as a woman. As a warrior, her adaptability in the heat of the moment was formidable. After cleansing herself, she awaited quietly in the chambers. Having dined in advance, she felt invigorated and had learned that a man's guard is typically at its lowest after an encounter, not during. Half an hour later, Xue Qinghe entered the room. As Xue Qinghe beheld Han Ying waiting before him, a spark of recognition ignited within him. The peculiar sensation of familiarity mingled with strangeness, filling him with exhilaration. Liu Erlong trailed behind, as customary, taking a seat beside him. Your Majesty, Han Ying blushed. Standing before Xue Qinghe, her posture elegant and ample, her cheeks flushed, presenting a captivating allure. Xiao Ying, you are truly beautiful, Xue Qinghe extolled sincerely. Thank you for your gracious compliment, Your Majesty, Han Ying responded with a respectful bow. This is my gift for our first meeting, Xue Qinghe declared, presenting a fiery soul bone, placing it directly before her. This Han Ying was taken aback, acutely sensing the soul power emanating from the bone, perfectly attuned to her, as if it had been custom crafted for her. Your Majesty, this is far too precious. How could I accept it? Han Ying hastily declined. At that moment, Xue Qinghe swept her into his arms. A soul bone is merely a mundane object. How could it compare to the value of a beautiful woman? On Xue Qinghe's face lingered a smile reminiscent of sovereign authority, as if the world lay at his fingertips. Han Ying cast a glance at the soul bone. Do not dwell on it. Serve me well, and I shall personally protect you tomorrow, Xue Qinghe said with a refreshing candor, before casting Han Ying onto the dragon bed. Momentarily bewildered, Han Ying found her thoughts disrupted by the appearance of the soul bone. She pondered whether yielding to his words could indeed grant her access to the coveted relic the following day. Having already reached the impressive rank of 95, acquiring this soul bone could potentially propel her to the 96th level. Yet, the prospect of losing this opportunity forever loomed large. After years of fighting for the Spirit Hall, she had never even glimpsed a soul bone, and now, this invaluable treasure lay before her. As her mind wandered, the unfamiliar man began to touch her with practiced ease. A tremor coursed through Han Ying, and she felt an unexpected submission. After all, she was a woman yet untouched by worldly affairs. And in the presence of the experienced Xue Qinghe, she found herself on the brink of losing her sense of self. The heat enveloping her gradually made her forget her original purpose for being there, though a fleeting thought of seeking out Xue Qinghe's moment of vulnerability lingered in her mind. However, she soon began to lose her rationality. Liu Erlong observed with keen interest, noting how this woman's coy resistance seemed to allure Xue Qinghe, potentially offering him a refreshing experience. After a brief moment, Liu Erlong, accustomed to such encounters, offered a token reminder, Your Majesty, please take care of your health and retire early. Chapter 55, Beautiful women always seek to harm me. What is my true purpose here? Tears silently streamed down Han Ying's cheeks. For the Spirit Hall, she was willing to sacrifice the most precious aspect of her womanhood. Yet, she could not ascertain whether such a sacrifice would indeed yield a soul bone from the Spirit Hall. Xue Qinghe was somewhat astonished to witness the tears streaming down her face. Rather than exhibiting any semblance of compassion, he became even more relentless in his actions. After the passage of an hour, Liu Erlong slowly opened his eyes. Your Majesty, it appears you possess no intention of moderation. You must be utterly exhausted by now. At this moment, Han Ying, already fatigued beyond measure, seemed to finally grasp the purpose of the Spirit Hall. They aimed to deplete Xue Qinghe's stamina. Even a titled Douluo, when drained of energy, sees a significant reduction in strength. Han Ying felt that Xue Qinghe was nearing his limits, for even as a super Douluo of level 95, he was on the brink of physical exhaustion. Outside, the night was enchanting, with stars twinkling as if in slumber. Within the palace, the only sound was the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling soldiers. However, at that precise moment, within the Emperor's chamber, an explosion suddenly erupted. Boom! The Emperor's quarters were engulfed in flames. In an instant, two vividly red figures, one male and one female, ascended into the sky. 8th spirit ability, blood boiling. Han Ying, valiantly suppressing the pain in her abdomen and the overwhelming fatigue coursing through her body, summoned all her spirit abilities to unleash her 8th. Her gaze towards Xue Qinghe was profoundly intricate. Just moments before, this man had been dominating her, and now they stood at odds. Han Ying was taken aback by Xue Qinghe's reflexes. She had never anticipated that the distance between them had become negative, and her sudden surge of attack could still be evaded by him. Beneath her, the Crimson Fire Cat Eagle unleashed its full might, its fiery feathers cascading wildly. The majority aimed at Xue Qinghe, while a smaller portion fell towards the palace below. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness. Just a moment ago, everything was perfectly well. How wonderful it would be to share a day as husband and wife, yet you insisted on brawling. I have no taste for conflict. I merely desire to reign as an emperor in peace. Upon witnessing Han Ying's martial soul, he finally recalled who this simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar woman was. She was none other than the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, who had played a pivotal role in the downfall of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, radiantly beautiful and immensely powerful. Bang! Faced with the onslaught of the 8th soul skill, blood boiling, Xue Qinghe remained entirely composed, simultaneously unleashing his martial soul. 3-legged golden crow, activate. Xue Qinghe certainly did not wish to harm Han Ying, as she was the girl with whom he had shared his first night. Even if they were adversaries, it mattered not. Since time immemorial, enemies have been capable of negotiation. For there are no eternal foes. The 6th soul skill, Flame Funeral. Although the name of this soul skill exuded an aura of unparalleled might, Xue Qinghe still tempered his strength. Boom! The clash of their soul skills erupted, with Xue Qinghe's flame attribute being of the utmost excellence, far surpassing Han Ying's ordinary flames. As it surged forth with overwhelming force towards her, sensing the imminent danger, Han Ying swiftly evaded. Whoosh! At that moment, Xue Qinghe appeared before her, presenting her with a black robe. After all, you are still my woman. Being exposed is simply unacceptable. Han Ying furrowed her brow and promptly donned the robe. Meanwhile, above the royal palace, a multitude of fiery feathers descended. Should they touch the ground, it was likely that the palace of Tiandou would be utterly obliterated overnight. At that juncture, the most formidable soul master within the palace was Liu Erlong, who unleashed all her power to attack the descending feathers, striving to ignite them in midair to prevent any threat to the palace. Although the Tiandou Empire boasted the presence of the Heavenly Water Academy, it lacked soul masters of the title Douluo level in the water or ice attributes, making the situation quite precarious. Whoosh! The warriors of Tiandou collectively loosed their arrows, colliding with Han Ying's flaming feathers, igniting a blazing spectacle above the palace. Only a few flames feathers descended to the ground, and they posed no significant threat. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and remarked, "There will always be beautiful women who wish to harm me. However, I shall not take your life. Instead, I will treat you well." Just as his words echoed in the air, 2 titled Douluos suddenly charged in from the horizon. Xue Qinghe sneered, realizing that they were intent on his destruction. Binding immortal rope. In an instant, a rope appeared in Xue Qinghe's hand, striking like lightning and ensnaring Han Ying. "Since you are mine, you shall not escape." Reinforcements had arrived, and Han Ying was poised to unleash her soul abilities, intending to engulf the palace in flames. Yet, as the binding immortal lock wrapped around her, all her soul power dissipated in an instant. Han Ying was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. She could no longer control her body, and even her martial spirit faltered, causing her to plummet from the sky. Xue Qinghe communicated through his soul power, signaling Liu Erlong. With a sudden leap, Liu Erlong caught Han Ying in midair and whisked her away. Han Ying was in a state of great anxiety, despite being a formidable super Douluo. She felt as powerless as an ordinary person, unable to harness her soul power at that moment. "You possess quite the audacity to attempt the assassination of His Majesty," Liu Erlong remarked with a cold smirk. "Release me," Han Ying retorted angrily, though her words were utterly ineffective. Liu Erlong held her tightly and vanished into the darkness. Whoosh! At that instant of the explosion, the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall soared towards Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe let out a cold laugh, unperturbed. The 9th soul skill. The sun. In the stillness of the night, the entire Heavendou city was suddenly illuminated as if it were midday. Above the Imperial Palace, an energy sphere resembling a true sun appeared in an instant, casting its brilliance over the entire city. The citizens of Heavendou City were aware that something was amiss in the palace, and all capable soul masters rushed toward it. "Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty! Pursue the assassin! Pursue the assassin! Protect His Majesty! Charge forward! Charge forward!" In the celestial heights, Xue Qinghe stood, aware that on the Douluo continent, aside from inheriting divinity. There existed another path to godhood, through the power of faith. At that moment, Xue Qinghe reigned as emperor, yet, within just over a month of his ascension, he had become a deity in the hearts of the people of the Tiandou Empire. Although he seldom attended court, this did not diminish his stature in the hearts of his subjects. The emperor was a god, the sole individual capable of transforming the Tiandou Empire. Throughout this month, he accomplished numerous feats that instilled hope in the despondent Tiandou populace. Where the sunlight graced, an invisible force seemed to gently converge upon Xue Qinghe. None could perceive it. Surrounded by two elders of the Spirit Hall at the pinnacle of power, Xue Qinghe exhibited no semblance of retreat. His fists bore unparalleled strength. The response of the Tiandou forces was swift, particularly that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Their family fortress lay just outside Tiandou City, and upon hearing the commotion from the palace, they hastened to the scene. The Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived simultaneously, stabilizing the palace. The elite combatants of the Spirit Hall, intending to launch a nocturnal assault, found few below the rank of Soul Sage among their ranks. They could have taken advantage of the night to strike, but under the radiance of Xue Qinghe's sun, they had nowhere to conceal themselves. "Ah, it is you too," Xue Qinghe remarked with a cold smile. The battlefield was set within the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Regardless of the outcome, once battle commenced, Xue Qinghe would have already conceded half of his advantage. However, how to turn the tide was of paramount importance. The ones encircling Xue Qinghe were the Spirit Hall's trump cards, Zhu Huaguan and Gue Douluo. Although both were titled Douluo at level 95, their significance was insufficient. Capturing them would not provoke the Spirit Hall to desperation. Xue Qinghe glanced below, searching for Xiao Xue, but found no trace. Polar Stasis Domain. Just as Xue Qinghe hesitated momentarily, the two launched their martial soul fusion technique, unleashing a tempestuous wave of super Doa power directed towards him. Xue Qinghe let out a cold laugh, clapping his hands as the 10,000 soul rings beneath him illuminated. The ninth soul skill, Abyss. With a thunderous roar, a crimson sea suddenly emerged in the skies above the Tiandou Imperial Palace, casting a fiery veil that obscured the sun, akin to a day drenched in flames. This inferno spread across the palace's expanse, gradually forming a vortex at its center, a depth as profound as the void itself. The polar stasis domains, which had surged towards Xue Qinghe, became ensnared within his soul skill. The terrifying potency of the ultimate abyssal fire far exceeded the limits of the two super Douluos. Their martial soul fusion technique was an absolute control-type skill, wherein all space was sealed, rendering those within motionless and impeding the flow of soul power. However, now trapped within the fiery abyss, their martial soul fusion technique was compromised by Xue Qinghe's abyss. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, standing within the Tiandou city, gazed apprehensively at the engulfing flames above, sensing an ominous premonition. He was indeed exceedingly formidable. Qianren Xue wore a grave expression. This level of confrontation was entirely beyond her capacity to interfere. The original plan was for 395th level titled Douluos to eliminate Xue Qinghe. Yet the current situation not only failed to vanquish him, but also hinted at potential defeat. Due to the characteristics of the polar stasis domain, the flow within the abyss had slightly diminished, preventing their complete engulfment. "Old ghost, retreat," shouted Zhu Douluo, and swiftly, they extricated themselves from the abyss. Albeit at the cost of a significant portion of their soul power, they emerged in a disheveled state, yet upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's calm demeanor, a sense of foreboding enveloped them. "Are you too interested in joining the Tiandou?" Xue Qinghe was aware that they would not acquiesce, yet he deliberately inquired. Simultaneously, his mental prowess enveloped the entirety of Heavendou City, seeking the long-lost presence. "Xue Qinghe, today marks your demise." Abruptly, another title Douluo emerged, advancing towards Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. The aura emanating from this individual was considerably weaker than that of Juhua Pass and Gue Do. He was none other than the title Douluo of the Serpent Spear, a formidable figure of the Spirit Hall, boasting a rank of 93. Xue Qinghe summoned the ninth soul skill, the sun, poised to send him to the afterlife. If this solitary sun were merely intended to intimidate adversaries, it would be a lamentable squandering of its power. At that moment, Sword Douluo struck with a decisive slash, directly intercepting Serpent Spear Douluo. Infuriating, concealed in the distance, Qianren Xue seethed with anger. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was truly a nuisance. At this juncture, Qianren Xue felt a deep resentment. For all the title de law she had brought were from the Hall of the Pope and the Hall of Elders. The Hall of Offerings, however, contributed not a single soul, sending no one to her aid. Qianren Xue's fury was palpable. Had even one offering of level 96 or above been dispatched from the Hall of Offerings, this battle would not only have avoided embarrassment, but would likely have led to the demise of Xue Qinghe. The spiritual energy of Xue Qinghe enveloped the entirety of Tiandou city, and at last, he discerned that familiar aura. She had transformed completely over the past 6 years. However, the essence remained unchanged, merely intensified. At this moment, Qianren Xue prepared to retreat, for without reinforcements, continuing the battle held no significance. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe vanished with a swift movement, leaving both Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo momentarily bewildered. What had just occurred? Where had he gone? Qianren Xue was also taken aback, unable to comprehend how Xue Qinghe had disappeared in an instant. By the time she regained her senses, a rope had already ensnared her slender waist. The second strand of the binding immortal rope. How delightful. Now you can't move, can you? Xue Qinghe chuckled mischievously. Although her adversary was merely behind her, Qianren Xue exhibited no intention of surrendering. She promptly prepared to counterattack, channeling her soul power and unleashing her martial spirit. However, at that moment, she was taken aback. What was happening? The soul power within her had inexplicably vanished. Instinctively, she struggled to free herself from the bonds. Yet the restraints only tightened, accentuating her slender waist. Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue exclaimed in fury, turning to him with a blazing gaze filled with wrath. Xue Qinghe held the rope, offering a helpless smile. Please, do not be so tempestuous. I still prefer the obedient little Xue from the past. Qianren Xue glared at him with uncontainable fury, having attempted countless times to unleash her martial spirit, all to no avail. Swish. Xue Qinghe, release the young master. Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo hurriedly joined. Disregarding their own injuries, their tone surprisingly softened. Xue Qinghe grasped a rope, fastening it around Qianren Xue's waist, tugging her along. The young master of your family will henceforth be my maid, he remarked with a smile. Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, both perceiving the peculiar nature of the rope. Despite Qianren Xue's formidable prowess as a high-ranking soul emperor, she was undeniably no match for Xue Qinghe. However, her character was resolute, unyielding in the face of adversity, and she would certainly not submit without a fight. Yet, in that moment, apart from the fury evident in her eyes, Qianren Xue exhibited no inclination to resist, suggesting that the rope itself bore some sinister qualities. Cease all actions. Wuhuan Temple, retreat, Zhu Huaguan declared, assuming the mantle of leadership with a grave tone. Qianren Xue inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently on Xue Qinghe, seething with rage. If mere glances could kill, I would consign you to the depths of hell. Xue Qinghe seemed to sense the fury in Qianren Xue's gaze and cast a glance in her direction. Then, with a cheerful smile, he remarked, return and inform Bibi Dong that if she wishes to reclaim Qianren Xue, she must demonstrate some sincerity at the Ziocha meeting. Chapter 57. Bibi Dong's Fury. The mental prowess of Xue Qinghe permeated the entire palace, and he felt a sense of relief, knowing that his beloved consorts had sought refuge early and no one was harmed. Thus, Xue Qinghe was not particularly angry, for he held a significant advantage. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. Zhu Huaguan took a deep breath, feeling a chill. Returning in such a manner could invoke the wrath of both Bibi Dong and the Hall of Offerings. However, to seize Qianren Xue from a title de law of equal strength was a daunting challenge. Very well, we shall return immediately to report to His Holiness the Pope. The Spirit Hall will retreat, Zhu Huaguan stated solemnly, prioritizing the stabilization of Xue Qinghe rather than the rescue. It was fortunate that Qianren Xue was merely captured. Any misstep, such as being harmed or subjected to indignities, would be catastrophic. All the warriors of the Spirit Hall within the palace ceased their actions and began to withdraw. Xue Qinghe gazed upon the somewhat dilapidated Imperial palace, feeling rather helpless. The battles of soul masters were far beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. However, he possessed Qianren Xue, and the cost of repairs would be borne by the Spirit Hall. He could not afford to suffer such a loss. Behind him stood the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. While the warriors of the Spirit Hall retreated in an orderly manner, inform Bibi Dong that I shall await her at the date tea gathering in 10 days. Xue Qinghe chuckled. Your Majesty, rest assured, but please do not harm the young master in the slightest, Zhu Huaguan said with a solemn expression. Qianren Xue seethed with anger. Following closely behind Xue Qinghe with every step he took, glaring at the man she once knew so well. After 6 years apart, he felt utterly unfamiliar to her. He was no longer the gentle Prince Xue Qinghe of old. It was likely that his character had undergone a significant transformation after taking Tang Wei as his consort. Fear not, I shall treat little Xue with utmost care. Xue Qinghe laughed heartily. Both Guo Huaguan and Ghost Douluo harbored an unsettling premonition. Xue Qinghe's penchant for taking concubines was well known, and should he truly do something untoward to Qianren Xue, it would be grave indeed. The Spirit Hall withdrew in an orderly fashion, and Xue Qinghe observed intently. Had he not captured Qianren Xue, the battle, even if the Heavendou Empire managed to repel the enemy, would have still resulted in devastating losses for the palace. Retreat. Guo Huaguan commanded. Your Majesty, what should we do? A palace guard stepped forward to inquire. Clear the palace and assess the damages. Xue Qinghe instructed. At your command. This time, during his visit to the consort, Xue Qinghe's initial experience was exceedingly pleasant. Han Ying's beauty and grace far exceeded his expectations. However, the latter part of the encounter was quite the opposite. Just as he was feeling physically and mentally exhausted, Han Ying suddenly erupted with energy. This caught Xue Qinghe off guard, and he thought to himself that he must teach Han Ying a lesson upon his return, perhaps a spanking. Overall, he was relatively satisfied with this encounter. Yes, I shall maintain this in the future. The thought of numerous enchanting beauties in the Heavendou Empire left Xue Qinghe feeling quite exhilarated. Once the royal guards had escorted the warriors of the Spirit Hall away, they began to clean the palace and clear away the debris. Very well, I too shall retire for the night. You may continue your work. Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, utterly exhausted from the fierce battle that preceded this moment. Having endured the trials of Jiuhua Pass and the Spectre, he now felt profoundly weary. Your Majesty, how about we first seek refuge at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Ning Fingji suggested, stepping forward. As for this hostage, let it be entrusted to the Imperial guards. No need for that. I have my own plans. This hostage shall be taken under my personal care, Xue Qinghe declared. With that, he wrapped his arm around Qianren Xue's slender waist and ascended into the air, vanishing from sight. Qianren Xue felt a surge of resistance within. You audacious emperor. How dare you embrace me? Are you courting death? Moments later, Xue Qinghe has arrived at the Heavenly Snow Academy, entering the wooden cabin located at the heart of the institution. The surroundings are picturesque, in the precious land of Tiandou City. This area not only boasts dense forests and a pleasant environment, but is also remarkably spacious. Your Majesty, Liu Erlong awaits within. As Xue Qinghe pushes the door open, Han Ying is found restrained inside, her mouth gagged with a piece of cloth to stifle her voice. Let us bind little Snow as well, Xue Qinghe chuckled. Xue Qinghe. Release me, you tyrant. Qianren Xue rebuked fiercely. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Indeed, I am a foolish monarch, and your observation is accurate. The binding ropes ensnared the two of them tightly together, rendering their struggles utterly futile. Rest assured, I shall treat my captives with kindness. Oh, but only little Xue is a captive, while Inger is not. As he spoke, Xue Qinghe lifted Han Ying's chin. This woman who had just shared moments of passion with him, now reduced to a prisoner. Very well, you shall spend this night here, as a form of your punishment. Xue Qinghe remarked, then embraced Liu Erlong and retreated to another chamber to sleep soundly. The distance from Tiandou City to the Spirit Hall was not insubstantial. However, with the maximum speed of a 95th level Super Douluo, returning within a single night posed no challenge. At the Spirit Hall, early in the morning, Bibi Dong gradually opened her eyes. She had spent the entire night in meditation, awaiting news from Qianren Xue. In her estimation, deploying 3 95th level title Douluos alongside 3 others below that rank, totaling 6, was an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the entire Tiandou royal family, making the assassination of Xue Qinghe a trivial task. After all, Xue Qinghe was merely a 91st level junior title Douluo. Teacher, the battle report from Tiandou has arrived. A melodious female voice echoed from outside, tinged with a hint of urgency. Bibi Dong easily discerned this. Come in. Hyena hurriedly entered, her gaze falling upon the enchanting figure on the bed, clad in a white nightgown with a daringly low neckline, which caused the young girl's cheeks to flush. Yet, her thoughts were far removed from such distractions. Teacher, the battle report from Tiandou states that the assassination of Xue Qinghe was unsuccessful. Both Sister Xue and the Phoenix Douluo, Han Ying, have been captured alive by Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe expressed that in order to win back Sister Xue, one must demonstrate sincerity at the Ziocha gathering. Hulaina, filled with trepidation, conveyed this information, which she had received from Jiuhua Pass. Naturally, she was aware of Bibi Dong's temperament, fearing the wrath of Bibi Dong. She resorted to a clever stratagem by sending Holiness to deliver the message. After all, Holiness was Bibi Dong's most cherished student, beloved even more than her own daughter, making her a reliable messenger. What? Bibi Dong immediately erupted in fury, as if the domain of a vengeful deity had been unleashed. Her teeth clenched in anger. In the realm of Xue Qinghe, the audacity to capture Xue Qinghe is indeed a transgression. Though the mother and daughter appear to be at odds, Bibi Dong harbors deep feelings for Qianren Xue. Ah, Xue Qinghe, I shall personally confront you. Chapter 58. The frustration of Qianren Xue in the worship hall. The esteemed elder Douluo was in a state of deep meditation, typically refraining from involvement in the affairs of both the spirit hall and the worship hall. However, the news of Qianren Xue's abduction jolted him from his reverie. Furrowing his brow, Douluo listened intently to the report from his subordinate. Once again, it is Xue Qinghe, a figure of extraordinary caliber. Even at the pinnacle of his power, at level 99, he felt an undeniable threat emanating from this young emperor. A title Douluo at the tender age of 20 is simply preposterous. Moreover, Qianren Xue has repeatedly fallen victim to his machinations. He is no ordinary adversary. I too shall attend the date tea gathering in Hami City. At Tiandou Xue Academy, two beautiful women were bound to a tree, their eyes fixated longingly on Xue Qinghe. Your Majesty, please enjoy your breakfast. Liu Erlong had brought the morning meal from the school cafeteria and placed it in the courtyard. Xue Qinghe gently blew on the silken tofu, drizzled it with chili oil, and happily took a sip, relishing the familiar flavor. Glug glug. The two lovely ladies leaned shoulder to shoulder, unable to move, yet the enticing aroma wafted towards them, stirring a hint of hunger. For a soul master is not an immortal. Xue Qinghe observed the two of them, amusement bubbling within as she thought. So, you dare to bully me? How does it feel to face retribution now? Let's see how you fare after 3 days of hunger. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a pang of sympathy struck her, prompting her to approach and untie Han Ying's ropes. Xue Qinghe, untie me as well, Qianren Xue exclaimed, irritation evident in her voice. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in exasperation and said, it is simply out of the question. Han Ying is my beloved consort, and it is only natural for me to release her. However, you are my adversary. If I were to free you, how could I justify it to the valiant warriors of Tiandou who have fought so fiercely? Qianren Xue gritted her teeth in frustration, scoffing and choosing to ignore him. Xue Qinghe fastened a mystical wristband around Han Ying's wrist, akin to the binding ropes of the celestial realm. While it did not impede her movements, it rendered her unable to wield her martial soul or soul power. Come, Inger, it's time to eat, Xue Qinghe said. Han Ying took her seat, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she gazed at Xue Qinghe. Although their relationship was undeniably awkward, he was the man who had spent the New Year's Eve with her, evoking within her a peculiar sentiment. This feeling was certainly not love. Rather, it was a sense of inexplicable attachment, devoid of hatred toward Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe consumed 3 eggs, keeping one for himself and generously distributing the other 2 to Liu Erlong and Han Ying. He gazed quietly at Qianren Xue. Compared to 6 years ago, this young lady had matured significantly, her golden hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her beauty flawless, akin to a figure stepped out of a painting. Han Ying, however, was unperturbed by the situation. Her hunger was paramount. After battling alongside Xue Qinghe for half the night, followed by being captured, her energy had been thoroughly depleted. Xue Qinghe, we are merely adversaries, not enemies. Enemies can engage in dialogue. To me, you are akin to a princess from a rival nation. If I were to take you as my consort, our 2 families would unite as one. Wouldn't he that allow us to look down upon others with disdain? It would indeed be a remarkable tale on the continent, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Dream on, Qianren Xue retorted angrily. She harbored a strong aversion to being spoken to in a condescending manner, as if Xue Qinghe were delivering a decree. Perhaps it was due to his royal status that his tone carried an undeniable authority. Then you may endure your hunger, he replied. Xue Qinghe remained indifferent. For if you were unwilling to negotiate, then you could engage in discussions with Bibi Dong, and perhaps extort a sum from her as well. Qianren Xue glared at Xue Qinghe, her frustration palpable. Who claimed we were not enemies? I have not forgotten the grudge of the stolen kiss. In the Imperial Palace. After a day of diligent cleaning, the premises had been preliminarily organized. The palace had bolstered its defenses, and Xue Qinghe had enlisted a cadre of skilled protectors. The elite guardians of the palace were predominantly female, as efforts were made to avoid men. The primary candidates were the unmarried female soul masters from various esteemed families, with preference given to those of striking appearance and refined demeanor. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe chose to remain at the Heavenly Snow Academy, as he cherished the vitality of youthful maidens. Your Majesty, Douluo approached respectfully after coming from the academy, performing a courteous bow. She cast a glance at Han Ying. Unaware of Han Ying's assassination attempt on Xue Qinghe, she only knew Han Ying as a teacher at the academy who had recently inquired about Xue Qinghe's preferences. Xue Qinghe dispatched Liu Erlong to the Imperial Palace to attend to matters, then summoned Douluo from the school to serve Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe reclined in a chair, with Han Ying and Douluo on either side, gently kneading his legs. Douluo occasionally cast a glance at Qianren Xue, a woman who appeared rather fierce yet possessed an extraordinary beauty. Unlike any girl she had ever encountered, she resembled an angel. Qianren Xue had been tied to a tree for the entire morning, and Han Ying, feeling a pang of sympathy, stole a glance at her. But there was little she could do. She was struggling to maintain her own safety. At noon, Douluo hesitantly suggested, "Teacher Han, I will assist His Majesty with the laundry. You may go and purchase lunch for him. Just from the school cafeteria will suffice." Her tone was somewhat tentative. "How dare you instruct the titled Douluo to fetch a meal? You possess quite the audacity," Qianren Xue remarked sarcastically from the side. Douluo, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Is Teacher Han truly a titled Douluo?" "Do not heed her words. Inger, go quickly." Xue Qinghe emerged from the room, shooting a glare at Qianren Xue. "Do not frighten my Douluo. She is so adorable. What if she becomes scared?" "At your command, I shall depart at once," Han Ying replied, not daring to assert her titled Douluo status, fearful that Xue Qinghe might direct his wrath at Qianren Xue. Qianren Xue let out a cold huff, feeling exasperated. "All you can do is keep me bound here. Xue Qinghe, I shall have my revenge." By evening, Liu Erlong returned and, upon seeing Qianren Xue still tied up, could not help but chuckle. "Your Majesty, matters within the palace have been addressed, and a preliminary assessment of the damages has been compiled." She presented a report to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe glanced at the scene before him, contemplating how he could leverage the situation to extort Bibi Dong. The house nestled within the woods offered a breathtaking view at night, illuminated by the flickering glow of fireflies, a sight to behold. "Xiao Xue, I shall retire for the night. You may remain outside," Xue Qinghe stated coldly. He then embraced Han Ying and entered the room. A tumult of emotions surged within Han Ying. Although she yearned to refuse, she felt utterly powerless and could only acquiesce. Douluo was still trying to comprehend the current situation. She awaited Liu Erlong's arrival outside, and upon recounting the events, she finally grasped Qianren Xue's true identity. Douluo stared in astonishment at the beautiful young girl, Qianren Xue, bound to a tree for an entire day. Realizing she was the heir of the Spirit Hall, no wonder she was so captivating. Yet, at that moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled. The night was dark and windy. Soon after, Han Ying followed Xue Qinghe into the room. A piercing female voice echoed from within. Qianren Xue paused, bewildered. What could this be? Surely they were not engaging in such activities. The alternating sounds of feminine voices stirred something within Qianren Xue. She was not entirely naive, and as she listened, an unfamiliar, tingling sensation began to awaken within her. Chapter 59. Favoring the captive, that detestable Xue Qinghe, sleeping with a woman from my spirit hall, and making such a ruckus. Qianren Xue seethed internally. "Miss Xue, allow me to help you with this." Douluo approached hesitantly, offering her a pair of earplugs, which she gently inserted into Qianren Xue's ears. Silent, Qianren Xue found the girl quite endearing and decided to close her eyes to rest. Douluo returned to Liu Erlong's side and quietly inquired, "Teacher Erlong, may I offer her something to eat? She hasn't had a meal in a day." "I do not require anything." Qianren Xue's cold voice interrupted before Liu Erlong could respond. "Very well then." Douluo sighed, leaning quietly against Liu Erlong. The sounds of the women in the wooden house echoed in her ears, and she pondered that this might be the life of a consort, spending each day by the emperor's side. Resting her chin on her hand, she soon felt drowsy and drifted off to sleep. At an unknown hour, the clamor within the room subsided, leaving the night tranquil. The following day, Qianren Xue found herself granted a modicum of freedom. Xue Qinghe provided her with meals and allowed her to rest. "Xiao Xue, have you ever heard of a captive being personally guarded by the emperor? You should feel honored," Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Both Qianren Xue and Han Ying had their bindings removed, though Qianren Xue was fitted with a restraining ring that prevented her from utilizing her soul power or martial spirit. "Honored? Your actions will only exacerbate the tensions between the Spirit Hall and the Tiandou Empire," Qianren Xue retorted, lifting a bowl of tofu pudding and drinking heartily. Is this a new delicacy from Tiandou? How come I have never encountered it before? She mused. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, recalling that he had indeed never encountered such a delicacy before, as he had brought it to the Douluo continent himself. Tofu, a remarkable invention, is not only rich in protein but also delectable. It's delicious, isn't it? Once you pass this village, you won't find the shop again. Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Qianren Xue, having not eaten for nearly 2 days, was even more ravenous for this unfamiliar treat and began devouring it with fervor. Little Xue, I have an idea. Tell me what you think, Xue Qinghe proposed. Qianren Xue had just devoured a tea egg, savoring its delightful aroma. A salted egg, indeed. Quite exquisite, she commented. Xue Qinghe remarked, Xiao Xue, should the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire unite in matrimony, we would become invincible across the Douluo continent, effortlessly obliterating the Star Luo Empire. What do you say? Would you entertain the idea of such an alliance? Qianren Xue shot him a scornful glance, recalling how this scoundrel had stolen her first kiss, and indignantly retorted, You must be dreaming. I have no intention of marrying you. Douluo quietly sat beside them, eating her meal in silence, feeling a sense of trepidation. Here she was, a mere common girl, dining at the same table as His Majesty the Emperor. Even if I were to be the Emperor's consort, it still feels surreal. Oh dear, the Emperor's grace. She dared not speak, engrossed solely in her meal. Xiao Xue, this is an exceptional opportunity to realize your ambitions. Do you not wish to unify the Douluo continent? Xue Qinghe continued. Qianren Xue remained unmoved, her heart brimming with frustration, particularly towards Xue Qinghe. Despite his commendable qualities and handsome appearance, it only fueled her discontent. Why should he attain the title of Douluo at the age of 20? I could achieve that too. Let us wait and see. Xue Qinghe, have you not yet received your title? Qianren Xue suddenly thought of a way to regain her composure. Title? I am the Emperor. Who would dare to bestow a title upon me? Xue Qinghe scoffed. Historically, titles were registered with the Spirit Hall, each one being unique. Yet, this seemed to suggest that all soul masters were under the Spirit Hall's jurisdiction, a notion Xue Qinghe would certainly reject. As Emperor, accepting a title from the Spirit Hall would be a matter of disgrace. It would imply that the Spirit Hall held dominion over him, which was inconceivable. Xue Qinghe, your ninth spirit ability is quite impressive. That sun ability is truly remarkable. Perhaps you should be called the Sun Douluo, Qianren Xue suggested with a smile. To inflate your ego, I refuse. No one can bestow a title upon me, Xue Qinghe declared with utmost seriousness. Qianren Xue pouted in response, keep being stubborn. Just wait until my grandfather teaches you a lesson. Xue Qinghe regarded her with a hint of disdain and inquired, Are you hoping to summon your grandfather to strike me? I must inform you, your grandfather may not necessarily prevail against me. Qianren Xue scoffed. Were it not for the delectable nature of your tofu pudding, I would have overturned the table on the spot. Your grandfather is a peerless Douluo at level 99, and currently, the odds are roughly even between us. However, his potential has already reached its peak, while mine surpasses his. Xue Qinghe spoke with an air of calmness. His words caused a sudden tightening in Qianren Xue's heart. Her grandfather, who wielded divine power, attained his formidable level through such strength. Could it be that Xue Qinghe also had divine assistance? Otherwise, how could he have achieved the title of a titled Douluo in a mere 6 years? His statement illuminated a revelation for Qianren Xue. There was no escaping the truth. The existence of deities in this world was undeniable, and perhaps even the Tiandou royal family possessed mysterious legacies. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped Qianren Xue. The angel god was her ultimate trump card, yet she now sensed that even her secret weapon was under threat. The implications were terrifying. If Xue Qinghe truly had a divine entity backing him, he must not be allowed to continue his ascent. The consequences would be dire. Qianren Xue felt conflicted. If she were to eliminate him directly, how could she exact her revenge for the stolen kiss? Xue Qinghe observed the pensive Qianren Xue. Aware that this young girl was brimming with clever schemes, he decided to feed her for a day, then let her go hungry for 2 or 3 days. Xue Qinghe, having satisfied his hunger, stretched lazily and remarked, Little Xue, henceforth remain by my side as a maidservant. I shall treat you well. No, Qianren Xue replied curtly. You have starved me for 2 days and still expect me to serve you as a maid? Dream on. Why don't you just perish? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. Taking a step forward, his figure vanishing as he headed towards the Imperial palace. Watching him depart, Qianren Xue continued to eat, indulging in a great feast. The Imperial palace. The Snow Qing River has returned, now thoroughly cleaned, yet repairs have yet to commence. The chambers where Xue Qinghe River once resided have all been laid to waste. Individuals such as Tang Yuehua and Xu Zhuyun have also returned. Your Majesty, the construction materials have arrived in Tiandou City, and work can commence imminently, announced the palace servant. Xue Qinghe nodded. The efficiency of Soul Masters is remarkably swift. By the time he participates in and completes the Ziocha meeting, he will be able to settle into his new residence. Chapter 60, Encounter with Bibi Dong. 15 days later, in Hami City. This small town is situated at the border of the Tiandou Empire, adjacent to the Spirit Hall, with fertile soil and bountiful fruit, making its citizens prosperous. Though this city holds significance, it has never witnessed such a lively atmosphere as it does today. Early in the morning, a small contingent from the Spirit Hall crossed the border and entered Hami City, comprising merely a dozen individuals. Xue Qinghe did not bring many people with him. Behind him stood Qianren Xue. On Qianren Xue's wrist, the immortal binding ring remained tied. The pavilion. Xue Qinghe sat here, gazing at the approaching Bibi Dong, and could not help but take a deep breath, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. He found himself instinctively contrasting her with Qianren Xue. Both possessed an air of high aloofness, yet Bibi Dong exuded a commanding presence, akin to an evil empress reigning supreme. In contrast, Qianren Xue radiated a youthful brilliance. Still retaining a touch of innocence, Xue Qinghe often felt she resembled a petulant little girl. Bibi Dong, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Xue Qinghe greeted with a cheerful smile. He had mentally prepared for this moment, as the primary purpose of the upcoming tea gathering was to discuss how to redeem Qianren Xue. Bibi Dong regarded him with a cold gaze, her eyes shifting to the distance where Qianren Xue was being escorted by two young maidens, a mix of anger and sorrow surging within her. Additionally, Xue Qinghe's manner of addressing her stirred her dissatisfaction. The positions of emperor and pope could be seen as equivalent. However, historically, emperors often occupied a subordinate role. This was largely due to the disparity in power, for even an emperor would not dare to act arrogantly toward a title Douluo of level 95 or above. Xue Qinghe, you have proven to be quite unexpected, Bibi Dong remarked, her tone tinged with indifference. Xue Qinghe regarded Bibi Dong with a scrutinizing gaze, meticulously appraising her exquisite figure. Her long legs, elegantly adorned with sheer black stockings that gracefully extended from her feet to her waist, were subtly veiled by a flowing gown. Her stature was regal, and her beauty was undeniable. Particularly striking were the hints of lethal allure emanating from her brows, which only enhanced her aesthetic appeal. As for the Phoenix Douluo, Bibi Dong found Xue Qinghe's gaze unsatisfactory. He looked at her as though she were a concubine of great renown. Xue Qinghe spoke calmly. Phoenix Douluo? She is now my woman. What? Do you still wish to take her back? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, casting an angry glare at Xue Qinghe. The significance of Phoenix Douluo, a formidable powerhouse at level 95, to the Spirit Hall is undeniable. I have already conferred upon her the title of talent, and she is quite content. There is no possibility of her returning. It is an impossibility for this lifetime. Xue Qinghe remarked playfully, akin to a rogue. What a jest. Just last night, he was graced by the presence of the enchanting Phoenix Douluo. How could he possibly return such a beautiful woman? Has his mind derailed? Bibi Dong clutched the Pope's scepter, a subtle hint of murderous intent emanating from her. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indifferent to the fury directed at him. I shall not yield, for Qianren Xue remains on my side. What can you do to me? Qianren Xue was positioned approximately 100 meters away, always within Bibi Dong's line of sight. Some courtiers in the Imperial court suggested hiding Qianren Xue until the opponent produced their tribute, only then to present her. However, Xue Qinghe dismissed this notion. It was solely his strength that could safeguard Qianren Xue. Had it been anyone else, she might have been abducted by the Spirit Hall. The ministers from the Heavendou Empire could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Xue Qinghe. He was teetering on the brink of peril. Had it been the former Snow Knight Emperor, such audacity would have resulted in immediate demise. Nevertheless, she was a title Douluo, and upon her return, he would elevate her status, bestowing upon her a title of beauty, enhancing her rank. Xue Qinghe said this with a smile, his words serving as a subtle warning to Bibi Dong. Should you refuse to negotiate amicably with me, your daughter shall be at my beck and call every single day. A super Douluo, in my presence, is but an ordinary concubine. Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh. Very well, continue on your reckless path. She harbored thoughts of killing Xue Qinghe, though they were somewhat diminished at the moment. The old man, Tiandou, was also nearby, with his strength. He could hear their conversation even from a distance. Surely, his expression would be even more grim than her own. Let us discuss your terms. Bibi Dong shifted her anger into cautious curiosity. Xue Qinghe smiled and proclaimed, "Firstly, you must accept my decree. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Empress. Naturally, I am prepared to present you with a betrothal gift. Secondly, I shall dismantle all holy-level subtemples within the territory of Tiandou. Thirdly, the Spirit Hall must pay tribute to Tiandou with 3 soul bones that are over 10,000 years old, as well as compensate for military expenses and the cost of palace repairs amounting to 20 million gold soul coins. Fourthly, the Spirit Hall is required to offer 100 beautiful maidens, aged between 14 and 20, with at least 20 soul masters among them. Lastly, I shall send Holiness, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, as a hostage to Tiandou, in exchange for my younger brother, Xue Bong, who will be sent to the Spirit Hall as a hostage." Xue Qinghe spoke deliberately, and as the emperor, he personally articulated the conditions, which was indeed a considerable show of respect. One condition after another left Bibi Dong's countenance pale with fury. Each stipulation was exceedingly difficult to accept, given the Martial Soul Hall's formidable presence across the continent. There was no necessity to endure such indignities. If Bibi Dong were to accept the conferred titles, it would signify a subservience of the Martial Soul Hall to the Heaven Dou Empire, an affront that was utterly intolerable. The Sacred Hall, a branch of the main city, had one in Heaven Dou City, as well as one in each of the original 4 affiliated nations, representing the core strength of the Martial Soul Hall's establishment on the continent. 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones were but a trifling matter for the Martial Soul Hall. They could certainly afford compensation, just as Xingluo could, yet they could not bear such humiliation. The 4th condition, seemingly innocuous, was in fact quite sinister. While a beautiful girl might be of little consequence, the request for 20 female soul masters, each under the age of 20 and at level 20, amounted to gifting the Martial Soul Hall's finest to Xue Qinghe. Lastly, the exchange of Holiness for Xue Bing was utterly unacceptable to Bibi Dong, as Holiness' value to the Martial Soul Hall was second only to that of Bibi Dong herself during her prime. What if Holiness returned with a child conceived outside? Moreover, the proposed exchange for Xue Bing was a complete nonentity. Bibi Dong seethed with rage. Her personality was tempestuous. She meticulously gauged the distance between herself and Qianren Xue, contemplating the outcome of a forced rescue. "Xue Qinghe, how cunning you are." Bibi Dong rose abruptly, unleashing her death god domain, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, she was eager to witness the expression of Tiandou, undoubtedly a spectacle to behold. The death god domain was sufficient to impose a sense of dread upon all present, a chilling terror weighing upon their hearts. Yet, this was not the zenith of Bibi Dong's power. She possessed the death domain of her own martial soul, even more formidable than this. "Bibi Dong, do not succumb to wrath. We can negotiate," she was advised. Chapter 61. Bibi Dong's true love. The death god domain enveloped the pavilion, a realm unleashed by an extreme Douluo, capable of extinguishing the lives of any soul master below the rank of soul sage with but a thought. Bibi Dong was exceedingly confident in her strength, intending to use a display of power to intimidate. However, just as she prepared to act, she found herself unable to do so. She sensed her death god domain being suppressed by an even mightier force. What was happening? At that moment, Xue Qinghe gritted her teeth, feeling the pressure on her shoulders lessen. Holding a tea tray, she approached with grace, placing 2 cups of warm jujube tea on the table and respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, glaring at Xue Qinghe. With the ferocity of her death god domain, Xue Qinghe, a mere soul respect, should have been rendered immobile, yet she approached as if unaffected to serve tea. "Your Holiness, please, enjoy the tea," Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Xue Qinghe lifted the teacup, within which lay a plump, crimson date, its reflection shimmering in the sunlight that danced upon the surface of the tea. Suddenly, Bibi Dong appeared to recall something, her brow furrowing as she abruptly gazed up at the sky. "This sun, something is amiss." Xue Qinghe took a sip of tea and snapped his fingers. The weather transformed dramatically. The azure sky, once pristine, revealed a peculiar phenomenon. The radiant sun morphed into a shape reminiscent of a double-yolked egg. Another identical sun gradually separated from the original one. Moments later, 2 suns illuminated the sky. Bibi Dong was taken aback, realizing that Xue Qinghe had interwoven his solar soul skill with the genuine sun. From the moment the sun rose this morning, the entire city had been enveloped within Xue Qinghe's solar domain. Even until now, had Xue Qinghe not chosen to reveal it, she would have remained oblivious. Despite being a powerful entity on the brink of divinity, she had failed to perceive this domain skill. Remarkably, Even such an expansive domain could withstand Bibi Dong's God of Death domain when directed at a singular target, underscoring its terrifying potency. At that moment, not only Bibi Dong but all the formidable souls of the Spirit Hall were astonished, feeling an intense heat upon their skin. Qianren Xue stared in awe at the sun. The angel god was renowned for aerial combat, yet Xue Qinghe could conjure a sun, suggesting that even the angel god was constrained by him. This man was truly formidable. Suddenly, a figure surged into the sky, pursuing the sun. It was Douluo. His astonishment was unparalleled. He had always prided himself as the strongest on the Douluo continent. Yet today, he was engulfed by fear. Should this false sun descend, it would not merely obliterate the city, but would also reduce him to ashes. Douluo soared thousands of meters into the air, finally grasping the audacity that allowed Xue Qinghe to attend the gathering alone. He had come without any formidable allies from the three sects, solely as a titled Douluo. Initially, he thought Xue Qinghe was merely a naive newcomer unafraid of tigers. But he was, in fact, terrifyingly powerful. Consequently, even Douluo dared not act against him. If this sun were to fall, he would share the same fate. Bibi Dong, come and have some tea. Do not just stand there in a daze, Xue Qinghe said with a cheerful smile. Bibi Dong picked up her teacup, trusting him, and took a sip. The jujube tea was indeed distinctive, with a pleasant flavor that balanced sweetness and bitterness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Your Majesty the Pope, how do you find my terms? Xue Qinghe inquired. Bibi Dong replied coldly, for a mere Qianren Xue, you demand an exorbitant price. Your Majesty the Pope, if you find my offer unsatisfactory, we can negotiate. Let us discuss matters amicably, Xue Qinghe responded. Xue Qinghe casually remarked, observing Bibi Dong as she drank her tea, feeling a sense of joy. The Spirit Hall is already mine, although he felt a tinge of unease about the means. His curiosity was piqued as he gazed at Bibi Dong. It was the first time he had offered this to another, wondering how swiftly the effects of the beloved red dates would manifest. The system had indicated that it was unnecessary to consume the dates entirely, as brewing them in tea would yield the same results. Once ingested, the red dates would subtly begin to alter one's mindset. Do you perceive any issues? Xue Qinghe inquired tentatively, noticing Bibi Dong's expressionless demeanor, uncertain if the remedy was indeed effective. The anger within Bibi Dong gradually subsided as she replied in a low tone. None of it works. Xue Qinghe contemplated for a moment and inquired, do you not wish to become my empress? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, feeling a subtle turmoil within. What a preposterous statement. I am not here to engage in courtship. In such a confrontational setting, how could she possibly acquiesce? Before Bibi Dong could express her ire, the bound Qianren Xue in the distance had already fumed with rage. This shameless individual dared to propose that Bibi Dong become his empress. How vulgar. Qianren Xue glared furiously at Xue Qinghe. This scoundrel had tormented her for days and now sought to abduct her mother. Despicable. I must strangle you. I will strangle you. Bibi Dong coldly replied. Xue Qinghe, the Spirit Hall can bear the costs of the palace's renovation, but beyond that, I can offer a soul bone in exchange for Qianren Xue. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment. To exchange a single soul bone for Qianren Xue? If she were the daughter of an ordinary family, one soul bone could be traded for numerous others. But this was Qianren Xue, the princess of the Spirit Hall, the future heir to the angel god. You would offer me merely one soul bone. Xue Qinghe said, if a soul bone could bring back Qianren Xue, then I would offer you one in exchange. Hand her over to me as my maidservant. Qianren Xue is usually quite amiable, with a strong-willed personality. But when it comes to serving as an attendant, she truly excels in caring for others. Xue Qinghe still fondly remembers the adorable maid Xiaoxue from long ago. Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly, as a sense of inexplicable anxiety washed over her. Prior to this encounter, she had meticulously prepared an abundance of rhetoric. With the strength of the Spirit Hall, there was no need for her to compromise. Yet now, she found herself somewhat distracted, her thoughts meandering. The young emperor before her, possessing an appealing visage and formidable prowess, harbored a future potential that was immeasurable. Xue Qinghe, do not overstep your bounds. With that, she casually waved her hand, enveloping the pavilion in a veil of soul power, ensuring that their conversation remained confidential. Xue Qinghe blinked his eyes, pondering how much the Pope would be willing to offer. I shall provide you with 2 soul bones in exchange for Qianren Xue. I will oversee the repairs of the Imperial Palace, and as for everything else, it shall be rendered null and void. Bibi Dong savored another sip of the fragrant jujube tea. The strength of the Spirit Hall surpassed that of the Heaven Do Empire. and even the current Xue Qinghe dared not provoke them into a deadly confrontation. However, leveraging Qianren Xue could compel them to incur some losses. Yet, should it come to a desperate struggle, the Heaven-Do Empire would also suffer. Very well, in consideration of your esteemed position, I shall acquiesce. Might I inquire if your Holiness is available this evening? Chapter 62. A date? Your Holiness, do you have time tonight? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to shield the surrounding sounds to negotiate terms with Xue Qinghe. What did he mean by asking if she had time this evening? The implication stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within her, especially given Xue Qinghe's swift agreement to her terms, which took her by surprise. The personnel from the Spirit Hall would require some time to retrieve the soul bones. And to the east of Hami City lay a water town, where the Lantern Festival was being celebrated today. I wonder if your Holiness would be interested in visiting my Heaven-Do to observe the people's conditions? Xue Qinghe suggested with a smile. A flutter of excitement coursed through Bibi Dong. She had never experienced such nervousness before. Was this a date? How could I possibly entertain the notion of a date with you? However, I would be quite willing to assess the people's conditions. Very well, I too wish to see how the subjects under Heaven-Do's rule live their lives. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. My objective in this visit is solely for the benefit of the Spirit Hall. Although he had agreed to the audacious terms, Xue Qinghe felt a surge of happiness. Initially, he had intended to exchange an avalanche for Holiness. But now that Bibi Dong had partaken of the Jujube tea, he decided against pursuing Holiness for the time being, allowing her to mature a few more years. Cultivating a bond with Bibi Dong during this period was of paramount importance. Given this budding relationship, it was only natural to release Qianren Xue. Xue Qinghe waved his hand, and the two young maidens restraining Qianren Xue released their grip. Qianren Xue broke free and strode forward with seething indignation. She stepped into the soul power barrier erected by Bibi Dong. Xue Qinghe, release me at once. Qianren Xue demanded furiously as she entered. With a casual wave of her hand, Xue Qinghe summoned back the celestial binding ring she wore. Qianren Xue felt as though she had been reborn. Her soul power surged back, now nearing the level of a soul sage, and she released it forthwith. The oppressive force of her angelic soul power filled the barrier set by Bibi Dong, seemingly intent on overwhelming Xue Qinghe. Xue, do not be disrespectful, Bibi Dong admonished gravely. Qianren Xue was taken aback. What did you say? Why are you scolding me? Are you really defending him? Xue, I have just reached a peace agreement with His Holiness the Pope. Please do not create further disturbances, Xue Qinghe replied earnestly. Her tone reminiscent of a senior lecturing a junior. With gritted teeth, Qianren Xue glared at Xue Qinghe, feeling a swell of indignation at this insufferable emperor, who was only a few years her senior yet spoke with such condescension. Bibi Dong rose, her tone softening slightly. Xue Qinghe, let us meet at the Lantern Festival. Qianren Xue felt a strange discomfort. Bibi Dong's demeanor was far more amiable toward Xue Qinghe than it was toward her. Although Bibi Dong had never shown her much favor, she also would not turn against her own, particularly since they were adversaries. Soon, Bibi Dong hastened away, with Qianren Xue following closely behind. As they departed, Xue Qinghe stretched leisurely, watching them vanish into the distance. Your Majesty, are you not concerned about the Spirit Hall's potential claims after releasing Qianren Xue? Zhu Zhiyun inquired, puzzled. Not at all. Bibi Dong is a woman of her word. While I may not have secured substantial reparations, I am nonetheless satisfied. Securing Bibi Dong's allegiance means that everything the Spirit Hall possesses will ultimately belong to me, he responded, opening his system panel. Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe's affinity index stood at an impressive 100%. Xue Qinghe felt immensely satisfied as he embraced Zhu Zhiyun, preparing to return for a nap. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall, today's date tea gathering had sparked significant commotion. Bibi Dong's diplomatic efforts were remarkably successful, as she managed to reject the majority of Xue Qinghe's demands, preserving both her dignity and financial stability. However, Xue Qinghe's formidable strength left those in the Spirit Hall's worship hall in a state of alarm. Upon returning to the worship hall, Tiandou convened all the worshippers to discuss how to deal with Xue Qinghe, declaring that this individual must not be allowed to remain. The second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, approached and said, as it stands, only you, great worshipper, can truly eliminate Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, it is simply impossible. Tiandou furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of trepidation. This morning, the display of Xue Qinghe's sun-like power had instilled fear in him, an emotion he had not experienced in many years. Golden Crocodile Douluo continued. Xue Qinghe's sun technique is 100,000-year soul skill. Even a rank 95 Phoenix Douluo was defeated by him. Most in the worship hall would not have absolute confidence in facing him. After a moment of contemplation, Tiandou remarked, "Do you think I have absolute confidence?" He had witnessed that false sun up close, and if it were to explode before him, its destructive power was unfathomable. Qianren Xue stepped forward and added, "Moreover, Xue Qinghe possesses an artifact known as the Binding Immortal Rope. Once ensnared, a person cannot summon their soul power or skills. Not even titled Douluo can escape." The Phoenix Douluo fell to this very technique. Such a technique exists? Tiandou was momentarily at a loss for words. To confront this danger is indeed perilous. Yet to abstain would tarnish the great worshipper's reputation. The second worshipper continued to flatter him. Although Xue Qinghe is full of tricks, he is ultimately just a mortal. With your angelic divine power, a single strike from you could obliterate him. At that moment, Tiandou felt an urge to silence Golden Crocodile Douluo. Enough. You are pushing me into the fire, he thought, feeling increasingly trapped. However, the reality was that he could not afford to ignore the threat, with Xue Qinghe's temperament. He had already engaged in 2 significant battles within his first month. If he did not eliminate him swiftly, it would only be a matter of time before Xue Qinghe came to destroy the Spirit Hall. Thus, Tiandou found himself in a precarious dilemma. Keep a close watch on Xue Qinghe's movements. Report back to me immediately if anything arises, he commanded solemnly, determined to clear all obstacles for Qianren Xue, even at the cost of his own life. In Hami City, Bibi Dong had not departed. Xue Qinghe had arranged for her accommodation, which was spacious and elegant, befitting her status as the Pope. "Teacher, why don't we return immediately?" Holiness asked, perplexed. "Since we have retrieved Sister Xue, isn't it time to go back? As for the soul bones and repair expenses, that can be discussed later. A person without credibility cannot stand. If I have made a promise, I must fulfill it." Bibi Dong replied softly, closing her eyes. Since leaving the pavilion, the figure of that man lingered in her mind, an inescapable presence. Holiness fell silent, finding it peculiar that, despite being enemies, they were adhering to some form of agreement. After Holiness departed, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes. Her emotions were in turmoil, and she found herself unable to focus on her cultivation. Tears streamed down her delicate face as she pondered. Why is he the emperor of an enemy nation while I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall? These are 2 inherently opposing identities. Clenching her fists, she contemplated many things in a fleeting moment. If only it could be as Xue Qinghe had described, how wonderful it would be. He is the emperor, and I am the empress. Together, we could command the entire Douluo continent. Yet, the power structure within the Spirit Hall was exceedingly complex. She was the visible Pope, but only controlled the Pope's hall and some elders. Many worshippers were beyond her command, and even her daughter could defy her. The Spirit Hall was not solely under her authority. The only confidant she truly trusted was the yet-to-mature Holiness. "It's so difficult," Bibi Dong lamented, torn between familial bonds and romantic feelings. The true threat to her was not Qianren Xue, but Tiandou. She quickly recognized the crux of the problem. If Tiandou were eliminated, all issues would be resolved. Both Bibi Dong and Tiandou were limit Douluos, evenly matched in strength, and neither could kill the other. To truly eliminate him, neither she nor Xue Qinghe could act. Otherwise, the relationship with Qianren Xue would become even more strained. Although Tiandou also possessed an angelic spirit, the quality of his spirit was inferior compared to Bibi Dong's. The angel family, aside from Qianren Xue, who possessed innate rank 20 soul power, had all others, including Tiandou, born with only rank 10. Conversely, after devouring Xue Qinghe's spirit, Bibi Dong's own spirit had ascended to a level beyond that of ordinary angelic spirits. Coupled with the existence of her twin spirits, her current spirit quality far surpassed that of Tiandou. Bibi Dong murmured, "To kill with a borrowed knife." In the Spirit Hall, after all the worshippers had spoken, only Tiandou and Qianren Xue remained. "Xue, your immediate priority is not to provoke Xue Qinghe, but to cultivate diligently so that you may inherit the divine power," Tiandou advised. Qianren Xue remained silent. Truthfully, she found it difficult to comply. Since her last undercover mission failed and she returned from Tiandou, she had spent nearly 6 years consumed by thoughts of Xue Qinghe. That man shadowed her like a ghost, and everything she did revolved around him as an imagined adversary. Over the years, her soul power had surged rapidly, a testament to her exceptional talent and the motivation provided by this imagined rival. To truly let go of Xue Qinghe seemed an insurmountable challenge. During her captivity, Xue Qinghe had treated her far better than a typical captive, granting her a degree of freedom. "All right, I understand, grandfather," Qianren Xue said calmly. Tiandou watched her depart with a heavy sigh. Xue Qinghe represents an unpredictable variable, instilling a profound sense of crisis within Tiandou's heart. He harbors a growing suspicion that Xue Qinghe may indeed be the vessel for a certain deity's legacy. This uncertainty must be swiftly eradicated. Otherwise, by the time Qianren Xue inherits the divine mantle, Xue Qinghe may have already ascended to godhood. At that juncture, it would be too late. Night falls. Xue Qinghe sat casually, resembling an ordinary individual, devoid of the emperor's imposing demeanor. Beside him stood a statuesque beauty, Xue Qinghe. "Your Majesty, Bibi Dong has arrived," she respectfully announced. "Please, let her enter," Xue Qinghe replied. With a soft creak, Bibi Dong stepped inside. Her gaze steady as it fell upon Xue Qinghe, who was seated by the window. The view below revealed a scene aglow with lights, illuminating the riverside. "Come, Your Holiness." "Please take a seat," Xue Qinghe said with a warm smile. Bibi Dong settled down, while Helena awaited outside, leaving only the three of them in the pavilion. "Xue Qinghe, what exactly are you scheming?" Bibi Dong inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Your Holiness, I merely wish to engage in a simple conversation with you. I harbor no ulterior motives. Truly, it is simply a matter of wanting to talk." Bibi Dong cast a glance at Xue Qinghe, the youthful maiden who sat humbly beside Xue Qinghe, her head bowed in reverence. The girl exuded an air of modesty. Yet the more she lowered her gaze, the more Bibi Dong became aware of her ample bosom. Instinctively, Bibi Dong compared it to the teapot on the table, finding it lacking in size. "Such substantial curves," she mused. "The emperor is indeed fortunate." As she sipped her tea, Bibi Dong noted the stark difference between it and the jujube tea from earlier that morning. Just as she set her teacup down, Xue Qinghe, displaying remarkable attentiveness, promptly refilled it for her. Bibi Dong cast a significant look at Xue Qinghe, contemplating the joy he must derive from having such a curvaceous and compliant companion by his side. Xue Qinghe, a titled Douluo at the tender age of 20, was truly a rarity across the continent. Bibi Dong savored her tea while speaking, seemingly in search of that inexplicable sensation she had experienced while tasting the jujube tea earlier. "Xue Qinghe, Your Holiness, your beauty is unparalleled across the entire continent." Xue Qinghe knelt beside, listening silently, pondering why His Majesty has never whispered sweet nothings to her, always resorting to teasing. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, amused by the lad's eloquence. "Xue Qinghe, I am in need of hunting a 10,000-year spirit ring recently. Do you have time?" Bibi Dong inquired. Xue Qinghe blinked and inquired, "Shall I go? Then why not just slay me on the spot in your spirit hall?" Bibi Dong seldom laughed, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "No, it shall be just the two of us. Together, we shall unleash our full might. Sufficient to vanquish a 100,000-year-old soul beast." Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment. His 100,000-year soul ring was obtained from the system. To be honest, he had never even ventured into the Tiandou forest. "Which one do you wish to hunt?" he inquired. "If it concerns a 100,000-year soul beast, it is not merely a matter of luck. Within the vast expanse of the Tiandou forest, there are only a handful of such creatures, predominantly documented in ancient texts." "The sky blue bull python," Bibi Dong replied softly. "The sky blue bull python is a 70,000-year soul beast that possesses the power of 100,000 years, ranking among the most formidable known to humanity." "Very well, I shall accompany you," Xue Qinghe answered readily. Xue Qinghe, astonished, interjected, "Are you truly planning to hunt a 100,000-year soul ring? You agree so swiftly, do you not fear it might be a trap? Moreover, she mentioned only the two of you would go. Will it genuinely be just the two? What if she has ambushers waiting? Her Majesty seems rather reckless." "Indeed, one cannot help but admire the Emperor of Tiandou for his boldness," Bibi Dong remarked. Chapter 64. A date with Bibi Dong under these circumstances. "Let us set off in a month's time, so you may prepare adequately," Bibi Dong suggested. Hunting a 100,000-year soul beast is not a venture to be undertaken lightly. These creatures are far from ordinary. Even among the 100,000-year soul beasts, the most unremarkable, such as the blue-silver emperor and the soft-bone rabbit, possess strength around level 94. In comparison to humans, only a titled Douluo of level 95, a super Douluo, could reliably vanquish them, akin to the level of the chrysanthemum Douluo. However, the Tiandou forest is exceedingly perilous. Inciting 100,000-year beast may attract others of its kind. Although soul beasts often engage in combat among themselves, when humans intrude, they unite against a common foe. Furthermore, the sky blue bull python enjoys a favorable relationship with the titan giant ape. Xue Qinghe nodded. "Very well, no problem. However, Such a splendid view should not be enjoyed without discussing the beauty of nature. That would indeed be a pity. Xue Qinghe took a sip of tea and settled beside Bibi Dong, their thighs brushing against one another. Bibi Dong's heart raced. Despite her noble status, she felt flustered. Do not come too close. She instinctively pushed Xue Qinghe away. At that moment, Xu Zhuyun stood up and walked to the window, closing it firmly. Outside, Holiness, hearing the commotion, immediately pushed open the door, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. She paused at the entrance, momentarily taken aback to see Xu Zhuyun drawing the curtain shut. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe and Bibi Dong were seated in close proximity, their bodies nearly touching. You behave yourself, Holiness exclaimed angrily. With that, she activated her spirit, transforming into a fox, and 2 golden soul rings emerged beneath her feet. That scoundrel emperor dares place his hand on the teacher's thigh. Bibi Dong's complexion turned uneasy, a delicate blush creeping from her ears to her flawless cheeks. After Holiness entered, the usually aloof expression on Bibi Dong's face was now marred by a hint of panic alongside the flush. This is disastrous. I've been seen. How utterly shameful. She quickly withdrew Xue Qinghe's hand and said, Liena, you should step outside. I have matters to discuss with Xue Qinghe. Holiness's eyes widened in astonishment. Matters to discuss? Is the teacher about to embark on a romantic endeavor? Surely you jest, teacher. Although Xue Qinghe is handsome, powerful, wealthy, and influential, love at first sight seems implausible. With a perplexed expression, Holiness closed the door and exited. Xu Zhuyun, meanwhile, knelt behind Xue Qinghe, her soft form inadvertently brushing against his back, igniting a restless yearning within him. What are you doing? Let go of me. Bibi Dong shouted in indignation. No sooner had she spoken than Xue Qinghe encircled her slender waist. Humph, do not blame me. Blame Xu Zhuyun for her unwarranted movements. Outside, Holiness, hearing Bibi Dong's startled cry, was at a loss for what to do, her palms growing sweaty. Is Xue Qinghe intending to bully the teacher? She crouched by the door crack, furtively peering inside, and her heart immediately fluttered with unease. Xue Qinghe unexpectedly grasped the teacher's hand. The teacher did not resist. Was she being coerced? It did not seem so. Holiness swallowed hard, acutely aware of her own heartbeat. Sneaking a glance like this felt inappropriate. They truly appeared to be in the throes of romance. Holiness's heart raced to her throat. If others were to discover this, it would undoubtedly be a shocking revelation. The Pope of the Spirit Hall and the Emperor of Tiandou engaged in a romantic affair. In the room, Bibi Dong's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding fiercely as the other party's touch sent her into a state of near panic. Enough. I have yet to finish discussing the matter at hand. Kindly release me, she said, forcibly pushing him away, a mix of embarrassment and indignation evident in her tone. Xue Qinghe gazed at her with a smile, pondering that it was merely an embrace around the waist. He would eventually consume her. Is there anything else, Your Holiness? Xue Qinghe inquired. Bibi Dong rose to her feet, her face flushed, retreating about a meter from him. It was inappropriate to display such affection upon their first meeting. Regarding the matter of acquiring the 100,000-year soul ring, once I return, it will undoubtedly disturb Tiandou. Upon learning of it, he would most likely pursue us. When that moment arrives in the Tiandou forest, we shall join forces to eliminate him. If that proves unfeasible, we will draw out the hidden powers of the Tiandou forest, compelling them to act. There must be an opportunity. Upon our return, we shall declare that he was slain by the soul beasts of the Tiandou forest. His demise would grant me sole control over the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong unveiled her frenzied scheme. At this moment, she had gained a fragment of the Rakshas's consciousness, allowing her to perceive that the strongest entity within the Tiandou forest was far superior to the sky-blue bull python. There existed beings even mightier than it. If we could provoke them to intervene and eliminate Tiandou, it would not be a daunting task. This old man would only serve as an impediment, stifling not only Bibi Dong's ambitions but also her affections. He must be swiftly dealt with. Xue Qinghe was profoundly astonished. He knew that Bibi Dong harbored an intense hatred for the Qian family, yet he never anticipated such a frenzied scheme. Deep within the Tiandou forest, the only beings capable of surpassing Tiandou were none other than the Black Dragon Emperor and the Silver Dragon King. Should these two formidable entities choose to intervene, it would indeed be challenging to maintain control. What, are you afraid? Bibi Dong spoke in a hushed tone. This endeavor is akin to the Spirit Hall's self-destruction. I have not wavered in the slightest, yet you still hesitate. Who said that? I thrive on such exhilarating ventures. There is no issue at all. Xue Qinghe replied with a cheerful smile. If this plan succeeds, then the Douluo continent will truly have no enemies left, marking a significant stride towards unification. Bibi Dong nodded silently, taking a step back. Humph, I am quite the reserved individual. Very well, we shall meet another day. With that, she strode towards the door, startling Holiness, who had been eavesdropping intently. Teacher, she exclaimed respectfully. Bibi Dong acknowledged her with a nod and hastily departed. Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss for words. How could she just leave without a word? There were so many things he wished to express. After all, he considered himself quite the adept in matters of the heart. That jujube seemed almost unreal. He would have to personally engage with Bibi Dong. Before long, the two of them vanished from his sight. Your Majesty, shall we return as well? Xue Qinghe inquired respectfully from the side. Come, Xue, now that she has departed. Let us indulge ourselves for a while. Xue Qinghe replied with a mischievous smile. Xue Qinghe hurried to close the door and stood silently before him. She gently removed her shoes, initially anticipating an entertaining spectacle, relishing the thought of teasing the esteemed Pope. Little did she expect that the show would come to an abrupt end. Chapter 65, The Lone Goose. In the venom of the serpent, a surge of soul power sealed the room, rendering everything within incommunicado. Inside, the passion between the couple intensified, their voices echoing in the air. Holiness followed Bibi Dong, feeling a tinge of shyness as she stole a glance at her teacher, whose face was slightly flushed. Teacher, can the Phoenix Douluo be retrieved? Holiness asked. Bibi Dong replied calmly, it cannot be returned. At present, she had no desire to reclaim the Phoenix Douluo. Having her remain by Xue Qinghe's side as a protector seemed advantageous. Furthermore, with her presence, Bibi Dong could gain a deeper understanding of Xue Qinghe. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Xue Qinghe awoke early, her body aching and utterly exhausted. Your Majesty, it is time to rise, Xue Qinghe said softly, propping herself up. This was not the Imperial palace, and the servants were far from attentive. If she did not awaken early to seek sustenance, hunger would surely ensue. Just as she recalled this, Xue Qinghe suddenly tackled her to the ground. Xue Qinghe lay nestled in the embrace of the beautiful maiden, savoring the moment in tranquil delight. Xue Qinghe gently gritted her teeth, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Your Majesty, while I can endure your kneading, might you please be gentler with your bites? Could you not show a little more tenderness? Xue Qinghe felt tears welling up, yet she dared not move, allowing Xue Qinghe to do as he pleased. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Your Majesty, it is I, Liu Erlong. Startled, Xue Qinghe quickly donned her garments and rushed to the door. Xue Qinghe rose, casting a glance at her, quietly admiring the beauty as she changed her attire. The Emperor, too, felt weary, primarily from physical exhaustion. For the presence of numerous women was indeed taxing. Fortunately, I bear the title of Douluo. Otherwise, who could withstand such burdens? Liu Erlong entered, instinctively comprehending that the previous night had undoubtedly witnessed a fierce confrontation. She had been recently tasked with overseeing the handover with the Spirit Hall, managing matters of war reparations. Your Majesty, the soul bones from the Spirit Hall have arrived. Please take a look. Liu Erlong opened the box, revealing soul bones that radiated brilliance, imbued with potent energy and exceptional quality. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, indicating approval. Very well, let us put it away for now. I must return to the heavenly battle. Xue Qinghe hurried over to assist Xue Qinghe with changing attire. Afterward, they completed their grooming. Xue Qinghe, accompanied by several enchanting ladies, soared back to the city of Tiandou in a solar carriage. Departing from the border in the morning, they returned to the Tiandou palace by afternoon. The palace, having been swiftly restored by the skilled spirit masters, now appeared exactly as it had before, much to Xue Qinghe's satisfaction. Congratulations on your triumphant return, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I humbly request a favor. Upon their arrival, Douluo awaited eagerly, and upon spotting Xue Qinghe, he hurried forward. What is it? Xue Qinghe inquired, a hint of impatience in his voice. He had not seen his beloved consorts for several days and was eager to comfort the distressed ladies, only to be interrupted by this elderly man. With utmost respect, Douluo replied, Your Majesty, I once suffered from a poison that had seeped into my very marrow. It is thanks to Your Majesty's benevolent assistance that I am alive today. Your kindness is a debt I shall never forget. Xue Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for words, remarking that one could merely live with their mouth. While unforgettable, he had yet to witness any tangible actions from the other party. Enough with the idle chatter, Xue Qinghe declared in a low voice. Douluo, humbled even further, recognized that although he held the title of Douluo and enjoyed a high status within the Heavendou Empire, the emperor before him also bore the title of Douluo, leaving him no room for arrogance. Your Majesty, my granddaughter Douluo has inherited the poisoned dragon martial spirit, and she too possesses this toxin. I earnestly beseech your majesty to assist in her detoxification. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, recalling the girl, Dugu Yin. That young lady with her violet short hair and fierce demeanor, yet undeniably beautiful and striking. If only she could be brought into the Imperial harem. Perhaps she could be of assistance to her. The venom of the phosphorescent serpent grows more potent and increasingly difficult to eradicate with each level of cultivation, his granddaughter. Dugu Yin is now deeply afflicted by this toxin. If the poison is not swiftly expelled, her chances of reaching the age of 20 remain uncertain. The old man, Dugubo, was fortunate enough to encounter the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which suppressed the toxin, allowing him to fortuitously break through to the rank of title Douluo. However, his granddaughter's situation is far more dire. Xue Qinghe waved his hand and remarked, I have no time. You may concoct the antidote based on the last one I provided. Dugubo's expression was one of distress. If I were capable of formulating it myself, I would not have come to seek your assistance, your majesty. I, an old and foolish man, truly cannot fathom the intricacies of your antidote. My granddaughter possesses remarkable talent. Should you take a liking to her, I would be willing to have her serve in the palace as a maid. Dugubo spoke with trepidation. He dared not propose that Dugu Yin enter the palace as a consort, but only as a maidservant. To suggest she become a consort would imply that she was akin to Xue Qinghe's young bride, while he himself was her grandfather, thus placing him 2 generations above Xue Qinghe. He felt hesitant to strive for such a connection. In the Douluo continent, where strength is paramount, Xue Qinghe, in terms of both power and ability, is. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, thinking it naive to attempt to ensnare him in such a manner. He was no longer the Xue Qinghe who would be easily swayed by a woman's charms. Very well, let her come to the palace, he declared with a sense of resolve. As you command, your majesty, Dugubo replied joyfully as he withdrew. To forge a familial connection with this emperor would indeed be a matter of great honor and prestige. The consort of Xue Qinghe is strikingly different from the imperial concubines of yore. He does not confine her to the oppressive depths of the inner palace, where one enters but is seldom seen again. Moreover, should fortune smile upon her and she bear him a son, he may inherit the vast empire of Tiandou. What a delightful prospect. This emperor is indeed formidable. He strikes against the Star Luo Empire and kicks the martial Soul Hall. Never before has there been an emperor so powerful in Tiandou's history. Furthermore, Xue Qinghe is keenly aware of Liu Erlong's rapid progress in cultivation over the past few years. At just over 30, she has already attained the rank of Soul Douluo, a feat not insignificant in light of Xue Qinghe's support. Dugubo has returned to the Dugu residence, where Dugu Yin, at the tender age of 11, is already strikingly beautiful. In the Douluo continent, where maturity is recognized at 12, she stands on the cusp of womanhood, her age akin to that of Hu Laina. Dugu Yin sits cross-legged, gritting her teeth, her face contorted in pain. Ever since she acquired her second spirit ring, the venom within her body has worsened, severely hindering her training and even posing a threat to her life. Yinner, come with me to the palace. His Majesty has promised to alleviate your poison. Dugubo gently proposes. Dugu Yin bites her teeth lightly, the pain akin to needles piercing her skin, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Dugubo, witnessing her distress, feels a pang of heartache. It would be far better for her to serve as a maid to Xue Qinghe than to suffer like this. He places a hand on her back, infusing her with gentle soul power to help suppress the snake venom. After half an hour, Dugu Yin slowly opens her eyes and exhales deeply. Yinner, His Majesty has agreed to help you. Let us go to the palace, Dugubo states. Dugu Yin wipes the sweat from her brow, joy illuminating her features. She has heard many tales about Xue Qinghe. At school, numerous students speak of the current emperor. The reverence for him throughout the Tiandou Empire has reached unprecedented heights. How wonderful, Grandpa. I will finally see His Majesty in person, Dugu Yin exclaims, momentarily forgetting her affliction in her excitement. Dugubo nods with a smile. Grandpa, once I graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy next year, may I attend the Tianxue Academy? Dugu Yin inquires. Indeed, Dugubo replies. This granddaughter of his possesses the highest talent for cultivation in their family, second only to him. Yet she has long been tormented by the snake venom. With her innate gifts, attending the Royal Academy of Tiandou will pose no challenge for her. Currently, the Royal Academy of Tiandou is renowned for its exceptional teaching quality. However, in the past year, with Xue Qinghe's ascension and the actions he has taken since, the prestige of Tianxue Academy has also risen significantly. Many young soul masters, eager to make their mark, have chosen to teach there, being the closest institution to Xue Qinghe. Come, Yinner, His Majesty is available now. Let us not delay, Douluo urges. All right, Douluo agrees. Do you wish to become a consort of His Majesty in the future? Douluo inquires. A consort? Douluo pauses. Could I truly? I have heard that the Emperor's consorts are all exceptional soul masters, like Liu Erlong. Can I aspire to that? Douluo lowers her head, feeling somewhat inferior. Of course. Yenner. If you diligently follow His Majesty, your future accomplishments will surely surpass mine, Douluo reassures her. He has witnessed Liu Erlong's remarkable ascent over the past 6 years. 6 years ago, she was merely a soul king. Now, she stands as a soul Douluo. No one would believe such progress could occur without the support of Xue Qinghe. Douluo's cheeks flush, and she nods silently. I shall be a consort of the Emperor. If my friends find out, they will surely be astonished. Xue Qinghe was reviewing memorials, having been away from his duties for over half a month, and he felt somewhat out of practice upon resuming. Your Majesty, Duke Douluo has arrived with his granddaughter, Xue Qinghe announced. Allow Douluo to enter, and instruct Duke Douluo to wait outside, Xue Qinghe replied. As you command. Shortly thereafter, Xue Qinghe escorted Douluo into the chamber. Douluo, slightly bashful, lowered her head and respectfully saluted. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Xue Qinghe surveyed her carefully. Indeed, she was a charming young beauty, possessing a slender figure reminiscent of a serpent, adorned in a form-fitting purple phosphorescent armor that accentuated her graceful bosom. Although she was slightly younger than Xue Qinghe, she was already quite impressive. Very well, this evening I shall administer the antidote. You may await me in my chambers. Xue Qinghe stated. As you command, replied Douluo. Would the antidote be administered within the chambers? She followed Xue Qinghe into the quarters, donned a loose robe, and quietly awaited, a sense of inexplicable anxiety stirring within her. As night fell, Xue Qinghe reviewed the memorials, delegating minor matters to the cabinet. While he focused primarily on several significant issues, he returned to his palace. Douluo awaited him there, and, upon seeing Xue Qinghe enter, she bowed once more. Very well. Please take a seat, Xue Qinghe said, and remove your garments. Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment. What do you mean by this? Last time, when grandfather detoxified me, I merely took the medicine. She found herself unable to refuse, whether it was for the purpose of detoxification or due to the fact that he was the emperor. She could not decline. Furthermore, Douluo had stated that she was to be Xue Qinghe's consort, making refusal even more impossible. The robe slipped from her body, revealing her porcelain skin as she turned her back to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe couldn't help but admire her. Having encountered countless women, he found that Douluo possessed a unique charm that set her apart from his other consorts. Although she lacked the voluptuousness of the others, her slender figure exuded a distinctive allure. Soon, Xue Qinghe placed his hands upon her back, a warm stream of spiritual energy gradually flowing into her. It may feel a bit hot during the detoxification process. You must endure, he advised. Your Majesty, please proceed, Douluo replied, gritting her teeth and speaking resolutely. Xue Qinghe nodded, his golden crow power permeating her internal organs. Although Douluo was young, her level of poisoning was not inferior to that of Douluo, and her constitution was even more frail, rendering the poison within her significantly more difficult to remedy. Douluo, being a titled Douluo, could withstand the harshest of antidotes due to his robust physique. Even when countering poison with poison, he could endure the repercussions. Douluo, however, could not afford such luxury and required a gentler approach, a slow simmering remedy. As beads of sweat trickled down Douluo's forehead, the gentle warmth of the golden crow power accumulated within her, igniting a formidable sensation of heat. She found it somewhat unbearable. From her fair skin, a faint mist began to evaporate. You should leave, Xue Qinghe instructed. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe quickly stepped back, having sensed the discordance in the air infused with mist. The toxins within Douluo, stimulated by Xue Qinghe, began to evaporate through her skin. This process was excruciatingly painful. The torment felt while the toxins traversed her flesh and blood was indescribable. Douluo's agonized moans echoed throughout the palace. At that moment, Liu Erlong was returning to the royal palace from Tianxue Academy and heard the distressing sounds. She pondered whether the emperor was once again tormenting an innocent maiden, for the cries were particularly intense. Approaching the entrance of the sleeping quarters, she found Xue Qinghe waiting there. Upon inquiring, she learned that Xue Qinghe was in the process of detoxifying someone. After the passage of a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, the sounds within the chamber finally ceased. Xue Qinghe took a robe and draped it over Douluo, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. He then carried her out. Creak. Xue Qinghe emerged from the chamber, cradling the unadorned figure of Duguyen. Liu Erlong was taken aback, for he beheld Duguyen, entirely unclothed save for a loosely draped robe that offered scant coverage. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" she inquired, her voice laced with bewilderment. "Let in some fresh air. This room has been uninhabited for a month," Xue Qinghe instructed. He then carried Duguyen to another room. The venom from Duguyen had dissipated into the air, rendering it harmless, yet prudence was still advisable. "As you command," Liu Erlong replied. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe gently laid Duguyen down and covered her with a blanket before exiting the room. "Ah, I must continue to attend to you. You, young lady, possess quite the airs. Rest assured, I shall demand double repayment in due course." Chapter 67. The Fundamental Qualities of an Inept Sovereign. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Xue Qinghe contemplated that he had now surpassed the stage of indecent growth, standing in stark opposition to both the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. Qianren Xue had already reached the 69th level. If she were to continue her cultivation unimpeded, it was likely that within a few years she would ascend to divinity with unwavering certainty. Xue Qinghe glanced at the system. It was the Great Fool Monarch sign-in system, which required one to be foolish in order to receive rewards and attain divinity. He realized that he was not yet sufficiently foolish, and the prospect of achieving divinity remained distant. Xue Qinghe let out a long sigh, pondering the actions of the foolish emperor and resolved to emulate them. When it comes to the various types of inept rulers, they are indeed numerous and peculiar. The allure of a beautiful woman's smile may only be a trivial distraction, albeit one with great renown. As for foolish sovereigns, they primarily fall into two categories: those who indulge in debauchery without restraint, and those who neglect state affairs. The ways of neglecting governance are manifold, ranging from composing poetry and engaging in literary exchanges to hermit-like pursuits such as alchemical experiments, carpentry, or weightlifting. The Xuqing River meanders gently, tracing the course from the Xia dynasty to the Qing dynasty, where the reliance on the maternal relatives of emperors appears to be a notable hallmark of tyrannical rulers. He too must endeavor to place trust in these external relatives. The term external relatives refers to the kin of the empress and concubines. The external relatives of Xue Qinghe are excessively numerous, primarily due to the abundance of concubines. He should seek individuals from the Haotian sect and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, arranging official positions for them, which would undoubtedly signify the heavy reliance on these external kin. Yet, this is insufficient. Historically, the purchasing of official titles has epitomized folly. Not only should they be granted positions, but a portion of their wealth should be extracted as well. This represents a dual folly, resulting in an exceedingly generous reward. Thus, this morning was relatively tranquil, with no beauties beside Xue Qinghe as he slumbered alone. Such behavior must be resolutely curtailed in the future. As a foolish sovereign, one cannot indulge in such practices. Henceforth, he shall attend to 2 lovely maidens each night. Xue Qinghe opened the system panel and clicked on the sign-in option, confirming whether to sign in within the dormitory. He was rewarded with a 10,000-year soul ring. Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss for words, as the recent lack of chaos had rendered rewards less enticing. Within his system's repository lay over a dozen soul rings, each spanning millennia, now merely collecting dust. He rose to freshen up, and for the first time in ages, he decided to attend court. The Spirit Hall acted swiftly, having delivered 20 million gold soul coins. Splendid, they would be deposited into the national treasury. His Majesty had ascended the throne for a mere month. It had already showcased the might of the nation, truly a sovereign for the ages. Long live His Majesty, the Eternal Emperor. For many years, the Heavendou Empire had endured the oppression of the Star Luo and the Spirit Hall, but with His Majesty's 2 triumphant battles, the unification of the continent is now imminent. Xue Qinghe sat on the throne with a cheerful smile, pondering why he had never considered this before. Flattery truly was a delightful sound. As the emperor, the simplest path to divinity was through the faith of his subjects. Given Xue Qinghe's prowess, earning the genuine admiration of these ministers was effortlessly achievable. The courtiers in the court were wholeheartedly devoted to their new emperor. None daring to flaunt their seniority in his presence, each one approached him with utmost respect. Xue Qinghe chuckled and said, "I have unified the continent. Yet I still rely on all of you, my esteemed ministers." The ministers replied, "We dare not presume, Your Majesty, for your martial prowess is unparalleled. Your Majesty's martial prowess is indeed unmatched." Xue Qinghe stifled a yawn, waved his hand, and declared, "All right, the court is dismissed." Without a backward glance, he proceeded towards the inner palace. In a few days, he would join Bibi Dong to hunt for the 10,000-year spirit rings. For now, he intended to attend to several matters during these few days. In the inner palace, Xue Qinghe approached and announced, "Your Majesty, Dugu Yin has awakened. Let her rest for now. I have important affairs to attend to," Xue Qinghe replied. The term external relatives applies here, as both Yu Xiaojing and Tang San can indeed be categorized as such. Xue Qinghe intends to bestow a favor upon the two of them. He arranges for Tang San to take on a position as a city manager in Tiandou City and also summons Yu Xiaojing to Tiandou, assigning him the role of a squad leader within the city management team. Xue Qinghe observes from the side. Noticing that His Majesty seems to hold a significant regard for the young boy, it is no surprise, for he possesses an innate abundance of soul power. "Xu Yun, please make the necessary arrangements," Xue Qinghe instructed. "As you command," she replied. At present, Xu Yun serves as Xue Qinghe's secretary, handling matters on his behalf. Congratulations to the host for initially achieving the objective of empowering the relatives by marriage. The score for the benevolent monarch has increased slightly. Xue Qinghe stared intently at the score before him. It could be exchanged for more prestigious items, such as divine positions. The Azura god required merely 100 points, while the sea god was considerably more affordable at 70 points. Furthermore, he could also redeem transcendent abilities such as the true fire of Samadhi and the banana fan. He swallowed hard. Indeed, this was quite impressive. Xue Qinghe must navigate an extraordinary path as an indecisive ruler, managing to revel in his role without causing chaos within the Tiandou Empire. The means to ascend to divinity are numerous. Once the Imperial decree was issued, Tang San received it in a state of bewilderment. How could a mere 6-year-old be tasked with maintaining order in the city? Yet, he had no choice. The Emperor's command was absolute. Each day after school, he roamed the streets, dutifully overseeing the neighborhoods, patiently awaiting the passage of 15 days. In the Imperial harem. After awakening, Dugu Yin felt invigorated and unburdened. As she attempted to channel her soul power, a wave of euphoria washed over her. The serpent's venom that had long lingered in her body had dissipated entirely, leaving her in a state of bliss. "Creek, you're awake," Xue Yin announced as she entered the room. Hello," Dugu Yin replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xue Yin smiled gently and said, "From now on, you shall be a consort in the palace. You may continue to live as you did before, but remember, you are now a consort." Dugu Yin nodded eagerly. "Yes. That sounds wonderful." She had no reservations. Being a consort was indeed an honor. "Will I be able to reside in the harem?" she inquired. Xue Yin affirmed, "Certainly. You may return to school first. Rest assured, His Majesty will not forget you." "With me around, His Majesty won't have the chance to think of you," Xue Yin added, a hint of possessiveness in her tone, though Dugu Yin was still naive and inexperienced. The sight of Xue Yin's striking figure instilled a sense of urgency within her. "Oh," she replied quietly, feeling a mix of anxiety and fear. She hoped fervently that the Emperor would treat her kindly. Surely, His Majesty must be a gentleman. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sat quietly in her chamber, channeling her consciousness in preparation to enter the Rakshasa god's realm for further trials. Knock, knock. At that moment, Qianren Xue entered. "Your Holiness, I intend to enter seclusion for a period," she stated calmly. Douluo could sense the divine presence emanating from Bibi Dong, and she was equally aware of the angel god's existence. It was likely that her seclusion was a preparation for her own ascension. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong gazed at her daughter, a twinge of pain evident in her heart. Despite her long-standing resentment towards Qianren Xue, she could not deny the bond of blood. "Very well, go ahead," she replied. "When you require your 7th spirit ring, seek me out," she added. Qianren Xue nodded silently, casting a meaningful glance at Bibi Dong before departing. Chapter 68. 6 years later, a young girl enters school. Tiandou City. Xue Qinghe held a letter, feeling somewhat disheartened. Bibi Dong has stood me up. She is no longer pursuing soul rings. The plan has been scrapped, as plans often fall victim to the swift tides of change. Who can fathom the thoughts of such a woman, whose demeanor shifts like the wind? Xue Qinghe had no choice but to continue his grand scheme of tyranny. He could only communicate with Bibi Dong through letters, as they were separated by distance. At this moment, the entire continent of Douluo was veering towards a direction that starkly contrasted with the original narrative. The Yuming family, in light of Xue Yin's departure, had shifted its focus onto Xue Qinghe, who became the object of intense cultivation. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Davis were both keenly observing her with watchful eyes. In the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had grown up in an environment where imperial power reigned supreme. At Notting Academy, Xiao Wu had long been the pillar of the institution, holding this esteemed position for 6 long years. Time had swiftly passed, marking the end of 6 years. With her belongings packed, Xiao Wu set forth towards the direction of Heavendou City, having received an acceptance letter from Tianxue Academy, which she would join directly after graduating from Notting Academy. Xue Qinghe donned casual attire, having acquired a modicum of disguise artistry from the system. He altered his appearance to blend into the enrollment area. Here, the prestige of the Heavenly Empire was resounding, and the student body of Tianxue Academy undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the Tian Empire. It is noteworthy that this institution is backed by emperors. Any student who slightly distinguishes themselves within the academy could easily draw the attention of the imperial court. Indeed, even securing the top position or breaking into the top 10 during the final examinations would prompt the court to send emissaries for recruitment. One could assert that anyone with a modicum of talent, upon entering Tianxue Academy, is destined for greatness. In stark contrast, the Heavenly Royal Academy seems to be a misnomer. 6 years have elapsed, and Xue Qinghe's soul power has ascended to the remarkable level of 99. However, his faith remains insufficient, far from achieving divinity. Among the multitude of students arriving for enrollment, numbering in the hundreds, Xue Qinghe observed quietly from a distance. Suddenly, a voluptuous young woman, clad in a form-fitting purple-black outfit, with a slender tail trailing behind her, stood out in the crowd as she briskly made her way towards the registration area. It was none other than Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe rested his chin on his hand, admiring the graceful figure of Xue Qinghe from a distance. He had not anticipated that this young lady would arrive here. He had assumed Xue Qinghe would attend Shrek Academy. Having savored the presence of Xue Qinghe for several years, the emergence of another stunning beauty, equally captivating, piqued his interest. He was determined to win her over. Students registering, please do not rush. First, we will assess your soul power. Those above level 25 will be exempt from all subsequent tests and may enroll directly, announced the admissions instructor. In the blink of an eye, Xue Qinghe darted forward, securing the crystal ball used for testing soul power. Xue Qinghe, level 30, passed. The admissions instructor exclaimed in astonishment. This girl was exceptionally formidable. Among the new students this year, Xue Qinghe was undoubtedly the best. Achieving level 30 at the tender age of 12 was truly remarkable. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, recalling that in the original work, Xue Qinghe had been at the 27th level when she first enrolled in the school. It seemed that due to Xu Zhiyun's departure, both the Yuming family and the Xingluo royal family had invested considerable effort in her. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe's gaze shifted towards Ning Rongrong. This young girl, still a mere slender reed, was yet unrefined. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow in astonishment, exclaiming that she had surprisingly reached the 30th level. She found it hard to believe that, as the prodigy of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, cultivated with the utmost resources, she was outshone by this enigmatic girl. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward to undergo the test, gripping the crystal ball tightly, which immediately radiated brilliance. Ning Rongrong, 27th level, passed. Following closely behind her, Xiao Wu couldn't help but marvel. She was a prominent figure at Notting Academy, the most powerful among this year's graduates, unmatched by any, far surpassing the 2nd place by 5 levels. Even among previous students, no one had possessed greater soul power in the last decade. Yet here, she felt insignificant. Xiao Wu approached, taking her turn after Ning Rongrong, grasping the testing crystal ball. It glittered magnificently. 28th level. She passed the test. The enrollment teacher beamed with delight, anticipating the rewards from this year's crop of talents. It truly was a lucrative endeavor. Xue Qinghe continued to observe, nodding silently. He was certainly not merely admiring the beauty of the students, for they were the very hope of the Tiandou Empire. You 3, follow me, he instructed. At that moment, the elegant Duguyen approached and spoke. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, each silently asserting their own prowess. Duguyen led them to their dormitory building, smiling as she introduced, You 3 have achieved excellent results, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You should be among the top 3 this year. You will be sharing a dormitory, allowing you to exchange experiences. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, scoffed in dissatisfaction. At home, she resided in a grand castle, and even if she were to become a consort, she would have a magnificent palace to dwell in. Why have they assigned me to such a small dormitory? She complained. With a creak, Duguyen opened the door to reveal 3 beds and a private bathroom. This was merely an average mid-range dormitory. They had not been granted the finest accommodations. The best housing in the school was reserved for the emperor's consorts, who enjoyed independent rooms, and occasionally the emperor himself would visit to spend time with one or two of them. Ning Rongrong inquired, "Senior, may I be assigned to the Liqi dormitory?" The Liqi building was where the consorts resided. Dugu Yin smiled and replied, "Do not be impatient. The emperor's consorts are chosen through a stringent selection process." With that, she departed, leaving Xue Qinghe and Xiao Wu in a state of confusion. What did she mean by that? Sitting on the edge of her bed, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming pride. The most exceptional man in the empire would always be one. And as a support-type soul master, she inherently possessed a strong mentality. Moreover, her upbringing had instilled in her a deep admiration for Emperor Xue Qinghe. The three girls then introduced themselves to one another. Ning Rongrong scrutinized Xue Qinghe, observing how much she resembled the emperor's consort, Xue Zhiyun, even in name. "Xue Qinghe, do you know Xue Zhiyun?" Ning Rongrong asked. Xue Qinghe replied calmly, "She is my sister." Ning Rongrong gasped, "Xue Qinghe, your sister is the Imperial concubine." Xiao Wu, sitting nearby, felt bewildered by the conversation between the two noble girls. Indeed, Xue Qinghe had come to Tiandou partly to seek refuge with her sister. In her memory, her sister had always treated her well, being a caring elder sibling. However, the cold-hearted nature of the Yuming clan and the Xingluo royal family left Xue Qinghe with a sense of distaste. As the most talented of the new generation in the Yuming clan, she was burdened with great expectations from both the Yuming clan and the Xingluo royal family. She had witnessed the brutal realities of palace life. She had 2 fiancés and, at the tender age of 8, was already capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai, as well as performing joint techniques with Davis. This only intensified the already fierce competition for the throne. The Xingluo emperor, rather than intervening, seemed to take great pleasure in the turmoil. 6 years ago, he had achieved the rank of title Douluo at level 91, yet despite his efforts over the past 6 years, his soul power had shown no signs of improvement. He was plagued by inner demons since his defeat by Xue Qinghe's son, and he felt on the verge of giving up, knowing that he was unlikely to make further breakthroughs in this lifetime. His only hope rested on his 2 sons, but he was not a merciful man. As long as one of them could fulfill his dreams, he would not mind if the other perished. The cruelty of royal life weighed heavily on Xue Qinghe, breeding within her a deep resentment. In her heart, her sister was the only good person she knew. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of envy. If that's the case, then it should be easy for me to enter the palace. No, I must surpass her. Having seen Xue Zhiyun, she acknowledged, indeed, she possesses a remarkable figure. She looked at Xue Qinghe, biting her lip, noting her ample bosom, which rivaled that of Xue Zhiyun. "What is a concubine?" Xiao Wu asked innocently. Despite living for 100,000 years, she had only a rudimentary understanding of human affairs. "A concubine is a woman of the emperor," Ning Rongrong replied. Hands on her hips, Xiao Wu blinked, processing this information. She had heard from her teachers that the emperor of Tiandou was a remarkable figure and a great hero. "You will meet him soon. He will come to the school for the opening ceremony," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Xiao Wu nodded quietly. "Oh, that's fine then. Come, let me treat you to a meal," Ning Rongrong said generously, linking arms with them as they headed out. In the school cafeteria, the 3 girls ordered their meals and sat together. Ning Rongrong animatedly recounted stories about the emperor, her enthusiasm palpable. Just then, a young man in blue, flanked by several others, entered the cafeteria, exuding an aura reminiscent of a leader among students, as though the stars were gathering around him. Ning Rongrong cast a glance and snorted dismissively. "He's just a minor relative. What's so special about him?" Xiao Wu peered at the boy in blue and asked Ning Rongrong, "Who is he?" She felt he bore a resemblance to herself when she had been a dominant figure at Nodding Academy. Ning Rongrong disdainfully replied, "His name is Tang San. He's merely a relative, riding on the coattails of his aunt, who is a consort. He has some notoriety in Tiandou City." Although Ning Rongrong admired the current emperor, she held a deep disdain for relatives of the royal family. Xiao Wu took a bite of her vegetables. "Oh, I see." In her mind, relatives had already become synonymous with arrogance and entitlement. Xue Qinghe remained silent. Strictly speaking, her own Yuming clan was also a family of relatives, so she paid little heed to Ning Rongrong's words. Not yet satisfied, Xiao Wu picked up her plate and went for more food. Tang San stood behind her, silently observing. Xiao Wu filled her plate to the brim, pleased with the plentiful and inexpensive offerings of the cafeteria. The dining hall of Qianren Xue Academy benefited from royal financial support. with vegetables sourced directly from nearby farms, eliminating middlemen. Ning Rongrong stared in disbelief at Xiaowu, who appeared petite yet had an insatiable appetite. As the three girls chatted and laughed during their meal, a tall, burly man approached. "Little girl, what is your name? Come eat with us," he asked in a deep voice. Xiaowu glanced at him, chewing on her chopsticks, and blinked. "Who are you? And why should I tell you?" Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. She recognized him but couldn't recall his name. "I am Xiaowu, as in dance," she replied defiantly, still chewing her rice. "Hee. No. Our leader just wants to know you. It's nothing serious," Tai Long suddenly chuckled. "Tai Long, don't meddle," came the caution. Tang San cast a glance at him, signaling subtly. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized, oh, his name is Tai Long, the young scion of the Lizi family, Tang San's lackey, renowned in Tiandou city as a distinguished young master. Tang Weihua, managing the inner palace affairs, was effectively half a queen, and as a result, the position of the Haotian sect subtly rose in prominence. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tai Long promptly dashed away. "I apologize for disturbing you," Tang San said politely, offering a slight nod as an expression of regret. Ning Rongrong scoffed softly. She had always held disdain for the Haotian sect. Xue Qinghe observed silently, choosing not to speak. Xiaowu sat down, casting a cold glance at Tang San and the others. "So what if you're the student king at school? In a few days, you shall witness my prowess. I possess extensive experience as a student king." Xiaowu, refrain from engaging with them, Ning Rongrong advised quietly. Xiaowu smiled cheerfully. "School is so dull. Fighting is far more amusing. I want to let you off the hook." Over there, Tai Long sat beside Tang San with a cheerful demeanor. "Their brother. Have you taken a liking to that girl?" Tai Long himself had been smitten by Xiaowu at first sight, but noticing Tang San's unwavering gaze upon her, he felt he had no right to compete. "Do not speak recklessly. Eat your meal, and then we shall cultivate," Tang San instructed. "Understood, third brother," Tai Long replied confidently. What could this fellow possibly understand? After satisfying their hunger, Ning Rongrong and her two companions returned directly to their dormitory, where she recounted some tales of Tiandou city. That Tang San is deeply trusted by his majesty. "Xiaowu, you must not engage with him. He appears composed, yet he harbors a mind full of tricks. Just the other day, my father fell victim to his schemes," Ning Rongrong said indignantly. Xiaowu inquired, "What kind of schemes?" Ning Rongrong replied, "He is a black market dealer." Chapter 70. The selection of concubines. "How is he a black market dealer?" Xiaowu asked. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips and visibly agitated, remarked, "This rascal has devised a type of hidden weapon, concealed in his sleeve. When my father sought to collaborate with him, he demanded 200,000 gold soul coins per set. Such audacity! 200,000 gold soul coins? Xiaowu gasped, utterly astonished. That is outrageous. Throughout her years in school, she had been receiving the Tiandou Soul Master subsidy, earning merely 1 gold soul coin a month. Thus, it would take her 200,000 months to accumulate that amount. Having grown up in a humble village, Xiaowu was raised by a pair of impoverished farmers. And a single gold soul coin could comfortably feed her for several months with carrots. This Tang San is truly despicable, hoarding wealth in such a manner. Humph. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, Xiaowu thought to herself. I heard Tang San has opened a blacksmith shop. His Majesty has just introduced anti-monopoly laws, and he is defiantly going against the tide. Sooner or later, he will face dire consequences, Ning Rongrong commented. Xiaowu, unable to fully grasp this, decided it was enough to label Tang San as a villain. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Ning Rongrong began her cultivation. Xue Qinghe quickly adapted to this unfamiliar environment. Having journeyed far from home, she sought to alter her destiny, determined to be the architect of her own fate. Tiandou Palace. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, gazing at the score of the Great Fool. Ever since he enacted the antitrust law, his points had not increased for an entire month. It seems that the more astute decisions are seldom attributed to the Great Fool. Striking a balance between wisdom and folly is undeniably a formidable challenge. It is far more difficult than merely being a wise ruler or an incompetent one. However, the system posits that waging war and achieving unification are not the actions of a sagacious leader, but rather those of a fool. After all, a fool, with an expansive territory, can cause monumental upheaval from even the slightest misstep, rendering him even more foolish. The current Tyrant index of Xue Qinghe stands at 91 points. 60 points can be exchanged for the deity of the sea god, while 100 points grants access to the deity of the Shuri god. However, with 120 points, one may acquire the true fire of Samadhi. Thus, it is prudent to hoard points like a hamster for the time being. Today, yet again, there shall be some foolish endeavors to undertake. Xue Qinghe gazed at the list of new students at the Heavenly Snow Academy for this year. Resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated, let us hold a competition. Zhu Yunyun, please fetch those soul bones, he commanded. Zhu Yunyun bowed her head and replied, as you wish. Soon, 4 radiant soul bones were placed before Xue Qinghe. Ice, speed, spirit, and wood. These soul bones had not been distributed, as the fiery and strength attributes had already been granted to those nearby. Even Tang Weihua possessed a soul bone of strength, albeit her Haotian hammer was still somewhat lacking. Yunyun, draft a decree. I wish to select a consort through a competition. The first place shall be elevated to the rank of noble consort, and shall receive a soul bone of their choosing as a reward. The contestants shall primarily be female students from all advanced Soul Master academies, Xue Qinghe declared. Zhu Yunyun was taken aback. Your Majesty, you truly have a unique approach. Selecting a consort through a competition is quite unconventional. As you command, Your Majesty. Zhu Yunyun promptly set about her preparations. After all, being the emperor, a nationwide consort selection was entirely reasonable. However, past emperors had never engaged in large-scale consort selection within the Soul Master community. In earlier times, having a single female Soul Master willing to pledge her life and loyalty was already a remarkable fortune, let alone making demands, particularly for talented female Soul Masters. The resources available within the royal family were often less than what many grand sects could offer. The royal family held no allure for outstanding female Soul Masters. Yet, Xue Qinghe was different. He was a limit Douluo of level 99, and beside him stood Liu Erlong, already a titled Douluo. Additionally, Zhu Yunyun was nearing the rank of Soul King at just 19, while Du Guyan had successfully resolved her poison. These were tangible advantages. Joining a grand sect could not compare to entering the royal family, where one would enjoy a higher status and a commendable reputation even within the court. Thus, Xue Qinghe's strength incited a wave of change within the entire Tiandou as the previously cohesive mindset of sects began to fracture, especially among the young and beautiful female Soul Masters. Zhu Yunyun also noticed the enrollment list for this year's Heavenly Snow Academy, where Zhu Zhuqing's name was prominently featured. She couldn't help but frown, wondering how her younger sister had ended up here. Over the years, she had heard of Zhu Zhuqing's predicament, which she regarded as a sweet dilemma. After all, having 2 men vying for one's affection should be a rather fortunate situation. Yet, here she was, truly unaware of the blessings she possesses. She quickly prepared the Imperial Edict and, after Xue Qinghe's review, dispatched it forthwith. The Great Foolish Monarch selects consorts, increasing the Foolish Monarch index by 5 points. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with delight. This was simply exhilarating. For the past few years, he had been in search of a means to rapidly elevate his Foolish Monarch index. Previously, progress was painstakingly slow, often only incrementing by a fraction, and at times, if he appeared too sagacious, there would be months of stagnation. Yet this time, he had astonishingly surged by 5 points. What a thrill! The imperial decree from Xue Qinghe swiftly spread throughout Tiandou City. The Majesty's extravagant choice of soul bones for selecting a consort was indeed astonishing. Naturally, even without the soul bones, numerous candidates would still vie for the honor. Long live our emperor! The option of selecting from eternal soul bones could only be afforded by the emperor himself. Indeed, the emperor's prowess is unparalleled. At the Qianren Xue Academy, Liu Erlong found himself both amused and perplexed. Every time Qianren Xue Academy commenced its academic year, Xue Qinghe would select a consort, but this year's undertaking was unexpectedly grand. Well, let the festivities unfold, as Tiandou's national strength flourishes, allowing for such extravagance. Before long, the students of Qianren Xue Academy were all aware of the news. In the Liqi dormitory of Qianren Xue Academy, all residents were consorts of Xue Qinghe, totaling around 1 to 200. The majority of whom had yet to be graced by the emperor's presence. After all, the emperor was exceedingly busy, with a plethora of beauties in the imperial harem, rendering distant journeys unnecessary. Nevertheless, they enjoyed exceptional privileges, such as having the title Douluo personally hunt for soul rings and claiming soul bones for themselves. Though this collection of over 100 beauties appeared incomparable to the imperial harems of previous dynasties, each of them was a striking soul master, which was truly remarkable. Upon hearing the news, they eagerly signed up, for if they could shine in the competition, even without winning the championship, they might still attract the emperor's favor. Such favor would elevate their status and provide unparalleled cultivation resources. Sign me up. I have resided in the Liqi building for 3 years. Do you know how I have endured these years? They exclaimed. Indeed, with only a little over 100 residents in the Liqi building, if the emperor were to favor 3 each day, He could complete the selection in half a year. Chapter 71. Registration for the competition. Choose me, Your Majesty. I long to become a noble consort. I yearn for a soul bone. One lamented, those who become noble consorts lack for nothing in soul bones. Even Sister Douluo has 2 soul bones, yet she is not a noble consort. Sobs of envy echoed among the maidens residing in the Liqi building, who, without hesitation, rushed to register for the competition, believing that as the emperor's consorts, even if they did not win, there would be significant advantages. Ning Rongrong, upon witnessing this event at the academy, stood with her hands on her hips, visibly indignant. This is a blatant disregard for us auxiliary soul masters. Are our matrimonial affairs unworthy of participation in such a competition? Must all contests revolve solely around combat? Rongrong, do not sulk. What is so great about being a noble consort? Xiao Wu chimed in. Ning Rongrong's mind began to churn. Humph. Even if I cannot triumph in combat, I can devise alternative strategies. You do not understand. The emperor strikes down the Star Luo Empire and kicks the Spirit Hall. He is the most exceptional man in the world, she declared. Xue Qinghe looked on, speechless. You sound like a starry-eyed fan. Surely, there are many like you in Tiandou. Ning Rongrong, feeling perplexed and uncertain, instinctively glanced at Xue Qinghe's alluring figure and suddenly felt disheartened, realizing that even in comparison, she might not prevail. Her gaze fell to her own slender form. Although she was indeed a beauty, in comparison to Xue Qinghe, she felt woefully inadequate. It seems I must leverage my connections, she said, brimming with newfound confidence. What do you plan to do? Xiao inquired. Of course, I shall have my father arrange for me to enter the palace. I wish to be conquered by the emperor, Ning Rongrong proclaimed. My father is the emperor's mentor, so this favor is certainly within reach. In a sense, I am also the emperor's junior. How romantic to contemplate. In truth, the allure of the soul bones mattered little. Her primary desire was to be captivated by the emperor. Nevertheless, Xue Qinghe's willingness to present soul bones as rewards demonstrated his lavishness, undoubtedly attracting numerous soul masters to participate. Xue Qinghe remarked, Xiao Wu, it is fundamentally unjust. Each soul bone represents the demise of a soul beast. I have an inherent aversion to this. Moreover, the death of a single soul beast often entails the loss of countless others. The trio continued their usual training, as the elite soul master academies in Tiandou were plentiful. And Xue Qinghe had more than just Ning Rongrong as his admirers. At the Qihua Academy, Huowu stared incredulously at the decree. Directly offering soul bones? How extravagant. She coughed and added, I am not coveting the soul bones. I merely aspire to obtain the world's most exceptional man. The renowned name of Xue Qinghe has been inscribed in the textbooks of all schools, for he is a living legend. Throughout the entire Tiandou Empire, he is revered by all. Father, I wish to compete at the Tianxue Academy. At the Tianxue Academy, there is an abundance of girls, and they uphold a unique regulation. They only accept beauties. For beautiful soul masters, both soul bones and status are essential, and attaining the position of favored concubine brings an endless supply of cultivation resources. Even Douluo, with her mediocre cultivation talent, is merely a beauty, yet she has already acquired 2 soul bones. This indicates that the 2 soul bones offered as prizes in this competition are merely the starting point, with expectations of even greater rewards to follow. Sister, I want to participate. Please don't go. Once I become the favored concubine, I shall return to bring glory to our family. Xue Qinghe playfully exclaimed. Silly sister, it is said that once one enters the palace, it is as deep as the ocean. How could I bear to watch you leap into the fire? Xue Qinghe replied earnestly, leaving one to believe she is a caring elder sister. Xue Qinghe pouted, Sister, you are so stingy. With you around, I stand no chance of winning. The palace of your was indeed as deep as the sea, yet the current harem resembles a paradise. To them, entering the harem is merely a transfer of schools, transitioning from Tianxue Academy to Tianxue Academy, complete with comfortable dormitories. The Plant Academy is similarly bustling with participants eager to compete. Within just one day, news of the competition spread throughout the esteemed Soul Master Academies of Tiandou. A multitude of beautiful maidens flocked to register. In the brief span of 2 days, over 100 had signed up. The registration took place at Tianxue Academy, where an initial screening process was implemented. After all, one's appearance must not be too lacking. The emperor seeks a favored concubine, and engaging in intimate activities daily with someone of average looks would surely diminish His Majesty's experience. Moreover, given that the emperor regularly associates with beauties like Liu Erlong, Zhu Zhiyun, and Douluo, even a face deemed ordinary would fail to capture His Majesty's attention. Douluo was in charge of the registration process, diligently keeping records. for she has always been dedicated to her duties for the emperor. Those who came to register had already undergone preliminary screening, eliminating those whose appearances were decidedly mediocre. As night fell, after a long day, Douluo wiped the sweat from her brow, having meticulously noted everything down. She activated her martial soul, unfurled her wings, and soared back to the palace with the results of the day's statistics. Your Majesty, I have returned, Douluo declared in the study, bowing respectfully as she presented the registration forms collected that day. Xue Qinghe cast a glance, feeling quite pleased, as Xiao Hongmao Wu had signed up. Xiaolao Xue Qinghe had also registered. The beautiful women surrounding Xue Qinghe predominantly possess raven black hair, which piques his curiosity. He wonders, if one were to have red hair, would their body hair also be of the same hue? Even in the realm of Douluo continent, red-haired individuals are rather rare. Thus he eagerly anticipates the arrival of Huo Wu and Xue Qinghe. Douluo, tonight await me in my chambers, Xue Qinghe declared. Douluo took a deep breath, her heart racing with excitement. The emperor was to grace her with his presence. Oh, how splendid! She vividly recalled her first encounter with him, when she knew nothing and merely lay there, while the emperor was quite fervent. It had been many days since he had visited her, and she had recently learned a few techniques from Liu Erlong, yet had not found the opportunity to showcase them. Thank you for your divine favor, Your Majesty, Douluo exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurried off to prepare for a bath. How wonderful! She entered the bathing pool, joyfully cleansing herself, and then donned a delicate bathrobe. She quietly situated herself on the edge of the bed, awaiting Xue Qinghe's arrival, her heart racing with anticipation. Moments later, Xue Qinghe glanced at the system, realizing that he had exerted himself too diligently at work today. If he continued, he would inevitably become a sagacious ruler. Hastily, he decided to cease his efforts and return to indulge in the company of his consort. Chapter 72. Ning Rongrong. I wish to enter the inner palace. As Douluo sat there, her heart filled with trepidation, Xue Qinghe entered the room. She sat poised, and although this was not their first encounter, a wave of nervousness washed over her as she bowed and addressed him. Your Majesty, there's no need for such formalities at this moment. Let us forego these elaborate rituals, he replied. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly as he embraced her. Douluo, a delightful and lively little girl, blushed shyly, nestling in his arms. She appeared innocent in her countenance. Yet at this moment, aside from feeling a touch of fluster, her mind was racing with the knowledge imparted by Liu Erlong. First this, then that. Only in such a manner could His Majesty attain the utmost experience. Liu Erlong had also mentioned that His Majesty was easily satisfied, requiring merely a little effort. Yes, I can manage that. Your Majesty, may I assist you in preparing for rest? Douluo murmured softly. Certainly, I am quite fatigued from reviewing memorials today. Attend to me well, he responded. Plop. Xue Qinghe lay in repose, awaiting the unfolding of events. Douluo, gathering her courage, reassured herself that she possessed ample theoretical knowledge. Outside the door, Liu Erlong returned as she always did, ready to keep watch over Xue Qinghe. She had already heard the sounds of heavy breathing emanating from within the room. A spark of curiosity ignited within her. Wasn't that a familiar sound? Indeed. It belonged to Douluo. That young girl certainly seemed to be exerting herself quite fervently. As time passed, Liu Erlong, seasoned in the art of vigil, gently reminded, Your Majesty, it is getting late. I implore you to rest soon. In her earlier days as a sentinel, such reminders were merely procedural, a genuine concern for Xue Qinghe's well-being. Yet now, the context had shifted entirely. She was cautioning His Majesty to consider Douluo's health. For not every consort bore the esteemed title of Douluo. Comparisons among individuals are inherently flawed. If His Majesty were to indulge without restraint, it would not be His Majesty who suffered the consequences, but rather the consorts who endured the turmoil. Thus, for many years, Liu Erlong had steadfastly maintained her daily reminders, even though she was acutely aware of their futility. The following day, at the break of dawn, Liu Erlong pushed open the door and entered, addressing with utmost respect. Your Majesty, will you be attending court today? Xue Qinghe rubbed his eyes and opened the system panel. The host had not attended the morning court for 6 consecutive years, falling short of Emperor Jiajing's record by 35 years. In the realm of the Snow-Qing River Pass, I, the illustrious Emperor of the Heavenly Dou, possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth. Could it be that a mere mortal emperor can tread upon my head? Who dares to disregard my authority? I shall not yield. Observing Snow-Qing's indifference, Liu Erlong silently withdrew. Although Snow-Qing did not attend court, he diligently addressed the core matters, leaving no essential task unattended. If he chooses not to attend, so be it. Liu Erlong summoned Dugu Yin, assigning her the responsibility of managing the enrollment at the Heavenly Snow Academy. Douluo nestled in His Majesty's embrace, reluctant to open his eyelids, peacefully succumbed to slumber. On that day, the selection contest for the Imperial concubine continued to unfold with fervor. A multitude of candidates flocked to register, many possessing commendable soul power. Yet those of average appearance were swiftly eliminated. After all, the aim of the concubine selection was not merely to identify powerful female soul masters, but rather to find those who embody both beauty and strength in equal measure. This is the very essence of the competition's purpose. Additionally, candidates must be of pure maidenhood, a foundational criterion established throughout the ages for selecting imperial consorts. After Xue Qinghe rose from his slumber, Douluo trailed closely behind him as he made his way to the study. The recruitment process had spanned a total of 7 days, and after a rigorous selection, over 300 female soul masters remained. Ning Rongrong, seizing the weekend, returned home. "Father, I wish to ask you for a favor," she said, pouting her lips in a charming manner. Ning Qinghe chuckled. "When did our little witch become so earnest? Speak, what is it you desire?" He assumed that the young girl was feeling homesick, having likely found the training at school less fulfilling than that of their family. Hence her longing for home after just a week. "Dad, I want to enter the palace and become a consort. I would be content even starting as a mere maid," Ning Rongrong implored, gazing longingly at Ning Qinghe. He was momentarily taken aback. Becoming a consort to the emperor? "No, Rongrong. You are the hope of our 7 treasures glazed tile school. If you become a consort, what will become of our lineage?" Ning Qinghe firmly rejected her request. Becoming a consort would certainly align her with the royal family, leaving the 7 treasures glazed tile school without an heir. It was unthinkable for her to simultaneously be a consort and inherit the sect. Even Xue Qinghe, generous as he might be, would never permit a consort of such formidable power to exist. "Humph, I am resolute in my decision to enter the palace," Ning Rongrong declared defiantly, hands on her hips. Ning Qinghe took a deep breath, realizing he could no longer allow her to venture out. She must be confined. Undeterred by his display of soul power to intimidate her, Ning Rongrong remained unafraid. "Rongrong, from now on, you will reside in the castle and not set foot outside," he stated sternly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I am your father, and you must obey." Ning Rongrong smirked with a hint of pride. "I anticipated this outcome. The clever little witch always prepares for contingencies. I have given Douluo a letter to deliver to His Majesty. I trust he has received it by now. Father, if you do not assist me, I shall start from the very bottom as a maid." She smiled mischievously. "You." Ning Qinghe was rendered speechless, truly a testament to the cleverness of his little witch, her ingenuity manifesting in this manner. He solemnly remarked, "Rongrong, you are the most gifted of our 7 treasures glazed tile school." "Dad, it's not as if I want to return. His Majesty is quite lenient. I can come home anytime," Ning Rongrong reassured him. Ning Qinghe sighed in resignation. "And if you were to bear a child in the future, would that child be of the royal line or the 7 treasures glazed tile school?" Ning Rongrong paused. She hadn't considered that. "I'm still so young. I want of children." "Father, you are overthinking this, truly paranoid," she replied with a hint of impatience. "Dad, I must return to school now." With that, she strode out, thinking to herself that her father would surely petition the emperor to make her a noble consort. Hee. Then I will finally meet His Majesty. Ning Qinghe, frazzled, felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness, even as the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. He had to show deference before the current emperor. Once a dominant force across the continent, the top 3 sects had become increasingly farcical with Xue Qinghe's rise. Presently, the top 3 sects relied on the Tiandou royal family for stability. Any hint of treachery would likely be swiftly punished by Xue Qinghe as a cautionary example. Ning Qinghe sighed deeply. While this situation seemed advantageous for the 7 treasures glazed tile school in the short term, it could pose potential risks in the long run. Ning Rongrong exited the castle, where Xiao Wu and Xue Qinghe awaited nearby. "Did your father agree?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Of course," Ning Rongrong replied confidently, for she had always been the one to have her way at home. "Xue Qinghe, do you need a soul ring? We could assist you in hunting one. There's the Sunset Forest not far from Tiandou City, where I often hunted soul rings before." Xue Qinghe nodded. "But the 3rd soul ring should be at least 1,000 years. We may not be able to manage. Perhaps it's best to wait for our teacher to help me." Xue Qinghe had not just recently left home. She had been away for a year. As a member of the esteemed Yiming family, she had grown weary of the coldness within her family. Even though she had become a significant benefactor in the battle for the imperial throne, she still felt the chill of her family's indifference. During her time away, she had traveled extensively, experiencing the myriad shades of human existence. her gaze reflecting a maturity beyond her years, a profound stillness that seemed to only focus on the specter of death, overshadowing the vitality of her youth. In the Imperial Palace, the sun was high in the sky. The day was already well advanced. Xue Qinghe reluctantly rose from his slumber and activated the system panel. The host's tendency to linger in bed, akin to the actions of a slothful ruler, garnered a reward, a single cherished red date of true love. The Xue Qinghe now boasts an abundance of red dates. Initially, he fulfilled the system's tasks in pursuit of rewards. But he has since grown genuinely fond of this life as a tyrant. While a wise ruler may achieve everlasting renown, the life of a despotic sovereign is undeniably comfortable. And indeed, exceedingly so. Who would wish to forsake such ease? Your Majesty, this is a letter that Ning Rongrong has requested me to present to you. Douluo retrieved a letter from her pocket. Overwhelmed with excitement the previous day, she had not mustered the courage to deliver it. Standing beside Xue Qinghe, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Her body ached slightly, and there was a dull pain in her lower abdomen, rendering her somewhat unwell. Xue Qinghe glanced over and chuckled softly. How quaint it was for this young lady to aspire to become a consort. Such a simple wish. I grant it, he declared, and shall immediately confer the title of Talent upon Ning Rongrong. Talent? Douluo was taken aback. In that case, Ning Rongrong's status would surpass mine. I am, after all, a beauty. Your Majesty, I shall proceed to issue the edict at once, Douluo responded. Xue Qinghe embraced Douluo, saying, simply stay by my side. Douluo's cheeks flushed as she responded, as you command, Your Majesty. Announcements of imperial decrees were typically entrusted to Liu Erlong and Zhu Yun. It would suffice for Zhu Yun to handle it. At Tianxue Academy, Zhu Yun hastened to her destination, her heart fluttering as she glanced at the decree. Coming from the esteemed Yuming family, she was acutely aware of court etiquette. Generally, daughters of significant sects entering the palace were at least granted the title of beauty. For a sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a beauty was the bare minimum. Considering that Ning Rongrong was the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was customary for her to be bestowed the rank of imperial concubine, if not that of empress. In earlier times, it would have been a monumental honor for the Emperor of Tiandou to marry the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but the situation had drastically changed. Zhu Yun soon located Ning Rongrong. You must be Ning Rongrong, preparing to receive the decree, she stated. Ning Rongrong, startled, quickly bowed, followed by her two companions. Zhu Yun cast a fleeting glance at her before shifting her attention to Xue Qinghe. Despite 6 years apart, Zhu Yun recognized her at once. The distinct features of the Yuming family were unmistakable. Their daughters were known for their stunning physiques, and Xue Qinghe was no exception. Having left the Yuming family at the tender age of 13 to join Tiandou, Zhu Yun had already made a name for herself within her clan. Upon entering the imperial harem, she swiftly rose to become a favored concubine. The girl before her had inherited the family's traits remarkably well, though still young. She was already a formidable presence. These sisters, even within the Yuming family, were undeniably exceptional. In this peculiar family, one could discern kinship by merely observing physical attributes. Zhu Yun, with a mere glance, recognized Xue Qinghe as her own sister. Ning Rongrong, His Majesty grants you permission to enter the palace as a concubine, Zhu Yun declared. Thank you for your Majesty's grace, Ning Rongrong replied, her heart racing. Though merely a concubine, she felt no discouragement, believing her allure would surely captivate the emperor. Humph. His Majesty is but a plaything in my grasp. Zhu Yun nodded, her gaze appraising Ning Rongrong, seemingly understanding the emperor's choice in bestowing her the title of talented lady. Ning Rongrong possessed a striking beauty, her long hair cascading down her back, adorned in a flowing blue-green gown that exuded youthful charm. Yet, like many young girls, she bore a common flaw: her physique was rather modest. While she had developed well compared to ordinary individuals, Xue Qinghe preferred a more voluptuous figure. In contrast, Douluo, equally youthful, boasted a more ample physique. Alas, Xue Qinghe had a penchant for such forms, and Zhu Yun speculated that even if Ning Rongrong entered the harem, she might not become a favored concubine unless she significantly matured. Are you Xue Qinghe? Zhu Yun inquired. Xue Qinghe nodded silently. Yes, sister. A smile graced Zhu Yun's lips as she responded. Good. Have you reached level 30? Wait here. After the competition, I will help you hunt for a soul ring. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled. Thank you, sister. No need for such formality with me. I must return. His Majesty awaits, she concluded before departing. Ning Rongrong, elated, turned to embrace her companions, Xiao Wu and Xue Qinghe, exclaiming, Look, I have become a concubine. Xiao Wu and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Yet they were genuinely happy for Ning Rongrong's success. Rongrong, will you be moving to Lichi Tower? Xiaowu asked. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I've inquired. His Majesty seldom visits Lichi Tower to favor his concubines, so it is better to wait for my turn. I will continue to reside with both of you. The registration for the competition continued fervently, attracting numerous young maidens to Tianxue Academy. Inside the palace, artisans meticulously carved a plaque for Ning Rongrong, placing it among hundreds. Awaiting the emperor's personal unveiling. The following day, the arena of Tianxue Academy was bustling with spectators. Due to its modest size, it could not accommodate the entire student body, resulting in a predominantly female audience. Chapter 74. The Beauty Contest. There were many participants. After various preliminary selections, over 200 remained, nearly a third of whom were students from the Water Academy. The competition operated on a points system. Greetings, everyone. I am Douluo, the host for this year's selection of concubines, she announced. Xue Qinghe wore a smile, confident in her status as a top-tier Ice Phoenix martial soul, believing her beauty and talent would easily secure her a place as a concubine. Sister, I've heard others discussing that the Emperor possesses a fire-type martial soul while we are of the water element. They say water and fire cannot coexist, leaving us without hope. Xue Qinghe whispered during their wait. Water and fire cannot coexist? What a ridiculous notion. Xue Qinghe scoffed. That's merely an attempt to undermine our confidence. Who says water-based martial souls cannot harmonize with fire-based ones? It's all about the fusion of elements, water and fire intertwined. Xue Qinghe blinked. Sister, isn't water and fire intertwined a rather peculiar phrase? Xue Qinghe smirked mysteriously, glancing knowingly at her naive sister. You will understand in due time. Xue Qinghe pouted. Sister, why must you be so cryptic? You're so mischievous. As they continued to wait, the competition soon commenced, though the first event was not a battle but a physical examination. After all, the primary criterion for selecting a concubine was beauty rather than anything else. The examination primarily assessed height, bust, weight, waist-to-hip ratio, and skin fairness. Xue Qinghe swallowed nervously as she glanced down at her figure, encased in a water-blue uniform that hugged her curves, obscuring her feet from view. With a figure like this, I surely have nothing to worry about. Huowu stood in line ahead of Xue Qinghe, overhearing their whispered conversation, pondering the meaning of water and fire intertwined. She felt a sense of urgency, realizing that while she was confident in her looks, the presence of Xue Qinghe and her companions instilled a competitive spirit within her. Although Huowu was graceful, she felt overshadowed by Xue Qinghe's fairness. Soon, it was her turn. I've been sunbathing lately. I was quite fair before, she muttered. Huowu defended herself as the palace maid wrapped the measuring tape around her ample bosom, then her waist, and finally her pert posterior. Xue Qinghe followed closely behind, casting a glance at Huowu's perfectly rounded curves, recognizing her as a formidable rival. The measurements were recorded, 93, 62, 87. The maids marveled at her figure, lamenting that unfortunately His Majesty favored the fair-skinned. Next, Xue Qinghe stepped forward, her physique surpassing Huowu's in perfection. 95, 61, 87, a flawless score. Huowu turned back to shoot her a glance, tinged with jealousy. In the stands, Ning Rongrong and her companions had arrived. A sigh of relief escaped Ning Rongrong, fortunately. Her identity as a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School secured her a spot as a consort. Otherwise, she might have struggled to even pass this physical examination. She instinctively glanced at Xu Zhuqing's impressive figure and mused that if Qing were to participate, she would undoubtedly take first place. Acknowledging her own shortcomings, Ning Rongrong sighed inwardly. Resolving to develop herself further in the future, Xiaowu rested her chin in her hand, appearing somewhat drowsy, having been forcibly brought here by Ning Rongrong. It's just a soul battle. What's so captivating about it? However, once Xue Qinghe and the others completed their examinations, a girl who astonished everyone stepped forward, Yang Mingxin, who had arrived in Tiandou alongside Zhu Zhuan. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous, rivaling even Zhu Zhuan herself. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard upon hearing the maid announce a bust measurement of 101. How excessive. It was as if a pillow had taken form. The physical examination was undeniably significant. A battlefield devoid of bloodshed. Xue Qinghe felt remorse for not being a bit more ample, realizing that sometimes allure surpassed mere strength. Yinner, you are already a consort. Why compete? Douluo inquired as she stood beside the examination area, noticing Duguyan's arrival. Duguyan replied, I wish to become a noble consort too. No one said consorts cannot participate. Douluo appeared conflicted and whispered, but Yinner, you are no longer a maiden. According to the rules, you cannot compete. At her words, Duguyan's face flushed, recalling the last time she had been summoned, leaving her feeling aggrieved. After all, she had finally caught the Emperor's eye, only to find that Xue Qinghe had already fallen asleep beside Zhu Zhuyun, leaving her neglected throughout the night. Who says I can't? Duguyan defiantly bit her lip and declared, stepping onto the examination platform. Dodo could only smile helplessly. Very well. If that's what you believe, then so be it. Should His Majesty take issue, you'll bear the consequences. Though Duguyan's beauty paled in comparison to Xue Qinghe, her slender waist and supple form commanded attention. After half an hour, all examinations were completed. Xue Qinghe accumulated a total of 21 points, trailing Yang Mingxin's 25. Yet, she remained undeterred, confident that Yang Mingxin, being an auxiliary spirit, would lack an advantage in the subsequent soul battles. I will maintain my steadiness. Dodo announced from her elevated position. The physical examinations have concluded. Next, we shall proceed to the soul battle competition. Today's preliminary rounds will determine which contestants advance, continuing in this manner for approximately 5 days. Xue Yue, standing behind her sister, bit her lip in anxiety. With my sister present, victory seems unattainable. If I could just make it into the top 16, that would suffice. Sister, should you become a noble consort, do not forget your dear sister. Oh please, how could I ever forget you? Xue Qinghe replied with feigned exasperation. Despite being only half a year younger, Xue Yue's talent for charm was undeniable. They were half-sisters. After the physical examinations, the draw for the matches commenced. With nearly 200 participants, 100 matches were to be conducted in a single day, though each would be one-on-one and swift. In the palace, the physical examination results of all participants were soon delivered to Xue Qinghe's desk. Xue Qinghe cast a glance, admiring the splendid figure of Xue Qinghe, pondering her boundless potential. Recognizing her as a promising talent, Your Majesty, Tang San remarked, he wishes to establish a sect named Tang Min, dedicated to the production of hidden weapons for the Empire. Tang Yuehua respectfully added. Xue Qinghe paused for a moment before slowly articulating, within the Empire, the trend of academies has become prevalent. It is unwise to establish sects on a large scale. Let him open a Tang sect class at the academy. Chapter 75. Tang San's Tang sect. A Tang sect class? Tang Yuehua was acutely aware that if Tang San were indeed to establish a Tang sect class at Tiandou Academy, it would imply that the Tang sect Tang San spoke of, even if it were to come into existence, would be entirely under Xue Qinghe's dominion, devoid of any autonomy. In recent years, Tang Yuehua had grown increasingly astonished. Xue Qinghe, who appeared to be lethargic and preoccupied with the allure of beautiful women, wielded his influence to maintain a firm grip on imperial power. Initially, Tang Yuehua presumed that the cabinet would fragment the imperial authority, yet in reality, it did not. Instead, the ministers within the court found themselves ensnared in a frenzy of internal competition, leading to an unprecedented clarity in governance. Now, with but a few words, he had seamlessly integrated Tang San's Tang sect into the royal domain. However, to speak of resistance, even the Houtian sect, which stood behind her, dared not utter a word. Xue Qinghe possesses not only formidable strength but also maintains a regular correspondence with Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. Their exchanges resemble those of a long-distance couple, conveying emotions through letters. Should they conspire, and if the Houtian sect were to act in defiance, even with numerous titled Douluos within its ranks, it would be unable to withstand the dual pressure from the Spirit Hall and the Tiandou Empire. Over the years, Tang San has received considerable support from Xue Qinghe, being commended annually as an exemplary student. To outsiders, he has seemingly aligned himself entirely with Xue Qinghe. In the system, Xue Qinghe has discovered a profound truth. Faith has the power to elevate one to divinity. However, if faith were to shatter, would one then descend from their divine stature? The system affirms that this is indeed possible. A conventional deity, one aligned with positive beliefs, would inevitably experience a fall from grace in the face of a universal collapse of faith. This, however, does not apply to malevolent deities, such as the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong. Xue Qinghe has placed a burden of loyalty upon Tang San, even if his own intentions may not align with such loyalty. When he strays from this allegiance, it signifies the collapse of his beliefs, rendering his aspirations of divinity unattainable. Let him serve as a class leader. I am in search of skilled artisans nationwide. Xue Qinghe declared. At your command, Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua replied respectfully before exiting to convey the news to Tang San. At Tiandou Academy, the competition was fervently underway. While Tang San was engrossed in his training at the simulated cultivation base when summoned by Tang Yuehua. Little San, His Majesty has granted you permission to establish a Tang sect branch within Tiandou Academy, primarily to impart the techniques of concealed weapons. Upon graduation, "You shall serve the Empire directly," she stated. Tang San fell silent for a moment. Having discerned that even the esteemed San zone within the Empire conducted themselves with utmost caution, with Xue Qinghe's plans now fully in motion, the Academy appeared poised to overshadow the sections. Future sects would be relegated to obscurity, deprived of resources and subjected to rigorous scrutiny. For instance, every sect must maintain a source of income, which must be reported to the Empire, along with a substantial tax and obligation previously non-existent. Moreover, the restrictions on income sources were exceedingly stringent. Sects primarily existed in a commercial capacity, essentially as merchants. However, the Empire enforced strict regulations on raw material collection, swiftly nationalizing any discovered large-scale rare mines. Sects were increasingly resembling mere middlemen. In the past, sects amassed a wealth of talent through exorbitant profits, but now the Empire siphoned off these gains, redistributing them to the academies, thus rendering the latter the most concentrated hubs of talent within the Empire. Understood, Auntie. I am grateful for His Majesty's grace. I shall ensure the smooth establishment of this Tang sect branch, Tang San vowed earnestly. He contemplated deeply. The policies of the Xingluo Empire diverged significantly from those of Tiandou. Xingluo still embraced traditional sect practices, making it a potentially favorable locale for him to realize his dreams. However, he felt bound and could only accept his current circumstances. Tang Yuan nodded, aware of the boy's resolute nature, knowing he would follow through on his words. Very well. Little San, should conflict arise with Xingluo, your concealed weapons will surely shine, she remarked with satisfaction. His Majesty will soon gather a cadre of young artisans. You must prepare in advance. Leave it to me, Tang San replied confidently. Tang Yuan nodded before departing for the school's battle arena. The selection contest for the Imperial consort was still in full swing, and she cast a distant glance, noting the numerous young ladies present. Tang Yuan mused that perhaps His Majesty employed this method to inspire these young women, instilling a sense of ambition within them. Without a hint of urgency, they might neglect their training, which would be unacceptable. Her attention was drawn to Xue Qinghe, who was excelling in the arena, standing in the battleground. She unleashed her martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, under the guise of the Water Ice Phoenix for modesty. The moment Xue Qinghe manifested her martial spirit, Tang Yuan recognized her extraordinary potential. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She recalled Xue Qinghe's mention of martial spirits with extreme attributes. When any element reaches its pinnacle, it becomes an ultimate element. For example, the fire attribute of the Phoenix Douluo Ing pales in comparison to that of His Majesty. While Tang Yuan had encountered many ice attribute soul masters, none could compare to Xue Qinghe. A faint premonition settled in her heart. This girl was likely to emerge as the champion of the current competition. Her appearance, fair skin, and astonishing martial spirit aligned perfectly with Xue Qinghe's criteria for selecting a consort. After observing for a while, Tang Yuan sought out Liu Erlong, who was responsible for security during the competition. As a title Douluo, her presence ensured a secure environment. She relayed the details regarding Tang San's Tang sect branch to Liu Erlong, the Academy's principal, who would oversee the implementation of this initiative. Understood, Liu Erlong acknowledged. The transition of leadership from Tang San to Liu Erlong signified that the Tang sect branch now existed solely to fortify the Emperor's centralization of power. Liu Erlong arranged for a teacher from the Academy to accompany Tang San in selecting a classroom. The location could be within the Tiandou Academy or externally. Any site chosen by Tang San would suffice, for the royal family was affluent, and whatever the Tang sect produced would belong to the crown. Tang San initially intended to return to the simulated cultivation base for further training, but soon a teacher from the academy approached him. He had not anticipated such swift action on the school's part. Consequently, Tang San promptly secured a classroom at Tiandou Academy. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe issued an enrollment decree, inviting artisans nationwide to apply, with age restrictions relaxed. Historically, the Tiandou Empire lacked an artisan academy, leaving many gifted individuals without the opportunity to learn. This was a chance to capitalize on Tang San's resources. Concealed weapons were undoubtedly the most formidable instruments of destruction in this era, although they would eventually fall behind in the ages to come. The enrollment brochure for the Tianxue Academy, authored by Xue Qinghe, swiftly disseminated throughout the nation. With the royal courier's efficiency, what was drafted in the morning reached every province of Tiandou by afternoon. On the first day of the selection competition for consorts, half of the candidates were promptly eliminated, yet Xue Qinghe, Huo Wu, Yang Mingxin, Xue Zhuer, and Du Guyan, among others, successfully advanced. That evening, Xue Qinghe received the day's competition results and nodded slightly, acknowledging the promising talent emerging from the harem. In the future, my harem shall become a gathering place for exceptional individuals across the Douluo continent. Your Majesty, Tang San has arrived, announced Xue Qinghe from the side. Invite him in. The Emperor commanded. Xue Qinghe smiled and remarked that he was well aware of the young man's hidden intentions, if he did not give him a gentle reprimand. How could he ensure his loyalty to the Empire? Your Majesty, Tang San and General Gongong said in unison as they bowed. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. Indeed, Tang San is unparalleled when it comes to hidden weapons. However, the crux of the matter lies in how to extract his knowledge. Tang San, I intend to have you train a covert unit, Xue Qinghe stated calmly. Tang San replied with utmost respect, it would be my honor to serve your Majesty, even at the cost of my life. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, a mere formality, and continued, very well, you may return to your duties. Serve the Empire diligently, and the Empire shall not overlook your contributions. As you command, your Majesty. The following day, a group of ambitious craftsmen from the Tiandou Empire gathered at Qianren Xue Academy, some of whom were already over a century old. The current mobilization of Xue Qinghe is exceedingly remarkable. With but a single utterance, renowned craftsmen from across the nation promptly report for duty. Among them is the esteemed craftsman Liu Gao, an elderly gentleman seated in the classroom, gazing with furrowed brows at the young Tang San on the podium. I have only come here out of respect for His Majesty, he muses, and yet I am to be swayed by this mere child? Liu Erlong also occupies a seat in the audience, well aware that those present are not ordinary individuals. In times past, even the mighty Xue Yi Emperor could scarcely summon such talents. As Tang San begins his lecture, the knowledge he imparts regarding Tang Sec's hidden weapons proves to be nothing short of a dimensional blow, even though he has yet to divulge the truly core concepts. The impact is already astonishing. However, there is a particular aspect of Tang San's introduction that seems to enlighten the assembly. He reveals himself to be the nephew of the Moon Empress, Tang Yue, thus establishing a direct connection to the Imperial family. This revelation leads Liu Gao and others to exchange knowing smiles, their focus on the lesson intensifying. Of course, they think, a mere teenager cannot possibly possess such profound expertise in hidden weapons. The knowledge he shares must certainly originate from some omnipotent sovereign. We must listen closely. His Majesty holds us in high regard, and we cannot disappoint his expectations. After half an hour of explanation, Tang San pauses for a moment. The competition for the selection of the Empress is fervently underway, and on the second day of the tournament, Xue Yu encounters a formidable rival in the Soul Arena. Standing upon the competition stage, Xue Yu, though merely half a year younger than her sister, is distinctly outmatched in talent. Her abilities can only be classified as first tier, lacking the exceptional prowess of her sister's martial soul. Yingyu Dolphin possession. 2 yellow soul rings illuminate beneath her feet, currently possessing a soul power of only 28. She ranks as rather ordinary among the participating soul masters. Yet, considering her tender age of 12, this level of soul power is quite impressive. Fire Dance smiles with confidence as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glow beneath her. Flame Shadow possession. Xue Bing keenly observes Fire Dance's movements. Aware that to claim victory, she will inevitably face her rival. Soon, the arena becomes a battleground of water and fire as the two engage in combat. Xue Bing keeps her gaze fixed on Fire Dance, recognizing that her sister's chances of victory are slim. Nevertheless, her own mastery of ice can effectively counter Fire Dance's flames. Despite a disparity in soul power, victory remains within reach. Moments later, Xue Yu is forced to concede defeat, her face smeared with dirt as she scurries to her sister's side, murmuring, "Sister, she bullied me. Do not worry. I shall avenge you," Xue Bing replies with a tender smile. It is her nature to dote on her younger sister. Xue Yu giggles playfully, linking her arm with her sister's. 3 days later, the competition continues with fervor, each day marked by intense contests, culminating in the final showdown. Xue Qinghe also took the time to observe his future concubine, seated regally upon her elevated throne. As expected, the finalists were Xue Bing and Huo Wu. Originally, Yaozi from the Plant Academy was a formidable contender, but she was eliminated by Xue Bing. Yaozi's martial soul possessed the ability to negate fire, and had she encountered Huo Wu, victory would have been highly probable. Xue Qinghe gazed at the 2 spirited young maidens, and he naturally had his own criteria for evaluation. The seemingly aloof Xue Bing was undeniably more enchanting. Her beauty distinctly surpassed that of Huo Wu. As for Huo Wu, she was a fiery temperament, her skin slightly darker. which indeed possessed its own charm. In the depths of his thoughts, Xue Qinghe contemplated as the finals had already commenced below. The highly anticipated selection competition for the Imperial consort was officially underway. With a commanding sound from Douluo, both Huowu and Xue Qinghe activated their martial spirits simultaneously. Each possessed an optimal configuration of soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A resounding cry of a phoenix soared into the heavens as Xue Qinghe, standing atop her ice phoenix, gazed down upon Huowu. The revelation of the ice phoenix sent shockwaves through the audience, including Liu Erlong, all of whom were utterly astonished. While Xue Qinghe's martial spirit was reported as the water ice phoenix, which was indeed of high quality, it paled in comparison to the ice phoenix. The water ice phoenix and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex were on the same tier, remarkable but far from reaching their utmost potential. In stark contrast, the ice phoenix was of the caliber of the radiant holy dragon. Even in an era where the concept of ultimate attributes had not yet proliferated thousands of years ago, people understood the weight of such a power. Liu Erlong remarked, "Your Majesty, it appears there is little suspense in this match." Xue Qinghe, brimming with joy, declared, "Sister, this is a sure win." Despite the mutual restraint of fire and water, Huowu's flames were utterly suppressed by Xue Qinghe, a stark disparity in prowess. Xue Qinghe mused that once her sister ascended to the status of Imperial consort, she might even be granted the title of consort herself. From the stands, Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, acknowledging Liu Erlong's astute judgment. Huowu's expression darkened. The flames behind her quivered ominously, the fear emanating from her martial spirit affecting her decision-making. Third soul skill, Resistance Fire Ring. Huowu, fully aware of her slim chances, was not one to concede easily and unleashed her strongest soul skill. While Huowu was at level 38, Xue Qinghe was only at 33. Should she unleash her soul power immediately, there might be a glimmer of hope. Surrounding Huowu, a blazing ring of fire surged forth towards Xue Qinghe, who smiled faintly. She refrained from countering with her third soul skill, opting instead for her first. This was a chance for Huowu to seize an opportunity, but for Xue Qinghe, it was a display of her strength for her future husband, the Emperor. Even utilizing only her first soul skill, a martial spirit with ultimate attributes could withstand the third soul skill of a typical martial spirit. First soul skill, Ice Sealing. As a control-type soul master, Xue Qinghe held a natural advantage over Huowu, a strength type. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest of snow and wind that engulfed the arena. Huowu, undeterred, continued to channel her soul power, maintaining the resistance fire ring as it surged toward Xue Qinghe. Simultaneously, she charged forward, aiming to close the distance for combat. However, in that moment, Huowu's body suddenly froze, the ice sealing rapidly spreading from below and encasing her entirely. The resistance fire ring she had unleashed spiraled out of control, hurtling toward Xue Qinghe, who once again summoned the ice phoenix to counter the chaotic fire ring. With a thunderous roar, an explosion reverberated throughout the entire arena. Xue Qinghe gazed upon the arena, ablaze with a conflagration of ice and fire, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his vision pierced through the cacophony of the surroundings. He discerned that Xue Qinghe landed gracefully, while Huowu appeared quite beleaguered. The frigid essence of the ultimate ice, upon nearing her, seeped through her skin, thoroughly suppressing her spiritual energy. Douluo hovered above, oscillating between warmth and chill, wiping cold sweat from her brow. It seemed the match had concluded. Why were the two not moving? With a resounding thud, Huowu collapsed to the ground, enduring the torment inflicted by the encroaching ice. The match had ended, and the victor was Xue Qinghe. This year, the title of Imperial concubine conferred by the Tiandou Empire belonged to Xue Qinghe, Douluo announced with fervor. Xue Qinghe bowed respectfully to Xue Qinghe on the platform before promptly attending to Huowu to alleviate her icy affliction. "Are you all right?" Xue Qinghe inquired with genuine concern. Huowu shivered slightly. As Xue Qinghe absorbed the coldness from her body, she began to feel somewhat better. Observing Xue Qinghe's actions, Douluo remarked, "Xue Qinghe, ascend the platform to claim your soul bones." Before Xue Qinghe lay 6 soul bones, each a millennium old, and their presence in the arena ignited an uproar among the spectators. For soul masters, acquiring even a single soul bone in a lifetime is considered an extraordinary fortune. Yet here, 6 were displayed, 2 for the legs, 2 for the arms, 1 for the torso, and 1 for the skull, available for selection at will. As Xue Qinghe approached the stage, the crowd was already in a fervor. 6 soul bones had manifested. Had it not been for Xue Qinghe's presence, It was uncertain whether these bones could have been safeguarded, even by a prestigious sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which could incite a frenzy of competition. The allure was simply overwhelming, and the radiance emanating from these soul bones indicated their exceptional quality. Ning Rongrong, seated in the stands, was utterly astounded. This was beyond terrifying. Even her sect might not possess such treasures, and should they possess them, no one would dare to display them so openly. Xue Qinghe's eyes glimmered with intensity as she beheld the soul bones. The magnetic pull they exerted on soul masters is undeniable. And even the enchanting Xue Qinghe could not remain impervious to their allure. Xue Qinghe smiled gently, observing the fervent excitement of the crowd. In the original narrative, the Spirit Hall presented merely 3 soul bones during the competition. However, Xue Qinghe boldly showcased 6, causing an undeniable stir within the realm of spirit masters. Xue Qinghe hastily ascended the stage, feeling an unexpected trepidation amidst the clamorous audience. The prospect of acquiring such a valuable soul bone so publicly left her wondering if it might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. "Please, make your selection," Xue Qinghe urged. Xue Qinghe cast her gaze over the 6 soul bones, noting that the torso bone was the most precious, followed by the skull, with the limbs ranking thereafter. The torso bone, imbued with power attributes, was indeed suitable for her use. However, the head bone, while rare, primarily possessed mental attributes, which were not an immediate necessity for her. "I shall choose this right leg bone," Xue Qinghe declared, ultimately selecting a right leg bone of ice attributes that harmonized perfectly with her own abilities. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, as the ice blue bone of her right leg soared before her. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xue Qinghe respectfully remarked. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. He did not wish to bestow upon Xue Qinghe this corporeal form. Xue Qinghe possessed the Ice Phoenix as her martial spirit, and throughout the first era of Douluo. Apart from Qianjia and Xue Qinghe, she, with her unparalleled attributes, stood as the most formidable embodiment of a singular martial spirit. While Bibi Dong and Tang San wielded twin martial spirits, it remains a matter of debate as to which is superior, especially when compared to a singular spirit. The Haotian Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon are indeed noble martial spirits, yet the quality of a martial spirit is contingent upon one's innate soul power. However, the emergence of the Ice Phoenix signifies the pinnacle of excellence. The competition has officially concluded. I request everyone to exit in an orderly manner, Douluo announced. "Bingers, accompany me back to the palace," Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback before Xue Qinghe grasped her hand, and they vanished from the spot. Xue Zhiyun gazed at their sudden disappearance, feeling somewhat at a loss, as she would have to return on foot, especially since Xue Qinghe had assigned her a task. Whoosh. After the audience exited, Ning Rongrong followed suit, preparing to leave with the crowd. At that moment, Xue Zhiyun rushed over. "Ning Rongrong, His Majesty requests your presence at the palace. Come with me." "Me? To the palace?" Ning Rongrong's heart fluttered. Could it be that His Majesty desires to summon me? "Humph. Bring it on. I am adequately prepared for this." "Very well, I shall go," Ning Rongrong replied. Xue Zhiyun cast a glance at Xue Qinghe, offering a subtle nod before departing. Chapter 78. Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong as partners. Sister Zhiyun, what time does His Majesty usually retire for the night? At what hour should I commence my preparations? Ning Rongrong inquired excitedly, following Xue Zhiyun towards the palace, her spirits soaring. Xue Zhiyun instinctively glanced at Ning Rongrong's figure. While the girl was undeniably beautiful, her physique was somewhat lacking in fullness. The favored concubines of Xue Qinghe had always been notably voluptuous. Generally, His Majesty attends to minimal state affairs in the evening before seeking rest. "You should be ready by nightfall," Xue Zhiyun explained. "Oh, I see," Ning Rongrong replied quietly, her nerves intensifying. The two soon arrived at the palace. In the inner courtyard, upon their arrival in the garden, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe were seated together. "Your Majesty." Both Xue Zhiyun and Ning Rongrong greeted, bowing respectfully. Xue Qinghe nodded and glanced at the two of them, signaling them to lower their voices. At that moment, Xue Qinghe was in the midst of absorbing the soul bone. It was her first time, and within a 2-meter radius centered around her, everything had already frozen. The two of them remained there in quiet anticipation. After a brief moment, Xue Qinghe slowly opened her eyes and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I have completed the absorption." Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, and said, "Rongrong, come here." Ning Rongrong bit her lip lightly and approached, "Your Majesty." Xue Qinghe continued, "From now on, the two of you shall cultivate together, reside together, and share your lives. Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment, realizing that it was not an intimate summons, but rather an arrangement for a partner. Your Majesty, I already have a companion for cultivation, Ning Rongrong replied, her tone tinged with apprehension. The reason Xue Qinghe has paired Ning Rongrong and Xue Qinghe as partners is manifold. Primarily, they are of similar age, and their soul power disparity is minimal, which will facilitate their collaboration in the future. Zhu Zhuan, on the other hand, is considerably older than them and has already attained the rank of Soul King, creating a significant gap in strength between her and Xue Qinghe, as well as Ning Rongrong. Your Majesty, Snow Dance and I can also perform a soul fusion technique together, Xue Qinghe remarked. Xue Qinghe said, then let us summon them all. Both Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. Was His Majesty truly this generous? Thank you, Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe replied respectfully. He intended to nurture anyone who entered the Xue Qinghe's harem, as it would be unwise to admit a group of mere decorative figures, only to find that none were capable when the time for utility came. That would indeed be regrettable. Xue Qinghe presented a spirit-enhancing headbone to Ning Rongrong, saying, this soul bone is for you. Absorb it now. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. This 10,000-year-old spiritual soul bone is being given to me directly? Your Majesty. This is far too precious, she exclaimed in a flurry. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and remarked, you are my consort. It is only rightful for me to bestow upon you the soul bone. He continued, will you dare to defy my decree? I would not dare. Ning Rongrong replied in a panic. At that moment, Zhu Zhuan gently tugged at her, reminding her, you must refer to yourself as this humble servant. Oh. This humble servant expresses her deepest gratitude to Your Majesty, Ning Rongrong responded, her demeanor more composed this time. With a gentle smile, Xue Qinghe observed the innocent Ning Rongrong, finding the girl rather intriguing. Ning Rongrong promptly seated herself cross-legged, eager to absorb the soul bone, fearful that Xue Qinghe might change his mind. Xue Qinghe was equally astonished. Was it truly such a privilege to be treated as a consort by Xue Qinghe, receiving soul bones so casually? Indeed, support-type soul masters do not require many soul bones. Their primary need lies in mental strength, and among the 6 types of soul bones, only the head bone can enhance this attribute. Thus, possessing a quality head soul bone is tantamount to graduating in the realm of support-type soul masters, as exemplified by Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. However, exceptions exist. Support-type soul masters endowed with attributes exhibit a higher degree of development. For instance, individuals like Xue Wu and Yang Mingxin not only augment their supportive capabilities through mental-type head soul bones, but also fortify their self-defense with attack-type soul bones bearing additional attributes. Of course, pure support types can also utilize power or speed soul bones to enhance their offensive capabilities, though their options are not as extensive as others. This marked the first occasion for Ning Rongrong to absorb a soul bone, with Xue Qinghe personally guarding her side. After all, she was his cherished little wife, deserving of utmost care. Half an hour passed, and Ning Rongrong's absorption proceeded remarkably well. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her vision clear, and as her mental strength increased, so too did her perceptual abilities. Your Majesty, I have successfully absorbed the soul bone, Ning Rongrong announced softly as she rose to her feet. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, gazing at the youthful Ning Rongrong. This willful little heiress appeared quite docile in his presence. Perhaps he would keep her by his side from now on. At that moment, a palace maid approached briskly and said, Your Majesty, the plaque for Her Highness, Xue Qinghe has been completed. Please take a look. Xue Qinghe cast a glance at Xue Qinghe, who also noticed him. Would I be favored in the future? Your Majesty, will I also serve you in your chambers? Xue Qinghe asked, somewhat shyly. Of course, Xue Qinghe replied. Xue Qinghe's cheeks flushed crimson as she gently bit her lip. She had long prepared herself for this moment. To become the Emperor's consort is a dream cherished by countless souls. Rongrong, from this day forth, remain in the palace by my side, Xue Qinghe declared. Ning Rongrong nodded, eager to respond, but then remembered something of great importance. Your Majesty, I wish to assist a classmate in obtaining a spirit ring, which may take a day. Who is she? She is Xue Qinghe, my roommate, who has just reached level 30 and requires a 1,000-year third spirit ring, Ning Rongrong explained. Bring her to me. I happen to have time today and shall accompany you both to procure a spirit ring, Xue Qinghe said. The affairs of state are tedious. How could one find joy in them compared to spending time with a beautiful maiden? It is no wonder that emperors of old favored their beauties over their kingdoms. Daily, the court is filled with trivial matters that resurface year after year, Yet the thoughts of this lovely maiden remain as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Moreover, with Xue Qinghe's exquisite figure and somewhat reserved nature, Xue Qinghe relished the prospect of unlocking the heart of such a beauty. Your Majesty, how can this be? You intend to personally assist her in obtaining a spirit ring? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. This emperor is exceedingly approachable. How could he be so kind? Enough of this idle chatter. There is no time like the present. Let us proceed today. Go to the academy and summon Xue Qinghe. I shall take you both to the Sunset Forest, Xue Qinghe instructed. Chapter 79, Level 76, Cultivating Affection as You Command, Your Majesty. Ning Rongrong replied respectfully before running back toward Heavenly Snow Academy. After she departed, Xue Qinghe took Xue Qinghe's hand, guiding her through the vast royal palace. Within the palace, there were no eunuchs, only young ladies. Once they reached a certain age, they would receive a settlement and be sent home. The inhumane institution of eunuchs existed to address the labor shortage within the palace. A palace filled solely with young women would undoubtedly lack strength. Hence the need for castrated men. However, in the world of spirit masters, this was unnecessary, as women, upon awakening their martial spirits, possessed strength equal to that of men. Many beautiful soul masters, who had lost hope in their cultivation, sought opportunities within the palace, hoping that one day they might catch the emperor's eye and be favored, thus elevating their fortunes beyond measure. Xue Qinghe, accompanied by Xue Qinghe, arrived at the garden, where the two seated themselves together. Xue Qinghe, her complexion flushed and her ruby lips slightly parted, inquired, Your Majesty, will I also reside within the Imperial Palace in the future? In the serene expanse of the snow-cleared river, I desire for you and Ning Rongrong to collaborate harmoniously, one to launch a vigorous assault while the other provides steadfast support, creating an exquisite synergy. Indeed, Xue Qinghe nodded quietly. With the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda, her combat prowess will undoubtedly enhance by at least 30% in future confrontations. As Ning Rongrong's soul power escalates, the augmentation effects will become increasingly formidable. However, Ning Rongrong possesses a notable limitation. Her maximum level can only reach 79, a fact well known throughout the realm of soul masters, not regarded as a secret. Nonetheless, this does not diminish her esteemed title as the foremost support-type soul master on the continent. Your Majesty, please do not be like this, Xue Qinghe implored, her cheeks flushed, her voice gentle. Xue Qinghe grasped Xue Qinghe by the shoulders. Xue Zhiyun, standing nearby, dared not utter a word, observing the distance between the two of them diminish. Xue Qinghe gently pressed his lips to Xue Qinghe's forehead. Another maiden was about to fall into His Majesty's grasp. Xue Qinghe slowly opened her eyes, her gaze evasive. How unfair of His Majesty to treat her this way. Your Majesty, please enlighten me on matters of cultivation. She deftly shifted the topic. The mischievous emperor had already wrapped his arms around her back, maneuvering with the ease of a seasoned veteran. What significance does cultivation hold? Come, Qinghe. Let us engage in pleasant conversation. Xue Qinghe tightened his embrace. This little girl was utterly flustered over the loss of her first kiss. Very well, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe replied softly, having mentally prepared herself before her arrival, though she had not anticipated such swift progress. Yet, rapid advancement was to be expected, after all. He was the emperor. He could hardly remain idle, solely occupied with romance. Just as she pondered this, she found herself drawn closer by Xue Qinghe. Xue Zhiyun observed quietly from a distance, though her wait was not prolonged. In but a moment, Liu Erlong returned with Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. The trio addressed him with reverence. Enough, no need for formalities, Xue Qinghe replied with a hint of exasperation. They had returned so swiftly, leaving him little time to cultivate feelings with Xue Qinghe. Your Majesty, the Sunset Forest is perilous. I wish to remain by your side for protection, Liu Erlong declared. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. Very well, you may join us. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing the soul ring, Xue Qinghe said as she bowed gracefully in advance. Do not be too formal. I happen to wish to journey to the Sunset Forest as well. It is fortuitous, Xue Qinghe remarked. Qinghe, you need not accompany us just yet. Xue Qinghe advised her that she did not require a soul ring, as it would serve no purpose. It would be better for her to remain here and acclimate to the surroundings. Xue Qinghe replied, As you command. Xue Qinghe, Liu Erlong, Xue Qinghe, and Ning Rongrong journeyed towards the Sunset Forest. Xue Qinghe activated his 5th soul skill, the Solar Car, slicing through the heavens and heading directly towards the Sunset Forest. Arriving in mere moments. Xue Qinghe, your martial spirit resembles that of your sister Zhu Yun. The soul rings suitable for her are also applicable to you. I often hunted soul rings for her in the past, Xue Qinghe remarked. Xue Qinghe nodded silently, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Xue Qinghe. The emperor, with his striking features and refined demeanor, exuded an extraordinary warmth in their casual interactions, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet, she was acutely aware of his regal presence in formal settings, where his kingly authority was palpable. As the four of them traversed the sunset forest, Liu Erlong forged ahead, her spirit enveloping the surroundings. Although no soul beast would pose a threat to Xue Qinghe as his protector, she felt it was her duty to eliminate any danger at the earliest opportunity. Xue Qinghe followed closely behind Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat superfluous as she watched the two engage in lively conversation. A hefty serving of dog food unceremoniously thrust into her mouth. "Your Majesty," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, akin to a love-struck admirer, shyly grasping Xue Qinghe's arm. "Rongrong, accompany me to a special place. I have a wonderful gift for you," Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Xue Qinghe trailed behind, bemused by the transformation of the once headstrong little heiress into a gentle maiden. Such a rapid change was astonishing. "All right," Ning Rongrong acquiesced. Before long, Liu Erlong led the way with ease, arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Within the cavern, Xue Qinghe gasped in astonishment. And both she and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. This was truly beyond belief. Though both were well-traveled young women, having encountered countless rare treasures in their homes, nothing could compare to the sheer abundance found here. The density of precious materials was unprecedented. "This is for you," Xue Qinghe stated. Xue Qinghe pointed casually towards a distant plant, radiant with a shimmering glow. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, gazing at the ethereal herb, which she had previously encountered in the ancient texts of her family. It was recorded in the annals of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the soul herb capable of surpassing the limits of a martial soul. To think it could be found here. "Your Majesty, this is exceedingly precious," Ning Rongrong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. "You are already my consort. What value is there to discuss? Go ahead and absorb it." He then added, "And that one, the Heartbreak Red. Whoever can absorb it may take it." Liu Erlong stole a glance, recalling that she had previously absorbed a Heartbreak Red given by Xue Qinghe, though it was not from this Ice and Fire Eyes. She wondered where he had procured it. "Bamboo Qing, you might also give it a try. If you are truly sincere towards me, you could absorb it as well," Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Xue Qinghe pouted. "I am not one of your little admirers." Chapter 80, Ning Rongrong's Soul Evolution. The nine treasure glazed towers. Xue Qinghe gradually recognized the widening chasm between Star Luo and Heaven Do. In the past, Xue Qinghe's victory over Star Luo not only bolstered national prestige, but also drew many wandering soul masters to Heaven Do. Heaven Do thrived, while Star Luo declined, leading to an increasingly disadvantageous situation for Star Luo, where the victor seemingly took all. Those who had initially considered joining Star Luo in the Spirit Hall were now flocking to Heaven Do. Strangely, the Spirit Hall appeared utterly unperturbed by these developments. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. She did not seek to exchange the Heartbreak Red. Instead, she hurried to the Chiluo tulip and promptly harvested it, eager to absorb it before Xue Qinghe could change his mind. Sitting cross-legged, she clasped the Chiluo tulip, feeling the gentle and harmonious pure energy flowing steadily into her being. Ning Rongrong was exhilarated, her emotions surging within her. Xue Qinghe watched from the side, having utilized numerous herbs in her family. Yet she was unaware of the astounding effects such rare treasures might possess. Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong stood in the distance. "Your Majesty, ever since I attained the title of Douluo, I have felt somewhat impeded," Liu Erlong remarked. Xue Qinghe nodded thoughtfully. He had long desired for Liu Erlong's martial soul to evolve into that of the Divine Light Dragon. Now, Liu Erlong had reached the remarkable rank of level 91. Accompanied by a soul ring of 100,000 years. "Why not try this celestial herb?" Xue Qinghe said, as he plucked the 8-petaled fairy orchid and handed it to her. Liu Erlong was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to seek Xue Qinghe's guidance, but was instead presented with a celestial herb. This was indeed quite extraordinary. "Your Majesty," Liu Erlong exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Let us begin by absorbing it." Liu Erlong nodded silently. Over the years, through relentless honing and the consumption of numerous celestial herbs, her fiery prowess had nearly reached its utmost potential. For soul masters at the level of a title Douluo, the quality of their martial soul becomes increasingly paramount. Liu Erlong possessed a 100,000-year soul ring and also held a soul bone. As long as she continued her regular cultivation, she would likely encounter no bottleneck before reaching level 95. While her fire dragon martial soul was derived from the blue lightning tyrant dragon and held its own merits, there remained significant room for enhancement. However, thus far, even the patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan had not surpassed level 95, leading Liu Erlong to anticipate a similar fate for herself. The fire dragon martial soul, in contrast to the original blue lightning tyrant dragon, offered swift cultivation but did not elevate the upper limit of her potential. Let us proceed with the absorption, Xue Qinghe suggested. It was indeed a formidable challenge to evolve ordinary flames to their ultimate attribute. Liu Erlong seated herself and commenced the absorption process. Xue Qinghe stood in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the Emperor's generosity. It was no wonder so many sought to compete for his favor. This was a tangible benefit. After half an hour had passed, Ning Rongrong was the first to rise, blinking as she felt her soul power ascend to another level. Soon, she activated her martial soul, and the 7 treasures glaze tile appeared in her hand. Your 7 treasures glaze tile has transformed into 9 layers, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Ning Rongrong was left in utter disbelief, meticulously counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She struggled to accept this reality, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Counting once more, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It was true. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. Throughout her life, she had heard her father lament that their family's greatest sorrow was the inability of their martial souls to evolve. Despite being hailed as the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master, they had yet to produce a single title Douluo. Your Majesty, thank you, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, rushing towards Xue Qinghe and embracing him, lightly kissing his cheek, a moment that marked her first kiss. Xue Qinghe had gently embraced the young consort, drawing her into his arms. Such an overt display of affection was a rarity for him, despite his extensive experience with women, having only encountered it twice before. The last instance was when Liu Erlong was consumed by desire. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed, nestled closer to Xue Qinghe and softly declared, Your Majesty, I shall be your exclusive aide from now on. Xue Qinghe embraced her slender waist, smiling as he said, Very well, but you must also cooperate well with others. Upon your return, train alongside Xue Qinghe. All right, Your Majesty, Ning Rongrong replied playfully. Xue Qinghe sat quietly in the distance, contemplating how to extend her congratulations, only to find herself unable to join the conversation. It felt as if she were unwittingly served a plate of dog food. Ning Rongrong leaned gently against Xue Qinghe, her gaze fixed on Liu Erlong, who was absorbing the celestial herb and inevitably drew comparisons. Liu Erlong possessed an alluring figure, voluptuous and striking, while Ning Rongrong felt her own physique paled in comparison. How could she possibly grow a little more? Some matters are inherently constrained by one's innate gifts. No amount of diligent effort can augment them, not even a fraction. Ning Rongrong gazed helplessly at the exceptionally talented Xue Qinghe. With such a grand stature, even half of it would elevate me to the status of a favored concubine. After a moment, Liu Erlong completed her absorption and stood up. Bang! She unleashed her fire dragon martial spirit, flames blazing around her as a tidal Douluo. The intense heat approached the limits of ordinary fire. Yet even after consuming the celestial herb, she still lacked the means for evolution. She needed a pivotal opportunity. Your Majesty, Liu Erlong stated, My martial spirit's quality should have ascended to a new level, but I still have a ways to go before reaching perfection. Fear not. Let us venture forth to hunt for soul rings. Rongrong should have reached level 30 by now, Xue Qinghe proposed. Ning Rongrong paused momentarily, then realized that with the evolution of her martial spirit, her soul power had also significantly strengthened. Although she lacked a soul power testing orb, she felt certain she had attained level 30. The 4 of them ventured out together, with Xue Qinghe trailing behind. Ning Rongrong and Xue Qinghe grew increasingly intimate, exchanging sweet nothings and affectionate gestures. The youthful fragrance of the girl wafted into Xue Qinghe's senses, igniting his imagination. Sunset Forest, akin to Xue Qinghe's private garden, was a place he knew well, leading the 2 deeper into its embrace. Most felines are solitary creatures, while canines tend to be pack-oriented. Xue Qinghe, like a little cat, exhibited a rather reclusive nature. The quartet continued their journey deeper into the woods. Your Majesty, we are not far now, Liu Erlong reminded. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly and remarked, Be cautious, both of you. In this vast forest, locating a solitary cat is far more challenging than seeking a pack of wolves. Xue Qinghe remained in a state of heightened vigilance, ever prepared for confrontation. Ning Rongrong also released her hold on Xue Qinghe, although she felt absolute security with him. She was eager to showcase her own abilities. Chapter 81. Xue Zhuqing's third soul ring. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda bestowed upon Xue Qinghe 2 enhancements, one for strength and the other for speed. These augmentations enveloped her, elevating her power and swiftness by 30% each. Xue Zhuqinghe was taken aback. Indeed, the continent's foremost support-type soul master delivered a remarkable boost. She swiftly acclimated to this enhancement, remaining alert to her surroundings. At that moment, Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong subdued their soul power fluctuations. Otherwise, the presence of 2 tidal Douluo would deter even a 1,000-year soul beast, let alone one that had existed for 100,000 years, from daring to act recklessly. Xue Zhuqinghe cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, signaling her to retract the enhancement. A truly exceptional hunter often manifests in the guise of prey. The innate nature of soul beasts is one of recklessness. Those below 10,000 years are typically not very clever. Observing 4 humans who appeared akin to a buffet. As long as their soul power fluctuations were not formidable, the beasts would surely initiate an attack. Even if they could not consume this meal, they could always save it for the next. At this moment, the soul power intensity of Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong barely reached level 10. Xue Zhuqinghe, emulating their actions, retracted her soul power and quietly sought the movements of the surrounding soul beasts. In the distance, amidst the tranquil jungle, a swift figure darted through, leaving behind an air of profound stillness, akin to a fleeting breeze. It was the phantom lightning leopard, its gaze fixated on Xue Zhuqinghe and her companions. Leopards are renowned for their remarkable speed, epitomizing the pinnacle of swiftness among soul beasts. However, their swiftness comes at the cost of strength. Suddenly, just as it was poised to pounce on Xue Zhuqinghe and her companions, a shadow flitted before it. What is happening? Xue Zhuqinghe, like a specter, had closed the distance in a mere breath. I have yet to strike, yet you dare to attack me? The phantom lightning leopard momentarily faltered, its speed allowing it to morph into a blur as it sidestepped. Phantom piercing strike. Xue Zhuqinghe unleashed her first soul power in an assault against the phantom lightning leopard. Concurrently, Ning Rongrong's 3 amplifications descended upon her. An augmentation of both strength and speed ensued. With a resounding thud, blood splattered as Xue Zhuqinghe's strike felled the phantom lightning leopard. As it succumbed, its purple 1,000-year soul ring materialized before them. Zhuqinghe, you may absorb it here. We shall provide you protection, Xue Qinghe stated. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xue Zhuqinghe replied with a silent nod. This particular phantom lightning leopard was precisely 1,800 years old, slightly surpassing the textbook's limit of 1,700 years for a third soul ring. Yet it was still manageable. Xue Zhuqinghe promptly settled into a meditative position to absorb the soul ring, for with 2 tidal Douluos guarding her, this opportunity was too precious to squander. Your Majesty, what type of soul ring do you suggest I should absorb? Ning Rongrong inquired. Xue Qinghe remarked. Let us take a chance. However, you might consider attempting the 10,000-year spirit ring. What? A 10,000-year spirit ring? Ning Rongrong questioned, doubting her own hearing. As the textbook states, the third spirit ring typically ranges around 1,700 years. Xue Zhuqinghe's dark spirit ring, exceeding 100 years, is still somewhat reasonable, but a direct 10,000-year ring seems utterly absurd. With a pained expression, Ning Rongrong inquired, Your Majesty, are you certain that I will not simply perish from this endeavor? Xue Qinghe embraced her warmly, chuckling as he reassured her, How could I possibly let you go? Rest assured, it is entirely feasible. The third soul ring is limited to 1,700 years, undoubtedly excluding the highest grade martial souls. The superior the quality of the martial soul, the greater the potential lifespan of its soul rings. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda has already ascended to the pinnacle of the continent, albeit slightly inferior to Qianren Xue's martial soul. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong has absorbed a high-quality head spirit bone, which significantly enhances her physical constitution. Additionally, she has assimilated the Qiluo tulip, which could elevate her soul power by at least 7 levels. Thus, although she has yet to acquire her third soul ring, her soul power is now perilously close to the 38th level. Given her current condition, a bold endeavor could allow her to surpass all her peers. Even without such a gamble, she remains a distinguished figure among her contemporaries. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong resolutely declared, Very well. I am willing to give it a try. The third soul ring is of 10,000 years. To be frank, this matter cannot simply be resolved through willpower alone. Liu Erlong observed Xue Qinghe, knowing he was a person of great composure. If he dared to act, he must possess considerable confidence. Moreover, Ning Rongrong was a beautiful maiden he had just acquired. Ning Rongrong turned to watch Xue Qinghe, noting that her absorption process was somewhat sluggish. In all honesty, the lifespan of this soul ring exceeded Xue Qinghe's capacity, necessitating a gradual assimilation of its energy. Ning Rongrong gazed at her in silence. After an hour had passed, Xue Qinghe slowly opened her eyes, revealing a purple soul ring beneath her feet. Xue Qinghe, you have succeeded. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, approaching her with a smile. Xue Qinghe nodded, feeling as if she had been reborn, akin to reclaiming a lost life. As twilight descended and the sun gradually set, wandering through the forest at such an hour was hardly a romantic endeavor. Rongrong, we shall seek your 10,000-year soul ring tomorrow. For now, let us return to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Xue Qinghe stated. As you command, your majesty, Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. 10,000-year soul ring? Xue Qinghe momentarily paused, bewildered. A 10,000-year third soul ring? She scrutinized the two of them, incredulous at the seriousness of their claim. While soul rings exceeding their limits were not unheard of, a direct 10,000-year third soul ring was exceedingly rare. It was likely that only those desperate enough would dare to attempt such a gamble. If the absorption succeeded, it would be a living legend. If it failed, they would simply start anew in 18 years, emerging as another worthy contender. The four of them returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Xue Qinghe clicks to check in. The reward for checking in is a 10,000-year soul ring. In the system backpack of Xue Qinghe, there resided numerous soul rings, each exceeding 10,000 years in age, which he had no use for himself. He contemplated whether he could transfer them directly to Ning Rongrong later. Your Majesty, shall we set up a tent? Ning Rongrong inquired. Indeed, Xue Qinghe replied. He observed with keen interest the flustered Ning Rongrong, who, as a little heiress, had little experience with outdoor life and possessed almost no survival skills. Near the Eye of Ice and Fire, the temperature fluctuated erratically, oscillating between warmth and chill. With a sudden thud, Liu Erlong produced a tent from her storage soul guide and declared, Rongrong, you and His Majesty will sleep inside tonight. Ning Rongrong, still astonished by the seemingly magical appearance of the tent, felt her cheeks flush even deeper in the next moment. But I am not mentally prepared. It may not be appropriate for us to sleep together, she said, gazing at the spacious tent that contained only a single set of bedding. Your Majesty, you won't bully me, will you? Xue Qinghe fell down with a thud, disregarding her presence entirely. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, thinking how others might envy her, and nestled beside him, her heart fluttering as she closed her eyes to drift into slumber. Liu Erlong sat outside the tent, maintaining her customary vigil over Xue Qinghe. Yet, soon enough, the tent descended into silence, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere that usually accompanied them. They were quietly asleep. Was it possible that His Majesty had no interest in ordinary girls, thus leaving her untouched? Back when Xue Qinghe first gained Zhu Zhiyun's affections, they were inseparable, reveling in each other's company. As dawn broke, Ning Rongrong awoke from Xue Qinghe's embrace, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, her heart racing. Having spent the entire night wrapped in his arms, she wondered if she might be with child. Her face flushed crimson as she sensed a hardness near her navel. Yet she dared not inquire. Your Majesty, it is dawn, Ning Rongrong whispered softly. Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, who resembled a startled little rabbit in his embrace, and offered a gentle smile. In this realm of the ice and fire duality eyes, where day and night held no distinction, he remarked, let us continue to slumber. Ning Rongrong bit her lip and acquiesced. Very well, I shall heed your Majesty's wishes. Outside, Xue Qinghe waited patiently, pondering the peculiar circumstances within the tent. Were the two of them so engrossed that they had forsaken their meals? Logically, spirit masters ought to require sustenance more than ordinary folk. Could it be that they were ensnared in some scandalous affair? If so, I can assist you in extricating yourselves. Xue Qinghe mused to herself. Resolving to find something to eat, she stepped outside and caught a fish from the nearby waters, which she then returned with. Liu Erlong roasted it for her, and soon it was devoured. The sun had already risen high in the sky. Xue Qinghe slowly awakened, having received the rewards from the foolish monarch system, and then he joyfully held up a photo of Ning Rongrong. With a flushed face, Ning Rongrong quietly trailed behind Xue Qinghe. Rongrong, come, eat more. Once you are full, you can absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Xue Qinghe pressed a roasted fish into Ning Rongrong's hands. Ning Rongrong's expression was peculiar, for logically, she should not be able to absorb it at her level. She sensed this was meant to fill her up for the journey ahead. Taking a large bite of the roasted fish, She found it delicious and continued to devour it ravenously. A black soul ring materialized on Xue Qinghe's hand. Rongrong. This is the 10,000-year soul ring bestowed upon you by me. Observing Ning Rongrong's astonished gaze, Xue Qinghe offered a brief explanation. Do not be perplexed. This is, in fact, a divine soul ring, for I am a deity. A divine soul ring? Ning Rongrong hesitated, puzzled. This was beyond her comprehension. Indeed. Only Poseidon and the members of the Qian family were likely aware of such a phenomenon across the entire continent. Rongrong, hasten to absorb it, Xue Qinghe urged. Though Ning Rongrong was still grappling with the situation, she promptly settled into a meditative posture to commence the absorption. Xue Qinghe stood frozen, grappling with the reality of the situation. Was this truly feasible? Could a soul ring manifest in such a manner? However, Xue Qinghe's demeanor suggested authenticity. He did not appear to be fabricating a tale. This was overwhelming. Xue Qinghe had completely reshaped Xue Qinghe's worldview. The revelation of a 10,000-year soul ring was already astonishing enough, and now a divine soul ring emerged. This left Xue Qinghe, who was distinguished among her peers, in a state of incredulity, contemplating the myriad of wonders that she had previously been oblivious to in this world. In truth, these soul rings were derived from the system that Xue Qinghe possessed, cleverly disguised as divine soul rings to enhance their prestige and facilitate understanding. Ning Rongrong had already commenced the process. A torrent of power surged within her, causing her brow to furrow. Given her current stature, it was indeed a formidable challenge. As the energy continued to flow into her, beads of sweat began to form on Ning Rongrong's face, her expression growing increasingly solemn. She was aware that Liu Erlong's 10,000-year soul ring had also been granted by Xue Qinghe, and she understood that it would not be simpler than an ordinary soul ring. The difficulty of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was akin to the challenge of seeking one herself, fraught with obstacles. Xue Qinghe stood by her side, observing her every move, for she was indeed his cherished wife. For Ning Rongrong, relying solely on her own strength to absorb was exceedingly challenging. She still required the assistance of Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe's hand rested gently on her back, as a soothing spiritual force flowed into her body, aiding her in channeling this external power. After half an hour, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, feeling invigorated and filled with strength. Your Majesty, I have succeeded, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Suddenly, 3 soul rings manifested beneath her feet, 2 yellow and 1 black. Such a unique combination of soul rings would be hard to find throughout the entire Tiandou Empire. Ning Rongrong understood the significance of this moment. Within their 7 treasure glazed tile school, she was the first to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and also the first to possess a 10,000-year third soul ring. Your Majesty. Ning Rongrong once again threw herself into his embrace, her heart surging with emotions. Despite having shared several kisses the night before, she felt compelled to kiss Xue Qinghe once more. Your Majesty, you are truly remarkable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Xue Qinghe embraced her, drawing her into his arms. Why not test her soul power? He suggested, retrieving a crystal ball from his storage soul guide. Ning Rongrong eagerly took it, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her, as if she could fell a bull with a single punch. As she placed her hand upon the orb, a radiant glow erupted, far surpassing her expectations. In a fleeting moment, Ning Rongrong's soul power stabilized at the 39th level. Stunned, she questioned the authenticity of this transformation. Just days prior, she had been at the 28th level, and now she was on the brink of obtaining her 4th soul ring. In recent days, she had consumed a celestial herb, which could elevate her by at least 7 levels, along with a 10,000-year-old head spirit bone, promising an additional 2 levels. Furthermore, a 10,000-year soul ring could also enhance her by 2 levels. This would equate to a minimum increase of 11 levels. Ning Rongrong was incredulous. The growth in her soul power over the past 2 days had surpassed what she had achieved in 6 years. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe darted forward, seizing the crystal ball from Ning Rongrong's grasp. As Xue Qinghe placed her hand on the orb, a brilliant light emanated. Her soul power registered at 31. Aligning with her initial expectations, yet it paled in comparison to Ning Rongrong's newfound prowess. Witnessing Ning Rongrong's remarkable transformation over these 2 days, Xue Qinghe recognized that she had accomplished in a mere span what others might struggle to achieve in 5 years. Xue Qinghe, I shall assist you henceforth, Ning Rongrong declared with a playful pat on her chest, her face beaming with joy. Xue Qinghe nodded silently, affirming, yes, I will protect you. Though her words were few, each one bore the weight of her sincerity. Very well, Let us return, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Before departing, he casually took the octagonal ice herb with him. This celestial herb had resided there for countless years, its age spanning several millennia. Xue Qinghe placed it within the system, where it could continue to thrive. And even if removed from the system, it could still be replanted. Xue Qinghe accompanied Xue Qinghe and returned to Heavendou City. Chapter 83. Xue Qinghe and the Octagonal Profound Ice Grass Heavendou Palace. Qinghe, I have brought you a remarkable treasure, Xue Qinghe announced. Xue Qinghe was quietly cultivating in the palace, and upon seeing Xue Qinghe approach, she promptly rose to her feet. Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe said, quickly standing to pay her respects. Xue Qinghe approached, a flower of 8-pointed ice grass materializing in his hand, radiating a cerulean glow and exuding an air of frigidness. In mere moments, the entire room had become exceedingly cold. What is this? Xue Qinghe exclaimed in astonishment. Possessing the Ice Phoenix martial soul, she was inherently capable of discerning the formidable nature of this celestial herb. Such an intensity of frost, within the confines of Tianxue Academy, surpassed nearly everyone. With the exception of herself, Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and said, This is the octagonal mysterious ice grass, a celestial herb that has existed for 70,000 years. You should absorb it. Such extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth are rare and cannot be sought after. Throughout the entire Douluo continent, there may not be even a few of these plants. While the octagonal mysterious ice grass is highly toxic to Tang San, for Xue Qinghe, who possesses the Ice Phoenix martial soul, it is indeed a remarkable tonic. Your Majesty, this is far too precious, Xue Qinghe exclaimed hurriedly. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, You are my consort, and it is only natural for me to bestow this upon you. Xue Qinghe could not help but swallow hard, to be honest. She felt a twinge of desire for this item. It resonated with her in a profound way. The octagonal ice crystal grass might very well be the most potent treasure for ice attribute soul masters across the entire Douluo continent. Alternatively, it could even allow one to directly consume the Ice Emperor. You may absorb it here. I shall personally protect you, Xue Qinghe continued with a smile. Xue Qinghe has now reached the pinnacle of the 99th level as a limit Douluo. He finds little hope in further cultivation, feeling it far more intriguing to nurture talented individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe resolved to begin her training without hesitation. This presented a remarkable opportunity for growth. The octagonal Xianbing grass could only serve to temper Tang San's physique, failing to unleash its true, ultimate ice attributes. It was only through Xue Qinghe that its potential could be fully realized. Seated in a meditative posture, Xue Qinghe prepared to absorb the energy of the octagonal Xianbing grass. Gradually, its essence flowed into her being, harmonizing seamlessly with her innate soul power, rather than clashing. Like a fish in water, she absorbed the divine herb without obstruction. Ning Rongrong did not accompany Xue Qinghe back. Instead, she returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to boast about her achievements. An hour later, Xue Qinghe had perfectly integrated the octagonal Xianbing grass. An aura of chilling cold enveloped her, and a layer of frost formed delicately upon her porcelain-like skin. Your Majesty, I am ready, she announced, rising to her feet and shaking off the frost that adorned her. Xue Qinghe gazed at her, after absorbing it. Her aura seemed to become even more enchanting, resembling an ethereal ice beauty, irresistibly alluring. Xue Qinghe remarked, Please test your soul power. He then handed her a crystal ball designed for this purpose. Xue Qinghe accepted it, placing her hands upon it, and in an instant, a radiant azure light illuminated the entire room. Moments later, her soul power stabilized at level 40. She had initially been at level 32, having absorbed a 10,000-year soul bone, followed by the 8-angled ice grass, which had directly elevated her by 8 levels. This outcome was, indeed, anticipated. Qinghe, I shall take you to the extreme north to hunt for your soul rings. It is there that you will find those suited to you, Xue Qinghe had declared. The extreme north? Xue Qinghe gasped, recalling that her previous soul rings had primarily been acquired in the Sunset Forest. She was well aware of the extreme north from her textbooks, yet she understood that such a place was perilous, accessible only to those possessing the strength of a titled Douluo. Otherwise, few would dare to venture there. The soul beasts of the extreme north were predominantly of the ice attribute, and bolstered by their home advantage, they often exhibited strength surpassing their own capabilities, making them exceedingly formidable adversaries. The Tianxue Academy had also maintained a small collection of water attribute soul beasts for over a century, facilitating the students' training. Your Majesty, are you truly willing to escort me? I am but unworthy. Xue Qinghe hesitated briefly before promptly declining. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly as he approached, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. You are my consort. All you need to do is obediently comply. Xue Qinghe felt a blush creep across her cheeks as she nestled quietly in Xue Qinghe's embrace. She realized that she may have encountered a benefactor. Serving as a consort to the emperor was not regarded as a particularly honorable position in the past realm of soul masters. However, with Xue Qinghe's presence, everything had transformed entirely. The consort of Xue Qinghe not only has access to the finest cultivation resources on the continent, but also enjoys a position of great prestige. Who wouldn't desire such a fate? Thank you, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe, at a loss for words, could only utter a feeble response. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Xue Qinghe's delicate waist as they stepped outside. He intended for her to enjoy some leisure time and nurture their bond. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong returned with exuberance. Father, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, come quickly, she called out, her voice ringing through the grand hall as if to boast. Shortly thereafter, the three emerged. Ning Fengji remarked calmly, Rongrong, why the fuss? He felt utterly helpless regarding his daughter. What was the advantage of being a consort to the emperor? The emperor's cultivation resources couldn't possibly compare to those of their family. The foundation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed unparalleled across the Douluo continent. With a gentle smile, Ning Rongrong said, Father, Uncle, take a look at this. Upon speaking, she summoned her martial soul, and the 9-treasure glazed tile tower materialized in her hands, with 3 soul rings rising beneath her feet. Ning Fengji was taken aback. Yellow, black. Rongrong's 3rd soul ring was surprisingly black, a phenomenon unheard of in the history of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Typically, a soul master must reach at least level 50 to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Rongrong, how did you manage to absorb this soul ring? Ning Fengji inquired. Concern etched on his face. It was given to me by His Majesty, Ning Rongrong replied with a beaming smile. At that moment, Ning Fengji's expression turned grave. If Xue Qinghe had employed some secret technique to forcefully aid her in absorbing the soul ring, it might yield swift results in the short term, but could lead to dire consequences. Noticing the lack of joy on their faces, Ning Rongrong pouted. Humph, father. You are truly getting old and blind, count for yourself. Just as Ning Fengji was about to scold her for her rudeness, he focused on her 9-treasure glazed tile tower. He froze for a moment, and so did Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. Ning Fengji blinked, scrutinizing the tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It boasted a full 9 layers. This was not merely the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, but the 9-treasure glazed tile tower. Her martial soul had evolved. Rongrong, your martial soul has undergone an evolution. Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Rongrong smiled proudly. See, I told you. Following His Majesty is a promising path. He gifted me a celestial herb known as the Chiluo tulip, and after using it, my martial soul transformed into this. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo exchanged knowing glances with Ning Fengji. Jian Douluo remarked, Fengji, see, Rongrong's status as the emperor's consort has its perks. His words seemed laden with meaning, yet interpreted differently by the father and daughter. Ning Rongrong continued to boast. So, father, I told you. Being a consort to His Majesty is indeed worthwhile. Ning Fengji shot a disapproving glance at the 2 old men, chuckling. What are those looks implying? Are you suggesting I should also become a consort to His Majesty? As his teacher, perhaps I could also acquire a celestial herb. Ning Fengji nodded. Indeed, Rongrong. The future of the 7-treasure glazed tile school rests upon you. Ning Rongrong felt a swell of pride. In the palace, after Xue Qinghe completed her absorption, Xue Qinghe led her away, leaving just the 2 of them. Once they departed the palace, they journeyed northward, heading straight towards the northernmost lands. The sun chariot soared through the sky, and Xue Qinghe gazed in wonder at the scenery below, passing through the clouds with a veil of mist. Qinghe, in the icy realm of the extreme north, your ice phoenix may unleash unexpected powers, Xue Qinghe remarked. Your Majesty, the extreme north is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution, Xue Qinghe cautioned, still in shock. Not only from the soaring sun chariot, but also from the spontaneity of this incredible journey. Xue Qinghe chuckled and said, Qinghe, allow me to enlighten you about the far north. Xue Qinghe perked up her ears attentively, for this was a rare opportunity. To the average person, the far north is akin to a forbidden realm for humanity, a topic seldom covered in educational institutions. Typically, teachers merely caution students with a single phrase, "Do not venture there." As long as one refrains from going, there is no need to know more. For humankind, the dangers of the far north surpass even those of the Tiandou forest. In the Tiandou forest, soul masters remain largely unaffected. But the scenario is entirely different in the far north. Under harsh, frigid conditions, not only do soul masters experience rapid depletion of their soul power, but their very abilities are severely constrained. The extreme cold inherently possesses a controlling attribute. Upon arrival, one is left shivering, rendering combat nearly impossible. For high-ranking soul masters, while they may resist the cold, their effectiveness in such an environment is minimal. Ice attribute soul masters are indeed rare. However, none of this phases Xue Qinghe. She has no need to worry. Even at a mere level 40, her exceptional ice affinity allows her to withstand the bitter chill. Moreover, with a stroke of luck, she might even stumble upon the remains of a soul beast, which she could directly absorb. In the far north, any random find could suffice for her, as long as it is of an appropriate age. The most formidable beings in the far north are the three great kings, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Giant, with ages of 700,000, 400,000, and 200,000 years respectively, Xue Qinghe explained. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. What? 700,000 years? Surely, you jest. Do such ancient soul beasts truly exist on the continent? Observing her astonishment, Xue Qinghe chuckled. For he himself had never encountered such ancient beings. In comparison, the sky blue bull python and others from the Tiandou forest are not merely younger brothers but rather grandchildren. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard. If I could absorb a soul beast of such age, wouldn't I be unstoppable on the continent? Though this dream may be challenging to realize. Is it not permissible to at least dream? Xue Qinghe elucidated various concepts to her for half an hour, and then the solar vehicle hastened its pace. Above the clouds, they basked in the sunlight, inevitably feeling a bit warm, prompting Xue Qinghe to descend slightly as they sped towards the far northern lands. Xue Qinghe gradually absorbed the knowledge imparted by Xue Qinghe. The impact on her was indeed profound. It is said that reading countless books is no match for traversing myriad miles. After a day, they arrived at the edge of the vast, white northern territory. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Your Majesty, for my fourth soul ring, I merely require one that is around 5,000 years old. There is no need to venture too deeply." No need to venture in? Xue Qinghe pondered. Then was all that I shared with you in vain? Xue Qinghe remarked, 5,000 years? You possess a martial soul of the utmost attributes. 5,000 years is far too trivial. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Too trivial? Surely, Your Majesty cannot be jesting. In our academy, a fourth soul ring of 5,000 years is a rarity, akin to a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. How is it that, in Your Majesty's presence, it is still deemed insufficient? Xue Qinghe remarked, Rongrong absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring at her third. Your talent is certainly not inferior to hers. Thus, it is only fitting that your fourth soul ring should also be of the same age. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness, despite her competitive spirit. She would never engage in such perilous acts for the sake of boasting. Xue Qinghe elucidated, having absorbed the 8-pointed frost grass. The quality of your martial soul has ascended to a new echelon. Furthermore, with the soul bone in your possession, the absorption of a 10,000-year spirit ring is by no means an exaggeration. Presently, Xue Qinghe's predicament bears a striking resemblance to that of Tang San in the original text. Both possess a soul bone and have utilized celestial herbs. In such circumstances, failing to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring would indeed be a lamentable waste. The two of them ventured deeper into the extreme north. A chilling wind swept through, yet Xue Qinghe, a title Douluo of the 99th rank, remained entirely unperturbed. After a brief shiver, Xue Qinghe gradually acclimatized to the frigid atmosphere, for she is the bearer of the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Together, they continued their journey inward. Xue Qinghe remarked, the most populous species here is the Ice Blue Scorpion tribe, which is perfectly suited for you. Let us seek out the Ice Blue Scorpions. Xue Qinghe silently nodded, for she had no idea what an Ice Blue Scorpion looked like, and chose to follow along. They ventured deeper into the frigid expanse. The biting cold made Xue Qinghe rub her small hands together. The further they went, the colder it became, a sensation she had never experienced before. Suddenly, at that moment, Xue Qinghe wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaped into the air, soaring deeper into the icy realm, as traversing on foot was far too slow. Xue Qinghe nestled in Xue Qinghe's embrace, closing her eyes. Whoosh. At this moment, Xue Qinghe did not temper his aura. As the formidable presence of a limit Douluo swept through, all spirit beasts fell into submission. Chapter 85, Flirting Outside. As a limit Douluo, he exhibited no restraint. Arrogantly traversing the skies above the far north, undoubtedly drawing the attention of the powerful beings in the vicinity. The three kings of the north were acutely aware of this potent energy, and each possessed intelligence on par with humans, causing a surge of instinctive dread to wash over them. Moments later, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe arrived at the territory of the Ice Blue Scorpion clan. The Ice Blue Scorpions, under the aegis of the Ice Emperor, held a prestigious status in the far north. And it was rumored that the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion had a liaison with the Snow Emperor. This connection rendered the entire clan untouchable. For to provoke them was akin to declaring enmity with the two great kings of the far north. With a light thud, they descended to the ground. Not far from the Ice Blue Scorpion clan, merely 20 to 30 kilometers away, where scattered Ice Blue Scorpions frequently came to forage. They merely needed to wait patiently for their prey. If anyone else were in their position, they would likely have been frozen solid by the frigid conditions, yet these two remained unfazed. Strolling through the snowstorm as if in a leisurely garden. "Qinghe, let me teach you how to build a snow hut," Xue Qinghe said with a smile. "The snow house?" Xue Qinghe was somewhat perplexed, unsure of what he meant. Then she observed Xue Qinghe becoming busy, and feeling somewhat embarrassed to stand idly by. She approached to lend a hand. The snow house, a unique structure of the Eskimo people, serves as a refuge against the cold. After all, waiting by the tree stump for a hare requires patience. Xue Qinghe excavated a substantial pit and, with remarkable efficiency, fashioned a snow dwelling resembling a steamed bun. The two of them stepped inside, where Xue Qinghe retrieved provisions from his storage soul guide and warmed them with his own martial soul, rendering them ready for consumption. Xue Qinghe sat quietly within, experiencing this peculiar sensation for the first time. Despite being in an exceedingly perilous location, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. "Your Majesty. It is surprisingly not so cold here," Xue Qinghe exclaimed with delight. Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging the remarkable invention of humankind. He handed a steaming meat bun to Xue Qinghe. Cradling it in her hands, Xue Qinghe felt fortunate to savor a warm bun in such an environment. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she said with a beaming smile. Taking a bite, the succulent juices trickled down the corner of her mouth. She slurped it up, exclaiming, "This bun is utterly delightful." "Indeed. It is a privilege to accompany Your Majesty. The buns in the palace are so fragrant. From now on, I can indulge in such delectable buns every day." After finishing, Xue Qinghe wiped her mouth and inquired, "Your Majesty, may I take a bun back for my sister to enjoy once we return?" Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "Of course. It's perfectly fine. If my sister-in-law wishes to indulge in buns, she may do so freely. Even if she wishes to enter the palace, that is no issue." Xue Qinghe began to meditate and cultivate. It is quite remarkable that she could find tranquility in such a place. The spirit masters practicing in the mimicry cultivation base achieve remarkable efficiency, and the frigid climate of this extreme northern land serves as a veritable paradise for Xue Qinghe, who possesses the ultimate ice affinity. The icy expanse became the optimal environment for her training, were it not for the circumstances. She would have gladly continued her cultivation here indefinitely. Such a splendid training environment is rare to find elsewhere. It would have been delightful to bring her younger sister along, though she is more adept with water attributes. However, considering her navet, it is uncertain if she could adapt to this environment. She might very well freeze into a biscuit, haha. As Xue Qinghe pondered, she continued her cultivation, and before she knew it, 2 hours had swiftly passed upon her opening her eyes. Xue Qinghe cast a glance outside, realizing that there were no solitary figures present. Given Xue Qinghe's formidable strength, a direct assault would certainly be feasible. However, it would inevitably provoke a siege from the entire clan. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor will undoubtedly arrive. Although Xue Qinghe remains unafraid, what if Xue Qinghe encounters further peril? Xue Qinghe stretched lazily and activated the system. The host had been out for 2 days, earning 10 points for the Great Fool King. The host had also spent 2 days charming ladies, garnering another 10 points for the Great Fool King. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it truly possible? Previously, Xue Qinghe spent each day within the palace, indulging in the company of the palace maidens, with his progress being rather slow. Yet after merely 2 days of leisure, his achievements surged remarkably. It seems that even an emperor cannot remain confined to the palace every day. One must venture out into the world. In this realm, is there not the king's land? And along the shores, are there not the king's subjects? All the beautiful maidens of this land belong to me. Xue Qinghe resolved to wander outside every day. After obtaining a soul ring for Xue Qinghe, he planned to tease the little snow. Gazing outward from the snow-clear river, one must realize that merely waiting by the tree stump for a hare is futile. The essence lies in capturing the hare itself. His mental prowess enveloped a radius of several kilometers, within which resided the ancient Ice Blue Scorpions. This formidable clan, under the aegis of the Ice Emperor, held a position of supremacy in the entirety of the far north. They often feasted upon the ice silkworms, belonging to the legendary Dreaming Ice Silkworm lineage. Xue Qinghe has stumbled upon an intriguing observation. Within the expanse of his mental prowess, there exist 3 ice silkworms that have lived for over 10 millennia. Yet only a solitary ice blue scorpion of the same age. Despite the ice silkworm's frailty and their susceptibility to predation, their remarkable reproductive and survival capabilities set them apart. However, for the ice blue scorpion clan, a millennium merely marks the presence of a mobile meal. Just as Xue Qinghe finished her warm steamed bun, the ice blue scorpions outside were engaged in their own hunt, targeting the ice silkworms as their prey. As the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird waits in the shadows. Xue Qinghe fixed his gaze upon them, his objective set on capturing a millennia-old ice blue scorpion, compelling the little creature to yield without resistance. Whoosh! Xue Qinghe swiftly darted forward, positioning himself before the ancient ice blue scorpion. With a resounding declaration, he unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true form of the golden crow. Thunderous echoes reverberated as the temperature surged dramatically, enveloping Xue Qinghe in an aura of formidable power that reached terrifying heights in an instant. The glaciers within a 100-meter radius began to melt away under the intensity of his presence. After Xue Qinghe unveiled the true form of the golden crow, he surveyed his surroundings and wondered aloud, "Where has that ice blue scorpion gone?" "Your Majesty, it is right here," Xue Qinghe exclaimed from a distance. She had witnessed Xue Qinghe activate his martial soul's true form, and before he even launched an attack, merely amplifying his abilities, the radiance emitted had already gravely injured the creature. Seizing the moment, Xue Qinghe rushed forward and swiftly dispatched it. A circle of black soul rings ascended from the 10,000-year-old ice blue scorpion. Compared to the ice silkworm, the ice blue scorpion was far more challenging to absorb. Its soul power was more ferocious yet undeniably formidable. "Qinghe, you must absorb it quickly," Xue Qinghe urged. All surrounding soul beasts had already fled in fear of Xue Qinghe. He promptly retracted his martial soul's true form, realizing that if he maintained it any longer, the entire glacier would likely transform into an ocean. The pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring was indeed immense for Xue Qinghe at this moment. Xue Qinghe led her away, seeking to distance themselves from the vicinity. Otherwise, the arrival of a soul beast could jeopardize Xue Qinghe. Gazing at the ebony soul ring encircling the ancient ice blue scorpion, Xue Qinghe inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to commence the absorption. A torrent of ferocious energy surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she remained undaunted. In the distance, 2 pairs of icy eyes were fixated upon the scene. One figure, clad in white, possessed a complexion as pristine as snow and a beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Gazing from afar, the other, also a woman, donned a blue attire, her waist-length azure hair cascading down, her expression fierce as she scrutinized the snow-covered dwelling. "Qinghe, what do you think of this individual's strength?" the snow maiden inquired coldly. The woman in blue pondered for a moment before replying, "Sister Xue, his prowess is likely on par with ours." The snow goddess's expression flickered slightly, her emotions merely stirred by a subtle ripple. The blizzard intensified behind her. In this far northern realm, for the soul beasts, the snow goddess was indistinguishable from a deity. The snow woman is a soul beast that has existed for nearly 700,000 years, ranking 3rd among the 10 fearsome beasts of legend, and currently holds the position of 4th among all soul beasts. The longest living of them all is the deep-sea demon whale king, which has thrived for nearly 1 million years, followed by the black dragon emperor, who has reigned for nearly 800,000 years. And then the tyrant of the evil eye, who has endured for over 70,000 years. The snow empress possesses a formidable strength, estimated to be around level 98 in the far north, and when combined with the ice emperor's joint assault, it approaches level 99. Her strength lies in her elemental affinity, while her vulnerability is in her physical constitution. The 2 sisters clasped their hands together, and an icy whirlwind swiftly materialized around them. With a thunderous roar, a blizzard erupted from nowhere, sweeping toward the tranquil snow abode. The nearby ice scorpion clan, having received the ice emperor's command, prepared for evacuation. In this realm of snow and ice, the snow empress's soul power seemed nearly boundless, relentlessly surging toward the snow-clear river. Whoosh! Xue Qinghe gazed at the howling blizzard approaching with ferocity. At that moment, Xue Qinghe had just finished absorbing her spirit ring. He swiftly scooped her up, who was momentarily dazed, and soared into the sky. Yet, the momentum of the blizzard showed no sign of abating as it continued to advance towards Xue Qinghe and her companions. Ah, you two are indeed quite impatient. I merely seek to acquire a spirit ring. Is such urgency truly necessary? Xue Qinghe remarked with a cheerful smile. Acquire a spirit ring? How effortlessly you speak of it. The Snow Woman harbored an intense hatred for humans who sought to obtain soul rings. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, her fury intensified. Humans, you should not have come here. Now that you are here, you shall meet your demise. The Snow Emperor declared in wrath. Chapter 86. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Xue Qinghe gazed at the frigid Snow Empress, sighing, indeed, she is quite the tempestuous young lady. After living for 700,000 years, her temperament remains far from gentle. In the past, Liu Erlong also had a fiery disposition, yet now she is exceedingly well behaved. Xue Qinghe's gaze swept over the Snow Empress and settled upon the Ice Empress. Ah, both are beautiful indeed. Although the Ice Empress is a scorpion, soul beasts can transform into human form after surpassing 100,000 years, and upon her transformation, she possesses extraordinary beauty. Xue Qinghe urged the three-legged golden crow to take flight, spreading its magnificent wings while cradling Xue Qinghe in his arms. Xue Qinghe clung tightly to Xue Qinghe, acutely aware that if they were to be swept away by the raging blizzard at this moment, it would spell her certain demise. Xue Qinghe possesses a formidable strength of level 99, granting her a distinct advantage over the two of them, even in this frigid northern realm. The sun of Xue Qinghe continues to rise steadfastly. The ninth soul skill of Xue Qinghe, the sun, rises in this desolate land. Even without an explosion, merely hanging in the air, it would surely lead to the demise of countless soul beasts. Creatures like the ice blue scorpion may endure in temperate conditions. Yet the majority of soul beasts thrive in the presence of ice. Without it, their very existence is at stake. I have always detested violence. Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. The Snow Empress let out a cold laugh. Oh really? If you dislike violence, then how did that ice blue scorpion meet its demise just moments ago? Xue Qinghe nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, asserting that whatever the Emperor does is beyond reproach. Must one seek approval from you? Whoosh! Xue Qinghe descended from the heavens, cradling Xue Qinghe, and they landed gracefully upon the ground. Xue Qinghe gazed at the two formidable beasts in the distance, likely the most powerful spirit beasts she had ever encountered. However, they dared not act recklessly. Deterred by Xue Qinghe's imposing presence, a testament to the paramount significance of strength in the survival of the fittest realm of Douluo continent. Xue Qinghe does not relish engaging in fierce battles with beautiful women. Rather, he prefers to incorporate them into his harem. Although the Ice Emperor is but a diminutive scorpion, he remains unfazed by this fact. Xue Qinghe opened the system panel and discovered that he had accumulated a substantial total of 120 points in the category of Foolish Monarchs, enabling him to exchange for a variety of items. Within the system, he found the transformation pill, precisely what the two divine maidens before him required. This universal version of the transformation pill, having been refined by the system, proves effective for all manner of magical beasts, soul creatures, or demons. Its purpose being to transform beastly forms into human bodies. Xue Qinghe utilized 2 spirit points to exchange for 2 transformation pills. Regardless of whether it concerns soul beasts of 400,000 years or 700,000 years, they all share a common aspiration, the pursuit of divinity. The two of them advanced steadily, while simultaneously, the chilling aura of the Ice Emperor enveloped Xue Qinghe. This young girl, having absorbed the soul ring of the ice blue scorpion, could not be left unavenged. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Come here, you two young ladies." Xue Qinghe stood to the side, perplexed by the peculiar address, as she could not ascertain Xue Qinghe's intentions. It struck her as odd that he referred to them in such a manner. After all, soul beasts typically awaken their intelligence only after tens of thousands of years, and these two had undoubtedly existed for several 100,000 years. Given that Xue Qinghe was but a fraction of their age, it seemed inappropriate for him to label them as young ladies. The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged glances, wondering what this young man was up to. Could it be that he harbored some ulterior motive? Xue Qinghe, noticing the unabashed murderous intent emanating from the two women, promptly produced 2 transformation pills. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "This can allow you to shed your spirit beast form, retaining all your strength, and then transform into humans. What do you think? Are you interested?" The Ice and Snow Empress exchanged glances, although they harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. The aspiration to attain divinity compelled them to consider becoming human. Yet, it was merely a transformation of the physical body, while their thoughts would remain those of spirit beasts. It must be said that what Xue Qinghe presented was exceedingly alluring to them. The Snow Emperor, with a tone of profound skepticism, inquired, "Human, how can you substantiate that your words hold truth?" Xue Qinghe scratched his head, acknowledging the difficulty of providing proof, as this was a product of the system, one he had never utilized himself. Nevertheless, a creation of the system must undoubtedly be genuine. The Ice Emperor gazed at Xue Qinghe with a piercing stare, contemplating her strategy. She had already sensed the formidable strength of Xue Qinghe. Even if she and her sister joined forces, they might not be adequate adversaries. Xue Qinghe continued, "I have heard that the Snow Emperor is currently in the process of condensing a second soul core. I can offer my assistance. However, whether it be in assisting you to transform or in condensing the soul core, certain conditions must be met." The Ice Emperor cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Xue Qinghe. Realizing that this fellow's true intentions were finally being revealed. Noticing the silence between the two, Xue Qinghe chuckled, "In truth, the conditions are quite simple. You shall be my consort. I have yet to experience the essence of a snow maiden. I wonder how it compares to that of a human." "What?" The moment the words left his lips, the Ice Emperor erupted in fury. This shameless scoundrel dared to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards the Snow Emperor. It was utterly unforgivable. "Human, you have crossed my threshold." Before the Snow Emperor could utter a word, the Ice Emperor charged forward, her hands transforming into ice pincers, extremely hard, and she immediately launched an attack toward Xue Qinghe. Xue Di was taken aback. She had initially intended to dismiss the matter casually. Regardless of Xue Qinghe's formidable strength, he remained merely a mortal, destined to fade away in less than a century. There was no need to take him too seriously. Suddenly, the Ice Emperor descended from the sky with remarkable swiftness, appearing before Xue Qinghe in the blink of an eye. Xue Qinghe had been standing close to Xue Qinghe, refraining from straying too far, for she understood that her proximity to him guaranteed her safety. Any distance beyond that would render her vulnerable to the lethal instincts of the two ferocious beasts. 7th Soul Skill, Golden Crow True Form. The temperature surrounding Xue Qinghe River suddenly escalated, and at the very moment the Ice Emperor advanced, he struck out with a powerful hand. Bang! The collision of ice and fire generated a potent ripple of soul energy in the vicinity. The searing flames scorched the surrounding ice layers. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the Snow Empress was poised to advance and provide assistance. However, at that very instant, the Ice Emperor had already exhausted his strength. Bang! Xue Qinghe struck the Ice Emperor with a resounding blow, sending her hurtling through the air until she collided forcefully with a distant iceberg. Xue Qinghe possesses a formidable strength of level 99, while the Ice Emperor stands at a mere 97. Even with the advantage of geography, he is utterly outmatched by Xue Qinghe. The Snow Empress hurriedly approached and supported the Ice Empress, helping her to her feet. The Ice Empress gazed at the Snow Empress with a complex expression. The only person she cherished and revered was the Snow Empress. The one before her was her beloved. How could she bear to watch her beloved become another's consort? The Ice Empress was fiercely passionate. She was determined to fight for the one she loved. "Be at ease. Ice. Leave it to me," the Snow Empress murmured softly. Continuing the battle would only lead to utter defeat. Even united, they would not stand a chance. Chapter 87. The Snow Empress's perspective on love to be a consort for you? Who exactly are you? The Snow Empress inquired, her tone tinged with perplexity. The Snow Empress has existed for nearly 700,000 years, having witnessed the passage of time when humanity still resided in trees, resembling primates. Yet now, she is enveloped in confusion. It is not uncommon to find elixirs or rare treasures that allow soul beasts to transform into human forms in the frigid north. There exists a 10,000-year-old snow lotus. Consuming it grants the ability to reincarnate as a human. The challenge lies in retaining all of one's soul power. Upon transforming into a human, one inevitably loses a significant portion of strength, a certainty that renders the elixir possessed by Xue Qinghe even more invaluable. Furthermore, the martial soul of Xue Qinghe is unlike anything the Snow Empress has ever encountered. It is extraordinarily formidable, even causing her ultimate ice to feel suppressed. This man is shrouded in mystery. Xue Qinghe chuckled and said, "I am Xue Qinghe, the Emperor of the Heavenly Dou Empire." "Hehe, have you heard of me?" Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had heard of the Heaven Dou Imperial family, but the Imperial lineage's martial soul was supposed to be a great white goose. How had it transformed into this colossal fiery bird? Could it possibly be a mutation? The Snow Empress continued to inquire, "From whence do your elixirs originate?" Xue Qinghe, with a bold demeanor, declared, "Of course, it is concocted by none other than myself." The Snow Empress found it utterly impossible to place her trust in him. His words were nothing but empty boasts, revealing him as a cunning and deceitful individual. Perhaps he was even coveting my soul ring. The Snow Emperor remarked, "Regarding the matter of the soul core, I shall spare you the trouble. As for your proposition of becoming your consort, allow me to ponder it further." The Snow Empress responded in a rather perfunctory and evasive manner. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, Xue Qinghe was well aware that Xue Di might very well be attempting to deceive him, merely wishing to lure him away. However, Xue Qinghe would not simply abandon the situation. To do so would mean that both Xiao Xiezi and Xue Nu would be left without their desired outcomes. Xue Qinghe took out a transformation elixir, smiling warmly as he proclaimed, "My imperial grace is boundless. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to bestow upon you one." With that, he casually tossed it to the Snow Emperor. The Snow Empress grasped it with one hand, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. She was somewhat astonished by Xue Qinghe's generosity. Why would a human suddenly exhibit such kindness towards a soul beast? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Her expression turned grave as she pondered what scheme Xue Qinghe was concocting. Logically, such a precious elixir ought to be utilized as a bargaining chip. So why had he simply handed it over? Xue Qinghe chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, do not overthink it. My gift to you is purely out of admiration. Please accept it without hesitation." Admiration? Though the Snow Empress has existed for nearly 700 millennia, she dwells daily in a realm of perpetual ice and snow, awakening each day to a host of spirit beasts, utterly oblivious to the concept of love as understood by humans. Admiration? It seems akin to the notion of receiving something for nothing. Strictly speaking, the Snow Empress is utterly alone, for she is the sole representative of the Snow Woman clan on the entire Douluo continent. Although there exists a reproductive barrier between her and humanity, aesthetically, she seems most compatible with humans. After all, the spirit beasts are rather unsightly. How could they ever be worthy of the beautiful and pure Snow Empress? However, she possesses a profound understanding of love as perceived by spirit beasts. For them, love is relatively straightforward. To love one another is to procreate. Thus, in the ears of the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, it is clear that Xue Qinghe desires to bear her offspring. This transformation elixir serves to bridge the reproductive divide between them. In the realm of spirit beasts, the concept of monogamy is virtually non-existent. They remain indifferent to the multitude of beauties surrounding Xue Qinghe. In their world, it is entirely commonplace for the strong to possess numerous partners of the opposite sex. The Snow Empress furrowed her brow slightly. To be candid, this transformation pill held immense benefits for her. However, the prospect of bearing a child for Xue Qinghe was something she could not readily accept. As a soul beast, the greatest dilemma she faced was her inherent limitations. Deities were forever beyond her reach. Were she to possess a human form, she would immediately ascend to the ranks of the strongest among humanity, making the pursuit of divinity a feasible endeavor. Yet, this was contingent upon the authenticity of the pill in question. The Snow Empress continued to respond dismissively, saying, "Very well. Allow me a moment to ponder. You may return for now, my lord." Though the Snow Emperor harbors a desire to eliminate Xue Qinghe, engaging in battle in this far northern realm would result in devastating consequences. For the sake of the spirit beasts residing here, a peaceful resolution is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. "Snow Emperor, you must ponder quickly. I am but a mortal, lacking the longevity of your soul beast that spans hundreds of thousands of years." The Snow Empress nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." The Ice Emperor continued to gaze coldly at Xue Qinghe, declaring, "I love only the Snow Empress. I shall not bear children for you." Xue Qinghe remarked, "Well, I shall await your favorable news. Additionally, should either of you require assistance in consolidating dual soul cores, do not hesitate to seek my expertise. I possess considerable experience." With that, Xue Qinghe embraced Xue Bing'er tightly and soared into the sky. As she observed their retreating figures, the Snow Empress contemplated numerous thoughts, weighing the pros and cons. From any perspective, acquiescing to Xue Qinghe's request would yield significant benefits. It seemed there was little to lose. Every being harbors the desire to propagate their lineage. And even the Snow Empress, despite her identity as a snow spirit, shared this sentiment, albeit lacking any emotional connection with Xue Qinghe. Furthermore, in terms of cultivation, the fusion of ice and fire, particularly the extremes of ultimate ice and ultimate fire, proves to be most advantageous. The dual cultivation of ice and fire is unparalleled. The Snow Empress's gaze chilled as she fixated on the receding figure of Xue Qinghe, seething with rage. How dare he harm my kin and covet my beloved Snow Empress? Such transgressions are unforgivable. Xue Qinghe must perish. Though the Snow Empress was known for her icy demeanor and fierce disposition, in this moment, a subtle shift in her thoughts began to emerge. Whoosh! Xue Qinghe gradually walked away with Xue Qinghe. This journey proved to be immensely rewarding, as they not only acquired a millennium-old soul ring, but also encountered unexpected delights. Xue Qinghe retrieved the lifeless body of the Millennium Ice Blue Scorpion from the storage soul tool. The frigid essence of the creature had already dissipated. It is widely believed that the most coveted soul bone from the Ice Blue Scorpion is the external tail bone. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare. As the corpse lay before them, Xue Qinghe was enveloped in doubt. Logically, the remains should hold no value. Could it be that there exists a soul bone within? Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "You guessed correctly. Open it and see." Xue Qinghe hurriedly opened it, and indeed, a water blue soul bone lay within. Overjoyed, Xue Qinghe exclaimed, "Your Majesty, there truly is a soul bone." Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. This is of the ice attribute, perfectly suited for Xue Qinghe. Here you go. Chapter 88. The Ice Emperor transforms into a human in the far north. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor fell into deep contemplation, gazing at the transformation elixir. Uncertain of their choice, the Ice Emperor remarked, "Snow Emperor, this human is treacherous and untrustworthy. Moreover, we have lived for many years and have never heard of anyone using such a pill." The Snow Empress nodded slightly, acknowledging the Ice Emperor's words held some truth. Indeed, one should not place complete trust in the words of humanity. Noticing her lingering hesitation, the Ice Emperor took a deep breath, unwilling to let the Snow Empress face harm. If this elixir were indeed a deception, she resolved to bear the consequences herself. With decisive determination in her eyes, she snatched the transformative pill and swallowed it whole. Prepared for the worst, she understood her position as the second strongest in the far north. Should anything go awry, the Snow Empress would remain the cornerstone of their region's strength. Furthermore, her demise might deepen the Snow Empress's disdain for humanity, potentially benefiting the far north. Conversely, if the elixir proved genuine, then all would be well. The Snow Emperor was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "Qinghe, you must expel it at once. This is inedible." At that moment, the Ice Emperor had already swallowed it. Once the transformation pill entered her abdomen, its gentle medicinal power immediately began to take effect, gradually permeating her limbs and bones. The Ice Emperor's expression contorted in agony as she felt her meridians twisting, slowly deviating from their original course, and beginning to operate in a manner that was almost bizarre to her. This process was excruciatingly painful. The anguish that surged from within could not be alleviated by her soul force. Rather, the more she attempted to channel her energy, the more intense the pain became. At that moment, her soul force felt as though it were sealed, gradually rendering her utterly immobile. The Snow Empress was taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. She placed her hand upon the Ice Emperor's back, attempting to mend the chaotic meridians that resembled a tangled ball of thread. However, in a stroke of fortune, a glimmer of hope emerged. The meridians within the Ice Emperor began to realign, restoring themselves in a manner of complete faith. The Ice Emperor's appearance, once erratic, fluctuated between a human visage and that of an ice blue scorpion. Gradually, it stabilized into a human form. With her eyes firmly closed, she acclimated to the entirely new flow of her internal meridians, the immense power of her 400,000 years intact. After circulating her soul energy, she felt invigorated, her entire being refreshed and revitalized. With a gentle exhale, she rose to her feet. The Snow Empress was utterly astonished. She had indeed succeeded. The Ice Emperor remarked, "It seems I have genuinely transformed into a human." Both were taken aback, for none could have anticipated that a mere pill handed to them by Xue Qinghe could truly facilitate such a metamorphosis. The Ice Emperor retained her original prowess and, at this moment, even possessed a greater potential for growth. Unlike spirit beasts, humans have the capacity to attach soul rings and soul bones. The Ice Emperor continued, "Although my soul power remains unchanged, I currently lack any soul rings. I must cultivate my own soul rings to fully regain my previous strength." The Snow Empress inhaled deeply, her heart brimming with astonishment. It was utterly terrifying. Could it be that the Ice Emperor could further augment her soul bones? Swiftly, the Ice Emperor commenced the condensation of her soul rings, utilizing her mental prowess to imprint her mastered soul skills into the rings. With nearly 400,000 years of soul power at her disposal, she could also allocate the age of the soul rings as she saw fit. If she were to evenly distribute her soul power across the rings, she would acquire 9 soul rings, each surpassing 40,000 years in age. Such a distribution would be detrimental to her combat prowess. Therefore, she resolved to retain 2 soul rings of 100,000 years each, subsequently averaging the remaining 200,000 years across the first 7 soul rings. Thus, each of the first 7 rings would encompass nearly 30,000 years. Bang! In an instant, 9 soul rings materialized beneath the Ice Emperor's feet, 7 black and 2 red. The emergence of the 100,000-year soul rings exuded immense pressure. The Snow Empress reflected on the soul ring of Xue Qinghe. Upon careful consideration, it seemed that Xue Qinghe had not utilized the soul ring upon his arrival. He had merely summoned his martial spirit. The Ice Emperor, with a smile, remarked, "I have discovered that these soul rings can be further enhanced. They will increase in age in accordance with the growth of my power." The Snow Empress took a deep breath, undeniably terrifying in its essence. The Snow Emperor remarked, "It seems that the elixir provided by Xue Qinghe is indeed flawless." The Ice Emperor chuckled softly, "Fear not, Snow Emperor. After all, this particular elixir was given to us without any cost, and we are not obliged to bear his offspring." The Snow Empress felt somewhat speechless. Her perception of Xue Qinghe underwent a subtle transformation. It appeared that this individual was rather commendable, not at all the dreadful human she had initially presumed. At the very least, he proved to be a person of his word. For years, the Snow Empress has been endeavoring to consolidate the dual souls of Yin and Yang. She is acutely aware that with her current strength, even facing death and oblivion, it would be exceedingly difficult to take this crucial step. Snow Emperor holds a deep admiration for the integrity of Xue Qinghe. The fact that he is a man of his word establishes a solid foundation for collaboration. Just then, Ice Emperor approaches and gently takes hold of Snow Emperor's wrist, saying, "Snow Emperor, do not overthink it. Let us return." She harbors no desire for her beloved to bear children with another, nor does she wish to bear children for Xue Qinghe herself. If there were to be children, they would be with Snow Emperor alone. The Snow Empress nodded silently, resolving to try once more upon her return, for perhaps this time success would be within reach. She decided to grant herself another opportunity. Should her efforts prove fruitless, then so be it. At the fringes of the extreme north, Xue Qinghe beamed as she held the bone of an arm. The soul bone of the ice scorpion was undoubtedly imbued with ice attributes, which were of no use to Xue Qinghe. Among Xue Qinghe's consorts, only Xue Qinghe possessed ice attributes, making this acquisition perfectly suited for her. Xue Qinghe expressed her gratitude without hesitation, thanking His Majesty profusely. She saw no reason to be modest. Opportunities like this were fleeting. Having already attained a soul bone of 10,000 years, her joy was further amplified with this new acquisition, marking a true double blessing. Now at the very edge of the extreme north, Xue Qinghe wasted no time and began the absorption process immediately. For her, a soul bone of 10,000 years posed no significant challenge. She promptly settled down to commence her absorption. Xue Qinghe stood guard beside her, simultaneously casting a glance at the system interface. The display indicated that his precious transformation pill had been consumed, not by the Snow Empress, but rather by the Ice Empress. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, reveling in the success of the plan, which had unfolded seamlessly. It would have been quite challenging to sway their steadfast worldview through mere empty words. However, offering them a taste of something sweet would undoubtedly coax them into compliance. Xue Qinghe propped his chin on his hand, captivated by the enchanting water ice maiden while reminiscing about the 2 stunning ice beauties he had just encountered. Ah, they are all exquisite maidens indeed. I am not picky. I desire them all. Chapter 89, The Ice Explosion Technique of Water Ice Maiden. After a brief moment, Water Ice Maiden completed her absorption. The millennium-old ice blue scorpion soul bone posed no challenge for her, especially since she had already assimilated the soul ring of the ice blue scorpion. Rising to her feet, she now possessed the soul bones of both arms. At the level of a soul master in the 40s, having 2 soul bones is an extraordinary feat. Typically, possessing even a single soul bone would grant one a substantial advantage over peers. That young lad from the Elephant Armor sect, with his single skull bone, fell during an ambush against Shrek Academy. Had it been a one-on-one confrontation, he would likely have been invincible. Xue Qinghe presented the soul power testing sphere to Xue Qinghe, saying, "Qinghe, do test your soul power." Xue Qinghe accepted it, placing her hands upon the sphere, which then radiated a brilliant light, revealing that her soul power had reached an impressive level of 45. Taking a deep breath, she marveled at the astonishing progress just a few days prior. Before participating in the selection competition for brides, her level was only 33. In this brief span, she had absorbed 2 pieces of Millennium Soul Bones, a Millennium Soul Ring, and a mystical herb, the 8-angled ice grass, resulting in a remarkable surge of 10 levels in her soul power. Furthermore, the strength she had acquired was perfectly attuned to her essence. Xue Qinghe remarked, soul masters with exceptional attributes, upon reaching level 40, will find their soul power further condensed. Otherwise, with all your remarkable possessions, your soul power should at least attain level 45. Progressing slowly is not necessarily a disadvantage. The advantages become more pronounced in the later stages. Why not try out your soul skills? As he spoke, Xue Qinghe activated her soul bone skill, conjuring an ice block in her hand before casting it towards the distance. The snow-clear river blinked, pondering what was afoot. Were they engaging in a snowball fight? A small ice fragment lay quietly in the distance, devoid of any movement. With a light-hearted chuckle, Water Ice remarked, "Your Majesty, observe closely." Snap! At the sound of Water Ice's finger snap, the distant ice fragment erupted with a resounding explosion. Boom! Xue Qinghe gazed upon this scene, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the soul bone skill of Hui Hao. Ice explosion. This was indeed a divine technique, particularly in an icy, snow-laden environment, rendering one virtually invincible. Xue Qinghe elucidated, "Your Majesty, I can infuse explosive elements into the ice, and at the moment I desire its detonation, it will erupt instantaneously." Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, affirming that indeed, it was the same as Hui Hao's particular skill. The soul bone of the ice blue scorpion and the soul abilities derived from shrimp are quite similar. Xue Qinghe remarked, "So, can you infuse explosive elements into all your soul skills?" Xue Qinghe giggled and nodded. "Indeed, Your Majesty. What do you think? This soul skill is quite formidable, isn't it?" "Indeed," Xue Qinghe replied. "It is almost as if anyone struck by your soul skill will suffer a chain of damages." "Such terror," he exclaimed. Thus, in unforeseen circumstances, after Xue Qinghe unleashed an area attack, she could first deplete her opponents with that skill, and then follow up with ice explosion to finish them off. Xue Qinghe envisioned how Xue Qinghe would undoubtedly shine brightly on the battlefield in the future. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing upon me the spirit ring," Xue Qinghe said, leaping into Xue Qinghe's embrace with a cheerful smile. Xue Qinghe tightened his embrace around her slender, supple waist and gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead. The maiden's delicate fragrance wafted through the air, exquisitely pleasant. Her short, azure-tinted locks carried a distinctive charm all their own. Although Xue Qinghe is surrounded by countless beauties, Xue Qinghe remains the first girl with azure hair. Most of the girls at the Tian Xue Academy possess hair of a similar aquamarine hue, perhaps indicating a connection between hair color and the attributes of their soul power. Hu Wu, embodying the fire element, naturally sports fiery red locks. Xue Qinghe embraced Xue Qinghe, gazing at the blushing face of the young girl. Holding her hand, he headed towards the direction of the heavenly Dou Empire. Fifth soul skill, Solar Chariot. Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe took their seats, as he gently closed his eyes, resting peacefully upon her soft, supple thighs. Xue Qinghe's legs were full and rounded, providing a delightful comfort beneath his head. Her cheeks still bore a rosy hue as she inquired, "Your Majesty, I have heard that cultivating both ice and fire attributes simultaneously can significantly accelerate one's training speed. Would you be willing to join me in this dual cultivation?" Xue Qinghe sat up and said, "Of course, come here." With that, he straightened his posture and extended his hands outward. The two hands met, and Xue Qinghe was instantly taken aback. She felt the immense soul power emanating from him, vast and formidable like a mountain, while she herself felt as insignificant as a mere insect at the foot of such a giant. She couldn't help but marvel at the sheer strength. Even a fraction of such soul power could obliterate her entirely. Soon, their soul energies began to intertwine. Xue Qinghe meticulously controlled his soul power, otherwise, an overwhelming influx into Xue Qinghe could result in her immediate demise. Gradually, they found a suitable equilibrium. Xue Qinghe gently closed her eyes, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. The sun chariot moved slowly, drifting aimlessly across the sky as if lacking a destination. An hour passed, and Xue Qinghe felt a wave of weakness. The dual cultivation of extreme ice and extreme fire was beyond what her petite frame could endure. Xue Qinghe enveloped her in his embrace, and Xue Bing'er closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment, allowing herself to drift into slumber for a while. Xue Qinghe carefully scrutinized the appearance of Xue Bing'er. She truly was a little beauty. Xue Qinghe has finally unraveled a long-held mystery in his heart. Xue Bing'er's hair is a mesmerizing shade of aquamarine, and her body hair possesses the same enchanting hue, as every strand upon her form reflects this captivating color. The snow-clear river possesses a sense of enlightenment and clarity. In this case, the fur of Huo Wu should be a vibrant crimson, while Holiness and Qianren Xue are adorned in shades of gold. Indeed, the mere thought is exhilarating. Xue Qinghe altered its course, not heading towards the Tiandou Imperial Palace, but rather towards the Spirit Hall, to seek out Bibi Dong for a visit. Within the system of Xue Qinghe, he had drawn numerous soul rings of 100,000 years, which he found himself unable to utilize, thus he decided to bestow them upon her. Previously, Xue Qinghe had believed that the soul rings produced by the system were solely for personal use. However, he soon discovered that they could also be gifted to others. Liu Erlong and Ning Rongrong were examples of individuals who had benefited from the high-quality soul rings generated by the system. Beside Bibi Dong, Holiness respectfully remarked, "Teacher, these are the recent endeavors of Xue Qinghe." Bibi Dong remained silent, her disdain evident. "Humph, another selection competition for brides. This rascal insists on holding it annually, as if he lacks an abundance of beautiful women around him. How infuriating." Bibi Dong inquired, "Have there been any secret correspondences lately?" Holiness slightly inclined her body, responding, "None. All secret messages have been delivered to the teacher at the earliest opportunity." A wave of displeasure washed over Bibi Dong. This scoundrel, having acquired a new consort, had neglected to write to her. Chapter 90. Bibi Dong's boyfriend. Bibi Dong's heart seethed with anger. That detestable Xue Qinghe was perpetually preoccupied with selecting brides. The city of Tiandou was not far from the Spirit Hall, yet he seemed indifferent to making the journey. Holiness instinctively took a step back. Although Bibi Dong remained seated, an intangible aura of soul power emanated outward in response to her fluctuating emotions. After a moment, Bibi Dong finally asked, "Where is Xiao Xue? What has she been up to recently?" Holiness replied with respect, "Sister, Xue has been in seclusion for her cultivation. It has been quite some time since we last saw her." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, having sensed the increasingly repugnant aura of angels that had been growing stronger. She was acutely aware of her connection to the trials of the Rakshasa god, which heightened her sensitivity to divine powers. Simultaneously, Qianren Xue was also undergoing the trials of the angel god. Although she had started later, with Tiandou's guidance, her progress had been remarkably swift. Bibi Dong smirked coldly, fully aware of Tiandou's predicament. Each time he assisted Qianren Xue in completing a divine trial, his own angelic power diminished. The day she ascended to divinity would mark his utter demise. Thus, Bibi Dong chose to disregard the old man, allowing him to fade away naturally. "Very well, Liena. You may commence your cultivation," Bibi Dong commanded. Liena bowed in obedience. "As you wish." Bibi Dong reclined on her throne, propping her chin on her hand. Her eyes gently closed, lost in contemplative thought. At the spirit city, Xue Bing'er awoke in Xue Qinghe's embrace, rubbing her eyes. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed Xue Qinghe leaning against a large tree, and in the distance lay a grand city. Xue Bing'er quickly sat up, puzzled, and asked, "Your Majesty, where are we?" Xue Qinghe smiled lightly and said, "Over there lies Spirit City. Let us venture inside for a bit of amusement." Xue Bing'er was taken aback, exclaiming, "Spirit City? Isn't that the ancestral home of the Spirit Hall? Isn't it perilous to come here? We are delving deep into the enemy's stronghold." Xue Qinghe rose to his feet, lifting her with him, and reassured, "Rest assured, it is quite safe." Xue Bing'er silently nodded, conceding, "Well, after all, my lord has already attained the pinnacle of the 99th level Douluo. Wherever we go, there shall be no peril, as long as we maintain a low profile. It will undoubtedly be fine." Xue Qinghe entered the city with Xue Bing'er, and after wandering around for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Gulu gulu. Although Xue Bing'er had slept throughout the journey, she felt a slight pang of hunger. Xue Qinghe led her to a restaurant for a meal. As soon as they sat down at the table, Xue Bing'er exhibited none of the grace typically associated with young ladies, immediately devouring her food with abandon. In a matter of moments, she had cleared the entire spread, and she offered an awkward smile, slightly embarrassed by her voracious appetite. Xue Qinghe had gently embraced Xue Bing'er, his hand resting on her abdomen. It seems you truly have developed a delightful round belly, he remarked. Xue Qinghe playfully smiled and whispered, "Are we staying at a hotel tonight, or shall we return home?" After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe gestured towards the most esteemed edifice within the spirit city. Xue Qinghe, somewhat perplexed, followed the direction of Xue Qinghe's. Although she had never set foot in the spirit city, she could surmise with a fair degree of certainty that this must be the Hall of the Pope. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Let us spend the night here." Xue Qinghe was momentarily stunned. "Your Majesty, you cannot be serious. That is the dwelling of that madwoman, Bibi Dong." Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Xue Qinghe led her away. In the papal chamber, night enveloped the realm. Bibi Dong emerged from the bath, ethereal mist swirling around her. Draped in a white robe that accentuated her voluptuous form as she returned to her quarters. Once inside, she quietly settled into a meditative posture on her bed. Embarking on her cultivation, sleep was a rarity for her. She devoted most of her time to her practice. After a brief interval, Holiness approached briskly and knocked on the door. "Teacher, I have a confidential letter." At that moment, Bibi Dong felt a surge of restlessness. Lying supine on her bed, her hands wandered over her body, her form instinctively writhing, lost in a state of intoxication as she silently murmured his name. Upon hearing Holiness's voice, Bibi Dong quickly rose, opening the door to receive the letter. Holiness was taken aback, gazing at Bibi Dong, who wore nothing but a sheer nightgown. "How beautiful my teacher looks," she thought. Momentarily entranced. For reasons unknown, Bibi Dong's complexion was flushed, her hair slightly disheveled, enhancing her allure, with glistening beads of sweat adorning her forehead. The temptation of such a mature beauty left Holiness feeling woefully inadequate, although Holiness was renowned for her charm. She felt painfully youthful in comparison to the flushed Bibi Dong. After reading the letter, a subtle smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she instinctively chuckled. She hastily retreated to her room, swiftly shedding her nightgown to don a more formal and dignified attire, maintaining her composed and elegant demeanor. Holiness hesitated, uncertain whether to leave. She discreetly glimpsed Bibi Dong as she changed, catching a fleeting view of her fair, elongated silhouette. Soon, the regal presence of the esteemed Pope returned. However, Holiness noticed Bibi Dong lingered at her vanity for a moment, seemingly preparing to apply some rouge. Could it be that my teacher is beautifying herself for someone? After a brief interlude, Bibi Dong delicately applied a hint of lipstick before setting aside the makeup. Her innate beauty rendered her effortlessly stunning, even without embellishments. She then exited her chamber, stating, "All right, Nana, you may return." Just as Holiness was about to respond, a voice resonated within her mind, "Do not depart. I happen to have a concubine with whom I wish to spar." This proclamation did not emerge audibly but was conveyed through a soul connection, directly reaching their spiritual realms. Both Bibi Dong and Holiness heard it. Moments later, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe materialized before them. Xue Qinghe was visibly astonished, gazing at Xue Qinghe as he entered the papal chamber as if it were his own domain. She struggled to comprehend the situation. Holiness was likewise stunned, never anticipating that the visitor would be Xue Qinghe. She was aware that someone had been exchanging confidential messages with Bibi Dong. Yet she had remained oblivious to the identity of this messenger. Holiness had speculated that this individual might be Bibi Dong's beloved, but she could never have imagined it would be Xue Qinghe. "Xue Qinghe, you have arrived," Bibi Dong said calmly, her tone tinged with indifference. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard, bewildered by the revelation that the emperor was entangled with the Pope. The absurdity of it all was staggering. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be astounded. It is no wonder that over the years, the Tiandou Empire and the Wuhuan Palace have experienced so little friction. Perhaps they have conspired on significant matters beneath the sheets. Silently trailing behind Xue Qinghe, Xue Qinghe scrutinized Bibi Dong, captivated by her beauty, regal and elegant. The chill in her demeanor imparted an air of superiority. Being a perceptive young woman, Xue Qinghe noticed a hint of melancholy in Bibi Dong's gaze, akin to that of a wife lamenting her husband's prolonged absence, a fleeting sorrow that flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Xue Qinghe smiled and remarked, "Your Holiness, it has been quite a while since we last met. I trust you have been well?" Bibi Dong coldly replied, "Well, is this girl the concubine you recently acquired?" Xue Qinghe seemed to sense a chilling glare piercing her back. Being scrutinized by Bibi Dong was no trivial matter, especially considering the unfriendly tone in her voice. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "Indeed, her name is Xue Qinghe. What do you think? Isn't she lovely?" Bibi Dong remained silent, a faint aura of the god of death enveloping only Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe felt a shiver run down his spine. "Pardon my audacity, but please do not take offense. As the emperor, it is quite customary for me to take several consorts. Otherwise, the citizens of the entire Tiandou Empire would feel a loss of face. Xue Qinghe awkwardly introduced, although Xue Qinghe is young, she has already attained the rank of Soul Master. Binger, please reveal your soul rings for them to see. Bibi Dong was not particularly surprised by the presence of a 13-year-old girl at the Soul Master level. After all, this young lady had been selected through a rigorous process, undoubtedly among the finest of her peers. Moreover, it was clear that Xue Qinghe had invested a wealth of rare resources into her development, with adequate talent. One could indeed ascend to the rank of Soul Master through sheer accumulation. However, the moment Xue Qinghe unveiled her soul rings, the revelation was astonishing: 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Bibi Dong was taken aback. A 10,000-year soul ring, something she herself had never attained. Holiness' shock surpassed even that of the Pope. For her own 4th soul ring had been an extraordinary achievement, absorbing a 7,000-year-old spirit. At that time, she had already felt immense strain. Yet Xue Qinghe had managed to directly absorb the 10,000-year-old spirit. This was utterly extraordinary. Xue Qinghe proudly declared, "What do you think? My consort is truly exceptional." Bibi Dong let out a cold hum, gazing at Xue Qinghe, and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Xue Qinghe immediately understood that the papal hall was not a suitable venue for the display of their abilities. Without hesitation, he embraced the well-fed belly of Xue Qinghe and soared into the air. Similarly, Bibi Dong accompanied Holiness as they ascended from the papal hall, both making their way towards the outskirts of Soul City. Whoosh! Moments later, the 4 of them descended once more into a desolate and uninhabited expanse outside the city. Xue Qinghe remarked, "This 4th soul ring was recently obtained by me and Ice from the extreme northern lands. Holiness, why don't you and Waterbinger engage in a friendly spar?" Holiness was taken aback for a moment, but soon acquiesced. All right. At 17, Holiness was 4 years older than Waterbinger, possessing a cultivation level of 48, which surpassed Waterbinger by 5 levels. Xue Qinghe approached Bibi Dong's side, seizing an opportune moment to gently grasp her hand. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and the 2 of them strolled beneath the trees to admire the moonlight. Not far away, they simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, exchanging information regarding their soul power and martial spirits. Xue Qinghe, fully focused, recalled Xue Qinghe's warning that spiritual-type soul masters could be exceedingly formidable, necessitating utmost caution. As the snow-clear river sparkled, he cheerfully remarked, "Your Holiness, if Qinghe emerges victorious, I shall bestow upon you a kiss. Conversely, should Holiness prevail, you must kiss me instead. The victor shall choose any position they desire. What do you think?" Bibi Dong's heart raced with excitement, yet she feigned composure as she replied, "Regardless of the outcome, it seems you will always have the advantage." After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe remarked, "How about this? If Xue Qinghe loses, I shall bestow upon you a 10,000-year spirit ring. What do you think?" Bibi Dong was taken aback. "What? A 10,000-year spirit ring? You can simply give such a treasure away? How does that work? Will you assist me in hunting for it?" Suddenly, in the darkness, a crimson spirit ring materialized around Xue Qinghe's hand. It was not affixed to him but rather retrieved from his system. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. She herself possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring and immediately recognized the quality of this one, which would stand out even among the finest of its kind. Concurrently, Holiness and Xue Qinghe felt an overwhelming pressure, as though a mountain had descended upon their shoulders, even without the ring unleashing its power. Its mere presence sent shivers down their spines. Holiness swallowed hard, pondering how outrageous Xue Qinghe was. Was it not said that a spirit ring would vanish if not absorbed within an hour? How could he hold it in his hand? For the sake of my teacher's 10,000-year spirit ring, I must strive harder. Bibi Dong silently nodded and replied, "Very well." The allure of the 10,000-year spirit ring was immense for her, and besides, it is quite normal for couples to share a kiss, is it not? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, retracting his focus. The battle of souls commenced immediately. A resounding cry of a phoenix soared into the heavens as Xue Qinghe unleashed her full power upon her arrival. Despite possessing dual soul bones, she did not underestimate the young lady before her. The opponent was not only the direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope, but also a formidable spirit-type wielder. Soon after, Xue Qinghe's 4th soul ring glimmered to life. Frozen for 1,000 miles. Acquiring a range-type skill at the 4th soul level was indeed a tremendous boon for her. The icy layer rapidly extended towards Holiness. Instead of being angered, Holiness smiled, activating her 2nd soul ring. Charming fox. At the moment when their gazes clashed with palpable intensity, Xue Qinghe felt a sudden haze envelop her mind. Her expression became dazed, as if an eternity had passed in that fleeting instant. within the sea of consciousness. She found herself enmeshed in a springtime reverie with His Majesty the Emperor. Holiness blinked, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Was this not amusing? A mere charm had rendered her completely oblivious to her own identity. With a swift motion, Holiness soared into the air, fully intent on seizing the opportunity. Darting towards Xue Qinghe. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the surrounding ice shattered, leading to a violent explosion. The piercing ice shards and fragments surged towards Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe. With a casual wave, Bibi Dong conjured a barrier, effectively shielding them from the onslaught. She was somewhat surprised. She had thought Holiness had secured victory, only to witness this unexpected turn of events. In the beginning, Xue Qinghe had indeed been unprepared. Falling prey to Holiness' charm, she remained lost within the sea of consciousness, entangled in her intimate reverie with the Emperor. However, she had previously laid a trap with her ice explosion technique. Wherever the icy terrain spread, even the slightest resistance would trigger a detonation. The explosion's force was terrifying. This was a skill derived from a 10,000-year soul bone. Holiness, taken aback, quickly retreated, narrowly evading the blast radius of the ice explosion. Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe exchanged a glance, both initially believing their side to be assured of victory, only to find the contest evenly matched. Holiness, shrouded in soul power for protection, burst forth from the ice explosion zone, expending considerable energy in the process. The deafening roar of the explosion jolted Xue Qinghe awake. She regained her senses, exhaling in relief. That had been a close call. This woman was indeed formidable. The memory of her earlier reverie in the sea of consciousness made her feel somewhat embarrassed. How could she indulge in such distractions at such a crucial moment? She needed to awaken from this daydream and refocus her thoughts. Xue Qinghe gently prodded Bibi Dong and inquired, "Your Holiness, if the two of them were to reach a stalemate, who would initiate the kiss?" Throughout their lengthy correspondence, marked by a long-distance romance, their most intimate gesture had merely been holding hands, and they had yet to share a kiss. Although Xue Qinghe was surrounded by countless beauties, the prospect of winning the affection of a pope was undeniably exhilarating. Bibi Dong replied with composure, "Naturally, they would part ways. What else could one expect?" Xue Qinghe raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Very well, Qinghe, for the sake of enabling me to kiss Bibi Dong, do your utmost. You must not falter." Xue Qinghe gazed intently at Bibi Dong, a beauty whose allure surpassed that of any woman in his palace. Where should he bestow a kiss? Naturally, upon her rosy lips. Suddenly, Holiness glanced at Xue Qinghe, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Sister Qinghe, I never anticipated that not only would you be breathtakingly beautiful, but your soul power is equally remarkable." Xue Qinghe frowned. The woman's words were undeniably tempting, stirring a disquiet within her each time she heard them. Abruptly, she found herself momentarily dazed. "Sister Qinghe, look over there. Who is that?" The sultry yet irresistibly provocative voice resonated in Xue Qinghe's mind. What was happening? She noticed Xue Qinghe approaching her, igniting a rush of hormones within her. Once again, her mind clouded. As Holiness attempted to advance, another explosion reverberated, causing her to twitch slightly. Her own mental attribute was indeed exceedingly rare. Even the young generation cultivated by Tiandou could not withstand it. Within the concentrated sound of Holiness's mental force, both men and women, unless they were entirely devoid of hormones like a stone, would be instantly ignited by desire. However, Xue Qinghe's passive defense, the ice burst technique, thwarted her progress, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe declared, "I concede." Both Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe, who were observing the match, were taken aback. What was happening? Why had she surrendered so suddenly when there was still a chance? Holiness assisted Xue Qinghe out from the remnants of the ice burst technique, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Sister Qinghe, for allowing me this opportunity." Xue Qinghe nodded silently, then stumbled forward, collapsing into Xue Qinghe's embrace, her body trembling gently, beads of glistening water cascading down her forehead. Witnessing this scene, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but ponder. This girl was indeed a captivating little enchantress. Bibi Dong smiled and remarked, "Well, Xue Qinghe, it appears you have lost." Xue Qinghe stood resolutely, resembling a fish ready for slaughter, and said, "Your Holiness, feel free to kiss me. Anywhere is permissible." Bibi Dong cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, "I wish to first absorb your 100,000-year spirit ring." Holiness, standing nearby, exclaimed, "Teacher, I have exerted myself to the utmost. I have reclaimed the 100,000-year spirit ring." It could be said that this contest was won by a hair's breadth. The previous match had barely reached a stalemate when Holiness whispered a few words to Xue Qinghe. Subsequently, the young girl voluntarily conceded. Leaving no one to ascertain the outcome had the competition continued. Bibi Dong gazed at Xue Qinghe, swallowing lightly before approaching him. At that moment, Xue Qinghe had closed his eyes, awaiting Bibi Dong's impending embrace. "You may do anything to me." Soon, he felt her arms encircle his shoulders, followed by the gentle touch of her soft, warm lips. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe remained in Xue Qinghe's embrace, watching as he and Bibi Dong shared a kiss. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. "Your Majesty, you hold me yet kiss another." She observed their lips entwined, and swiftly, Bibi Dong transitioned from an active participant to one entirely passive, surrendering to the moment. They shared an intimate kiss for an extended period, during which Xue Qinghe noted Xue Qinghe's hand deftly reaching towards Bibi Dong's ample bosom. At that instant, Bibi Dong trembled as if struck by lightning, promptly pushing him away. She appeared flustered, her gaze darting as if uncertain where to look. Xue Qinghe noticed a faint redness around the corners of Bibi Dong's lips. "My, she is truly devoted to securing the 100,000-year spirit ring. Your Holiness, now is the time to accept the spirit ring," Xue Qinghe declared joyfully. Bibi Dong remained silent, merely nodding before settling into a cross-legged position, awaiting the arrival of Xue Qinghe's 100,000-year spirit ring. With a casual flourish, Xue Qinghe had directed the 100,000-year soul ring towards Bibi Dong. As Bibi Dong began to absorb it, an overwhelming force surged within her. She steadfastly maintained her emotional equilibrium. Her condition remarkably optimal. Not only was her strength at its zenith, but her spirits were also exceptionally high. Although a 100,000-year soul ring is formidable, in the presence of Bibi Dong, it seemed almost trivial. Holiness took a deep breath, observing quietly, absorbing the experience, despite the rarity of a 100,000-year soul ring. She pondered that she might one day have the opportunity to acquire one herself. The power of the 100,000-year soul ring gradually flowed into Bibi Dong's second martial soul, the soul-eating spider emperor. The soul ring provided by the system was remarkably harmonious with Bibi Dong, and as she commenced the absorption, no signs of rejection manifested, allowing the process to proceed seamlessly. Half an hour later, the night deepened. Holiness remained vigilantly by her side, while Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe engaged in some subtle movements nearby. The fire of Xue Qinghe was ignited by Bibi Dong, a woman who only knows how to start a blaze, but never to extinguish it, truly a femme fatale. In contrast, the flames surrounding Xue Qinghe were kindled by Holiness, despite her being a woman. In Chapter 93, Xue Qinghe, are you a god? Holiness wore a peculiar expression as she observed the intimate interaction between Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe. As an emperor, can you truly act with such abandon? Just moments ago, you were sweetly entangled with my teacher, and now you turn to share tender moments with Xue Qinghe. Furthermore, my teacher is there absorbing soul rings. We had agreed you would safeguard her, yet here you are, indulging in affection. Xue Qinghe found himself in a difficult position. He had no intention of becoming intimate with Xue Qinghe, especially in the presence of Bibi Dong. However, he could not resist Xue Qinghe, who had just fallen under the enchantment of Holiness' alluring charm, igniting the flames within her heart. Holiness' seduction was potent enough to ensnare both men and women. And Xue Qinghe, being unprepared and not yet mature in her understanding, had succumbed to her influence. The femme fatale Holiness only knew how to entice without considering the consequences, leaving Xue Qinghe no choice but to personally douse the flames for Xue Qinghe. The young maiden, still innocent and intoxicated by the moment, leaned into his embrace, fervently seeking affection. Holiness, witnessing this, deemed it unacceptable, the irresponsible emperor, while my teacher was preoccupied with soul ring absorption, was indulging in romance. This was excessive. Once more, Holiness unleashed her fox charm soul technique, dispelling all previous influences on Xue Qinghe. Instantly, Xue Qinghe regained her clarity, realizing that Xue Qinghe was engaging in something quite inappropriate. With her lips sealed, in a sudden burst of strength, she forcefully pushed Xue Qinghe away. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Why had my beloved suddenly turned against me? Xue Qinghe, with a flushed face, glared fiercely at Holiness, as if she were contemplating delivering a thrashing. Holiness averted her gaze, disdainfully thinking of the philandering emperor, who was known for his indiscretions. She suddenly realized that the emperor's reputation as a scoundrel seemed incongruous. True affection was indeed a rarity, and such behavior was not conducive to the continuity of the realm. The emperor's tendency to dally was merely a fundamental aspect of his character. Holiness chose not to dwell on it. If he dared to bully the teacher, I would surely not let him off lightly. If Xue Jie were to discover that Xue Qinghe was involved with the teacher, I wonder what her reaction would be. Over the years, Qianren Xue had diligently honed her skills, treating Xue Qinghe as a hypothetical rival and a benchmark for her aspirations. If she were to find out, her expression would undoubtedly be most intriguing, although the Douluo continent was still divided into 3 factions. The relationship between Xue Qinghe and Bibi Dong effectively rendered the entire continent as if it were already within their grasp. Since the Xingluo Empire had been defeated by Xue Qinghe, it had languished in a state of decline, while its national strength had not visibly diminished. The trust of the soul masters and the royal family had plummeted. Consequently, numerous young soul masters from Xingluo opted to study in Tiandou, and many did not return after completing their education. This shift led to an increasing disparity in national strength, as Xingluo, with its vast territory and abundant resources, was nurturing talent for Tiandou. This infuriated the royal family of Xingluo, yet they found themselves powerless to rectify the situation, left to choose between a desperate gamble or resignation to their fate. After half an hour had passed, Bibi Dong finally completed her absorption. She unleashed her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen. The first 6 soul rings were black, while the 7th and 8th were red, a truly extravagant configuration. Typically, all individuals possess the same 7th soul skill, which is the manifestation of their martial soul. Thus, it is rare to expend 100,000 years on a 7th soul ring. Yet Bibi Dong had done just that, displaying such opulence. The emergence of 200,000-year soul rings on her person left Xue Qinghe utterly astonished. Even our monarch possessed only one such soul ring. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, remarking that this was not the most terrifying aspect. At that moment, a crimson soul ring materialized in his hand as he cheerfully stated, "Your Holiness, I shall bestow this upon you as well." Even Bibi Dong gasped in astonishment. Is it possible that you have an abundance of 10,000-year soul rings at your disposal? She pondered. As Bibi Dong felt her own soul power ascend to new heights, her excitement was overshadowed by the profound shock of Xue Qinghe's revelation. In disbelief, she inquired, "Where did you acquire so many?" Xue Qinghe spread his hands in resignation, pondering what could be done. The system had bestowed upon him an overwhelming abundance of resources, yet he found himself unable to utilize them. Thus, he decided to bestow some upon others. Xue Qinghe gazed longingly at Xue Qinghe, imploring, "Your Majesty, amongst all these countless soul rings accumulated over the millennia, might you spare one for me?" Xue Qinghe embraced Xue Qinghe's supple waist and remarked, "I possess much more. Please continue to absorb." After a brief moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong inquired, "Xue Qinghe, could you possibly be a deity?" "Indeed, this surpasses mere divinity. Even the Rakshasa god has never treated me with such generosity." The deceptive legacy of the Rakshasa god offered no rewards whatsoever. Bibi Dong now observed with wide eyes as Qianren Xue grew increasingly formidable. After reaching level 90, Qianren Xue accelerated the pace of her inheritance, surging from level 90 to 98 in merely a year. This power stemmed from the angelic god. Bibi Dong felt a pang of envy, lamenting her own absence of such fortune. She even began to suspect that the Rakshasa god was merely a miser reincarnated. Xue Qinghe and Holiness held their breath, fixated on Xue Qinghe, both equally perplexed. Setting aside the question of how Xue Qinghe managed to store 10,000-year soul rings, the mere act of him producing 2 of them felt surreal. For Holiness and Xue Qinghe, 10,000-year soul rings existed solely within the pages of textbooks and the words of their instructors, never witnessed in reality. Xue Qinghe scratched his head and remarked, "In truth, I am not yet a deity." Bibi Dong silently nodded, accepting Xue Qinghe's soul ring. She now only needed the final 10,000-year soul ring to complete her collection. Bibi Dong then sat cross-legged, continuing to absorb the soul rings. Holiness cast envious glances at Xue Qinghe, though the latter silently tightened her embrace around Xue Qinghe. "Humph, the sovereign treats his woman so well. Perhaps one day I too shall acquire a 10,000-year soul ring." Holiness turned her face away, assuring herself that she could obtain a 10,000-year soul ring as well. Not far from this location, Qianren Xue, who was cultivating in the Hall of Offerings, sensed a powerful wave of soul energy from outside the city. Frowning slightly, she recognized this force. However, its sudden surge astonished her. Could it be that woman has inherited divinity? With this thought, Qianren Xue made a decisive choice and flew towards the city's outskirts. Chapter 94. Qianren Xue discovers my affair with Bibi Dong. Having completed the angel trials 8 times, Qianren Xue's strength was now approaching that of Tiandou, and her speed was remarkable. She swiftly descended above Bibi Dong, who was in the midst of absorbing her soul ring. Qianren Xue furrowed her brow, realizing that it was not a divine trial completion, but rather the absorption of a soul ring. However, the crimson 10,000-year soul ring left her utterly astonished. How did she manage to bring such a formidable soul beast to the Spirit Hall? It had never been reported that the Spirit Hall had ever nurtured a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, what was the situation with the two individuals beside her? Qianren Xue's gaze fixed upon Xue Qinghe. She was all too familiar with this man, the one who had caused her repeated failures, stolen her first kiss, and teased her incessantly. Gritting her teeth, upon seeing him, a singular thought consumed her. She wanted to eliminate him, to obliterate him completely, or else she would find no peace. Xue Qinghe also noticed the arrival of Qianren Xue. He looked up, and although it was deep into the night, his vision was remarkably keen. Qianren Xue soared through the sky, clad in a flowing gown. Xue Qinghe gazed up from below, struck by a moment of enlightenment. Xue Qinghe found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. "Humph, I am not a man who takes pleasure in spying," he asserted. "And I am certainly not lacking in the company of women." Just then, with a swift motion, Qianren Xue descended gracefully, landing nearby. She cast a glance at Bibi Dong, who was absorbed in absorbing her soul rings, choosing not to disturb her. Qianren Xue's gaze then fixated on Xue Qinghe, questioning, "What brings you here?" At present, Qianren Xue stood at the pinnacle of Douluo continent, her strength rivaling that of her grandfather, Tiandou, in a contest that would yield no clear victor. Despite this formidable prowess, Qianren Xue remained cautious around Xue Qinghe. 6 years prior, when Xue Qinghe had just attained the rank of title Douluo, a single solar soul technique had posed a significant threat even to Tiandou. Now, after the passage of 6 years, it was reasonable to surmise that his strength had grown to be on par with that of her grandfather. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "I have come for a rendezvous." "What? Do you intend to oversee the heavens and the earth, and also dictate my affairs of the heart?" Observing the mischievous grin on Xue Qinghe's face, Qianren Xue felt an odd sensation, her gaze shifting towards Holiness. Could the date referred to by Xue Qinghe possibly be with Holiness? What then? Is the matter with Bibi Dong's 100,000-year spirit ring? Could it be that Xue Qinghe is offering it as a betrothal gift? Holiness hastily waved her hands in denial, explaining, "No, senior, Xue Qinghe is not on a date with me." Her words momentarily stunned Qianren Xue, who surveyed her surroundings. There was another young woman present, likely brought along by Xue Qinghe. Apart from Holiness, the only other possibility was Bibi Dong. Qianren Xue let out a cold laugh, dismissing the notion as impossible, absolutely impossible. The individual whom Xue Qinghe is meeting cannot possibly be Bibi Dong. This woman is someone Qianren Xue knows well. She has also heard some tales about Bibi Dong from Tiandou. Bibi Dong, in her past, harbored intentions of eloping with Yu Shaojiang. In order to keep her, Tiandou resorted to unscrupulous means, which ultimately led to his own existence. Bibi Dong is a person of profound emotions. It is likely that she still harbors feelings for Yu Shaojiang to this day. Qianren Xue mockingly remarked, "The rendezvous you speak of, is it with that girl with blue hair? Ha, you've traveled quite a distance to our spirit hall for a meeting. It seems your Tiandou empire no longer holds any interest for you." Xue Qinghe blinked and said, "No, little Snow, in truth. I am on a date with His Holiness the Pope. Just now, under the moonlight, we shared a most congenial conversation." Qianren Xue was momentarily stunned. "What? Who are you dating? Bibi Dong? Are you going out with my mother?" Her expression froze, her mind in a haze. As if struck by a thunderbolt on a clear day, she turned to glance at Bibi Dong, who was currently absorbing a soul ring. "You two are actually together?" At that moment, the air was thick with silence. Even the previously chirping crickets were rendered mute in shock. After a brief pause, Qianren Xue erupted in fury, drawing her sword and pointing it at Xue Qinghe. "Scoundrel, I shall slay you," she declared vehemently, unleashing her angelic powers, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xue Qinghe. Just then, Holiness interposed herself, exclaiming, "Sister Snow, you must not." Qianren Xue took a deep breath, poised to strike down Xue Qinghe, and shouted, "Laina, step aside." Holiness urged urgently, "Sister Snow, the teacher is in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. We must not disturb her. Absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is fraught with peril. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences." Qianren Xue's anger surged. It was evident that this 100,000-year soul ring was indeed a gift from Xue Qinghe to Bibi Dong. Despicable, despicable. Taking a deep breath, she grappled with her emotions. As a daughter, she felt an inherent lack of authority over Bibi Dong's personal affairs, yet an inexplicable rage simmered within her. No, I must teach Xue Qinghe a lesson. With her sword still aimed at Xue Qinghe, she declared fiercely, Xue Qinghe, I advise you to leave the Spirit Hall at once and sever all ties with the Pope. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. My dear, you truly are reckless. Little Xue. It seems I must impart some lessons on you in place of the late Qianren. Qianren Xue's anger intensified. You were courting death, she exclaimed. Follow me to the skies. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly. The sky was the domain of the angels, and under the sun's radiant power, Douluo could effortlessly outshine Tang San and Poseidon. Alas, it is unfortunate that it is now evening. How can one harness the strength of the sun at night? Xue Qinghe, unhurried, advised Holiness and Xue Qinghe. I shall confront her. You two must safeguard her holiness the Pope. Holiness hastily implored, Xue Qinghe, please do not harm Sister Xue. She simply acted on impulse. Xue Qinghe scoffed. Do you take us for fools? Were you unable to sense the murderous intent from Qianren Xue just moments ago? Your Majesty. We cannot afford to be at a disadvantage. Teach her a lesson. This little girl is woefully unaware of her own limitations. In her heart, Xue Qinghe silently supported Xue Qinghe. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was methodically absorbing soul rings, focusing on a 100,000-year soul ring, entirely preoccupied and oblivious to the matters concerning Xue Qinghe and Qianren Xue. Whoosh! Xue Qinghe soared into the sky, standing upon the clouds, his expression serene, a smile even gracing his lips. In stark contrast, Qianren Xue was seething with rage. Akin to a powder keg that would ignite without the need for a spark, the spirit power of Xue Qinghe enveloped the surroundings. And he was acutely aware that this confrontation, seemingly between two individuals, actually involved a third party. This third presence was none other than Tiandou, who had been concealed within the worship hall. Chapter 95. Xue Qinghe faces Qianren Xue. Tiandou merely observed from a distance, refraining from approaching. He preferred to maintain his distance, for if Qianren Xue proved no match for Xue Qinghe, his intervention would be futile. Remaining afar allowed him the opportunity to rush in and rescue Qianren Xue, should any peril arise. In the heavens above, Qianren Xue, with her martial spirit manifested, radiated a dazzling brilliance against the night sky, resembling a celestial goddess standing aloft. Xue Qinghe, prepare to meet your demise, she proclaimed with fury, her emotions a tumultuous blend. While she harbored the desire to eliminate Xue Qinghe, the thought of potentially inciting the wrath of Bibi Dong troubled her. How could she reconcile such a dilemma? It was indeed perplexing how this scoundrel had managed to entangle himself with Bibi Dong. Moreover, surrounded by numerous women, how could he possibly allocate sufficient time to devote to Bibi Dong? Their union, she surmised, could never yield true happiness. Xue Qinghe might find joy, but Bibi Dong would invariably suffer. Thus, she resolved to personally sever this ill-fated connection. Beneath her feet, 9 soul rings materialized. The first 6 were black, while the latter 3 shone a vivid red. As her soul rings emerged, Holiness and Xue Qinghe, who were spectating below, were taken aback. 3 10,000-year soul rings. Holiness recognized that Qianren Xue's soul rings had not originally possessed these colors, indicating they had been augmented through extraordinary means. Such formidable individuals were truly terrifying. It seemed as if 10,000-year soul rings were as commonplace as child's play. In her lifetime, Holiness had scarcely encountered a handful, yet today, she witnessed an astonishing number. In stark contrast to Qianren Xue, Xue Qinghe appeared rather unadorned, possessing merely 1 10,000-year soul ring. Nevertheless, Qianren Xue remained undeterred. The formidable power of the 100,000-year soul ring possessed by Xue Qinghe is something she has witnessed in the past. The 7th soul skill, Angel's True Form. The 5th soul skill, Sacred Sword. Qianren Xue brandished her sword and lunged towards Xue Qinghe. She believed that Xue Qinghe was likely an energy-type soul master, lacking a weapon, and therefore not particularly adept in close combat. Engaging in close proximity would increase her chances of victory. Xue Qinghe similarly unleashed his 7th spirit ability, the true form of the Golden Crow. A searing heat enveloped him, with temperatures soaring dramatically. The extreme flames posed a significant challenge even for Qianren Xue, who had already completed the first 8 trials of the angel. With a swift motion, Qianren Xue directed a beam of sword light towards Xue Qinghe, while her own body gradually decelerated. Although she had yet to engage in close combat, she could already sense the infernal temperature surrounding Xue Qinghe. Should she enter into close quarters, it was likely that she would be thoroughly cooked before the battle even commenced. The sword light surged forward, and Xue Qinghe deftly evaded it while simultaneously activating his fourth spirit ring. Fourth spirit ability, Golden Crow's fiery sun. Centered around himself, he emitted a blinding radiance, and a searing torrent of heat surged towards the distant Qianren Xue. Alarmed, Qianren Xue activated her ninth spirit ability. Ninth spirit ability, Angelic Apparition. A colossal illusion of the angelic deity materialized behind her, resembling a divine presence descending upon the earth. The angelic apparition swung its sword, severing the encroaching power of the Golden Crow. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the sky, the intensity of which was so extreme that, had it occurred on the ground, the mere aftershock would have been sufficient to reduce the entire Spirit City to ashes. Such a formidable detonation drew the attention of the denizens of Spirit City, both spirit masters and ordinary citizens alike, who gazed up at the heavens. However, to them it was impossible to discern how many individuals were engaged in combat. They could only watch the spectacle unfold. Spirit City, without question, was the safest city across the entire Douluo continent. It was a sanctuary teeming with powerful individuals, bolstered by the presence of the Spirit Hall, rendering large-scale battles nearly inconceivable. Yet, now a confrontation had erupted, and its magnitude was terrifying. The sheer force was enough to instill fear in all spirit masters residing in Spirit City. Xue Qinghe and Holiness stared vacantly at the sky, unable to comprehend the situation. Had true power escalated to a level beyond their understanding? Bang! In the skies above, Xue Qinghe flicked aside Qianren Xue's sword, and for a brief moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Qianren Xue took a step back, sensing an ominous shift. She had already employed her ninth spirit ability, while Xue Qinghe had yet to utilize even his eighth spirit ability, relying solely on his fourth to withstand her attack. She found herself in a precarious position. While she might not suffer immediate losses in a short skirmish, prolonged engagement would surely lead to her defeat, especially considering Xue Qinghe had yet to unleash that terrifying solar spirit ability. At that moment, Tiandou concealed himself nearby, ready to intervene and rescue Qianren Xue at a moment's notice, even if it meant risking his own life. Suddenly, at this juncture, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the battle in the sky, her expression tinged with resignation. She understood that these two were bitter enemies. If left unchecked, one was likely to perish. Cease! Bibi Dong exclaimed suddenly, ascending into the air and positioning herself not far from the combatants. The heat deterred her from approaching too closely. Bang! The soul bone of Xue Qinghe, accumulated over 300,000 years, struck against the sacred sword of Qianren Xue, forcefully repelling her. Little Xue dear, do refrain from further conflict. The Pope is rather displeased, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Qianren Xue was sent flying backward, and Bibi Dong hastily followed to catch her. With a gaze filled with resentment, Qianren Xue glared at Xue Qinghe before turning her eyes to Bibi Dong, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of grievance, prompting her to take a step back. Xue Qinghe, I shall surely kill you, Qianren Xue declared fiercely. Bibi Dong grasped the wrist of her foolish daughter, feeling a profound headache as she recognized the deepening rift between her daughter and her beloved. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his gaze directed towards Wuhuan City, where a contingent of soul masters had already been mobilized, standing by for orders that never came. Bibi Dong clasped her daughter Qianren Xue's hand, and the two descended gracefully from the heavens. At times, Qianren Xue was quite obedient to her mother's wishes, especially when faced with adversaries she could not overcome. In such moments, with Bibi Dong's protection surrounding her, she exhibited an endearing docility. As the snowflakes gently descended to the ground, Xue Qinghe casually activated the Great Monarch system, only to realize that his recent battle had unexpectedly brought him fortune. Engaging in combat with Qianren Xue and emerging victorious, he was rewarded with 30 points in the Great Monarch rankings. Humph. It seems I shall have to take advantage of Qianren Xue more often in the future. At this moment, Qianren Xue was significantly drained of her soul power. Upon landing, she cast a fleeting glance at the unfamiliar Xue Qinghe but chose to remain silent. I shall take my leave, Qianren Xue declared, proceeding directly back to the offering hall. Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe hastily approached Xue Qinghe's side, expressing her reluctance to associate with the members of the Spirit Hall. Xue Qinghe abruptly embraced the young concubine and then made his way towards Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt a surge of turmoil within her. As she watched Xue Qinghe approach with swift strides, her heart raced with uncertainty. What could he possibly want? After Xue Qinghe approached, he immediately reached out to embrace Bibi Dong's slender waist. Bibi Dong felt a rush of panic, Before she could react, she found herself in Xue Qinghe's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, beside them, Holiness stared in astonishment, pondering how even if one were an emperor, such conduct was inappropriate. She couldn't help but wonder about the true nature of her teacher's stature in this peculiar situation. Xue Qinghe chuckled and said, "Donger, in a few days, I shall announce to the world that I grant you marriage. When an emperor intends to wed, it is not merely a proposal, it is a bestowal of marriage." Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Granting marriage? She had never been wed before, despite having a daughter, and most of her experiences had been characterized by more resentment than affection. If only she could have a grand wedding, how blissful that would be. At that moment, she resolved to bear a child, a true embodiment of genuine love. Bibi Dong silently nodded, affirming, "Very well." Holiness stood at a distance, unsure of how to react. She wished fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. "My teacher is getting married. Woe is me. Nana, you should return alone and instruct the people within the city to remain calm," Bibi Dong advised. Holiness paused, contemplating. "Is my teacher sending me away? Surely they will not engage in any disgraceful acts? Yet, this is not my concern." "All right, teacher, I shall return at once," Holiness replied, hastily heading towards the direction of Wuhuan City. The Wuhuan Palace needed a steady hand to manage the situation. Otherwise, the recent battles outside the city would necessitate an explanation to the populace. Failure to do so could incite panic within Wuhuan City. Having accompanied Bibi Dong for many years, Holiness was adept at navigating such matters. Xue Qinghe then embraced two beautiful women, soaring into the distance with their hands clasped. The most enchanting moments in life are those spent beneath the blossoms in the moonlight. In the wilderness, they erected a small tent, surrounding it with barriers to keep others at bay. Inside the tent, the flickering candlelight illuminated the space. Xue Qinghe lay quietly on Bibi Dong's lap, while Xue Qinghe knelt on the ground, massaging his legs. "Donger, are you inheriting the power of the Rakshasa god?" Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Gazing at the man resting on her lap, Bibi Dong nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed. How many assessments have you completed?" Xue Qinghe continued to ask. "The sixth?" Xue Qinghe paused for a moment. Bibi Dong's progress in the assessment was not particularly slow, compared to Qianren Xue and the Tang San from the original narrative. It was certainly not swift. However, she was undertaking the evaluation independently, without any assistance, and had reached the sixth challenge. This time, Bibi Dong directly acquired 2 soul rings, significantly enhancing her strength, making the pursuit of the sixth assessment seem a trivial endeavor. Xue Qinghe rose from Bibi Dong's side, taking her hand in his, and saying, "Allow me to witness your Rakshasa divine assessment. Binger, please serve as our protector." Xue Binger, puzzled by Xue Qinghe's intentions, found herself amused by his request for her protection. "Your Majesty, surely you jest. Both of you are limit Douluos, and I am merely a soul master of over 40 levels. How can I serve as your protector?" Xue Qinghe was at a loss for words, yet she refrained from further complaints. At that moment, Xue Qinghe and Bibi Dong aligned their palms, their spirits intertwining. Bibi Dong, with utmost sincerity, shared the Rakshasa divine assessment from her sea of consciousness with Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe can only catch a glimpse of 1 or 2 aspects. After all, the divine examination is orchestrated by the gods themselves. Without their acknowledgement, Xue Qinghe cannot perceive the complete picture. The spirit of Xue Qinghe was retracted. His arrival was primarily to assist Bibi Dong, and additionally, to closely observe the essence of divinity. To attain godhood, one must envision a reality that is far more attainable than previously imagined. Xue Qinghe retrieved a small vial from the realm of the system and placed it gently in Bibi Dong's hand. "Donger," he said, "you possess 2 martial souls, and thus you are capable of inheriting 2 deities. If you consume the contents of this vial, you shall embark on a quest to discover your next god." Bibi Dong was taken aback. What? Inherit 2 deities? The notion had never crossed her mind. Having even 1 deity seemed an extraordinary stroke of fortune, let alone 2, which felt almost ludicrous. She gazed into Xue Qinghe's earnest expression, realizing he was not jesting. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong lifted the vial to her lips and drank its contents in one swift motion. The liquid was sweet and refreshingly cool, a delightful taste. After consuming it, she remained still, awaiting the impending transformation. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. According to the rules of the divine realm, an individual cannot indeed inherit the power of 2 deities. However, this does not imply that one blessed with dual martial souls is absolutely barred from claiming the favor of 2 gods. Rather, they are merely constrained by the regulations of the divine realm. Rules, after all, exist to be challenged and transcended. Xue Qinghe activated the system. Bibi Dong drank from the fountain of seeking spirits, prompting the host to select a deity. At that moment, all the deities from the divine realm appeared before Xue Qinghe. Whether they were bound to a master or not, they stood before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Qinghe clicked on the Azure God. The Azure God is one of the enforcers of the divine realm, a sworn nemesis of the Rakshasa God, thus forming a pair of eternal adversaries. The Rakshasa God serves as the counterpart to the Azure God, albeit with slightly diminished strength. However, the current Azure God is mortal, although he harbors intentions to inherit divinity, which has yet to come to fruition. The purpose of the divine spring water is to initiate the trial of divinity for the chosen deity, irrespective of the original god's consent or dissent, compellingly commencing the divine examination. Xue Qinghe initially intended to keep the deity for himself, but now he finds that none of the available gods pique his interest, and moreover, they do not complement his martial soul, the three-legged golden crow. Bibi Dong sat upright with a grave demeanor when suddenly a surge of divine consciousness enveloped her. She was once again subjected to the trials of the Shura God, consisting of 9 rigorous assessments. As she processed this influx of information, her heart surged with both astonishment and elation, for she became acutely aware that each of her martial souls had inherited a distinct deity. Should she succeed in the trials, she would effectively possess dual divine statuses. Just as she reveled in this thought, Xue Qinghe, with a pained smile, remarked, "In truth, this deity was seized. The current Shura God still holds his position. If you complete the inheritance, it would be akin to snatching the deity directly from his grasp." Chapter 97. Capturing Xue Qinghe. Can a deity truly be taken by force? Xue Qinghe, you truly are formidable. Bibi Dong marveled inwardly, her thoughts racing with concern that her original Rakshasa deity might be usurped. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Your own deity shall undoubtedly remain unscathed. However, your current inheritance of the Azure God's trials does not adhere to the celestial realm's regulations. Consequently, it is quite probable that the Azure God will descend to pursue you." Bibi Dong, taken aback, inquired, "What shall we do then?" Xue Qinghe reassured, "Do not fear. The Shura God cannot enter the Rakshasa secret realm. If he seeks you out, simply conceal yourself within the Rakshasa secret realm." However, Bibi Dong still felt a lack of confidence. After all, the opponent was a deity. Would hiding truly be effective? Xue Qinghe then produced a talisman and handed it to Bibi Dong, saying, "Keep this with you. With it, even the Shura God cannot harm you. However, it is a one-time use. Once it is spent, you must hide swiftly." Bibi Dong held the talisman in her hand, upon which the words Samadhi True Fire were inscribed. "What is this?" she inquired. "It is Samadhi True Fire. Even a great Luo immortal can be incinerated by it. This is a trial voucher obtained from the system, usable only once, but it is sufficient to deal with the Shura God." Bibi Dong accepted it, feeling as though Xue Qinghe possessed an abundance of extraordinary abilities, as if he were capable of anything. "Thank you," she expressed politely. Xue Qinghe listened nearby. Though she did not fully comprehend the situation, she sensed its formidable nature. The act of seizing a deity must surely be more thrilling than acquiring a soul bone. Xue Qinghe gently embraced Bibi Dong, drawing her into his arms. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong pushed him away, saying, "Xue Qinghe, do not behave this way. Let us reserve such intimacy until after our marriage." Xue Qinghe, on the verge of tears, lamented silently, wishing he had refrained from mentioning the proposal. Bibi Dong, exuding an air of aloofness, distanced herself slightly and remarked, "Xue Qinghe, I must return to my cultivation. Please take your rest." Xue Qinghe gazed at her, swiftly planting a kiss upon her forehead like a bolt of lightning. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in delight, "Ah, it can be like this." Just as she was laughing heartily, Xue Qinghe enveloped her in a warm embrace. Bibi Dong bit her lip, her cheeks flushed crimson, remaining silent as she quietly channeled her soul power to continue her cultivation. However, the impetuous Xue Qinghe, in his youthful exuberance, ultimately made advances towards Xue Qinghe. Bibi Dong was left dumbfounded. All she desired was a moment of tranquility for her cultivation. Why must she be disturbed? In no time, with Xue Qinghe's swift and decisive actions, a water-blue garment was carelessly cast aside. Bibi Dong's face grew even more crimson. "Xue Qinghe, you cannot possibly be intending to engage in such humiliating acts before me. While this girl may be your consort, I am also your betrothed. This behavior is unacceptable. Please, cease at once. In the quiet of the tent, Xue Qinghe remained oblivious to the fervent cries echoing within Bibi Dong's heart. Before Bibi Dong stood Xue Qinghe, her skin as fair as jade, visibly flustered. Bibi Dong's heart raced uncontrollably, soon overshadowed by a sharp feminine voice that pierced through her thoughts, revealing Xue Qinghe in a state of panic. Closing her eyes, Bibi Dong lamented the confines of the small tent. An hour passed, and she remained restless, deducing from the sounds that the two had reached a ceasefire. Ignoring their antics, she devoted herself to her cultivation. Channeling her soul power, she felt an unprecedented transformation. Having absorbed 200,000-year soul rings, her strength had ascended several levels. With her current prowess, defeating Douluo was unequivocally within her grasp, and even Qianren Xue posed no challenge. Finally, she opened her eyes slowly. The candle within the tent had burned down, and the two were nestled together under the same blanket, at last finding tranquility. Bibi Dong exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at Xue Qinghe, who was nestled beside Xue Qinghe. The girl possessed remarkable beauty, which undoubtedly explained Xue Qinghe's affection for her. The following day, early in the morning, Xue Qinghe rubbed her eyes, her body aching with fatigue. She remained cradled in Xue Qinghe's embrace, a night of significance etched in her memory. Glancing up, she noticed Bibi Dong sitting a short distance away. As she reflected on the wild events of the previous night, she recalled that the woman had been a constant observer. Initially shy, she had later cast aside her inhibitions entirely. Xue Qinghe also awakened, pulling her close once more. "Your Majesty, please wake up," Xue Qinghe couldn't help but exclaim. She felt quite unaccustomed to this situation. After gently nudging Xue Qinghe, she hastily rose to her feet. Xue Qinghe opened his eyes, gazing at the blushing Xue Qinghe, and chuckled softly, quietly admiring the beauty as she dressed. At that moment, Bibi Dong remarked, "The first assessment of the Shura god is quite simple. I should be able to attempt it today." After stretching lazily, Xue Qinghe remarked, "Well, Donger need not be in such a hurry. The path to divinity requires patience and meticulous effort." Although Qianren Xue ascended to divinity swiftly, it came at the cost of Tiandou. Xue Qinghe hastily dressed, her body faintly aching, and she settled down at the edge of the bed. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Donger, have you heard of Sea God Island?" Bibi Dong fell into a reverie. She had indeed heard of this place. In her youth, during her days as the Soul Emperor, she had ventured there with the Spirit Hall's army. Bibi Dong reminisced, "I have been there before. The Soul Masters there are all sea Soul Masters, whose powers are significantly enhanced on the ocean. Furthermore, it seems that a deity is enshrined on Sea God Island." Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. In the original text, Tang San and his companions were all around levels 60 to 70 when they journeyed to Sea God Island. Calculating the time, it should be approximately 8 years from now. Xue Qinghe also intended to gather a group of individuals to venture to Sea God Island, and certainly not 8 years later. The sooner, the better. Sea God Island is one of the few places on the Douluo continent that can directly enhance the lifespan of soul rings and also grant divine soul rings. Although Xue Qinghe does not require these, the young ladies around him certainly do. Individuals like Ning Rongrong and Xue Qinghe possess immense potential. Bibi Dong asked, puzzled, "You do not intend to assault Sea God Island, do you?" "I would advise against it. While your strength is formidable, you may find the powerful entity on Sea God Island quite formidable as well." However, upon reflection, she realized that if Xue Qinghe found it challenging alone, their combined efforts would significantly increase their chances of success, especially with Qianren Xue on their side. Chapter 98. I shall arrange a marriage. Capturing Xue Qinghe, gaining the first night, earning the qualification for the Water God's inheritance, and increasing the score of the Great Monarch by 30 points. The tyrannical system of Xue Qinghe has once again unleashed its power, this time bestowing a divine entity as a reward, leaving him utterly astonished. Observing Xue Qinghe in a daze, Bibi Dong remarked, "If you truly wish to launch an assault on Sea God Island, both Xiao Xue and I will lend our assistance." Xue Qinghe finally regained his composure and asked, "Will Xiao Xue assist me?" "Surely, she won't take my life." Bibi Dong let out a bitter smile and replied, "She indeed tends to heed my words. Reconciling with her should not prove too difficult. Although Qianren Xue cannot be deemed magnanimous, she is not small-minded either. If Xue Qinghe were to sincerely apologize, it is possible that he might face a beating instead." The reasons for Qianren Xue's deep-seated resentment towards Xue Qinghe are manifold. Initially, Xue Qinghe often bullied her, taking advantage of her status as a maid. Furthermore, Xue Qinghe repeatedly thwarted her plans, which only fueled her anger. Xue Qinghe remarked, "It is not my intention to assault the Sea God Island, for it embodies the legacy of the Sea God. I merely wish for Xue Qinghe to undergo a period of training there." Startled, Xue Qinghe responded, "You want me to train on the Sea God Island? Does that not imply the possibility of inheriting the divine essence of the Sea God? Bibi Dong already possesses a deity, having surrendered my first night. Is it not reasonable for me to aspire for a deity as well?" "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xue Qinghe hastily expressed. Xue Qinghe cast a glance at the system. The deity he had just acquired, the Water God, was one of the 7 elemental gods, slightly more potent than the Sea God. This divinity seemed quite suitable for Xue Qinghe. However, water was ultimately just water, and Xue Qinghe specialized in ice. He wondered if there existed a god of ice or something akin to it. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly and inquired with curiosity, "Can we undergo training on Sea God Island?" Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "Of course, it is possible. However, one must become a citizen of the Sea God Island. And there is also the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the Sea God." Bibi Dong's heart was illuminated. If it were indeed feasible, she wished for Nana to undergo the experience as well. Xue Qinghe nodded, preparing to organize a group to venture forth. However, the young women before him possessed rather modest cultivation levels. Zhu Zhuyun had attained the rank of Soul King, while Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong were at the Soul Sect level. Although they were extraordinarily gifted, their current prowess would likely render them incapable of even ascending the steps of Sea God Island. Aside from Xue Qinghe's consort, he was reluctant to let anyone else know about this location. Only those loyal to him could access the finest resources for cultivation. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Donger, upon your return to the Spirit Hall today, please assist me in locating the records that detail the whereabouts of Sea God Island. When the time comes for us to set sail, I shall bring along your young apprentice." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Xue Qinghe, fully aware that Xue Qinghe intended to prioritize the development of this young girl. Bibi Dong was immediately reminded of Xue Qinghe's piercing screams from the previous night, and the thought stirred a peculiar sensation within her. Soon after, the 3 of them emerged from the small tent, inhaling the refreshing air outside. Xue Qinghe carefully stored away the piece of cloth stained crimson in her own soul-guiding device. "Donger, I shall spend the day in Spirit City. You return and gather the information for me," Xue Qinghe instructed. Bibi Dong swiftly interjected, her gaze sharp. "What is this? Have you completely disregarded your own words? Did you not mention a wedding? Is there no semblance of a plan?" Xue Qinghe, being an old Sea King, was perceptive enough to grasp the subtle nuances of the conversation. "Once the elite competition for high-ranking soul masters across the continent concludes, shall we wed?" he inquired. Bibi Dong contemplated the timeline. The event occurred every 5 years, and with 3 years having already passed since the last, 2 years remained. This duration could be considered both lengthy and brief. For Bibi Dong, now a limit Douluo, age held no significance. Her beauty remained unchanged, and her physique perpetually retained its youthful vigor. Noticing her silence, Xue Qinghe approached and embraced her, stating, "These 2 years will afford us ample opportunity to accomplish many things, such as unifying the continent." Startled, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. She indeed desired a grand wedding, and if the unification of the continent were realized prior to their marriage, she would become the sole queen of Douluo continent, occupying the highest position of authority. She gently acquiesced, "Very well, I shall return for now." With that, she soared back towards the hall of the Pope. Although the engagement appeared somewhat hasty, she found it quite delightful. Xue Qinghe stood beside Xue Qinghe, harboring a lingering curiosity. The emperor was surrounded by countless beauties. Why had he not yet appointed an empress? It seemed he was waiting for Bibi Dong. An emperor and a pope, such a pairing was truly fitting. Upon her return to the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong immediately sensed the palpable aura of angels. The attendants within the worship hall trembled visibly. They had witnessed the battle outside Wuhuan City the previous night, but none dared intervene due to Tiandou's presence. Such high-level confrontations made it exceedingly difficult for even a level 98 golden crocodile Douluo to act. Bibi Dong's spiritual power enveloped the worship hall. She surmised that Qianren Xue was likely harnessing divine power through faith. The greater the strength of that faith, the mightier the deity became. Even the smallest of mosquitoes, after all, is still a morsel of flesh. "Master, you have returned," Hulina respectfully greeted her. Bibi Dong replied, "Nana, Please search the library for any records regarding Sea God Island and bring them to me. Sea God Island? Hulina paused momentarily, having never heard of it. Yet she promptly complied without hesitation. Thus, the tale unfolds in Wuhuan City. In the heart of the city, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe meandered leisurely. Although Xue Qinghe held the esteemed title of emperor, few were truly acquainted with his visage. Xue Qinghe still felt a lingering ache in her body. How could his Majesty be so unyielding? They sought refuge in an inn and secured accommodations. Xue Qinghe inquired, "Your Majesty, did you not mention a few days ago your intention to assist the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor in resolving the matter of the deities? Were you sincere at that time, or merely deceiving them?" In the snowy river channel, the Emperor declared with unwavering conviction, "My word is as solid as gold." How could there be any deceit? Xue Qinghe replied softly, "But there aren't enough deities. Didn't you say I was to inherit the sea god?" "Indeed, that is true," the Emperor acknowledged. Both Xue Qinghe and the Ice Emperor shared identical attributes with the Snow Emperor, allowing them to inherit the same deities. However, there were numerous deities to choose from. Surely one would suffice. Chapter 99. The power of the Rakshasa god's faith. Fear not, there are plenty of deities. Besides the sea god, there is also the water god. How does that sound? Do you desire it? The Emperor asked with a smile. The water god sounded even more formidable than the sea god, and Xue Qinghe eagerly replied, "Yes." While only one individual could inherit a particular deity, multiple candidates could participate in the assessment. Thus, she suggested that they all attempt it, and the one who succeeded would claim the inheritance. "Very well. Then let us proceed with this test," the Emperor said, casually waving his hand. The assessment for the water god was released, landing upon Xue Qinghe. Startled, Xue Qinghe immediately settled into a meditative position, ready to accept the challenge. Xue Qinghe collapsed onto the bed with a soft thud, intending to rest briefly while awaiting Xue Qinghe. After a short repose, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Rising to answer, he found none other than Bibi Dong, who had departed mere moments prior. With graceful poise, Bibi Dong extended a slender booklet toward him, her voice measured and deliberate. "These are the records preserved from the Spirit Hall's previous campaign against the Sea God Island. Peruse them at your leisure." Xue Qinghe had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would be so swift. Xue Qinghe glanced at it, then put it away, saying, "Thank you very much." Bibi Dong silently nodded and remarked, "Xue Qinghe, you must exercise caution. Xiao Xue is once again gathering the power of belief. Perhaps by the next time we meet, her strength will have increased significantly." Xue Qinghe chuckled, intrigued by the true prowess of Qianren Xue. He pondered when that young girl would fully ascend to divinity. At that moment, a worthy confrontation would surely ensue. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe had completely passed the water god's trial. She had overheard Bibi Dong's earlier remarks, yet found them rather peculiar. Expressing concern for his Majesty seemed less pertinent than worrying about one's own daughter. After all, Qianren Xue had not suffered any setbacks in her encounter with the sovereign. Xue Qinghe placed his hands on Bibi Dong's shoulders and earnestly remarked, "Dong, you ought to be concerned about your own well-being. Although your current strength is formidable, you must remain wary of that group of old fellows from the Hall of Offerings. Those offerings are like weathercocks, following whoever appears strong." Bibi Dong nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. In the past, when Qianren Xue had yet to grow into her power, they had treated Bibi Dong with utmost respect. However, now that Qianren Xue had inherited divine authority, they had turned to serve her. These individuals, one cannot help but see, lack reliability. Bibi Dong was acutely aware that this group from the Hall of Offerings could only provide embellishments. They would never offer genuine support in times of need. Previously, Bibi Dong symbolized the future of the Spirit Hall, her exceptional talent and dual spirit abilities having resolved the issues of backlash, leading the offerings to collectively rally behind her under the guidance of the second offering. Moreover, at that time, Tiandou had already lost all hope of breakthrough, merely awaiting his demise. Yet, even if Bibi Dong were to rise in strength once more, those offerings would not return. They had become devout followers of the angel god. To betray their faith and continue to be fickle would lead to dire consequences. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Qianren Xue has the ability to gather the power of faith, and you can do so as well." Bibi Dong, taken aback, inquired, "How can one collect it? Whether it be the Rakshasa god or the Asura god, both symbolize slaughter, making it exceedingly difficult to amass the power of faith from thin air. Although there are many martial enthusiasts, persuading them to place their faith in a Rakshasa god poses quite a challenge." Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile, "Of course, it is the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong was taken aback. The city of slaughter? The inhabitants of this place are nothing but desperate outlaws, even evil soul masters, consumed solely by the desire for bloodshed. While ordinary soul masters engage in martial pursuits for the sake of peace, these individuals seek only to vent their primal instincts. The city of slaughter serves as a sort of self-imposed prison, yet it possesses a certain intrinsic value. In every era, there exists a segment of society plagued by psychological turmoil, deriving pleasure from avenging themselves against the world. For such individuals, the allure of a place where one can kill without consequence is immense. Moreover, entry into the city of slaughter is a simple matter, yet exiting proves nearly impossible. To attain the realm of the god of slaughter and subsequently escape is akin to scaling the heavens. Many of those entrenched in this savage milieu have no desire to leave. It is within these confines that they can truly unleash their true nature. It is indeed a peculiar sanctuary. Even in the absence of the city of slaughter, these vengeful soul masters would not simply vanish into thin air. Rather, they pose a significant threat to ordinary citizens, especially considering their formidable powers. If there exists a faction on the Douluo continent that can genuinely revere the Azura and the Rakshasa gods, it must surely be the denizens of the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong harbored a deep-seated disdain for the people here, yet she was willing to harness their faith as a source of power. These individuals lack any form of belief. A life devoid of faith is a hollow existence, and thus, I shall reluctantly endeavor to instill within them a modicum of proper values. Xue Qinghe embraced Bibi Dong, disregarding her resistance. With a swift motion, he pinned her onto the bed. "Donger, my dear." Xue Qinghe pressed his lips directly against hers. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching out to push him away. With a forceful shove, she successfully distanced herself from Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe gently licked the corner of his lips. The Pope's crown was fragrant, and kissing it was immensely pleasurable. Bibi Dong, terrified to the point of losing her composure, exclaimed, "Then I shall venture to the city of slaughter." Xue Qinghe grasped her hand and smiled. "It just so happens that I wish to go as well, Bing. You should join us. And don't forget to bring your little disciple along. Let her gain some experience too." "What? You mean let Nana go?" "Absolutely not," Bibi Dong replied decisively. Xue Binger, seated nearby, remained unaware of the nature of the killing city. However, observing Bibi Dong's reaction, her initial excitement at the mention of the place, now replaced by urgency at the thought of letting Holiness go, left her puzzled. What kind of place was this, truly? Bibi Dong regarded Holiness as her own daughter, and no one understood the perils of the killing city better than she. She was acutely aware of its dangers. Merely surviving in such a place was a feat in itself, let alone undertaking any form of training. Xue Qinghe, feeling helpless, said, "Donger, having ventured into the city of slaughter, you have become akin to its deity. Do you still harbor concerns for Holiness' safety?" Bibi Dong instinctively wished to protest in her heart. How could her cherished disciple endure such suffering? Xue Qinghe was acutely aware of the peril involved. Should Holiness enter the city of slaughter at this moment, it would be akin to stepping in 2 years earlier than depicted in the original narrative. Although the city of slaughter does not prioritize soul power, being 2 years younger, particularly at such a formative stage, could result in a significant disparity in her mental fortitude. If she were to indeed venture in, the level